Chapter 1 The Job Selection Begins. My name is Wong Chen, and it's been 7 years since I crossed over to this world. Right now, I'm standing at the Job Selection Plaza of Dongling No. 1 High School, with the annual job selection ceremony counting down to its start. Beyond the iron fences of the sports field, streams of sweet-sounding matchmaking declarations floated over. What about 27-year-old mature woman with 3 companies under her name and several villas? Seeking a professional boyfriend, or female, 21 years old, body measurements 3:2:3. Heavily rewarded for bearing a child. Only borrowing your superior genes, marriage not required. Such classic catching a husband under the rankings tropes have become an indispensable appetizer at the job transition ceremony. These declarations not only made the boys cast frequent glances, stirring their blood, but also made the solemn job selection ritual feel immediate and real. 700 years ago, the world underwent a transformation. The will of the heavens awakened, and the earth's surface expanded millions of times overnight. Flowers, trees, livestock, and wild beasts all turned into terrifying monsters with formidable power. At the same time, dungeons and instances descended, extraterrestrial demons ran rampant, and calamities engulfed the globe. Against this backdrop, the profession system emerged. To resist the scourge of demons, anyone who reached 18 years of age and attained level 10 had to participate in the job selection ceremony to choose their first-tier profession. Once you become a professional, power, wealth, status, women, all glories are within easy reach. I stood at the front of Class 7, Grade 12, feeling both nervous and excited. In this world where strength reigns supreme, even though class changers are already towering figures in the eyes of ordinary people, there is still a hierarchy among them. Some soar to great heights with unique hidden professions upon their first transition, while others end up with life skills professions like cooks or miners. The class change ceremony is the watershed moment that determines everyone's future fate. The professions include top-tier ones like mages, archers, and warriors, enhancement classes such as enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists, as well as life skills occupations like chefs, miners, and herbalists. Even among lifestyle professions, the disparity is vast. A first-tier culinary master can prepare meals that grant attribute bonuses to job holders, with continuous consumption making those gains permanent. This is a far cry from ordinary chefs in the mundane world, which explains why professionals with combat skills remain highly sought after. I slowly exhaled a deep breath. This was a moment that would determine my fate. I had to stay calm. As both the class monitor and the widely recognized heartthrob and top student of Dongyun High, my every move was scrutinized by countless eyes. Countless eyes from the playground and the ranks were fixed upon me. The girls were practically drooling, comments like, "Look, it's Wong Chen. Oh my god, he's too handsome," flying around. There was even this one girl, about 1.5 meters tall and weighing a solid 100 kilograms, who loudly declared she wanted to have my babies. The sheer horror of her proclamation had our classmates recoiling in disgust, swiftly creating a wide berth around her. The guys, on the other hand, were a mix of envy and resentment. One grumbled, "The heavens are unjust, blessing him with good looks and talent, while the rest of us are left to scrape by." Of course, there were also plenty who secretly cursed me under their breath, praying I'd get stuck with some trash-tier profession. After all, although the strength of one's initial profession was somewhat tied to academic performance, the selection process still carried a heavy element of randomness. Every year, the tension at the profession selection ceremony was thick enough to cut with a knife. On the high platform, a massive magic circle rose into the air, its magical fluctuations rippling outward. The principal announced through the microphone, "The preparations for the job selection ritual are complete. All senior high school students, please enter the job selection magic circle in an orderly manner. This glorious moment will determine your destiny, so please take it seriously. I declare the job selection ritual officially begun." Chapter 2, The Giant Beast Master. The job selection ritual had been underway for some time. On the high platform, Class 9 Senior, Lu Chang. First job transition, concrete mixer. The youth emerged from the magic circle looking utterly crestfallen, plunging the entire venue into silence. School administrators had allowed Lu Chang to cut in line and enter the magic circle early, hoping to turn the tide. But reality was cruel. Lu Chang, renowned as a top student, had actually transitioned into a concrete mixer, a decidedly mundane livelihood profession. This year's job transition ceremony began as a nightmare difficulty level. The homeroom teacher of Class 9 stepped forward to comfort Lu Chang, but with little effect. The resentful youth cursed under his breath, "I wanted to slay monsters, who the hell wants to mix concrete anyway?" The ceremony continued, bringing mixed fortunes. On the bright side, following Lu Cheng's case, someone successfully transitioned as a combat profession, an archer. Several enhancement class professions also emerged in succession. However, when all factors are considered, 50% of participants fail their first profession transition. Even among successful transitions, those assigned to lifestyle professions outnumber combat and enhancement professions by several times. Though the senior students joked around, some complaining, "What kind of profession is deodorant sniffer?" Others relieved, "Barely made it as an enhancement profession, pharmacist," and some quipping, "If I have to get a lifestyle profession, I hope it's lactation consultant." Deep down, everyone understood that after today, the social standing of their former classmates would be worlds apart. During the profession transition ceremony, aristocratic families and guild leaders observing from the podium eagerly sent representatives to engage with successful students, extending olive branches. Outside the sports field, eager young women swayed their slender waists, pulling strings to slip business cards adorned with pink tulips into the hands of the newly transitioned. Next, Class 3 to 6, sit to you. As the announcement rang out, the playground fell instantly silent as countless fervent gazes converged upon that ethereally beautiful girl. Sitayu was undeniably Eastern Ridge No. 1 High School's campus belle, born to an illustrious family, blessed with stunning looks, and gifted with extraordinary talent. Yet she carried an unflattering nickname, Eternal Second Place. In that moment, while the girls remained composed, all the male students simultaneously turned their heads, their eyes brimming with indignation and fury as they glared daggers at me standing at the front of the line. I'd been lost in thought when their stares jolted me back to reality. Faced with all those hostile glares, irritation welled up inside me. Whoever glared at me, I glared back twice as fiercely. But helpless against the sheer number of people, my eyes eventually burned with exhaustion and I had to give up. Nevertheless, I memorized each of their faces, thinking to myself, looking for trouble, huh? Just you wait. At the same time, Sitayu strode into the magic circle with her long legs, glancing deliberately in my direction before stepping inside. She knew very well that although her overall ranking had slipped out of the top 3 a few times during previous quarterly exams, the first place had always been mine. The moment I caught her gaze, my eyes widened into perfect circles, glaring back with unyielding defiance as if to say, "What the hell are you staring at, bitch?" But the next second, the magic circle hummed as dazzling light burst forth. Above the formation, streaks of brilliant sapphire holy radiance converged like meteors, manifesting into the phantom of an azure longbow that flashed whoosh into Situyu's body. Oh my god, a celestial phenomenon! Sitayu actually triggered a celestial phenomenon during her first profession transition. The entire venue erupted in uproar, even the principal shot up from his seat with fervent eyes. As for those from guilds and aristocratic families, their reactions went without saying. Sure enough, after the celestial glow subsided, the teacher operating the magic circle proclaimed, Class 6 Senior 3, Sitayu, a rare class, Gale Marksman. The announcement sent waves of astonished gasps through the crowd. An actual rare class. Aside from the legendary hidden classes, this has to be the most impressive profession unveiled at Dongling First High's job selection ceremony this year, right? Truly worthy of being our school's belle, utterly badass. Ugh, suddenly I feel so pathetic. Now that I'm stuck with the mining profession in the common class, will I just fade from her world? The crowd buzzed with chatter. At this moment, Sitayu became the center of attention. Her homeroom teacher from Class 6 rushed excitedly to the magic circle's exit to guide her out, whispering discreetly, "With your family background, you needn't bother with recruitment from noble houses or guilds. Study hard and focus on your preparations, strive to get into a top-tier university in 1 month, and bring honor once again to our Class 6 and even Dongling No. 1 High School." Sitayu responded softly, her voice tinged with excitement. The job selection ceremony continued. After Sitayu, a few more combat class students emerged from other classes, and the atmosphere on the field reached a fever pitch. Finally, Class 7, Senior Year, Wong Chen. In an instant, even more intense stares than those directed at Sitayu landed on me. It was no exaggeration to say many in attendance had come specifically for me. Everyone remembered the principal's earlier prophecy that I had a high chance of awakening as a hidden class profession. When the moment arrived, a warm smile spread across my face as I confidently strode onto the stage and stepped into the magic circle. 99% of the audience's gaze followed my movement. Students, teachers, department heads, the principal, conglomerates, guilds, everyone was watching me. Boom! In the next instant, an anomaly erupted, a spectacle dozens, no, hundreds, of times more terrifying than Sitayu's azure longbow manifestation, piercing through the heavens. Roar! A deafening bellow shook the air as countless phantom images of ancient behemoths materialized above the magic circle, blotting out the sky. Dragons, mammoths, celestial rocks, cheilants, the roars of myriad beasts echoed as if deities had descended upon the mortal realm. Everyone on the podium and across the playing field stood petrified, utterly speechless. This phenomenon was too majestic, unprecedented, momentarily shrouding even the sun's radiance as the world plunged into brief darkness. The principal stared in utter shock at the spectacle of 10,000 beasts bowing in the heavens above, murmuring under his breath, such a divine manifestation. Could it be, a hidden profession is really about to appear? Many students who had failed to transfer or gained low-tier professions seated below were seething with jealousy. However, just as the crowd was about to erupt, the anomaly in the sky abruptly came to a sudden halt. As the anomaly vanished, an announcement rang out, Class 7, Senior Year, Wong Chen, has acquired a combat profession, Giant Beastmaster. The crowd erupted in uproar. Giant Beastmaster? With the prefix giant, it's even worse than a regular Beastmaster. It can barely be considered a combat profession. But this is Wong Chen we're talking about. How is this possible? When the giant class, Beast Tamer, first emerged centuries ago, it was originally categorized as a special profession. But over time, people discovered the Beast Tamer profession had massive shortcomings, leading to the current consensus: don't play as a Beast Tamer if you're poor, because it's an incredibly gold-devouring profession. The experience points Beast Tamers gain from killing monsters must be split equally with their beasts. Without money to buy powerful beast companions, leveling up becomes nearly impossible. Regular Beastmasters are already like this, but my giant grade Beastmaster is even more money-burning, 10 times more. Totally screwed. Forget about the price of any single giant beast, even noble families would go bankrupt trying to afford one. Even if you somehow got lucky and bought one, the subsequent costs of raising a giant beast would probably require selling Wong Chen's kidneys, and that still wouldn't cover a single meal for the beast. As for capturing giant beasts in the wild, forget it. Has there ever been a single successful case of capturing a wild giant beast to date? Otherwise, why do you think the originally special class profession, Giant Beastmaster, was demoted to an ordinary combat profession? To be honest, the Giant Beastmaster isn't even as good as a regular combat profession. It's just a jobless vagrant. Damn, so Wong Chen is screwed? Damn, from genius to trash in just 1 second? Countless gazes fell upon me, filled with pity, sympathy, and a hint of schadenfreude. Everyone knew I came from humble origins, with almost no chance of contracting a giant beast. The path laid before me seemed to offer only 2 options: lower my head and become a dog for the great families, or be kept male or female, going to the highest bidder. On the podium, the expressions of the principal, the dean, and the representatives of the great families upon learning the outcome were nothing short of spectacular. The principal had initially pinned high hopes on me, even publicly predicting that I might awaken a hidden profession upon my first advancement. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh slap in the face, utterly humiliating him. The looks on the faces of the great families were as if they'd swallowed fly droppings. After news of my first profession advancement spread, everyone was secretly calculating gains and losses in their hearts. If I had become an ordinary Beastmaster, perhaps some would have been willing to take a gamble on me, given my talent and potential. But I actually became a colossal Beastmaster for them. This was practically a death sentence. Without a second thought, the entire group abandoned their support for me. Inside the magic circle, my class transition completed, but I wasn't in a hurry to leave. It wasn't because I was crushed by the so-called bad news, but because after the transition, a new talents section appeared on my stats panel. Congratulations on becoming a colossal Beastmaster. Congratulations on obtaining the Beastmaster's exclusive beast space. Congratulations on learning Beastmaster exclusive skills, beast taming, contract summoning, and beast revival. Congratulations on awakening an SSS grade talent, favor of 10,000 beasts. Congratulations on awakening a divine grade talent, acquired skilled bloodline appraisal. Congratulations on awakening a divine grade talent, beast fusion, you possess the ability to fuse beast companions. Place 3 beast companions of the same species to synthesize their ultimate form, with no restrictions whatsoever. After reading all this, I gasped in shock, my body trembling slightly with excitement, my breath catching in my throat from nervous exhilaration. No wonder the previous phenomena suddenly vanished. It turns out the grand spectacle wasn't caused by the first-tier profession, but by the awakened talents, 1 SSS rank and 2 divine grade talents. Even the top academic achiever at Dongling First High couldn't match this during their first-tier profession ceremony. Below the stage, Class 7's homeroom teacher Li Xia gazed at me with genuine warmth. She was the only one who had witnessed every step of my rise from humble beginnings to this moment. In her heart, I had always been Dongling First High's pride, always had been, and always would be. Many felt dismayed, disappointed, even resentful at my first-tier profession becoming Titan Beastmaster, yet Teacher Li never wavered in her belief that I could rewrite both life and destiny. She personally came to the magic circle exit, guided me out, and patted my shoulder while softly comforting me. Life is a long journey, temporary gains and losses never define your future. For purchasing magical beasts, you could try applying for the school scholarship. After your first career awakening, scholarships are generally approved as long as your talent reaches B grade. If you don't want others to know, you can set the permissions so only I can see it. Don't worry about the application difficulty, your teacher is here to help. By now I'd regained my composure. Though I knew my awakened profession wasn't useless, my teacher's words still warmed my heart. I'd memorized the school's scholarship policy long ago. The top prize offered a whopping 1 million, and at this stage, I couldn't find any reason to refuse. I adjusted my personal display settings to show only my SSS tier talent, Beast Affinity. When Teacher Li saw this attribute, she actually swore aloud. She double-checked multiple times, nearly stumbling in disbelief. On the podium, the principal frowned with displeasure, asking if Wong Chen's talent had merely reached B+ grade. Teacher Lee hesitated for a moment, withholding the full truth. Concerned about security risks if my innate talents were exposed too early, she planned to inform the principal after the ceremony. The scholarship would undoubtedly be processed at the highest possible level for me. After hearing this, the principal offered me some words of encouragement before urging the ceremony to proceed. Teacher Lee pulled me aside, saying she'd handle my scholarship paperwork immediately. The funds would arrive in my account within an hour at the latest. She suggested I visit the beast companion shop to see if any suitable creatures were available. I was astonished. Normally, scholarship applications required a minimum of 5 working days to process, yet Teacher Lee claimed it could be done within an hour. She even generously declared that if school funds fell short, she'd personally cover the amount for me. Her family background was certainly substantial. She belonged to one of Dongling City's most prominent affluent families. I nodded gratefully, etching this act of kindness deep in my memory. Then I returned to the classroom to pack my things and took the opportunity to check my panel information. I'm currently level 10, which is the threshold for first advancement. Beyond that, there are thresholds for second advancement, third advancement, and fourth advancement. The Dragon Kingdom implements the Double 10 compulsory education system, where every child can complete vocational high school for free and participate in the first advancement ceremony. Only those who successfully advance into combat professions qualify for the vocational college entrance exam, with exam results determining which combat academy they can further their studies in. My gaze fell on the talent column. Beast Affinity, SSS, boosts the effectiveness of all my Beast Tamer profession skills by 1000%. Truly befitting a god-tier talent, the effect is absolutely overpowering, directly increasing my professional skill effects tenfold. Let's take a look at another divine level talent. I've acquired the Divine Beast Fusion ability, which allows me to merge beast companions. I can combine 3 beast companions of the same species into their ultimate form without any restrictions. For example, if I currently had 3 ice lizard beast companions, I could use this talent to fuse them into the ultimate form of the ice lizard species. Even the most common ice lizard's ultimate form would be a colossal beast. With this talent, I'll never have to worry about lacking colossal beast companions again. It's crucial to know that for beast masters, only by taming colossal-type beast companions can they unleash their full potential. Contracting with a colossal beast provides attribute feedback, which is vital for enhancing my personal combat strength. Many people when fighting beast masters will bypass the beasts to attack the master directly, because beast masters themselves lack sufficient defense. But with colossal beast companions, I'll receive substantial attribute feedback, greatly improving both survival rate and combat capability. No more worries about enemies capturing the leader first to nab the whole gang. At this thought, my heart burned with excitement. This talent was simply too overpowering. There's also a god-tier skill called Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, which allows me to examine a beast companion's detailed information and even detect its ultimate evolved form. With this, I won't need to rely on luck when purchasing beast companions. A single glance would reveal which one has the highest evolutionary potential. Current magical technology can also detect a beast companion's advancement limits, but most require sending them to authoritative appraisal institutions at exorbitant fees, and even then some high-tier beast companions remain undetectable. But with this ability, assessing a beast pet's ultimate form is both convenient and cost-free. Sweet, I exclaimed inwardly. Being a beastmaster also comes with foundational skills. Beast Taming, S rank, allows magical beasts and spirit creatures to become my exclusive companions. Beast Revitalization, B rank, restores 40% of a beast pet's maximum HP, while Contract Summoning, B rank, provides dimensional storage for my beasts and lets me summon them for battle anytime. To gain new skills later, I'll need to either advance to my second profession class or learn from new skill books. Just then, I received an alert from Dragon Nation Commercial Bank. Eastridge First High School deposited 1 million gold into my account. ***3868. Current balance, 1 million gold. Teacher Lixia is really efficient. The scholarship came through so quickly. In today's job transition circles, gold coins are the global currency, with the higher tier Saint crystals being even more valuable. 1 Saint crystal equals 10,000 gold coins. With this money, I'll have the funds to buy a beast companion. I packed up my things and prepared to leave the classroom, planning to take a taxi to Dongling City's trading market to see if there were any suitable beast companions available. Just then, Sitiyu bounced in like a rabbit, asking if my talent was B+ grade. I nodded but kept looking around for a chance to slip away. Seeing me like this, she pouted and said I treated her like a big tiger, rushing to escape. This girl was the eternal second place on the notice board, now transformed into a Gale Marksman, a profession with high burst damage and agility, a popular choice for solo dungeon runs. No wonder her homeroom teacher was excited. Barring any surprises, she'd easily rank among the top 3 in Dongling City during the major exam a month later. Situyu had outstanding looks and figure, standing around 1.75 meters tall with long legs, an oval face with delicate features, and a single ponytail that made her both beautiful and commanding. She was admired by many, regardless of gender. The reason I wanted to avoid her was that after I pushed her down to second place, she kept finding excuses to challenge me and even sat with me in the cafeteria, turning me into public enemy number one among the boys. Some guys even warned me to stay away from her, saying she was a rich heiress out of my league. I beat them up, and after she saw what happened, she beat them up again. I thought she would stay away from me after this, but she's still the same as always. She asked if my talent was B+ grade, and after I nodded, she asked if I'd be willing to team up with her to train in the wild, wanting to improve herself before the major exam a month later. I declined, saying I don't have any giant beast pets and that my profession is even worse than regular beastmasters. I'd just hold them back. But she insisted earnestly, saying it was settled. We'd meet at Dawn Guild Hall at 8 a.m. 3 days later. Humming a tune, she then skipped away cheerfully. There was no helping it. After 3 years of knowing her, I understood her temperament all too well. Once when I stood her up, she came straight to my house, barged into my bedroom in front of my parents, and nearly crushed me to death with a flying leap followed by a seismic body press. It took all my persuasive skills to convince them of our innocence. That girl really has some personality issues. I shook my head, clearing my thoughts, gathered my things and left school, hailing a taxi to Dongling City's trading market. I arrived at a free trading market where equipment, items, spirit herbs, beast companions, skill books, and other goods could be found in abundance. This market caters heavily to common folk, with mostly low-tier items for sale. Trying to buy skill books, materials, or equipment above B grade would be nearly impossible, as such items are genuine rarities in this remote corner of the world. Yet the market bustled with remarkable liveliness, filled with the clamor of voices. After all, Dongling City's workforce consisted predominantly of ordinary job changers, and their needs revolved precisely around these low-level resources. I glanced around the street stalls and noticed these beast companions all looked sickly, without even a single mystic tier beast among them. Beast companion tiers from low to high are common beast, magic beast, mystic beast, spirit beast, origin beast, divine beast, sacred beast, and primal divine beast. Each tier from common beast to origin beast is further divided into 9 grades from 1st to 9th. Divine beasts aren't graded but specially categorized, while tiers above divine beast, from low to high, are transcendent, legendary, epic, overlord, monarch, and cosmic. Without hesitation, I headed straight for the innermost part of the market, its most prosperous quarter. There's a wide variety of magical beasts here, perfect for a novice beastmaster like me. The only downside is they're pricey. Welcome. Are you looking for a domestic class magical beast or a battle class one? A salesperson approached with a warm smile. Battle class, I stated my purpose directly. Though the creatures here were clearly in better condition than market stall ones, most were domestic class, docile, adorable, but practically useless in combat. These artificially bred beasts weren't even worth using my bloodline appraisal skill on. Very well, sir. Our battle class beasts are on the 2nd floor. Please follow me upstairs. The salesperson's eyes lit up at my words, and her smile became even more genuine. After all, battle class beast companions were priced significantly higher than utility class ones, with each starting at over 100,000 gold coins. I overheard her thinking, if I close this deal today, my monthly bonus is secured, making her even more enthusiastic toward me. She gestured politely and swayed her hips as she led the way ahead. Customer, you've come at the perfect time today. Our shop just received a few beast companions of primordial beast caliber. I'm sure you'll leave satisfied today. As we headed upstairs, she smiled charmingly while making her pitch. I awkwardly rubbed my nose. Each primordial beast level companion cost over 3 million gold coins. To meet the conditions for unlocking the beast fusion talent, I'd need to buy at least 3, totaling nearly 10 million gold. There was no way I could afford that. My main goal today is still to find an ancient beast-level pet, aiming to select the one with the highest growth potential. I plan to use my pet fusion talent to synthesize its ultimate form, which will serve as my combat companion during my first job advancement phase. As for higher-level beasts, I'll consider them after I reach my second job advancement. After successfully becoming a beast tamer, you gain an empty pet slot, with an additional slot unlocked with each subsequent job advancement. This means that once I successfully complete my second job advancement, I'll need to find another giant beast to serve as a combat partner to boost my fighting power. From 1st to 9th job advancement, I'll need to contract a total of 9 giant beasts. These are no ordinary pets, each possesses formidable strength. It's said they can grow to wield power comparable to deities at their peak. The number of giant beasts that have appeared on Blue Star so far can be counted on one hand, and their offspring are absurdly rare. This is precisely why Titan-level beastmasters are considered the most financially ruinous profession in history. Cast aside like trash, even wealthy families can't shoulder such extravagant costs. Fortunately, I possessed the divine tier talent of beast fusion. When I reached the second floor, the sales attendant handed me a catalog and said, "Sir, this is our shop's complete illustrated guide to all available combat beast companions. There are 160 beast companions in total, 100 at the mystic beast level, 50 at the spirit beast level, and the final 10 are all precious origin beast level companions." She even thoughtfully opened it for me. At first glance, I spotted 10 beast pets at the origin beast level. As a new beast master, I was immediately captivated by the illustrations in the catalog. Though merely drawings, their ferocious auras seemed to leap off the page, their menacing or majestic forms, those attack-ready claws and fangs had me drooling with desire. But when I saw the price tags, I had to suppress my excitement. The golden-scaled python, an origin beast-level pet, 3 million gold coins. The diamond ape, 3.1 million. The thunderhorn leopard, 3.3 million. Far too expensive. My newly approved financial aid loan might barely cover one of their claws. "Let me browse alone," I said, politely declining the saleswoman's attentive service as I took the catalog and flipped straight past the origin beast section. Out of sight, out of mind. The spirit beast pets in the latter sections had far more reasonable prices. Two-headed hound, a spirit beast level companion beast, priced at 800,000 gold coins. Blaze tiger, priced at 850,000 gold coins. Gale wolf, priced at 500,000 gold coins. Most are under 1 million gold coins, barely within my acceptable range. Truthfully, I'm most optimistic about the two-headed hound. As a spirit beast level companion, it possesses dual water and fire attributes, boasts formidable combat strength, and has multiple evolution paths with high success rates. There was once a beast master who cultivated a two-headed hound that underwent a talent mutation, eventually evolving into the hellish divine beast two-headed hound. Though only at the lower transcendent tier among divine beasts, it could still overwhelm most professionals on Blue Star. Yet its 800,000 gold coin price tag makes me hesitate. I'm currently too poor. The price for a single companion beast must be controlled around 300,000 gold coins. "Sir, are you particularly interested in the two-headed hound? This one was carefully selected by our shop. Its affinity for both fire and water magic is exceptionally superb, with an extremely high chance of advancement. If you're hesitant, I can take you to see it. This little fellow is full of energy and won't disappoint you." The saleswoman, noticing my gaze lingering on the two-headed hound, immediately spoke up eagerly. I nodded. It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Only by seeing it in person could I use my bloodline appraisal skill to pick out the one with the most formidable final evolution. "Then I'll trouble you to lead the way." I set down the illustrated guide and smiled gently. "You're far too kind. This way, please." The salesgirl's smile widened as she bowed slightly and led the way. The shop's combat beast storage was located in a warehouse behind the main building. Following her inside, I saw cages of various sizes containing all manner of beasts, some fully grown, others still young pups. They saw someone entering and glared with ferocious eyes, emitting low growls from their throats. Chapter 7, Shadow Leopards and Unicorn Rhinos. Roar, roar, roar. The moment I stepped into the warehouse, piercing roars began reverberating incessantly in my ears. The variously shaped beast pets locked in cages all fixed their fierce gazes on Wong Chen. Although most of these beast pets were in their juvenile stages, not particularly powerful, their wild nature was undeniable, their icy stares carrying an intense pressure. If it were any other rookie who had just undergone their profession transition encountering them for the first time, they'd likely tremble with fear at this imposing display. But Wong Chen wasn't among those who would falter. He had excelled in every subject at school and had previously faced savage, brutal monsters head-on. The gazes of these little beast pets were fiercely wild, yet lacking true ferocity. To him, it felt no different than a gentle breeze brushing against his face. "Sir, to prevent causing harm to the beast pets, our shop hasn't used any restraining drugs on them. If they've startled you, we sincerely apologize." Seeing Wang Chen pause in hesitation, the salesgirl quickly offered this explanation. "It's fine, I'll take a look first." Wang Chen nodded in response without offering any explanation, walking straight towards one of the beast cages. Inside this particular cage crouched a panther with jet black fur that appeared almost illusory upon closer inspection, its form subtly flickering between solidity and shadow. As Wang Chen approached, the panther fixed its amber eyes intently on him, emitting a deep, rumbling growl of warning from its throat. Shadow leopard. A mystic beast tier creature companion. Wang Chen had seen it in the bestiary before, priced at 300,000 gold coins, just within his budget. Approaching the beast cage now, Wang Chen didn't hesitate and immediately activated his bloodline appraisal talent. Buzz buzz. An almost imperceptible fluctuation appeared, instantly enveloping the shadow leopard within the beast cage. At the same time, a stream of information surfaced in Wang Chen's mind. Shadow leopard, mystic beast, final evolution form, shadow god leopard, divine beast, transcendent tier. Wang Chen nodded in agreement. Not bad at all. A divine beast tier familiar is worth hundreds of millions of gold coins, and even across the entire Dragon Empire, they could be counted on one's fingers. This is quite an auspicious start to synthesize a divine beast upon encountering the first mysterious tier beast pet. However, after examining the shadow leopard's ultimate evolutionary form, Wong Chen didn't linger and immediately proceeded to the next one. There were still many beast pets here, so the shadow leopard could serve as a backup option for now. Gale wolf, spirit beast, ultimate evolutionary form. Howling moon silver wolf, origin beast. Flame tiger, spirit beast, final evolution form. Twin-winged demon tiger, origin beast. Lightning eagle, spirit beast, final evolution form. Sky eagle, origin beast. Moving from cage to cage, Wong Chen continuously used his bloodline appraisal skill to determine the ultimate forms of these beast companions. Yet what disappointed him was discovering these creatures, though higher grade than shadow leopards, only reached origin beast level in their final evolution, making them utterly unworthy of investment. It seems that a beast pet's potential isn't heavily tied to its initial rank. The initial rank merely determines the lower limit. The upper limit of its ultimate evolved form depends on other factors. As Wong Chen used bloodline appraisal to examine the final evolutionary states of various beast pets, an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Moreover, after using bloodline appraisal to observe the final form of the diamond demon ape, Wong Chen quickly confirmed the validity of his theory. Golden Fury Ape, Source Beast, Final Evolution Form, Mountain Colossus Ape, Divine Beast, Transcendent Tier. The Golden Fury Ape's initial tier is 2 full ranks higher than the Shadow Leopard, and its price differs by a factor of 10. Yet both ultimately share the same evolutionary ceiling, Transcendent Tier Divine Beasts. When placed side by side, the superior value proposition becomes self-evident. After seeing the Golden Ape, Wong Chen's interest in other beast pets of the origin or spirit beast level significantly diminished. He immediately headed excitedly toward the mystic beast level pet area. The saleswoman following behind Wong Chen didn't show any dissatisfaction as she watched him browse around casually. After all, purchasing a beast pet wasn't like buying cabbages, these were companions that would fight alongside their owners once chosen. Choosing an unsatisfactory one wouldn't just waste a substantial amount of money, but could even cost someone their life. One might say that selecting beasts was even more troublesome than women choosing cosmetics, involving a comprehensive consideration of various needs. While the salesgirl was lost in her thoughts, Wong Chen had already walked into the area where the mystic beast-level beasts were kept in the warehouse. Visibly, the beasts in this area had much weaker presences than what he had seen before. While the spirit beasts and Genesis beasts roared, these creatures all tucked their tails and remained eerily quiet. But Wong Chen wasn't disappointed by this. For others, a low-tier beast companion might mean weak combat ability. But for him, as long as these profound-tier beasts had high potential, he could elevate them in minutes to become creatures other beasts would look up to. I hope there's a real powerhouse in here, otherwise I'll have to settle for that Shadowstalker leopard today. Silently pondering in his heart, Wong Chen gazed at the surrounding beast companions with eager anticipation. Scarlet Feather Eagle, Mystic Beast, Final Evolution Form, Blazing Rock, Spirit Beast. Spiked Boar, Mystic Beast, Final Evolution Form, Tusked Boar King, Spirit Beast. Flame Gulper Python, Mystic Beast, Final Evolution Form, Heaven Swallowing Colossus, Primordial Beast. Unicorn Rhinoceros, Mystic Beast, Final Evolution State, Moongazing Divine Rhinoceros, Divine Beast, Transcendent Tier. It must be said that the variety of beast companions here was indeed comprehensive, leaving Wong Chen dazzled and overwhelmed. However, to his slight disappointment, after walking around and observing all the beast companions, only the unicorn rhinoceros's potential could rival that of the shadow leopard. As for the rest, only the flame-devouring python was barely worth considering. It seems my first beast pet will be chosen between a unicorn rhino and a shadow panther. Silently contemplating this, Wong Chen stopped in his tracks, feeling somewhat disappointed. Though divine-level beast pets would be unattainable dreams for other beast masters, for someone possessing the god-tier talent of beast fusion like him, they were somewhat underwhelming. Very well, after all, Dongling City is just a small town. Although it has a complete variety of beast pets, it still can't compare to those more prosperous major cities. I still have a chance, and a divine beast is more than sufficient for my current stage. With a sigh in his heart, Wong Chen prepared to choose between the shadow leopard and the unicorn rhino. But just at this moment, wah! A faint, milky cry suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head, he spotted 3 small creatures he'd overlooked in the corner cage, their clear eyes locking with his gaze. These were 3 icy blue frost lizards, each measuring 30 centimeters in length. They seemed to sense no malice in Wong Chen's gaze and stuck out their pink tongues at him. Adorably cute. Even though Wong Chen was a straight guy, this scene melted his heart a little. Such delicate little things, let's see just how far you can go. After some thought, Wong Chen cast a bloodline appraisal spell on the 3 fearless ice lizards. He hadn't held much hope for these ice lizards initially, as they looked too adorable and seemingly devoid of combat prowess. Yet the feedback information made his body tremble and his breathing grow rapid. Chapter 8, with an ancestral divine beast present, what trash are mere divine beasts? In the warehouse, Wang Chen breathed heavily, his gaze burning as he stared at the frost lizard. Frost lizard, mystical beast, final evolution form, ancient overlord frigid dragon, ancestral divine beast. Ancestral divine beast? Wang Chen never imagined that these three adorable creatures he had nearly overlooked possessed such astonishingly terrifying potential. It defied all heavens. Those were ancient divine beasts, a fearsome species never before seen on Blue Star. All existing classifications about the hierarchy of spirit beasts were pieced together from information gathered by job changers exploring ruins within mystical realms. But since this information was made public, the highest-ranked beast companion ever recorded on Blue Star was a Saint Beast level 5-colored dragon. That was the combat partner of the most formidable job changer in Dragon Kingdom's history, wielding power comparable to that of the gods. After the era of the 5-colored dragons, no sacred beast of the saint-level tier has ever emerged on Blue Star. Even many experts believe that sacred beasts represent the pinnacle of beast companion rankings. The so-called primordial divine beast was merely a figment of imagination, something that could never be taken seriously. For years, the existence of the primordial divine beast had been a subject of fierce debate across Blue Star. Wang Chen never imagined that today, he would be the one to resolve this age-old controversy. The primordial divine beast truly exists, and soon, it would become Wang Chen's contracted beast companion. If this news were to spread, it would likely drive the entire Blue Star into a frenzy, making countless people flock to him. The bloodline appraisal skill truly lives up to its divine-level talent, absolutely overpowered. His heart racing with excitement, Wang Chen stared at the frost lizard with blazing eyes, his gaze frighteningly intense. The three little creatures in the cage shrank together in fear under his gaze. Stay calm. I must stay calm. This news absolutely must not get out. My strength is still weak now. If word were to leak, there's no way I could protect these ancestral divine beasts. It's best to keep a low profile while making a fortune. Drawing upon his formidable self-control, Wang Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart, and his expression returned to its previous calm demeanor. However, because of his earlier odd behavior, the salesgirl seemed to have picked up on something. Sir, could it be, you've taken a liking to the frost lizard? She approached Wang Chen and hesitantly asked. Hearing this is the one. Wang Chen nodded calmly. Hearing his words, the salesgirl's expression grew conflicted. Sir, would you reconsider? The frost lizard is. As a professional salesperson, she shouldn't have spoken up after the customer made his decision. But the frost lizard was special. She couldn't bear to watch this handsome young man purchase what was essentially a decorative pet. It is well known that the frost lizard ranks at the bottom among mystic tier beast companions, barely stronger than magic tier beast companions. To compare, the shadow leopard that Wang Chen first encountered could easily take on 3 frost lizards simultaneously. Moreover, due to its cute and adorable appearance, the frost lizard is particularly popular among female professionals. Priced equally with the shadow leopard, it also costs 300,000 gold coins. The value for money ratio is outrageously low. Although the more expensive the beast companion, the higher the commission the salesperson would receive. Seeing Wang Chen's young and handsome face, she couldn't bear to lead him astray. From their brief interaction, she could tell Wang Chen was just a novice beast tamer who had recently transitioned into the profession, and likely had limited funds. Noticing the saleswoman's hesitant expression, Wang Chen couldn't help but smile. This sister has a genuinely kind heart. Silently contemplating, Wang Chen still firmly shook his head, politely declining the other's kind offer. What a joke! With the ancestral divine beast by his side, what use did he have for some mere divine beast? Very well, honored guest. Could you please indicate which one catches your eye, and I'll package it for you accordingly? Seeing Wang Chen's insistence, the salesgirl stopped trying to persuade him. Which one? I'll take all 3 of them. With a grand flourish, Wang Chen took out his phone and pulled up the payment QR code without hesitation. 3 ice lizards would cost 900,000 gold coins in total. The financial aid loan that had just arrived was drained before it even had time to warm his hands. But Wang Chen couldn't care less. This was an ancestral divine beast, the supreme existence among spirit pets. With it by his side, would he ever have to worry about money again? Seeing Wang Chen's lavish spending, the salesgirl was stunned. Could it be that? Had I misjudged him earlier? Was this handsome young man some whimsical scion of a wealthy family? However, her bewilderment didn't last long before being replaced by joy. This 90,000 gold coin deal would earn her at least 900 gold coins in commission. Right away, sir. I'll pack them all up for you. The salesgirl swiftly deducted 900,000 gold coins before bustling about. By the time Wang Chen left the shop, not only was he carrying a cage containing 3 frost lizards, but the enthusiastic salesgirl had also prepared some food for the reptiles. Warm Housing District. Located in the suburbs of Dongling City, it's a dilapidated residential complex built over 30 years ago. Wang Chen's home is room 302, building 9, purchased the year he tested into Dongling High School with his parents' lifelong savings. Walking home via Route 11, it was just 6 o'clock when he arrived. His parents hadn't returned from work yet. As usual, Wong Chen prepared the meal and placed it in the thermal container to keep warm before retreating to his room. Click. As the door closed, he eagerly took out the cage containing the frost lizards. By now, the three little creatures weren't as fearful as before, their amber eyes gazed at him with curiosity. The thrilling moment is about to arrive. With a surge of excitement, Wong Chen extended his hand, aiming it toward the ice lizards in the distance. Supreme grade talent Beast Fusion activate. Hum. An invisible ripple spread from Wong Chen's palm, instantly enveloping all three ice lizards. At the same time, a virtual panel visible only to Wong Chen appeared before his eyes. The virtual panel had 3 slots containing projections of frost lizards, with a synthesis button below the slots. So this is how the Beast Fusion talent manifests, how convenient. Excited by this sight, Wong Chen thought to himself as he firmly pressed the synthesis button with his willpower. In an instant, Wong Chen felt the majority of his mental energy drained, leaving him hollow, as if abruptly thrust into a state of post-clarity. Yet he paid it no mind, burning gaze locked firmly ahead. After he confirmed the synthesis, the 3 frost lizards within the cage were gradually suffused with azure light until they dissolved entirely into radiant orbs. Then, beneath Wong Chen's watchful eyes, the 3 orbs swiftly collided and began their slow fusion. Soon, the cerulean light spheres completely merged together, transforming into a singular crystalline orb of peculiar beauty. Bang! Bang! As the orb pulsed rhythmically, its radiance gradually dimmed until an extraordinary creature manifested before Wong Chen's eyes. Chapter 9, Ominous Portents, The Panic of Dongling City. Dongling City. Just after 6 o'clock, Dongling City was entering the peak rush hour. People who had been busy all day were leaving their workplaces, some taking public transportation, others walking to the light rail station. However, this serene scene was completely shattered by an invisible ripple that swept through. Everyone felt a sudden palpitation and involuntarily froze in their tracks. What happened? Why do I have this inexplicable sense of dread? What's happening? Just now, I vaguely sensed a terrifying power about to descend. The crowd that had come to a halt looked around in panic. Upon noticing others sharing the same bewildered state, everyone couldn't help but start murmuring among themselves. At that moment, people suddenly realized the surrounding light was growing dimmer. Is it going to rain? Someone looked up at the sky and uttered a questioning murmur. Vast dark clouds swiftly spread across the sky of Dongling City, shrouding the entire area almost in the blink of an eye. Hurry and leave. That might have just been an illusion. Wait, why is it suddenly so cold? Holy shit, am I seeing things? It's summer right now, why is it snowing? Noticing the dark clouds looming over the city, many people in open areas quickly sprang into action. But at that moment, a startled exclamation abruptly rang out, causing everyone to lift their heads and look toward the sky. And then, at this instant, everyone who raised their eyes skyward froze like petrified statues, standing motionless with utterly astonished expressions on their faces. Across the heavens, goosefeather snowflakes began swirling down in a magnificent display, swiftly blanketing Dongling City in silver-white splendor. Beep beep beep. A piercing alarm sounded. Chaos erupted in the area where the Eastern Mausoleum City Guard headquarters was located. Reporting to the Guardian, abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected in the city. Danger level. A member of the defense team hurriedly pushed open the door to the Guardian's office. But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Guardian, who stood by the window gazing at the distant sky. I know, danger level red. Gazing at the snowflakes drifting outside, the square-jawed Guardian's eyes were filled with profound worry. Red alert level corresponds to calamities capable of destroying entire cities. Should such a disaster strike, Dongling City, a third-tier municipality, would likely be wiped off the map in an instant given its limited defensive capabilities. Notify the mayor's office. Place the city on high alert. Bring all defensive magic arrays to full power. The square-jawed Guardian's voice trembled as he issued commands to his subordinates, a profound sense of helplessness weighing heavily upon him. Even with his strength having reached tier 4, making him unrivaled in Dongling City, when facing a disaster of crimson danger level, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. At this very moment, countless lofty figures throughout Dongling City, guardians of their status alike, paled as they gazed skyward. Buzz buzz. After the citywide alert was issued, a sharp siren reverberated through the skies above Dongling City. The dormant defensive array that hadn't been activated for decades rapidly enveloped Dongling City like rippling water. The illuminated sky brought trembling crowds a flicker of security, while simultaneously awakening terrifying memories long buried deep in their minds. The defensive array's been activated. Could it be those wild monsters are attacking the city? What on earth is happening? Why is this occurring? Can someone help me? I don't want to die. Despair and fear spread through the crowd like a plague, as everyone silently began to pray at that moment. Roar! At that very moment, an earth-shaking roar suddenly erupted. When everyone looked up, expressions of absolute terror appeared on their faces. There in the sky above Dongling City loomed an enormous creature. With just a slight stretch of her wings, she churned the clouds into rolling waves across the heavens. The light seeping through the gaps in the clouds allowed countless people to glimpse the full majesty of this colossal entity at this very moment. With twin horns upon its head and wings spread wide enough to blot out the sun, its streamlined body was covered in azure scales that exuded an icy, divine radiance under the sunlight, too dazzling to behold directly. A dragon? At this sight, expressions of utter astonishment overtook every face as incredulous exclamations burst uncontrollably from their lips. Dragons, those were at the very least divine beasts, mighty creatures standing atop the food chain of Blue Star, wielding unfathomable and tremendous power. Why would she appear in Dongling City? Roar! Another resounding dragon's roar echoed through the skies as the colossal dragon raised its head and let out a sky-shaking cry. Its enormous body circled a few times over Dongling City before it beat its wings and surged upwards into the cloud layers. Boom, rumble rumble. Thunderclaps echoed incessantly. The dragon vanished, and the dark clouds that had shrouded Dongling City dissipated along with it. Everything returned to normal, and Dongling City peacefully weathered this crisis. The outcome seemed universally welcomed. Not a chance. After the terrifying dragon and bizarre phenomena vanished, Eastridge City's guardians and the leaders of the corporate guilds could only collapse weakly onto the ground. With lingering fear in their hearts, every one of them issued identical orders. Check. We must uncover the reason behind everything that happened today. Warmth Residential Community. Wong Chen had no idea that fusing with his beast companion had caused such terrifying commotion. At this moment, he was gazing excitedly at the magnificent light sphere before him. Under his gaze, the light gradually condensed into a radiant sphere, within which the form of a bizarre creature began to materialize. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the dragons Wong Chen had seen in historical records, yet its physique was more slender and brimming with power, exuding an inexplicable aura of sanctity. Her entire body was covered in sapphire blue scales that shimmered like dazzling crystals under the light. A pair of delicate wings adorned her back, every intricate pattern upon them evoking breathtaking beauty. His eyes were an azure blue, currently filled with curiosity as they curiously sized up Wong Chen. Whoosh! So this is the final form of the frost lizard, the primordial overlord known as the polar drake? It looks extremely powerful. Wong Chen let out a long sigh, equally curious as he gazed at the frost dragon before him. Yet, with the frost dragon's emergence, the room's temperature plummeted precipitously, and visible frost began creeping across the floor where the dragon stood. Even with his newly enhanced post-job change physique, Wong Chen found himself barely able to endure the brutal cold now permeating the chamber. Next comes the most crucial step, making a contract with this little guy. Without hesitation, before the frost could spread further, Wong Chen reached out and cast Beast Taming Art on the Frostbane Dragon. Chapter 10, The Primordial Overlord Frostbane Dragon. In the bedroom. Buzz buzz. An invisible fluctuation surged from Wong Chen's hand, instantly enveloping the tiny frost dragon. Under the formidable effect of all beasts' affection, the power of the beast taming art increased 100-fold. Soon, two contract runes simultaneously merged into Wong Chen's and the frost dragon's foreheads. The next second, through the contract, Wong Chen sensed a strangely affectionate consciousness, while feeling an itch in his palm. Opening his eyes, he saw the frost dragon flicking its tiny tongue to lick his palm. Witnessing this scene, a smile blossomed across Wong Chen's face. From today onward, this little fellow would be his most intimate battle companion in this world. Little guy, hurry up and retract your magical powers. Holding the Sub-Zero dragon, which had an utterly dependent expression, in his arms, Wong Chen teased playfully in high spirits. Then, with a thought, he summoned the Sub-Zero dragon's attribute panel. Beast Companion, Primordial Overlord Frostbane Dragon. Nickname, None. Gender, female. Age, under 1 month, infancy stage. Level, 1. Rank, Ancestral Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 500, Intelligence 500, Constitution 500, Agility 500. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills. Frostborn Body, SSS Passive Skill. As an ancient overlord, the Extreme Frost Dragon is the physical manifestation of the ice elemental laws, granting 100% immunity to ice and water damage, 20% damage reduction from other magical attacks, and 20% mitigation against physical attacks. Extreme Frost Breath, SSS Active Offensive Skill. Unleashes a cone of Arctic Dragon Breath, dealing massive ice damage to enemies within range. Frozen Hells, SSS Active Offensive Skill. Summons Boundless Frost to freeze all targets in an area. Note, within the Frozen Hells domain, any enemy with lower wisdom than the Extreme Frost Dragon triggers instant death. Draconic Majesty, SSS Passive Skill. As the primordial apex predator and most ancient among dragons, enemies of lower tier than the Extreme Frost Dragon suffer a 10% reduction in all attributes. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, None. Description: 1. The primordial overlord, dragon of extreme cold, is the manifest embodiment of the ice elemental origin law. As the sole ancestral divine beast of ice attributes, its potential is limitless, capable of freely switching between combat and normal states. 2. Each time the dragon of extreme cold advances in rank, it is destined to awaken an SSS tier innate skill. Hiss. After examining Frozen Dragon's attributes panel, Wong Chen couldn't help but inhale sharply. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Just reached level 1, yet all 4 attribute stats have already hit 500 points. This is comparable to ordinary professionals who've just undergone their second-class advancement. Especially when Wong Chen saw that row of skills in the skill panel, envy literally made drool dribble from the corner of his mouth. Truly worthy of being an ancestral divine beast. Born with 4 SSS tier innate skills right out of the gate, and every time it ascends in rank, it's guaranteed to awaken another SSS tier innate skill. As is widely known, beast companions undergo 6 distinct growth stages from birth to their full potential, which are infant stage, juvenile stage, adolescent stage, adult stage, prime stage, and the ultimate final form. This means that when fully grown, the Frostbane dragon will possess 10 SSS tier innate abilities, such as the power of an ancestral divine beast. I'm absolutely loving this. Holding the icy cold frost dragon in his arms, Wong Chen couldn't bear to let go. Now if anyone dared to claim the giant beastmaster profession was trash, he'd immediately slap them across the face. Having contracted the frost dragon, all hidden professions would have to step aside in his presence. His heart pounding with excitement, Wong Chen nonetheless remembered to check his improvements. Name: Wong Chen. Class: Colossal Beastmaster. Level: 10. Talent: Beloved by all beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills: Beast Taming, S, Beast Restoration, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B. Strength: 70 points. Intelligence: 70 points. Strength: 70 points. Agility: 70 points. Unallocated attribute points: 0. Unallocated skill points: 0. Looking at his stats panel, Wong Chen nodded in satisfaction. Each of the 4 attributes had increased by 50 points, totaling 200 points collectively. This meant his current 4-dimensional attributes were now nearly on par with a level 20 professional. The only thing he lacked was proficiency in skills. This improvement was something Wong Chen had anticipated when he saw the attributes of the Frostbite dragon. In the current professional system of Blue Star, Beastmasters don't hold much advantage compared to others, even ranking near the bottom. This is primarily because a significant portion of a Beastmaster's strength depends on the contracted beasts they possess. The power level of these beast companions directly determines the overall strength of the Beastmaster. Every contracted beast companion provides their Beastmaster with a fixed percentage of attribute feedback based on their current growth cycle. This ranges from 10% during the juvenile stage all the way up to 60% at the ultimate form. Some might think cultivating a beast companion to its ultimate form only to receive 60% attribute feedback isn't worth the effort. But in reality, this kind of thinking is utterly absurd. You should know that every time a Beastmaster undergoes a class advancement, they gain a new empty pet slot. Currently, the explored level classification on Blue Star ranges from 1st to 9th advancement, meaning the highest number of pets a Beastmaster can contract is currently 9. Imagine the monstrous terror that could be created if 60% of the attributes from 9 pets, all grown to their ultimate forms, were stacked onto a single individual. No one dare even contemplate such power. However, achieving this is virtually impossible. The Beastmaster profession holds such terrifying potential, yet there are clear reasons why it remains so undervalued within the Blue Star occupational system. Evolving beast companions isn't like leveling up through monster battles. Each growth cycle advancement requires astronomical resource consumption. If this is true for ordinary beast companions, then the Frost Dragon with its primordial deity tier rank would undoubtedly demand even more staggering resources. Wong Chen could already foresee the solitary path stretching before him, one that would demand make money like crazy. This, really is a bittersweet feeling. Patting the Frost Dragon's head, Wong Chen couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Wah wah! As if sensing Wong Chen's worries, the Frost Dragon let out a childish squeal and gently nuzzled against his hand. Feeling the attachment transmitted through their contract, Wong Chen tenderly rubbed the Frost Dragon's head. Little one, from now on we'll be life and death battle partners. Let me think. What mighty and domineering name should I give you? Chapter 11. We must find him. Gentlemen. In a secret meeting room, the mayor of Dongling City lightly tapped his fingers on the table. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the red danger alarm that just occurred. His gaze grew solemn as he surveyed the assembled attendees. Seated around the conference table were all influential figures of Dongling City, presidents of major guilds, heads of top financial conglomerates, and formidable guardians of exceptional strength. At this moment, upon hearing the mayor's words, the assembled crowd exchanged uneasy glances, each pair of eyes concealing a trace of profound fear. The strange phenomena previously witnessed in Eastern Mausoleum City's skyline, along with that terrifying, monstrous creature, weighed upon their hearts like an immovable boulder. The power to alter a city's celestial phenomena. Should such terrifying force descend upon Eastern Mausoleum City, all their accumulated wealth and influence would prove as insubstantial as morning dew vanishing under sunlight. Honorable Mayor, someone suggested cautiously, perhaps we should first seek the Guardian's counsel before making any presumptuous statements? A portly middle-aged man sitting at the lower seats spoke bitterly. As these words fell, all eyes in the room turned toward the city mayor seated at the head position, and the square-jawed middle-aged man beside him. Is that so? Then let Guardians sit to brief us on the situation. After all, you are the most powerful individual in our dongling city. Your judgment is far more accurate than any of ours. Seeing the unanimous agreement from those present, the mayor also turned his gaze to the square-jawed middle-aged man beside him, speaking with utmost courtesy. Dongling City's guardian was named Sitohanan, a level 120 quadruple-class warrior. In terms of combat strength, all the assembled dignitaries combined wouldn't last against him in a fight even if he used just one hand. I think everyone is worrying a bit too much. Sitohanan, noticing all eyes were on him, took a sip of tea and spoke in a relaxed tone. Lord Situ, are you suggesting this red crisis alert won't affect our Dongling City? Hearing this, the group's expressions brightened with hope, yet still tinged with disbelief. That's right. Sitohanan nodded lightly and continued. Based on the professional equipment detection by the security team, and discussions between me and several experts, we unanimously believe that this celestial anomaly was likely caused by a mutated beast companion with extraordinary talents. As he spoke, Sitohanan waved his hand. A subordinate operated the equipment, projecting a terrifying figure onto the conference room's display wall. Hundreds of meters in length, its entire body clad in deep blue scales, with ferocious wings and massive dragon claws. Everything about it proclaims its identity. A dragon. I think what we should be discussing now is how to find it. After all, this is a dragon, and a rare ice attribute one at that, likely nothing less than an epic tier divine beast. After Sitohanan's words fell, the entire conference room collectively gasped in shock. The previously listless and apprehensive-looking big shots now had sharp glints in their eyes, their faces flushing with excitement. An epic tier divine beast? Though every person present had fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions in strength beyond third ascension, even they had to look up in awe before an epic tier divine beast. If they could befriend or better yet, recruit the master of this epic tier divine beast, the organizations they belong to would instantly soar to unimaginable heights. After all, throughout history, any professional who possessed an epic tier divine beast has achieved accomplishments of at least 7 transformations in their future. Such individuals become pivotal figures whose influence resonates across the entire Dragon Kingdom. We must find him and forge an alliance at all costs. At this moment, everyone present roared with frenzied determination in their hearts. Warm and cozy residential district. MMPH. MMPH. Upon hearing she was about to receive a name, the frost dragon excitedly waved her 2 tiny front claws, her face full of anticipation. Witnessing this scene, a smile tugged at Wong Chen's lips. Little one, you certainly can't wait, can you? Let me think. What should I name you? Embracing the frost flame dragon in his arms, Wong Chen carefully examined it. At this moment, the frost flame dragon's entire body was covered in sapphire blue scales, appearing as exquisitely carved as crystal. It shimmered with a dazzling halo under the light, resembling a finely crafted piece of art. As a cute girl, you probably wouldn't like names like Storm Dragon King or Ultimate Destroyer God. Lost in thought, Wong Chen suddenly had a spark of inspiration as he looked at the expectant face of the frostbite dragon before him, saying, how about this? As the saying goes, pure as ice, clean as frost. Since you're of the ice element, I'll call you Bingqing, Ice Purity. MMPH. MMPH. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the frostbite dragon, held aloft in the air, let out several joyous cries. Clearly, she was extremely pleased with her new name. Ha ha ha, then it's settled. Seeing the extreme frost dragon agree, Wang Chen set her down on the ground with a smile. Then, gazing at the little creature before him, brimming with reluctant affection, Wang Chen stretched out his hand. Let me introduce myself properly, I'm Wong Chen. From now on, we'll be battle partners sharing life and death together. MMPH. MMPH. Hearing this, the Frostwing Dragon extended her tiny dragon claw and placed it on Wang Chen's large hand. Her amber eyes sparkled brightly, looking utterly adorable. However, this serious demeanor of hers didn't last long. Gulp! A faint sound suddenly rang out. Little Bingqing embarrassedly covered her stomach, her expression extremely flustered. The next second, she immediately buried herself in Wang Chen's embrace, rubbing her little head against him affectionately. Wah! Its mouth continued to chirp incessantly. Sensing the intention transmitted through the contract, Wang Chen froze for a moment before a smile flickered in his eyes. So he's just hungry. Looks like that complimentary bag of frost bloom flowers will finally come in handy. Gently rubbing Bingqing's head, Wong Chen set her down and turned to leave the room to make preparations. Frostbloom, an F-rank magical plant, commonly grows in cold wilderness areas and is a favorite food for many ice-attribute magical beasts. Long-term consumption can slightly increase the chance for a beast to enter its next growth cycle. However, the probability is so negligible it's barely worth mentioning, as Frostbloom is merely F-rank, just slightly superior to ordinary plants. Walking through the living room, Wong Chen glanced at the time, casually turned on the TV, and then headed into the kitchen to start bustling about. The evening news broadcast was about to begin. Old Wang's favorite program to watch during his usual routine. Click. Just as Wang Chen was preparing a loving dinner for Bing Qing, his parents returned home from work. Mom, Dad, you're back. Wang Chen, who was fiddling with the frostbloom, called out, but no one responded. Mr. and Mrs. Wang, who had just opened the door to enter, looked pale, their clothes still damp with water stains. What happened? Turning his head to see this sight, Wang Chen felt his heart skip a beat. Chapter 12, The Beginner's 4-Piece Set. Warm residential community. The Wang Chen family of 3 sat neatly on the sofa watching TV together. The evening news for Dongling City was playing on the screen, where the beautiful anchor now wore a solemn and grave expression. According to information obtained by our reporters, the large-scale celestial anomaly and dragon that previously appeared over our city were in fact heavenly phenomena triggered by an extraordinary mutation of a beast companion's innate talent. Citizens are advised not to panic. The red crisis alert was accidentally triggered and will not affect Dongling City. To compensate for the shock this incident has caused, the city chief and the guardian have decided. Listening to the broadcast on the TV, Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly. He never would have imagined that using his beast companion fusion talent would cause such a colossal commotion. Well, it caused celestial anomalies across the entire Dongling City. As expected of the ancestral divine beast, the Frostbane dragon, isn't it? He silently thought to himself while gazing at the TV screen. The camera footage was somewhat blurry, showing an enormous, monstrous creature circling in the sky, occasionally roaring towards the heavens. Below it, countless people had collapsed to the ground in terror, their faces twisted with fear. With just a fleeting glance, he caught sight of his father Wang Jiangwo and mother Li Xiufan at a bus stop in a rapidly flashing image. In the frame, his honest and kind-hearted father held his mother in his arms, his body visibly trembling. Before Wang Chen could examine it closely, the screen went black. Old Wang, looking slightly pale, swiftly picked up the remote control. Stop watching. Both the mayor and the guardian have said it's fine, consider this matter over. Xiao Chen, how did your job selection ceremony go today? Pretending nothing was amiss, old Wang turned off the TV and asked while pursing his lips. Wang Chen opened his mouth, intending to tell his parents about the frost dragon to make them happy, but seeing his father's expression, he feared it might bring back memories his father wished to forget. Not bad, a first transferred beast tamer profession. I've already secured my beast companion, so I'll definitely be ready for the college entrance exams in a month. After some thought, Wang Chen decided not to mention his giant beast tamer profession to avoid worrying his parents. After all, they're all beastmasters, unless he says something, no one would be able to tell. Upon hearing their son's words, even though Mr. and Mrs. Wang hadn't fully recovered from their earlier shock, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Good. That's my son, Wang Jiangwo, a first-tier beastmaster right off the bat. And with your previous school performance, you little rascal, you should at least get into a top-tier university. Mr. Wang beamed with pride, thumping his chest in paternal satisfaction. The Queen Mother remained silent, but the smile in her eyes betrayed the pleasant surprise in her heart. Since the establishment of the vocational college entrance examination in Dragon Country, the nation's vocational universities have been categorized into 4 tiers. For top-tier universities, 21st-tier universities, 82nd-tier universities, and over 200 third-tier universities. The teaching capabilities and resources vary dramatically among these institutions based on their respective tiers. It's no exaggeration to say that the difference in resources between each level is at least tenfold. In his parents' simple understanding, getting into a first-tier university was the highest expectation they had for Wang Chen. Every year, fewer than 5 students from Dongling City could achieve this. If Wang Chen had even a chance of getting into a first-tier university, it would already be an immense honor that brought glory to their ancestors. However, faced with his father's earnest hopes, Wang Chen merely smiled without saying a word. A mere university? In the past, he would have been thrilled by this prospect. But now, having acquired 3 supreme talents and skills, while contracting with the ancestral divine beast, the primordial overlord Frost Dragon, Wang Chen's ambitions had already soared far higher. His goal had long been to reach the pinnacle, those 4 elite universities at the summit of Dragon Country. Only by gaining admission to a top-tier university could his talents be fully realized, and only then could he obtain greater resources. You must understand, the disparity in resources between first-tier, second-tier, and third-tier institutions is tenfold. The leading 4 top-tier universities possess combined resources that equal the sum of all other universities combined. Every year, outstanding graduates from these elite universities reach at least 4th transformation in strength. In a third-tier city like Dongling, they could immediately secure a guardian position, holding equal authority with the mayor, wielding power over life and death for millions. Of course, Wong Chen isn't planning to share this ambition with his parents yet. He'll wait until everything falls into place to give them a pleasant surprise. Hey brat, are you scheming something mischievous again over there? Wang Jiangluo saw his son smiling without a word and gave Wang Chen a pat on the shoulder. But he didn't press further. No one understood his own son better than him. Since childhood, Wang Chen had been extremely independent and capable of handling everything in perfect order, never requiring much worry from him. Come here. To celebrate your successful first job transition into a combat class, your old man prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, Father Wang pushed the box he had been clutching tightly since returning right in front of Wang Chen. Another gift? Hearing this, Wang Chen was pleasantly surprised. No wonder his parents had come home so late today, they had been preparing a surprise all along. Of course, go ahead and open it, Wang Jiangluo said with a hint of pride. Without hesitation, Wang Chen obediently opened the box. When he saw its contents, he pressed his lips together. A sharp longsword, boots of agility, necklace of courage, cloth armor of resilience. Inside the chest lay 4 pieces of equipment neatly arranged. Under the illumination, the equipment reflected a gleaming black iron sheen that made Wang Chen's eyes grow slightly moist. These 4 pieces of equipment were the renowned high school graduation set, also known as the Novice Starter Kit. Though the name sounded utterly unremarkable, for newly transitioned professionals, it provided considerable assistance. Mom, Dad. Wang Chen looked at his parents with deep emotion, his voice slightly hoarse. On present-day Blue Star, anything that could benefit a professional came with a hefty price tag. This 4-piece novice set was no exception, its combined cost reaching a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Wang Chen knew his parents had likely drained their life savings to purchase this equipment for him. You're about to graduate from high school, yet you still act like a kid. Mother Wang wrapped her arm around her son's shoulder, her face beaming with a smile as she said, Our family may not be wealthy, but whatever others have, you won't go without. Go quickly and try it on in your room, make sure this gear fits you properly. Beside him, although Father Wang didn't speak, his face was also filled with heartfelt joy as he gazed at Wang Chen. Hearing his mother's words, Wang Chen nodded emphatically, clutching the 4 pieces of equipment tightly in his hands, the resolution in his heart growing even stronger. His parents had toiled for him their entire lives. From this day forward, it was his turn to honor and care for them. Chapter 13 Heading to the Dawn Guild. Return to her room. Wang Chen fed the frostgrass to Bingqing before examining the novice starter set. Equipment, sharpened longsword. Type, melee weapon. Grade, black iron. Level requirement, level 10. Attribute, strength +5. Equipment, boots of agility. Type, armor. Grade, black iron. Level requirement, 10. Attribute, agility +5. Equipment, necklace of courage. Type, accessory. Grade, black iron. Level requirement, level 10. Attributes, intelligence +5. Equipment, sturdy cloth armor. Type, armor. Grade, black iron. Level requirement, 10. Attributes, constitution +5. All 4 pieces of equipment were merely the most basic of black iron grade, providing only attribute bonuses without any additional enchantments. Furthermore, the total attribute increase amounted to a mere 20 points, equivalent to the free attribute points gained by a professional advancing just 2 levels. With such trash-tier stats, even 4 pieces of equipment can fetch a sky-high price of 100,000 gold coins. This gives you an idea of how exorbitant the prices for higher-tier equipment must be. On present-day Blue Star, equipment is categorized into 3 main types: weapons, armor, and accessories. Their tiers, ranked from lowest to highest, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, stellar, solar flare, and divine artifacts. Each ascending equipment tier brings exponentially greater stat enhancements. Starting from bronze-grade equipment, various enchantment effects would be attached to gear, providing even greater boosts to professionals. Of course, compared to enhancement effects, the prices of these higher-grade pieces of equipment also rose accordingly. A few years ago, a top-tier gold-grade item with 3 enchantment attributes appeared in Dongling City's trading house, eventually selling at auction for a staggering 6 million gold coins. This price thoroughly shocked Wang Chen for several months. 6 million gold coins, that was an amount ordinary people, even regular professionals, couldn't earn in several lifetimes. This time, when I head to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, I can try exploring deeper areas. The higher the level of the wild monsters, the better their drop rates. Not only will I level up faster, but there's a good chance I'll get loot. Just obtaining a few bronze-tier items would vastly improve my parents' standard of living. After putting on his equipment, Wang Chen lay on the bed pondering his action plan for the coming days. 3 days later, Horizon Guild Hall. The clock had just struck 8, and the hall was already packed to the brim. Looking for a level 30+ healer to join a mission party. Willing to sign a contract, offering an additional 1,000 gold coins regardless of mission success. Step right up and take a look. Yours truly is a level 38 warrior in full in-game gear, tanky, hard-hitting, and built like an ox. Multiple expeditions into the Beastfang Mountains under my belt. Interested young masters or misses, don't hesitate to reach out. Peakspire Adventurer Guild Recruiting. All professions welcome rookies and veterans alike. Talent and skill are all we ask. Immediate formal contract upon joining with meals, lodging, and full benefits included. Coming and going, professionals were either passionately promoting themselves or looking for teammates to complete missions with, making the atmosphere in the guild hall as rowdy as a vegetable market. However, yet the passing crowd seemed utterly accustomed to this scene. Many even burst into genuine smiles the moment they stepped into the hall. Ever since the will of the multiverse awakened 700 years ago, the Blue Star had expanded thousands of times in size, giving birth to countless secret realms, dungeons, and wild maps. The Adventurers Guild Hall has remained as bustling as it is today for hundreds of years. Today, the Adventurers Guild has grown into a massive organization spanning the entire Blue Star, becoming a crucial hub linking nations and civilians alike. Countless professionals stream through its doors, registering as adventurers to take on quests for gold coins, venturing into wilderness maps with dreams of striking it rich. The wilderness map adjacent to Eastridge City is called the Beast Range, rumored to be inhabited by all manner of wild creatures. The deeper one ventures, the stronger and more numerous the wild monsters become. In the deepest areas, there even exist terrifying creatures with strength comparable to 4th or even 5th tier beings. Of course, this refers only to the depths. In the outer edges of the Beast Mountain Range, years of persistent hunting by adventurers have made the dangers relatively minor. Many ordinary people who haven't undergone job transitions still come to the Adventurers Guild to take on gathering tasks within their capabilities, supplementing their household income. Such as Wong Chen before his job transition. He had secretly registered as an adventurer with the guild behind his parents' and school's backs, taking on herb-gathering missions to help ease the family's financial burden. Indeed, as soon as the job selection ceremony ended, the flow of people visiting the Adventurers Guild at least doubled. Arriving outside the Dawn Guild, Wong Chen watched the flow of passing crowds, a faint smile appearing on his face. It's said that every year after the occupation ceremony concludes, the wild monsters in the outer regions of the Beast Mountain Range become highly sought after, creating a situation where a single monster becomes incredibly hard to come by. I wonder if that little brat Situyu has made proper preparations to venture deep into the Beast Mountain Range? With this thought quietly crossing his mind, Wong Chen stepped into the Dawn Guild Hall. That bastard Wong Chen, after promising to team up with me, he actually dares to be late? I'm absolutely furious. At the front desk of the Dawn Guild Hall stood a stunningly beautiful young woman. Her expression grew colder as she observed the bustling crowd around her. The girl stood about 1.75 meters tall with long legs and a slender waist. Clad in exquisite leather armor, she carried an azure longbow on her back. Her delicate features combined with an athletic ponytail gave her a strikingly beautiful yet formidable presence. Standing out among the crowd like a crane among chickens, she naturally drew countless gazes from those around her. Logically speaking, when such a beautiful girl appeared in the Adventurers Guild Hall, she should have immediately become the center of attention, drawing numerous attempts at conversation. Not to mention, the leather armor and longbow she wore clearly marked her as a ranged class archer. But upon closer observation, one could notice that while many sidelong glances were cast her way, all those gazes would nervously dart away the moment they landed on the token hanging at her waist. That token engraved with the characters Situ stole all the adventurers' courage to approach her. The mayor and Situ jointly govern Eastridge City. This saying has circulated in Eastridge City for decades, and anyone who dares to question it has grass growing several feet tall on their graves. The young woman was none other than Situyu. However, ordinary adventurers feared Situyu's status, but some young masters born into prominent families weren't intimidated in the slightest. On the contrary, they flocked to her like moths to a flame. Classmate Situyu, what a coincidence running into you at the Adventurers Guild. A slick-haired dandy with smarmy makeup pushed through the crowd, his face adorned with a fake smile. Chapter 14. What a waste of that handsome face. In Dongling City, Situyu was the true favored daughter of heaven. With an illustrious family background and breathtaking beauty, she had successfully transitioned into the special profession of a Gale marksman during the job selection ceremony. Her future prospects were boundless. All the scions of Dongling City's wealthy and powerful clans worshipped Situyu as their goddess, pursuing her with fanatical devotion. The slick-haired youth named Chen Hao was the sole heir of the wealthy Chen family conglomerate in this generation. Though he appeared somewhat foppish, his innate talents were actually quite impressive. During the job selection ceremony 3 days prior, he successfully transitioned into the combat class of Frost Mage, standing out as exceptional even among this year's entire batch of graduating students. Moreover, he had always been one of Situyu's most ardent pursuers back at Dongling No. 1 High School. Classmate Situyu, are you planning to accept a mission heading into the wilderness maps? You don't seem to have a partner yet. Why not team up with me? With fiery eyes fixed on Situyu, Chen Hao stepped forward wearing what he considered to be a gentlemanly smile. However, when Situyu turned toward the voice and saw him, a flash of disgust involuntarily crossed her eyes. Get lost. With a cold snort, Situyu had no intention of paying attention to this annoying fellow. Given her status and talent, she didn't need to take any of her peers in Dongling City seriously except that one particular fellow who made her grit her teeth in frustration. Hearing Situyu's one-word truth, Chen Hao's expression froze, though he didn't show any anger. Situyu was widely regarded as the ice queen of Dongling No. 1 High School, known for her aloofness toward everyone. The fact that she'd spoken even a single word to him today was nothing short of miraculous. Classmate Situyu, you must be well aware of the dangers of venturing into wilderness maps alone. There's really no need for you to push everyone away like this. With an ingratiating smile, Chen Hao pressed closer and said, I'm a first-tier Frost Mage. I've already formed a team with several classmates before coming here. Our squad lineup is very balanced. Joining us would guarantee your safety, and you'd level up incredibly quickly too. As if to strengthen his argument, Chen Hao waved his hand, and 3 more arrogant-looking young men stepped out from the crowd. Just as Chen Hao had pointed out, the combination of their professions was highly practical: warrior, assassin, priest, and now him as the mage. It formed the classic 4-member adventuring party. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that these 3 individuals were well-equipped, their gear faintly shimmering with a cyan glow, likely a coordinated set of bronze-tier equipment. Such a lineup could almost be considered top-tier among newcomers. After speaking, Chen Hao looked at Situyu with eager anticipation. He had a feeling the other party would likely agree to his proposal. However, Situyu gave a faint glance, her frosty face devoid of any expression. No interest. With that, she turned her head to scan the crowd around her. Having consistently ranked at the top of Dongling No. 1 High School for years, Situyu naturally possessed her own pride. A third-rate guy like Chen Hao, who merely got lucky with a decent profession change, wasn't even worth her notice. She had her own business to attend to at the Adventurers Guild today. How could she possibly let such an eyesore delay her important matters? However, surveying the restless crowd around her, Situyu's gaze grew increasingly hostile. That bastard Wong Chen, is he really going to stand me up today? Stamping her feet in irritation, Situyu fumed inwardly. Nearby, even someone as dense as Chen Hao could tell his goddess was waiting for someone after witnessing this scene. For a moment, he felt both anger and resentment boiling within him. After successfully becoming a first-tier Frost Mage, he now stood as one of Eastern Ridge First High School's foremost geniuses. Who else could possibly be more qualified than him to team up with Situyu? And who would dare make their goddess wait here? A shadow flickered across his eyes as Chen Hao took several aggressive steps forward. Classmate Situyu, it seems you've already chosen a teammate. I wonder which genius from our Dongling City has caught your eye. As he asked with a smile, Chen Hao inwardly sneered. He was determined to see who dared compete with him. Hearing this, Situyu paid no attention at all. Suddenly sensing something, her gaze drifted toward the guild hall's entrance, a peculiar light flashing in her eyes. A handsome young man was walking in through the door. Though dressed plainly, there was an indescribable transcendent air about him. The moment he appeared, he drew the attention of numerous adventurers. The young man was none other than Wong Chen. Seeing Wong Chen arrive, Situyu instinctively moved to greet him, but then she remembered how the scoundrel had dared to be late. Humph! With a cold snort, Situyu's face darkened. This young lady also has her pride to maintain. Entering the Dawnlight Guild Hall, Wong Chen's eyes were immediately drawn to that exceptionally refined and peerlessly beautiful girl among the crowd. Though the guild hall bustled with adventurers coming and going, Situyu's unique aura effortlessly eclipsed everyone else's radiance. Sorry for being late, got caught in traffic. Walking straight towards Situyu, Wong Chen said with a smile. Humph! Hearing this, Situyu snorted coldly, but a trace of secret delight flashed across her deliberately aloof face. This scoundrel actually knew to give me, this young lady, an explanation? Recalling how Wong Chen had always acted cold and indifferent before, Situyu's lingering displeasure instantly dissipated. Since you're being so sensible today, this young lady will forgive you. With her snow-white chin slightly raised, a smile finally appeared on Situyu's face. Alright, let's hurry to the reception desk to accept missions. The outer regions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range have been overcrowded recently. If we're late, we won't get a good spot. Sima said with a laugh, then turned and skipped towards the guild's front desk. Upon seeing this, Wong Chen rolled his eyes. Damn it! I was just 1 minute late. How did you make it sound like a crime? Shaking his head helplessly, he immediately quickened his pace to catch up. However, Wong Chen had barely taken 2 steps when someone suddenly strode over and blocked his path. Wong Chen? Is that really you? You, a giant tameless beast master without even a single beast pet, dare to come to the Adventurers Guild Hall to take on quests? Do you not know how to write the character for death? Chen Hao looked at Wang Chen with an exaggerated expression, speaking particularly loudly when mentioning the words giant beastmaster. As the words fell, the adventurers in the hall who had been admiring the handsome men and beautiful women burst into uproar. Giant beastmaster? No way! Could someone really be unlucky enough to get this class? I heard it's known as the most money-burning profession in history. Forget aristocratic families and financial conglomerates, not even an entire nation's resources could sustain it. For a moment, all the adventurers looking at Wang Chen's face wore identical expressions of sympathy. Such a handsome guy, yet ended up with a trash-tier profession as a giant beastmaster, what a shame. Chapter 15 Trouble Personified. Dawn Guild Hall. Wang Chen felt the surrounding gazes fixed on him and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His displeased gaze fell upon the flashy young man across from him. The youth had an utterly ordinary appearance, pale-faced with the look of someone who'd indulged too much yet was clad in outrageously expensive gear. Just a glance told Wang Chen everything he needed to know. This had to be trouble brought by that spoiled young mistress, sit to you. Thinking he was being unfairly implicated, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown and say, "Who are you?" "You?" Chen Hao seemed taken aback that Wang Chen didn't recognize him at all, his face instantly darkening with anger. "Fine way to act, Wang Chen. You're no longer the untouchable top student at school, just a worthless giant beast tamer, yet you dare look down on everyone? Ha! So what?" Wang Chen sneered upon hearing this. "Let me tell you, a trash profession like yours should know its place. Still dreaming of climbing the social ladder?" Chen Hao glared at Wang Chen, his tone dripping with arrogance. "I'd advise you to cut off all ties with classmates Sitayu, otherwise you won't even know how you died." "Oh, ha!" Upon hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen shook his head disdainfully and looked at Chen Hao with amusement. At this moment, he became even more convinced that Sitayu was nothing but a walking disaster. It was clearly Sitayu who had inexplicably approached him, yet in others' eyes, it had somehow become him trying to climb the social ladder, fantasized into some romantic rival. How utterly absurd. As for someone as foolish as Chen Hao, Wang Chen felt that even exchanging a few words with him was an insult to his dignity. Shaking his head in disdain, he strode forward toward the stage. "What do you mean?" Seeing Wang Chen's indifferent attitude, Chen Hao grew even more furious. With that, he reached out to grab Wang Chen. Crack! However, his hand was barely extended when it was slapped away, the tremendous force sending Chen Hao staggering backward. Wiping his hands clean with a tissue, Wang Chen cast an indifferent glance at Chen Hao, his voice icy cold as he spoke. "Can't be bothered with you. Don't push your luck." Opposite him, Chen Hao's expression drastically changed. The sheer humiliation of witnessing Wang Chen wipe his hands with such deliberate disdain made his face flush crimson with rage. Since childhood, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Wherever he went, wasn't he always the center of attention, showered with admiration? No one had ever dared to lay a finger on him. Wang Chen. Chen Hao let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes turning utterly vicious. "Daring to hit me, do you even know how to spell the word death?" "Ha!" Wang Chen let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, his eyes utterly indifferent. "Sorry about that, but I actually do know this. If you're unaware, I can teach you." With those words, Wang Chen took a step forward, looking down at Chen Hao from his superior position. "You?" Sensing the indifference in Wang Chen's eyes, Chen Hao felt a flicker of panic, but soon his arrogant demeanor returned. "Do you even know who I am?" Staring at Wang Chen, Chen Hao shouted wildly. "My father is one of the top 5 tycoons in Dongling City, with wealth beyond your wildest dreams. I am the only son of the Chen family, my status is as different from a mud-legged peasant like you as clouds from mud." Chen Hao finished speaking and glared viciously at Wang Chen. "You dare to lecture me? Take a look at your own shabby appearance first." Many adventurers in the hall had long been paying attention to this side. After all, watching youngsters fight over romantic rivalries counted as rare entertainment in their everyday lives. However, once everyone heard Chen Hao's words, the atmosphere instantly grew heated. The eldest son of the Chen family? No wonder this young man looks so familiar. Holy shit! To dare compete with the Chen family's eldest son over a love interest, this Wang Chen guy truly has guts. But look at young Master Chen's murderous expression compared to Wang Chen's utterly calm demeanor, the outcome's already obvious. That Chen heir is really too arrogant, spouting such things in public without caring about tarnishing his family's reputation. Seeing some excitement brewing, adventurers in the hall quickly gathered around, watching the scene unfold with playful amusement in their eyes. Moreover, many sets of eyes remained firmly fixed on Wang Chen. A youth as strikingly handsome as Wang Chen was a rare sight even in this era teeming with class dangers. Many female adventurers couldn't help but gaze at him with sparkling admiration. Such a fine young man awakened as a giant beastmaster no less, now targeted by the young master of the Chen family. Truly the pinnacle of wretched luck. These attractive female adventurers all planned to approach Wang Chen after the matter was settled, intending to comfort this little brother properly. However, these infatuated women were destined to be disappointed. Meanwhile, hearing Chen Hao's words, Wang Chen met his gaze without the slightest waver, even wearing a hint of mockery on his face. So what? You've painted yourself in such glorious colors, yet your goddess still can't be bothered with you. Wang Chen chuckled disdainfully, clearly not giving any weight to Chen Hao's words. This clueless rich kid was just begging for a beating in his eyes. With that, he turned and walked toward the reception desk. You, Chen Hao, who'd just been stabbed in the chest, glared at Wang Chen's retreating figure with eyes nearly spouting flames. Bastard, how dare you humiliate me like this? With an angry roar, Chen Hao strode quickly towards Wang Chen, intending to stop him. At that moment, a slender figure suddenly stepped between the two. Chen Hao, I'll say it one last time, get the hell away from me. Wang Chen is the teammate I've chosen. If you dare question him here, do you want a beating? Sitiyu's icy gaze bore into Chen Hao, the fury in his eyes unmistakable. See to you, you. Chen Hao stared at Sitiyu in disbelief, his face contorted with utter humiliation. Are you out of your mind? Teaming up with Wang Chen, that trash-tier gigantic beast master? Look at his pathetic state, he's still wearing the Novice starter set. Chen Hao practically spat the words, his expression bordering on hysterical. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined his goddess would actually stand up for this dirt-poor nobody Wang Chen. One is a wealthy young lady from an elite family, the other is a poor guy who can only afford basic starter gear, utter garbage tier profession. The disparity between their social standings was like heaven and earth. What humiliated Chen Hao even more was that this young master of a financial dynasty, in Sitiyu's eyes, couldn't even compare to Wang Chen. So what? Sitiyu looked at Chen Hao with disgust, her expression utterly indifferent. Even if Wang Chen didn't undergo the job transfer, he's still thousands of times better than trash like you. With those words, Sitiyu turned to Wang Chen and said, don't bother with this garbage. Let's hurry up and register as adventurers so we can take missions in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. With that, she stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chen's arm without hesitation, pulling him toward the stage, her earlier haughty demeanor toward Chen Hao nowhere to be seen. This scene not only shocked the onlookers among the adventurers but also struck Chen Hao like a bolt from the blue. Chapter 16, This is simply too envious. A wealthy young lady throwing herself at a commoner? The Dawn Guild Hall erupted in an uproar the moment Sitiyu made her appearance. Are you insane? Can such a dramatic scene straight out of fantasy novels actually happen in real life? And what's more, everyone present could clearly see that when Sitiyu grabbed the commoner boy's arm, he actually wore an expression of reluctance on his face? Good heavens! Could it be that someone had cast an illusion skill above fourth turn in the guild hall? At this moment, everyone began doubting their very existence. The lobby front desk. As everyone could see, Wang Chen was indeed very reluctant at the moment. Feeling the warmth radiating from his arm and that faint, elusive fragrance, Wang Chen slightly furrowed his brow. Back in school it was one thing, but now you're pulling this stunt in public, Sitiyu. My spotless reputation is about to be ruined because of you. Men and women shouldn't touch each other improperly. Muttering these words, Wang Chen slapped Sitiyu's hand away with obvious disgust. Her hand was swatted away, Sitiyu widened her gem-like beautiful eyes, her face blossoming into a radiant smile, and then, she pounced directly onto Wang Chen. What a pity. Missed. The moment Wang Chen saw the grin on Sitiyu's face, he knew this girl was about to act up again. Just as expected. Shaking his head, Wang Chen reached out to restrain the wild and flailing Sitiyu. Are you done yet? Hurry up and take the mission, or there won't even be scraps left, he said helplessly. Yet hearing his words, Sitiyu didn't budge an inch. Instead, Wang Chen's eyes gleamed intensely as they darted up and down. As I suspected, your talent is absolutely not merely B-rank. Staring at Wang Chen, Sitiyu spoke with absolute conviction. A flash of surprise flickered through Wang Chen's eyes at these words. How did this girl figure it out? But he had no intention of admitting it. Shaking his head, he prepared to deny everything. Hey, Wang Chen, are you planning to brush me off with some excuse? You'd better come up with a good excuse. Seeing Wang Chen's expression, Sitiyu's rosy lips curved into an elegant arc. I'm a first-rank swift-wind archer with inherent speed advantages. That lunge of mine just now held absolutely nothing back. No regular beast tamer could have possibly dodged that, Sitiyu said with a smile. As the words fell, a glowing screen suddenly appeared before Wang Chen. Name, Sitiyu. Occupation, Gale Archer. Level, 10. Talent, Wind Saint's Mark, S. Skills, Gale Stride, A. Phantom Arrow, A. Rapid Volley, B. Battle Endurance, B. Strength, 20 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 15 plus 25 points. Constitution, 15 plus 35 points. Agility, 20 plus 40 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Unallocated skill points, 0. This was none other than Sitayu setting his status panel to display mode for Wong Chen. Seeing this, Wong Chen could only smile wryly. Holy moly, this girl's definitely got screws loose. On the present-day Blue Star where careerists flourish, attribute information is a professional's greatest secret, something many wouldn't even reveal to their own family. After all, knowing a professional's attribute information allows for targeted strategies to be formulated. Once leaked, the professional's life and safety would face grave threats. Seeing Sitayu act this way, Wong Chen felt overwhelmed with pressure. However, in his helplessness, as he looked at Sitayu's attribute information, he couldn't help but secretly marvel. He had long heard about the Gale Archer special profession. Not only did it possess incredibly high burst damage, but its agility was also extraordinary. Seeing you today truly proves it. Just after the job change, his strength and agility attributes both reached 20 points, twice that of Wong Chen before contracting any beast companion. His total attributes even soared to 70 points, a full 30 points higher than the average giant beastmaster profession. What's more, he possesses an S-tier talent. No wonder the leadership of Dongling First High became so exhilarated after his job transition. Of course, if that were all there was to it, Wong Chen wouldn't be particularly surprised. Name, Wong Chen. Occupation, Giant Beastmaster. Level, 10. Talents, Favor of 10,000 Beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine, dot. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Recovery, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, dot. Strength, 70 plus 5 points dot. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points dot. Physique, 70 plus 5 points dot. Agility, 70 plus 5 points dot. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points dot. Unallocated skill points, 0 points dot. Having contracted the ancient overlord, the Frostfawn Dragon, Wong Chen's four-dimensional attributes now far surpass Sitayu by a mile. What truly astonished him were the attribute increases provided by Sitayu's equipment on her stats panel. A total of 140 attribute points boost had this girl put on a full set of silver tier gear? Damn! This little rich girl is absolutely infuriating. Just showing off in front of us hard-working folks. Humph. Watch me find some excuse to brush you off. For a moment, Wong Chen fell into silent contemplation. Nothing more to say? Hurry up and confess to me, honestly. Seeing Wong Chen's silence, Sitayu smiled brightly and said, "Better forget it. I'm afraid knowing the truth might make you question your entire existence." After a moment's thought, Wong Chen lightly shook his head and turned to walk toward the front desk. You're utterly despicable." Hearing this, Sitayu's expression froze before she bared her claws and chased after Wong Chen. She had even revealed such confidential attribute information, yet this detestable fellow was still keeping secrets to himself. This is simply intolerable. You despicable brat, show me your attribute panel. Hurry up, please. Sitayu came bouncing after Wong Chen, unwilling to give up the chase. Unfortunately, Wong Chen remained completely unmoved by the sweet words and coaxing. What a joke! As an upright gentleman through and through, how could I possibly succumb to such petty temptations? In the hall, numerous adventurers were utterly bewildered by the sight of Wong Chen and Sitayu engaged in what appeared to be playful banter. Sitayu was, after all, the eldest daughter of the Situ family, Tianling City's unparalleled phoenix among mortals. No one expected to see this young noble lady persistently pursuing a commoner boy in the Adventurers Guild Hall. How enviable. Why don't I ever get such good fortune? Everyone thought sourly to themselves. And witnessing this scene, Chen Hao suffered 10,000 points of psychological damage. His face flushed crimson, darkened to purple, then turned ashen, putting on a vivid face-changing performance for everyone to see. Humiliation, resentment, fury. At that moment, raging flames of anger ignited in his heart, his entire face twisting with jealousy. What exactly makes me inferior to that country bumpkin Wong Chen? Lowering his head and grinding his teeth, Chen Hao clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The interaction between Wong Chen and Sitayu felt like a sledgehammer, ruthlessly shattering what little pride he had left. Chapter 17. Damn it, you got to show off again. The reception desk of the Union Hall. Having shaken off the persistent Sitayu, Wong Chen took the registration form handed to him by the receptionist. Yet he merely glanced at it before directly slapping it onto Sitayu's face. What do you mean? Sitayu's head popped up from behind the form, his face full of bewilderment. I don't need registration. I've been an officially registered adventurer for years already. Casually explaining this, Wong Chen asked the receptionist for a copy of today's mission listings. At the Adventurers Guild, apart from standard missions like collecting magical materials or exterminating wild monsters, individuals or groups could also post bounty requests for adventurers to undertake. Compared to standard missions, these bounty tasks offered far more generous rewards, but naturally, their difficulty scaled accordingly. Previously, due to insufficient strength, Wong Chen had only taken on fixed tasks. Now that he had officially changed professions, he could finally check out the bounty missions he'd been longing for. Wow, Wang Chen, you actually dared to enter the Beast Mountain range before changing professions? No wonder I could never catch up to you, so you've been secretly working this hard all along? Sitiyu wore an indignant expression, her gem-like eyes fixed intently on Wang Chen. Being stared at by these beautiful eyes, Wang Chen inexplicably felt something was off. Holy crap, how does me earning extra money after school to support my family suddenly sound weird when you say it? Hurry up and fill it out, we don't have much time. With a resigned roll of his eyes, Wang Chen pushed Sitiyu toward the table to fill out the registration form, then began checking today's mission list. Mission 1, Seeking Twin-Winged Demon Tiger Cub. Difficulty, A rank. Reward, 2 million gold coins plus 1 random warrior class level 50 skill book. Mission 2, Harvest Demon Star Grass. Mission difficulty, level B. Mission rewards, 1 million gold coins plus a set of magical recovery potions. Mission 3, 30 razor claws from Swiftwind Direwolves. Mission difficulty, C class. Reward, 500,000 gold coins plus 1 copy of the Flame Burst skill book. The mission list was dazzling, each reward making Wang Chen's heart flutter with desire. Just completing one of these top-tier missions could comfortably sustain an ordinary person for a lifetime. However, these quests were nothing more than window dressing for Wang Chen. There was simply no way he could take them on. Adventurer guilds across the lands categorize quests into different tiers based on difficulty, ranging from the lowest F rank to the highest S rank. Of course, such ranking systems aren't standardized everywhere. Dongling City was merely a third-tier metropolis, where the S-rank missions issued by its Adventurers Guild would likely be downgraded to mere A or B rank in more prominent cities. Because when determining task difficulty levels, the strength of adventurers in the guild's region is also taken into account as a benchmark. Moreover, each rank of quest comes with its own access requirement to prevent certain adventurers from overestimating their abilities and accepting tasks they simply cannot complete. For example, the first task on the mission list is an A-rank mission, requesting the purchase of a twin-winged magic tiger's cub. The twin-winged demonic tiger is a level 70 wild monster that roams the central regions of the Beast Ridge Mountains. To challenge it, one would need either a party of second-tier adventurers or a lone wanderer possessing third-tier strength. Under the task acceptance requirements, it's clearly stated that a minimum 4-member team with all members at level 60 is required to take on this quest. With a glance full of envy, Wang Chen silently scrolled to the bottom of the mission list, picking out tasks suitable for a newbie like himself. Soon, Wang Chen found a rather satisfactory task in the mission list. The difficulty levels of these tasks all fall within the D and E ranks. As for the lowest ranked F-level tasks, Wang Chen didn't even bother looking at them. F-rank tasks typically involve gathering magic-rich herbs in the outermost fringes of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Even before his class transition, he could complete such tasks effortlessly. Taking missions of this caliber now would offer absolutely no value for effort. Sliding through the task list with his finger, Wang Chen read the task description, his expression tinged with hesitation. Task 326, request for 30 golden snake grasses. Task difficulty, rank D. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Mission 327, 10 golden scale python gallbladders. Mission difficulty, D rank. Mission reward, 100,000 gold coins or a skill book of equivalent value. Mission 328, 40 eyeballs of demonized goblins. Mission difficulty, E rank. Mission reward, 60,000 gold coins. These 3 missions are the most cost-effective among D rank and E rank assignments. Especially the first 2, Mission 326 and Mission 327, they can even be completed simultaneously. Golden serpent grass is a magical plant that only grows in areas inhabited by golden-scaled pythons. Golden-scaled pythons are level 35 wild monsters, living in groups and possessing massive bodies. Their snake gallbladders serve as excellent magical materials that can enhance the vision range of low-level professionals, proving particularly useful for archer-class professions. Additionally, python meat fetches a decent price in the trading markets. However, Wang Chen's hesitation at this moment wasn't because the golden scale python was too high-level. Perhaps other rookie professionals who just changed jobs would feel terrified of the golden scale python. But now that Wang Chen had contracted the ancestral divine beast, primordial overlord, extreme cold dragon, although his own level was a weakness, simply unleashing ice pure would allow him to fight even against level 40 wild monsters. His main concern was whether this fellow Sitiyu could handle it. It'd be troublesome if she ended up dragging them down. Wang Chen, haven't you finished picking yet? Just as Wang Chen was lost in thought, someone abruptly snatched the mission list from his hands. Why hesitate when accepting missions? Let's just pick the ones with the highest rewards. Sitiyu said with an enigmatic confidence, her face wreathed in a bright smile. But, when she turned her gaze to the task list, her expression froze instantly. D rank? With a gasp, Sitiyu quickly covered her small mouth, staring at Wang Chen in utter disbelief. How dare you? A fresh rookie who just changed jobs, attempting a D rank mission? Isn't this seeking death? What? Scared? Seeing Sitiyu make that expression, Wong Chen casually responded. If you're scared, you can team up with others. TCH. Hearing this, Situyu curled her lips in disdain. So irritating, you're showing off again. Thinking silently to herself, Situyu's face soon regained its confident smile. If you're not afraid, why should I be? I'm just worried you'll hold us back later. Let me see which quest we should choose. Suppressing her unease, Situyu moved her delicate fingers across the quest list. Yet as she kept looking, her fair face gradually flushed red. Golden scale python? The gallbladder of this thing is extremely beneficial for novice archers. Wong Chen chose this mission, could it be? Chapter 18, do all youngsters these days have such reckless courage? Hey, can you actually do this or not? At the Adventurers Guild reception desk, Wong Chen eyed Situyu's flushed face skeptically as he asked his question. Ha! Hearing this, Situyu responded with a guilty murmur, fumbling as she handed over the mission list. Just pick whatever, I'll match you all the way, she said weakly with a lack of vigor. This feels weird. Taking hold of the mission list, Wong Chen muttered under his breath. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Since Situyu wanted to hand off responsibilities, he'd just make the decision himself. Hello. Placing the mission list before the receptionist, Wong Chen politely greeted her and said, I'd like to accept mission numbers 326 and 327. This is our adventure card. As he spoke, Wong Chen handed over his and Situyu's adventure cards as well. Alright, sir, please wait a moment. Hearing this, the receptionist girl smiled in response before lowering her head to busy herself with work. However, just job changed? When she swiped to view the information on Wong Chen and Situyu's adventurer cards, she couldn't help but let out a startled exclamation. Sir, would you like to reconsider? The golden-scaled python is a level 35 wild monster. The receptionist girl looked at Wong Chen and Situyu with an expression like she was staring at freaks. For two freshly transferred beginners to take on a D-rank mission in her eyes, it was practically no different from committing suicide. Are young people these days always this reckless? Thanks for your concern, but we've already made up our minds. Wong Chen was grateful for the receptionist's kindness, but he shook his head without hesitation. He had entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range to quickly improve his strength and earn some money along the way. He had no intention of competing with other newbies for those pitifully weak wild beasts. Upon hearing his words, the receptionist hesitated. She truly couldn't bear to see such a handsome young man go to his death in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Seeing Wong Chen's insistence, she silently nodded in agreement. Alright, please wait a moment. In the hall, the adventurers who saw there was no spectacle to watch all went back to their own business. But when everyone heard the receptionist's startled exclamation, all eyes involuntarily turned to Wong Chen and Situyu. Holy shit! Did I hear that right? The golden-scaled python, are these two kids seriously planning to take on a D-rank quest right away? They must be crazy. Absolutely bonkers. They just got their professions and are only level 10, are they trying to become snake food for that python? Are all young people these days so reckless? I remember my first mission after job selection was just dealing with level 10 red-eyed rats. The crowd erupted in murmurs, everyone feeling as if they'd heard auditory hallucinations. A rookie challenging the golden-scaled python, that's a full 25 level gap. If you want to die, at least choose a less stupid way. For a moment, all the adventurers gazed at Wong Chen and Situyu with pity in their eyes. Holy shit, these two look so gorgeous, too bad they're completely brain damaged. In the crowd, Chen Hao, who was boiling with resentment, was also drawn to these discussions. Wong Chen, a country bumpkin remains a country bumpkin, completely lacking any sense of self-awareness. A cold smile twisted Chen Hao's face as he looked at Wong Chen with utter disdain. He and his classmates formed a standard 4-person squad, with everyone equipped at least with bronze-tier gear. Even though such a lineup would be considered luxurious among beginners, Chen Hao still didn't dare challenge the golden-scaled python. He simply couldn't comprehend whether Wong Chen had consumed the courage of a leopard, an idiom meaning extreme bravery, or had gone completely mad to accept such a difficult mission. However, Chen Hao's cold smirk twisted into something ugly the moment Situyu signed the mission acceptance form without hesitation. He felt like a knife had been plunged straight through his heart. Damn it! Wong Chen's gone mad. The goddess actually went along with his madness too? What on earth is going on with this world? Damn it, Wong Chen, what kind of bewitching potion did you feed Situyu? With these thoughts running through his mind, Chen Hao's face twisted into a visage as terrifying as a demon's. The deadline for a D-rank mission is 1 month. If the mission item isn't submitted within a month, the mission will automatically be deemed a failure. After entering the information into the system, the receptionist handed the adventure card to Wong Chen while giving this reminder. Thank you, I appreciate your efforts. Wong Chen politely nodded his thanks while holding the result card, then turned to look at Situyu. Alright, it's time for us to depart now. The monorail to Behemoth Mountain Range runs every 30 minutes. If we head to the platform now, we can just catch the next one. As he spoke, Wong Chen took Situyu and left the Adventurers Guild Hall directly. As for those scrutinizing gazes and whispers, he simply paid them no mind. Just because others couldn't do something didn't mean he couldn't. After the two of them left, the gathered adventurers shook their heads and stopped paying attention to this minor episode. Only one person remained, staring with venomous eyes at the retreating figures of Wong Chen and Situyu, not looking away even after they had disappeared from sight. What should we do now? How? A pockmarked youth patted Chen Hao's shoulder, snapping him back to attention. What should we do? Chen Hao replied with venom in his voice. Since they've taken on the mission to hunt the golden-scaled python, we'll take it too. I refuse to believe that just two of them, no matter how strong, can outmatch the four of us? Hearing Chen Hao's words, the three youths who had gathered around all wore hesitant expressions. In their eyes, the only reason Wong Chen and Situyu dared to accept the golden-scaled python mission was because of Miss Situyu's status. The Situ family was the most elite aristocratic household in Dongling City. Heaven only knew how many life-preserving equipment and artifacts they'd prepared for their young mistress Situyu. For all we know, there might even be three-turn experts secretly guarding her. While their families could be considered upper-class in Dongling, they paled in comparison to Situyu's status. How could they possibly measure up? What? Seeing the hesitation on his three companions' faces, Chen Hao frowned with undisguised displeasure in his tone. Does my word mean nothing now? He glared at the three companions as he spoke. Not at all. Under Chen Hao's piercing gaze, the three youths hurriedly shook their heads in denial. The gap between them and Situyu was as vast as heaven and earth, and the difference between them and Chen Hao was also considerable. So at this moment, they didn't dare to contradict Chen Hao at all. They could only curse Wong Chen fiercely in their hearts. Damn Wong Chen, what are you, a country bumpkin, trying to prove in front of Situyu? Don't let us run into you alone later, or you'll regret it. With resentment in their hearts, the three walked to the front desk wearing expressions as if their parents had just died, ready to begin registration. Chapter 19, Preparations. Since the awakening of the multiverse's will, the area of Blue Star has expanded tens of millions of times. The distances between cities have likewise increased tens of millions of times. These additional areas are covered by mountains, lakes, swamps, and wastelands teeming with wild monsters. Now, traveling from one city to another is farther than crossing borders in Wong Chen's previous life. The Beast Mountain Range is a massive wild monster habitat located 300 miles east of Dongling City. The wild monsters inside span an enormous range of levels, from the lowest tier level 10 red-eyed rats and crippled skeleton soldiers all the way up to level 100 mountain forest apes and twin-headed demon wolves, which rival human triple-class professionals. For the professionals of Dongling City, the Beast Mountain Range is their paradise for leveling up and gathering resources. Choo-choo. Next stop, Beast Mountain Range Station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. As the light rail arrived at the station, Wong Chen and Situyu, along with a large crowd of professionals who had just accepted missions at the Adventurers Guild, surged off the train. As soon as Wong Chen set foot on the platform, a desolate aura swept over him. Coming from Dongling City to the Beast Mountains felt like traveling through time from a world of advanced technology to a primitive one. Here, there were no towering skyscrapers or technologically advanced gadgets in sight, only an endless expanse of wilderness, forests, and in the distance, a massive mountain range that sprawled like a giant dragon crouching on the earth. Roar! Here, one could occasionally hear the roars of wild monsters, as well as the panicked screams of novice professionals being chased by them. Is this the Beast Mountain Range? Why does it feel different from what I saw on TV? Situyu surveyed the surroundings with a puzzled expression. To be precise, this isn't quite considered the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range yet. Hearing this, Wong Chen explained. This is just the outermost periphery, usually only inhabited by ordinary people who haven't undergone job selection, and newbies like us who've just completed our job transitions. The monsters that appear here are generally harmless creatures like demonized rabbits or other small animals with little offensive capability. You've seen the introduction about the Beast Mountain Range on TV, but those scenes only show what happens deep inside. Oh, Situyu nodded, then blinked and turned her head curiously, asking, Wong Chen, I've heard that Beast Mountain Range is swarming with bounty hunters. Many professionals who enter aren't killed by wild beasts but by these bounty hunters. Have you ever encountered any before? Upon hearing her question, Wong Chen subconsciously rubbed his nose. Where there is light, there is darkness. As the will of the heavens awoke, the professionals emerged. In this era where great power resides within individuals, formidable strength enabled humanity to safeguard their current homeland, while simultaneously awakening the darkness in some people's hearts. Bounty hunters are one such example. They are human scum who will stop at nothing for money. They usually hide among the working class, enjoying the peace earned by others' hard efforts, but once they enter the wilderness, they turn into vicious wolves, preying especially on lone professionals. Stealing belongings, taking lives, there's no evil they won't commit. Thinking this, Wong Chen rolled his eyes at the curious Situyu. Elder sister, can't you think better of me? He said with some speechlessness. If I hadn't changed professions before, do you think I'd still be alive after encountering a bounty hunter? At this moment, Wong Chen became even more convinced this girl had serious issues, otherwise how could she possibly ask such a stupid question? However, Sitayu completely missed the disdain in Wong Chen's tone. On the contrary, her face now wore an indignant expression. It's best if we don't run into them. I've long heard those troublemakers are capable of any evil. If they dare cause me trouble, I'll turn them into porcupines with my arrows one by one. Clenching her delicate fists, Sitayu put on a vicious expression. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen couldn't help rolling his eyes, looking at Sitayu as if she were an idiot. Bounty hunters may be villains, but they're not fools. Causing trouble for the eldest miss of the Situ family in Dongling City? That'd be like an old man hanging himself itching to cut his own life short. Unless these fools no longer wish to survive in the Beast Crest Mountains. With this thought, Wang Tang glanced at the token-like ornament hanging from Sitayu's waist. With this emblem present, nobody in the Beast Crest Mountains would dare provoke her except perhaps those blind wild monsters. Hey, what do you mean? Don't you believe what I'm saying? Seeing Wang Chen's disinterested expression, Sitayu wrinkled her cute little nose in dissatisfaction. No, how could Miss Sita possibly be wrong? Hurry up, we still have to stay in the Beast Mountain range for a while, and we need to prepare some things. Wang Chen shrugged his shoulders without arguing with Sitayu, fleeing the platform as if desperate to escape. Entering the savage Beast Mountain range, a gathering place for wild monsters, was nothing like going off to summer camp. There were countless preparations to be made. Food, water, tents, these essentials hardly needed mention. Wang Chen's large backpack had long since been prepared with them. But insect-repellent powders and substances to conceal one's aura, items rarely used in daily life, could only be purchased here on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Leaving the station, Wang Chen immediately took Sitayu to the flea market at the perimeter of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. This was a trading market spontaneously formed by professionals entering or exiting the mountain range. Though small, it had all the essentials. Equipment, tools, spirit herbs, skill manuals, every kind of item could be found here. Moreover, since this place is close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the prices of many items are slightly cheaper than those at the trading markets in Dongling City. However, precisely because it's cheaper, you need to keep your eyes wide open when buying things here. If you end up purchasing defective goods or counterfeits, you'll basically have to resign yourself to bad luck. There's no such thing as after-sales service here. Chances are, the moment you turn around, even the vendor who sold you the goods would be nowhere to be found. When Wang Chen brought Sitayu to the flea market, they found the atmosphere incredibly lively, bustling with excitement. Tears of parting sale. 80D grade spirit herbs, silver moongrass, with potent effects in pristine condition. Not $9.98, not $888, just $668 for all 80. Don't miss out on this rare opportunity. Freshly forged bronze grade staff, dual attributes plus 10, with an added magic damage boost effect. Whether for hunting monsters or gifting, this is the top choice. Firm price, 300,000 gold coins. Look here, the Southern Frontier Adventure Group is disbanding. The leader ran off gambling and whoring, absconding with his sister-in-law. Equipment originally priced at 300k, 400k, even 500k gold coins, now selling for just 100k gold. Chapter 20, I was just haggling, why'd you run, boss? Who would have thought there'd be such a bustling market right at the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range? Arriving at the flea market, Sitayu looked around at the noisy scene with childlike curiosity brimming from her expression. Especially, I heard that equipment-selling adventurer rhythmically chanting about how his adventuring party disbanded, how the boss ran off with his sister-in-law. This silly guy actually had a sympathetic expression on his face. Wang Chen, this uncle is so pitiful, abandoned by his comrades. Should I buy all the equipment from his stall? Only 200,000 for one? That's really cheap. Staring at Wang Chen, Sitayu hesitated before asking. Only? In an instant, Wang Chen's gaze towards Sitayu became decidedly less calm. Holy moly. How come when you say 200,000, it sounds like pocket change? Sis, please reel in that money power of yours. And, what gives you the impression that this guy is pitiful? After slowly collecting his emotions, Wang Chen looked speechlessly at Sitayu. Gear worth 500,000 sold for only 200,000? When has there ever been such a bargain in this world? This guy sells either defective products on the verge of breaking down, or fake goods disguised with illusion scrolls. However, seeing Sitayu genuinely wanting to make a purchase, Wang Chen's eyes rolled thoughtfully as he chose not to reveal this harsh truth directly. After all, some lessons are best learned through personal experience, and whether that adventurer would dare to sell anything to Sitayu was still unknown. Of course, we came here precisely equipped for this. As long as you can handle it, buy however much you want. However, I think this deal of yours is bound to fail. Wang Chen nodded indifferently, masking the amusement in his eyes. Ha! Impossible. Also, I brought along the largest spatial storage equipment from home, a solid 1,000 cubic meters. No matter how much stuff there is, it'll hold it all. Hearing this, Situyu pouted in disagreement and skipped excitedly toward the vendor's stall. Later, Wang Chen rubbed his nose awkwardly. Holy moly! A spatial storage device with 1,000 cubic meters of space? On present-day Blue Star, spatial storage equipment, something that would have been unimaginably miraculous in Wang Chen's previous life, had begun appearing as the will of the cosmos awakened. But this was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The most basic spatial equipment, with a volume of just 3 cubic units, cost as much as 1.5 million gold coins. 1,000 cubic units? Wang Chen estimated its value to be no less than a small fortune. Stupid girl, I have to admit, you really got me there. Hello beautiful lady, feel free to pick whatever catches your eye. Every piece costs just 200,000 gold coins. The enterprising adventurer merchant's eyes lit up when he saw Situyu approaching, immediately putting on his brightest smile as he hurried forward. I'll just browse around. Situyu was being cautious this time and didn't immediately reveal his purpose. He picked up the equipment displayed along the path to examine it. The attributes on this piece of equipment are remarkable. Really only 200,000 for this? Upon seeing that even the casually picked equipment were top-tier bronze-tier items, Situyu's expression betrayed her surprise. Although she typically paid little attention to low-grade bronze-tier equipment, she still possessed basic common sense. Premium bronze-tier equipment wouldn't sell for less than 300,000 at minimum. But of course, my fair lady, all these pieces of equipment I've displayed cost just 200,000 gold coins each. We have no choice but to sell like this. Our adventuring party disbanded, and that damn team leader of ours left us with piles of debt. Now we have to sell off our equipment at rock-bottom prices just to repay it. Hearing Situyu's words, the stall owner's eyes flashed with a gleam of excitement, though his face still maintained an expertly crafted look of sorrow. When dealing with obvious newcomers fresh out of academy gates like this, the vendor knew one thing for certain: his tragic backstory persona must remain unshaken at all costs. That's such a great deal. Pack up all the equipment here, I'll take everything. Hearing this, Situyu gracefully waved her delicate hand and proudly produced a platinum card. At this moment, Situyu's heart swelled with joy. She felt she'd landed an incredible bargain. These pieces of equipment could fetch at least a 30 to 40% higher price if sold in the city. She stood to make quite a profit. Hee hee, this time I'll definitely make Dad see me in a new light. Thinking this silently to herself, Situyu handed the platinum card to the stall owner. Charge it. Hearing this, the vendor owner who had been gleefully preparing to take the card took a closer look and was instantly terrified. Holy shit, a platinum card? He looked up at the beautiful young girl before him, his eyes filled with shock. In today's Blue Star, not just anyone was qualified to possess a platinum card. This must require assets reaching a certain threshold to obtain from the bank. If the stall owner remembered correctly, in the entire Dongling city, the number of people possessing this card could be counted on one hand. The stall owner never expected that this seemingly naive young girl before him would possess such a rare platinum card. She was absolutely someone he couldn't afford to offend. Silently contemplating this to himself, the street vendor carefully sized up the young girl before him. A single glance instantly made his expression grow even more startled, while his entire body unconsciously bent forward in reverence. The Situ family. That was the Situ clan's identification token, exclusively reserved for the most direct lineage of their descendants. The young maiden needed no introduction. She was undoubtedly the most outstanding genius of the Situ family's current generation, Situyu. So it's the eldest young miss of the Situ family. My apologies, but something urgent has come up today. I won't be selling these weapons for now. With great effort, the stall owner tore his gaze away from the platinum card and spoke cautiously. Selling these counterfeit goods to the Situ family's young mistress? He wouldn't dare even if given 100 lives. What? Are you having regrets? I can slightly raise the price for you. Seeing the vendor still unwilling to sell, Situyu assumed he thought the offered price was too low. Yet even after she proposed increasing the amount, the vendor adamantly shook his head. What a joke. I wouldn't even dare to buy it at the original price, let alone at a markup. I'm not ready to die yet. For a moment, the stall owner couldn't even bother to explain to Situyu. After all, he had no decent explanation to give. He simply used the cloth spread on the ground to roll up the equipment on display, bundled it hastily, and then bolted with his pack in the blink of an eye. He ran away. Watching the stall owner flee in panic, Situyu was completely dumbfounded. What kind of situation was this? I was just haggling over the price. How did it scare the boss off like that? Standing nearby, Wong Chen, who had witnessed the entire scene, suppressed his urge to laugh with all his might. Ha, now do you see I wasn't wrong? This deal is definitely one you can't pull off. Chapter 21, the straight line between 2 points is the shortest. At the flea market, Situyu's mind was in complete disarray. She never expected that simply bargaining would scare the shopkeeper so much that he fled with his bag in hand. Wong Chen, was this your doing? Pouting her lips, Situyu cast a wounded look at Wong Chen. If not for this, she couldn't fathom why Wong Chen would have known beforehand that her business deal would fall through. This has nothing to do with me, the problem lies with you. Hearing this, Wong Chen hastily shook his head in denial. This has nothing to do with him, it was clearly the stall owner who fled because he was afraid of selling fakes to Situyu and facing retaliation from the Situ family. Then explain to me how you knew in advance? Situyu was far from satisfied with this answer. She glared at Wang Chen with an angry pout, leaning her face close to his till her warm breath brushed his skin. You! The sudden advance caught Wang Chen completely off guard. Looking at the delicate face so close in front of him, he took a step back in disgust. Well, my innocence almost got ruined here. After some thought, Wang Chen looked at the persistent Situyu and decided to explain things after all. Otherwise, he felt this guy would pester him to death next. It's all because he's afraid of getting retaliated against for selling counterfeit goods. Dragging Situyu aside, Wang Chen whispered something into her ear. No way? But the attributes of his equipment looked fine to me? After listening to Wang Chen's explanation, Situyu's expression grew even more perplexed. She had personally checked the equipment's information moments ago, and there was no way it could be fake. Have you never heard of a disguise scroll? Really? Wang Chen retorted at that moment. He couldn't help but suspect that this girl's top academic performance at school must have been bought through the power of money. How could she even dare to ask such a basic question? Disguise scroll? Upon hearing this, Situyu's face cleared with understanding. This was a magical scroll imbued with an illusion spell that could temporarily alter the appearance information of an object within a set duration. Having figured out the situation, the girl now pursed her lips, her aggrieved expression shifting to indignation as she huffed angrily. That darn scoundrel actually dared to deceive people with such underhanded tactics. As she spoke, a sly glimmer flashed through Situyu's gem-like eyes. Then, she stowed the identity token hanging at her waist into her spatial storage device. Having done all this, she blinked mischievously at Wang Chen and declared triumphantly, "These guys are utterly despicable. This young lady is going to gather their criminal evidence and make sure they rot in jail." Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Who would have thought this girl had such a strong sense of justice? Never noticed it before. Let's go. There aren't that many scammers here for you to catch anyway. After we finish shopping, we're heading straight into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Shaking his head, Wang Chen took the lead and strode into the flea market. Following closely behind with righteous dignity, Situyu eyed the surrounding stall vendors with suspicion. To her, every one of them looked like a swindler. At the same time, the moment Situyu tucked away her identity token, a heroic-looking middle-aged man near a stall not far away flashed a trace of helplessness in his eyes. That little you, why'd she put her identity token away? This is just great. The hard-earned vacation I finally got is probably going to be anything but peaceful. And that damn kid, he clearly knew what this identity token was for, yet he didn't even try to stop me? The stalwart middle-aged man shook his head and casually tossed the item onto the stall. The stall owner didn't dare voice the slightest objection. On the contrary, he wore an obsequious smile, his face full of deference. For embroidered on this valiant middle-aged man's sleeve were 3 dragon-shaped insignias woven in gold thread. This was unmistakably a formidable triple-circled expert. After purchasing some wilderness survival supplies, Wang Chen and Situyu officially began their journey. The territory of the golden scale python lies at the border between the outer and central regions of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Between our current location and that area, there are many powerful wild beasts roaming. As they trekked through the forest, Situyu enthusiastically pointed at the digital map with an air of command, as if strategizing a grand campaign. The digital map is distributed free of charge by the Adventurers Guild to every registered adventurer, providing brief information about the habitat locations of wild monsters in the Beast Mountain range. Its purpose is to prevent weaker adventurers from accidentally entering areas dominated by formidable wild monsters and losing their lives on the spot. Among these wild monsters, the ones that pose the greatest threat to the two of us are the Goblin tribes, the Swiftwind wolf packs, and the Minotaur camps. When the time comes, we can bypass these 3 monster gathering spots. What do you think, Wang Chen? Situyu handed the electronic map to Wang Chen and asked for his opinion. Seeing this, Wang Chen looked at the excited girl and unconsciously scratched his nose. Big sis, do you realize that following your route would at least double our travel time? No need for all this trouble. He reached out to take the electronic map and drew a straight line across it. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, taking detours just wastes time. Speaking casually, Wang Chen handed the electronic map back to Situyu. Hearing this, Situyu's expression turned slightly startled as she hesitantly asked, "Traveling like this? Isn't the risk too great?" Her concerns weren't unfounded. While goblins and wind wolves were merely level 20 wilderness creatures, they moved in packs, each swarm numbering at least 100. Even for seasoned adventurers, encountering them posed significant danger. But upon hearing her words, Wang Chen firmly shook his head. "Isn't this even better? We came to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range not just to complete missions, but more importantly to level up and prepare for the grand examination in a month. The wild monsters here are powerful and grant far more experience points, they're perfect for our needs. As he spoke, Wang Chen cast a meaningful glance at the young girl. So, you're not scared, are you? He asked. I am not scared at all. It's just that you don't even have a single beast companion, don't drag me down when the time comes. Situyu waved her small fist indignantly, then suddenly covered her mouth in embarrassment, casting an apologetic glance at Wang Chen. Sorry, I didn't mean to, she flusteredly tried to explain. Hearing this, Wang Chen waved his hand indifferently. The situation of the giant beast masters was common knowledge, and what Situyu said merely represented the general understanding. Moreover, who told you I don't have a beast companion? Wang Chen looked at Situyu and asked with a smile. Was there ever any doubt? Hearing Wang Chen's words, Situyu's face grew even more embarrassed as she lowered her head and said, Giant beasts are so rare, you couldn't find a single one in all of Dongling City? No, in the entire Nanjiang province. I went back and asked my dad. He said there are currently less than 5 registered giant beasts in Dragon Country, and they're all in the possession of those 7th realm powerhouses. Chapter 22. Oh no, my stance is shifting. In the forest. Situyu's voice grew progressively softer until it was barely louder than a mosquito's hum. She felt that her words might have hurt Wang Chen's feelings. Worried, she stole a glance at Wang Chen, only to find the boy's expression remained completely unchanged after her remarks. Wang Chen, you're not mad at me, are you? Lowering her head, Situyu asked somewhat sheepishly. No problem. Wang Chen shook his head indifferently. You told the truth, why would I be angry? Besides, I also have beast companions. As he spoke, he immediately summoned little Bingqing, who had grown restless waiting in the beast taming space. Swish! A flash of light. A completely azure creature, resembling an exquisite work of art, appeared on Wang Chen's shoulder. Woo woo! As soon as she appeared, Bingqing let out a dissatisfied cry, her icy little paws messing up Wang Chen's hair. This little one had nearly gone crazy from boredom inside the beast space. Alright, stop fooling around. Gently rubbing Bingqing's head to calm the little troublemaker, Wang Chen turned to look at Situyu. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce you, this is my beast companion, Bingqing. GHK. As Wang Chen's voice faded, little Bingqing gazed at Situyu with curiosity, extending her tiny dragon claw in a very polite manner. Hello. Situyu instinctively reached out her hand, completely stunned. Wasn't Wang Chen's profession supposed to be a giant beast tamer? Where did he find this giant beast? Or was it? The icy cold sensation in her hand snapped Situyu back to awareness. She glanced at Wang Chen, then at Bingqing, her face full of confusion. Wang Chen, is this your contracted beast? Can she actually be a giant beast? After a stunned pause, Situyu asked somewhat incredulously. Of course. Wang Chen nodded without hesitation. During the upcoming journey, he would inevitably summon Bingqing to act, so there was no need to conceal this from Situyu. Bingqing is not just a giant beast, she's a dragon. Of course, Wang Chen still held back a little. After all, the title of ancestral divine beast, primordial supremacy, the frost dragon, was far too earth-shattering. Scaring the kids wouldn't be good. Stop fooling around. Originally skeptical, Situyu grew even more incredulous after hearing Wang Chen's words. Dragon? Are you kidding me? A creature of at least divine beast rank definitely wouldn't appear in Dongling City. Besides, every single dragon is majestic and awe-inspiring, terrifyingly powerful. The little ice sprite before my eyes was as beautiful as the finest work of art, looking downright adorable. No way this is a dragon. You must have used a contract scroll to trick me with some ordinary beast. But little Ice Ching is so cute, where did you buy it? I want one too. Sima Yu glanced at Wang Chen with suspicion, then directly snatched Bingqing away, hugging the icy creature to her chest with evident delight. On Blue Star today, beast companions aren't exclusive to beastmasters. Other professions can also strengthen their combat abilities by contracting beast companions through scrolls. The only difference is that unlike beastmasters, practitioners of other professions don't receive attribute feedback from their beast companions. Therefore, Sima Yu's assumption wasn't unfounded. She had completely mistaken Bingqing for an ordinary beast companion Wang Chen had purchased. He, poor boy's fragile ego. Situyu cast a smug glance at Wang Chen. His expression clearly said, I've seen through your act, stop pretending. Opposite. Upon seeing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. I'm being so sincere, yet you don't believe me? What a foolish woman. You're absolutely right, let's hurry up and go. He shook his head, not bothering to explain to this girl who clearly had her own misinterpretations. Reality would teach this girl a proper lesson. Upon hearing this, Situyu held Bingqing in her arms with a smug expression. However, she didn't make any moves at the moment, instead cheerfully taking out a piece of equipment from her spatial ring and handing it to Wang Chen. It was a gleaming longsword shimmering with light. Bingqing is too adorable, making her fight would be downright cruel. These are some old pieces of equipment I no longer use. You can borrow them for now. Seeing this, Wang Chen rubbed his nose and gave Situyu a rather peculiar look. Something seems a bit off here. This girl knows full well he's a giant beastmaster with minuscule chances of contracting a spirit beast, yet she dares to send a team invitation and now even asks to borrow equipment. What's her angle? Could she be trying to support the underprivileged? Noticing Wang Chen's scorching gaze, Situyu's cheeks involuntarily flushed crimson. Don't get me wrong, the girl said with some embarrassment. I'm just worried you'll hold me back and slow down my leveling progress. Yeah right, as if. Wang Chen silently retorted while carefully observing the girl before him. Her delicate features and graceful stature were complemented by large, gem-like eyes that held a touch of panic. Gone was the usual icy school goddess demeanor she displayed in front of other classmates. It looks incredibly tempting. The only downside is that the family is just too wealthy. If there's any fluctuation at all. Sigh. With a sigh, Wang Chen withdrew his chaotic thoughts. What's that sigh supposed to mean? Opposite him, Situyu looked over with a suspicious expression. Were you just thinking something very rude? It's nothing, I just thought of something sad. Shaking his head, Wang Chen averted his gaze slightly as he accepted the gear. Damn it, was I that obvious? Muttering to himself, he began examining the equipment's details. Equipment, Gale Longsword. Type, melee weapon. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 10. Stats, strength plus 30, agility plus 20. Enchantment effect, 1. Each successful hit increases attack speed by 2%, lasting 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. 2. Increases the power of all personal skills by 5%. 3. Double strike. Attacks have a 20% chance to summon a sword energy that deals damage equal to this attack's damage. A silver rank equipment? And it has 3 enchantment effects? Seeing the attribute information of this piece of equipment, a flash of astonishment passed through Wang Chen's eyes. This was absolutely top-tier silver equipment. Its attributes and value were like heaven and earth compared to the beginner's longsword in his hand. There was no need to even ask. Based solely on these attributes, Wang Chen could confidently assert that this Gale longsword must be worth at least 4 million gold coins. In an instant, as he held the Gale longsword, he could feel its substantial weight in his hand. So, are the attributes impressive? I specially picked this one out. Situyu, standing nearby, noticed Wang Chen's reaction and sidled over with a grin as she spoke. Hearing this, Wang Chen snapped out of his daze and looked at the smiling young girl before him, his expression somewhat conflicted. Oh no! Is this the lethality of a sugar mommy? I feel my resolve wavering. Chapter 23, The Hidden Danger. In the forest. Woo woo! A crisp cry rang out as the frost dragon Bingqing restlessly nuzzled against Situyu's embrace, her adorable large eyes peering curiously at her master. She couldn't quite understand why had her master's expression suddenly turned so strange. After Bingqing's cry rang out, the slightly oppressive atmosphere in the venue was shattered. Wang Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose and solemnly looked at Situyu. Thank you. After leaving the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, I'll return your equipment to you. Hearing this, the girl gave an almost imperceptible nod and averted her gaze somewhat evasively. Seeing this, Wang Chen didn't say anything more. Saying too much would only make things more awkward later. Next, he swapped out his novice longsword for the Gale longsword, and his 4 core attributes received a boost. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 10. Talents, All Beasts Favor, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Revival, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Strength, 70 plus 30 points. Wisdom, 70 plus 5 points. Physique, 70 plus 5 points. Agility, 70 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Unallocated skill points, 0. With equipment bonuses included, his current highest stats among the 4 core attributes were strength at 100 points and agility at 95 points. This attribute value is already comparable to that of a level 20 first-tier professional. It's evident how significantly good equipment can boost a professional's capabilities. Of course, this is also because Wang Chen received exceptionally powerful attribute feedback from the Ice Phoenix, the Extreme Frost Dragon. For an ordinary novice professional, even wearing a complete set of golden equipment wouldn't allow them to reach Wang Chen's level of attributes. Let's get going then. We'll head to the first monster gathering spot on the map first, gain some levels there while getting used to working together. After glancing at his stats panel, Wang Chen turned and made the suggestion. Got it. Situyu nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Then the two of them set off on their journey. Not long after they departed, 4 hurried figures emerged from the forest. The 4 were neatly equipped with shiny gear, their faces still bearing traces of youthful naivety, clearly novice practitioners who had only recently undergone job selection. Master Chen, they headed east. One of them observed the ground for a moment before speaking to his companion. The one addressed as young Master Chen was a pale-faced youth. If Wang Chen and Situyu had been present, they would have recognized him. Chen Hao. Ha. Follow them. When they encounter wild monsters, make your move. Cripple Wang Chen. Chen Hao sneered at that moment, sweeping his gaze over his 3 lackeys. Remember, don't lay a finger on Situyu, or you'll answer to me. Understood, young Master Chen. His 3 companions nodded in unison. Satisfied, Chen Hao gave an approving nod, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just eliminate that country bumpkin Wong Chen, then I can swoop in as the hero to save the beauty, surely that will win the goddess's heart. Let's go! With this expectation fueling him, he waved his arm and strode off with his lackeys in pursuit of Wong Chen and Situyu's departing figures. We're here. The area ahead is where the fallen demons roam. An hour later, Wong Chen and Situyu arrived at the first marked wild monster habitat indicated on the digital map. This is a valley within a primal forest, shaped like a pouch with an area roughly equivalent to a soccer field. At this very moment, Wong Chen and Situyu stood behind a large tree, observing the situation in the distant valley. Hundreds of green-skinned goblins could be seen scattered across the valley, clustered in small groups, some roughhousing, others cooking something in enormous earthenware pots. If one ignored their grotesque appearances, the scene might almost resemble some primitive tribal gathering. These green-skinned little runts are level 15 wild monsters known as fallen demons. Don't be misled by the demon in their name. Within the wild monster hierarchy of the Beast Mountain range, fallen demons rank even lower than goblins of similar stature. These creatures are naturally cowardly, even a freshly graduated novice class holder could single-handedly take one down. However, fallen demons never travel alone, preferring to swarm their enemies in overwhelming numbers when encountered. For rookie professionals who have just changed jobs, these creatures pose considerable danger. Moreover, occasionally some mutated individuals emerge among the fallen ones, awakening special abilities. Examples include fallen shamans and hulking fallen warriors, these mutated variants with challenge ratings reaching level 20. At this moment, the fallen encampment discovered by Wang Chen and Situyu contained precisely such mutated specimens, and not just one of them. Monster, Fallen Demon Warrior. Level, 15. Combat Style, Melee. Abilities, Bite, Charge. Type, Normal. Monster, Fallen Shaman. Level, 20. Combat Style, Ranged DPS, Support. Skill, Minor Healing, Toxic Ray. Type, Mutated. Monster, Sturdy Fallen Warrior. Level, 20. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Skin Hardening, Bite, Charge. Type, Mutated. Behind the trees, Wang Chen cast an appraisal skill towards the fallen demons in the valley. Seeing the information fed back by the appraisal, a peculiar glint flashed in his eyes. 2 mutated fallen demons, and one of them was even a rare fallen demon shaman. He and Situyu really had the worst, or best, luck imaginable. What should we do now? Beside him, Situyu, who had also examined the attributes of these fallen ones, turned to Wang Chen with a grave expression and asked. Although the levels of the fallen shaman and the brutish fallen warrior were only 5 higher than ordinary fallen ones, the implications were entirely different. Once these creatures appeared, they immediately became the backbone for the cowardly and timid fallen ones. With them present, the combat effectiveness unleashed by 100 fallen demons would be at least 30 to 40% stronger than without them. Even though Situyu was one of Dongling City No. 1 High School's top geniuses and clad head-to-toe in silver-tier equipment, facing off against a coordinated horde of over 100 fallen demons still made her heart quail. However, of course it's gonna end in disaster. Seeing the solemn expression on Situyu's face, Wang Chen shrugged indifferently, his relaxed demeanor utterly unhurried. Since they'd already encountered them, there was no way he'd let this huge wave of wild monsters slip away. Having just obtained the Gale Longsword, he was itching to test whether this blade could truly cut through anything. Chapter 24, Wang Chen's Scheme, Chen Hao's Anticipation. Then shall we use the monster luring strategy? Lead the fallen ones out one by one to kill them? Amidst the woods, Situyu pondered briefly before asking. For a ranged profession like hers, the kiting tactic was a rather good choice. However, no. Wang Chen shook his head directly upon hearing this. If those 2 mutated individuals didn't exist, the monster luring tactic would work perfectly fine. But now, these creatures won't fall for it so easily. So what are you implying? Situyu looked at Wang Chen with perplexed confusion. Of course we'll charge right in. Wang Chen silently gripped his swift-wind longsword, speaking as if discussing some trivial matter. Have you lost your mind? Hearing this, Situyu couldn't help but gasp in a hushed voice, his face filled with utter astonishment. The valley held hundreds of fallen demons, with 2 mutated variants commanding them. Their combined strength could easily rival that of an elite adventuring party averaging level 15. Though Situyu had great confidence in her own abilities, even she didn't believe that she and Wang Chen combined could face these fallen demons head-on. Seeing the girl's look of disbelief, Wang Chen's expression remained completely unperturbed as he explained. The danger isn't as great as you think. Fallen demons are inherently cowardly creatures. If we take them by surprise and quickly eliminate the 2 mutated variants, the remaining demons will lose their command structure and crumble on their own. By that point, those little green goblins won't pose any real threat to us except through sheer numbers. No, Situyu shook her head in immediate refusal, still considering it too risky. Those two mutated specimens are at the very center of the valley. To reach them, we'd first need to deal with at least several dozen fallen ones blocking the path. Executing a decapitation strike under these circumstances would probably leave us bogged down by ordinary fallen ones before we even reached our targets. And yet, as she spoke, Situyu gazed steadily at Wong Chen, her expression hesitant, as if she was struggling to put something into words. But after a pause, she continued. And my vocation isn't suited for this kind of assassination mission either. If we were to be surrounded, I wouldn't be able to utilize my strengths at all. Hearing this, Wong Chen gave Situyu a speechless glance. Sis, I can't help but feel your thoughts are somewhat offending me. You don't think I proposed this decapitation plan planning to have you executed, do you? To think you'd look down on me, Wong. Don't worry, your strength lies in high burst damage and agility. Why would I send you into melee combat with fallen ones? Later your task will be to stand at the back and snipe with cold arrows. Bingqing will protect you nearby. Wang Chen shook his head slightly and spoke plainly. Are you crazy? You don't even have a beast companion. With what will you carry out the decapitation strategy? Hearing his words, Situyu grew anxious. A giant beastmaster without any beast companions possesses strength barely superior to those with civilian professions. In Situyu's view, with Wang Chen now wielding the Gale longsword, he could at best bully ordinary fallen demons. Attempting to kill fallen demon shamans and formidable fallen demon warriors? Absolutely impossible. And even this, was her trying to estimate generously for Wang Chen due to his outstanding practical combat scores. Originally, Situyu didn't want to say these words, fearing it might hurt Wang Chen's self-esteem. But seeing this infuriating guy's resolute expression before her, she could no longer hold back. Hearing this, Wang Chen could only give a helpless smile. Damn! So you didn't believe a single word I said about contracting a beast companion just now? You really think little Bingqing is just some pretty ornamental pet? If Bingqing didn't consider these fallen demons too weak to bother with, she could swallow an entire pack of them in one gulp. It's settled then. I'm not as delicate as you think. Shaking his head, Wang Chen decided not to give Situyu any more chances to speak. With a swift motion, his body shot forward like a cannonball, leaping directly into the valley. Hey, Wang Chen? Seeing this, Situyu stomped her foot angrily. Little Bingqing, your master is absolutely despicable. How could he be so reckless? This place is safe. Stay here and don't move. I'll come back for you later. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a radiant longbow. After placing Bingqing on the ground and giving him some instructions, Situyu hurriedly chased after him. Wah! Behind her, Xiao Bingqing witnessed this scene, her adorable face showing a puzzled expression. Why did the soft cushion run away? Wah! What strange humans! Why run around blindly when it's safest by my side? Better chase after them, can't disobey the master's orders. Puzzled, Bingqing fluttered her tiny wings and followed Situyu. And on the other side, thud! Like a cannonball, Wang Chen's upright figure crashed into the valley, instantly grabbing the attention of the surrounding fallen ones. The ugly faces of these green-skinned midgets twisted in bewilderment at the sight of a human appearing in their valley. What's going on? Nowadays, human services have become so considerate that they even deliver goods right to your doorstep? Roar! But soon, the nearest dozen or so fallen ones let out roars of wild excitement. It was the first time they'd ever seen humans deliver themselves right to their doorstep. Jibber jabber. Roar. Jibber gabber. A horde of corrupted demons stared at Wang Chen with vicious cruelty, their hideous maws dripping with foul saliva. The scent of humanity drove them to the brink of madness. At last, a fallen demon that couldn't suppress its savage nature charged excitedly towards Wang Chen. Its speed was astonishing, like a striking leopard, its hideous face filled with craving for fresh flesh and blood. It couldn't wait to see this human before it torn to shreds by its own hands, nor could it wait to feast on the delicious human flesh. Once it moved, the surrounding fallen demons reacted instantly and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chen found himself surrounded by dozens of fallen devils. Ha ha ha, that peasant is truly courting death. As Wang Chen became encircled by the fallen devils, suppressed laughter erupted from behind a large tree outside the valley. Chen Hao wore a smug expression as he gazed ahead with disdain in his eyes. He never would have thought that Wang Chen, this trash who had transitioned into a giant beast tamer, would dare provoke over 100 level 15 wild monsters, the fallen demons. And not just one or two, but an entire horde at once. Puffed. Do you still think you're the genius you once were? Even a full team of level 15 professionals would have to take these fallen demons seriously. It seems I won't need to lift a finger, you can just wait to be torn apart. Thinking this with disdain, Chen Hao's eyes flashed with cruelty. He could hardly wait to witness Wang Chen being shredded to pieces. Chapter 25, Overpowered, Wang Chen's first monster-slaying experience. In the valley, facing the fallen ones charging at him from all sides, Wang Chen's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, a cold smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Ha! Seeking death. With a cold snort, he swept his Gale longsword horizontally through the air. Swish! In the flash of cold steel, the first Doomguard pouncing toward Wong Chen had its throat slit. Instant kill. After dispatching the first Doomguard, Wong Chen didn't hesitate for a second. His feet moved continuously as his body shot forward like a sharp blade, plunging directly into the surrounding pack of Doomguards. At this moment, he was like a butterfly fluttering through flowers, dancing amidst dozens of fallen demons. With every beat of his wings, blood would inevitably bloom, followed by a fallen demon collapsing to the ground. Without any surprise, all the fallen demons facing Wong Chen couldn't withstand a single move beneath his sword. Generally speaking, even for newly transitioned warriors among melee classes, despite wielding a silver-grade longsword at level 10, they couldn't one-shot a level 15 fallen demon. But Wong Chen was different. The attributes fed back to him by the frost-scale dragon Xingbing had elevated his four-dimensional stats to rival those of a level 20 professional in their baseline state. Coupled with his exceptional combat instincts and bug-level mastery over his own physique, every strike he delivered invariably found its mark in the Demonkin's vital weak points. All these factors combined to unleash Wong Chen's terrifying lethality in this moment. The level 15 fully powered Demonkin felt like harvested wheat before him. In less than 30 seconds, 20 of the charging fallen demons had fallen beneath his longsword. This? Outside the valley, Chen Hao's wild and arrogant laughter caught in his throat like a strangled duck. His face filled with shock as he watched the figure strolling through the valley as casually as taking a morning walk. Wong Chen. He wasn't torn to pieces by the fallen ones the moment he encountered them. Instead, he actually turned the tables and slaughtered them? This damn rookie just changed jobs. The expressions on the faces of the three lackeys beside Chen Hao were also filled with utter shock. At the same time, his heart was filled with the temptation to back out. Wong Chen could easily slay the fallen demon, so naturally he could just as easily kill them, who had only recently completed their job transitions. No matter how enticing Chen Hao's promised rewards were, they needed to be alive to claim them. Young Master Chen, perhaps we should let this go? For a moment, the three lackeys hesitated before one of them nervously spoke up. Forget it? Hearing the fear in his lackey's voice, Chen Hao swung a hard slap across his face. Impossible. That bastard's dying here today no matter what. If you dare disobey orders, I'll fucking kill you when we get back. Chen Hao spat these vicious words while turning to glare at the sharp-edged figure in the valley. Wong Chen, how can a worthless profession like yours be so powerful? He thought with bitter resentment, his face twisting into a frenzied killing intent before finally uttering in an icy tone. Wait until those two mutated monsters attack, then you three move in and use your binding skills to restrain him. Let him die by the hands of the mutated monsters. As the words fell, under his fierce gaze, the three reluctant followers shuffled their feet forward. In the valley, after the fallen ones died, dim spheres of light floated up from their corpses. The light spheres quickly split into two, half merging into Wong Chen's body, while the other half flew toward Bingqing. These were precisely the life energy obtained from slaying the fallen ones, jokingly referred to by professionals as experience points. For Wong Chen, the experience points provided by a single slain fallen demon could fill 1/10 of his level 11 experience bar. 20 fallen demons would precisely fill his level 11 experience bar to completion. As the last orb of light was absorbed, Wong Chen felt a surge of warm energy coursing through his body. Level up! His heart leaped with joy as he dodged an attack from a fallen demon, stealing a glance at his and Bingqing's status panels. Beast Companion, Primordial Overlord, Frostbane Dragon. Nickname, Bing Chung. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month, infancy. Level, 2. Rank, Primordial Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 550, Intelligence 550, Constitution 550, Agility 550. Without any buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, Frost Form, SSS, Arctic Breath, SSS, Frozen Abyss, SSS, Dragon's Majesty, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Description: 1. The primordial overlord Frostdrake is the physical manifestation of the primordial laws of ice, the sole progenitor deity beast of ice attributes with limitless potential, capable of freely switching between combat and normal states at will. 2. Each time the Frostdrake advances in rank, it is guaranteed to awaken an SSS grade innate skill. Name, Wong Chen. Profession, Titan Beast Master. Level, 11. Talent, Beloved by Beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Revival, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B. Strength, 75 plus 30. Wisdom, 75 plus 5. Constitution, 75 plus 5. Agility, 75 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 10 points. Unallocated skill points, 10 points. Hiss. As expected of a primeval divine beast, gaining 50 attribute points per level up, this was utterly monstrous. Wong Chen felt genuinely shaken as he observed Bingqing's newly updated stats. Unlike him, currently at first rebirth, who only received 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points per level up, Bingqing rose to the next level, equivalent to 20 times his own. Not even in the same league. Looks like I'll have to cling tight to Bingqing as my golden ticket from now on. Amused by the thought, Wong Chen evenly distributed his 10 free attribute points across all 4 stats. With the attributes fed back by the Frostbane Dragon, he didn't need to prioritize certain stats over others like ordinary professionals. He could develop all attributes in perfect balance. As for the free skill points, he decided to save them for later. All the skills he currently possessed were related to the Beastmaster profession. With his SSS tier talent, favor of 10,000 beasts, all his professional skills effects were enhanced by 1000%. There was simply no need to spend skill points on upgrading these skills for now. He planned to save these skill points for learning general-purpose attack skills in the future. Phew! Taking care of this batch of fallen ones should get me close to level 15. After leveling up, Wang Chen felt revitalized, swinging his longsword as he plunged back into combat with the surrounding fallen. But at that moment, he suddenly realized that despite his own engagement, Situyu, their ranged damage dealer, hadn't made a single move. Swish! Cutting down a fallen attempting to ambush him from the left, Wang Chen stole a glance toward the rear. Young mistress, are you planning to cheer for me? Can you stop posing? If you don't make a move soon, I'll have killed all the fallen demons myself. Chapter 26. There's no way this young lady would lose to you. Seeing Wang Chen effortlessly maneuvering amidst the swarm of fallen demons, Situyu was utterly dumbfounded. She pulled back her bowstring, poised to attack, yet in this moment completely forgot what she was supposed to do. Her mind and gaze were tightly fixed on that figure darting and weaving amidst the swarm of fallen demons. Is this guy really this strong? Situyu muttered to herself, questioning whether she was seeing an illusion. If someone had told her before that a rookie who just changed professions could charge through a horde of over 100 level 15 wild monsters, even slaughtering them in reverse, Situyu would definitely have thought that person was insane. But now, as she watched that carefree figure moving effortlessly amidst the swarming fallen ones, nothing but shock and bewilderment filled her heart. When a beastmaster without any tamed beasts, how could their strength be so terrifying? She invited Wang Chen to team up for leveling in the 10,000 beasts mountain range, with the purpose of giving this guy a boost. But now she suddenly realized that she seemed to have become the one being carried instead. Little Bingqing, your master, is a monster, right? Turning her head to look at little Bingqing flying beside her, Situyu muttered softly. Back in school days before the profession selection, Wang Chen's academic performance and combat prowess already crushed everyone else. His top position remained unshaken. After the profession selection, Situyu initially thought her acquisition of the special class Swift Wind Archer would allow her to catch up to or even surpass Wang Chen, the colossal beastmaster. The outcome. Now seeing this, the gap between them hasn't narrowed, it's grown even wider instead. What the hell's going on? Tell me, which one of us actually got the special class here? Situyu was bewildered. MMPH. Upon hearing her words, the newly evolved Xiao Bingqing, who felt a comforting warmth coursing through her body, disapprovingly poked Situyu's face with her tiny dragon claws. Stupid human woman. How dare you stand there striking ridiculous poses for ages and still have the audacity to speak ill of my master? Poke. Situyu felt a ticklish sensation from Bingqing's little paw pokes and was about to wave his hand to swat it away, when suddenly, he heard Wang Chen's voice. Turning his head to meet Wang Chen's somewhat teasing gaze, Situyu's pretty face flushed red, panic flashing in his eyes. But right after that, hearing Wang Chen say she was just striking a pose made her indignant. As expected, he's still so detestable. This young lady would never cheer for you. Humph. With a cold snort, Situyu drew his bow and notched an arrow. Whoosh! A whistling arrow struck a Stygian fiend that was attempting to ambush Wang Chen with a resounding impact. Bang! The arrow pierced straight through the fallen demon's heart, nailing it to the ground. Instant kill. After accomplishing this, Situyu cast a triumphant glance at Wang Chen, her expression clearly declaring, this young lady won't lose to you. However, Wang Chen didn't even notice her at that moment, merely nodding at the dead fallen demon on the ground. As expected of a little rich girl with her money power in the special job class of Swift Wind Archer, this damage output was truly impressive. Bringing this girl along for monster hunting definitely meant no worries about dragging the team down. Silently pondering in his heart, Wang Chen once again engaged in fierce combat with the surrounding fallen demons. Behind. Seeing Situyu's calm demeanor, Wang Chen couldn't help but pout her rosy little lips. What a show-off! How dare you pretend to be indifferent in front of me? Humph! I'm going to steal all your monsters. With a displeased snort, Situyu drew his bow and fired arrows one after another like a rapid-fire cannon. With Situyu joining the fight, the number of fallen ones in the valley began to visibly dwindle. Soon, half of the 100 fallen ones were slain by Wang Chen and Situyu. At this moment, Wang Chen arrived before the two mutated fallen ones, holding a bloodstained longsword in his hand. The fallen shaman's build was no different from an ordinary fallen. If anything, it appeared even more emaciated. its skin stretched taut over bones like someone nearing death. The burly fallen warrior stood in stark contrast to its scrawny brethren. Nearly 5 feet tall, its body rippled with swollen muscles, making it almost double the size of a normal fallen. In its grip hung a vicious-looking bone club. Roar! Damn humans, how dare you slaughter my kin! The muscular fallen warrior's crimson glowing eyes fixed relentlessly on the human before him. His gaze overflowed with undisguised bloodlust and brutality. Wild monsters are not entirely devoid of intelligence, especially humanoid creatures like the fallen. An ordinary one possesses intelligence comparable to that of a human child around 7 or 8 years old. As for mutated individuals like the robust fallen warriors, their intelligence can even reach the level of a normal human adult. Therefore, when Wong Chen heard this furious, hoarse voice, he wasn't the least bit surprised. He had long read about such scenarios in the library archives, and what he knew went far beyond just this. After the will of the heavens awakened, those terrifying monsters that invaded Blue Star not only possessed intelligence comparable to humans, but also had their own civilizations. Among these monsters, only the weak ones like the fallen demons would become wild creatures, effectively domesticated by humans as whetstones and nourishment for novice professionals. The powerful monsters gathered in the terrifying dimensional battlefields, assaulting human defenses and constantly scheming to overthrow and exterminate humanity. Compared to them, fallen demons or even all the wild creatures in the 10,000 Beast Mountain range were mere infants. Otherwise, how could Dragon Country allow monster gathering areas like the Beast Mountain range to exist just outside the city? It's all for training purposes, to make the new generation of novice professionals vigilant in times of peace. Otherwise, such places would have been wiped out by national forces long ago. Facing the furious and burly fallen demon warrior, Wong Chen flicked the blood off his sword and smiled disdainfully. Don't be so angry. You'll soon be joining them down there. His tone was calm, as if he were merely commenting on some trivial matter. Yet precisely this calmness enraged the burly fallen demon warrior to the extreme. Every human it had encountered before feared it, but this one before its eyes actually dared to appear completely indifferent. This ignited a fury within the sturdy fallen demon warrior, sending his rage into a frenzied frenzy. He resolved to tear this human before him limb from limb, to slice him into pieces piece by piece. Only in this way could his wrath be quelled, only thus could he honor his fallen kin. Roar! Damn humans, I'll tear you to pieces. With a crazed roar, the burly fallen warrior swung his bone club and charged toward Wong Chen. Seeing this, a hint of disdain flashed in Wong Chen's eyes as he raised his sword to meet the attack. But just then, whoosh! A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a black shadow shot forward at blinding speed. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Wong Chen's heart. Chapter 27, A Cold Arrow from the Shadows. Whoosh! A sharp whooshing sound pierced the air. As Wong Chen prepared to strike, a sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a dark silhouette speeding toward him from the left. An ambush? A flash of realization dawned in his mind, and Wong Chen's charging figure came to an abrupt halt. In the blink of an eye, he threw himself backward. Whoosh! A razor-sharp arrow gleaming with cold light whizzed past his nose before thudding heavily into the ground. Steadying himself, Wong Chen turned his head to look in the direction from which the arrow had come. 3 figures stood silently on the cliff wall of the valley, one of them just lowering a bough. Them? Noticing them, a flicker of bewilderment crossed Wong Chen's eyes. They gave him a strange sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen them somewhere before. However, but now wasn't the time for contemplation. This moment's delay had allowed the brawny fallen demon warrior to charge forward, bone club raised. Roar! Damnable humans! With an furious roar, it swung its bone club viciously toward Wong Chen. At this moment, the burly fallen demon warrior couldn't wait to see the human before him crushed into pulp. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen's face showed no fear, only utter indifference. Phew! He took a deep breath. The muscles in his legs suddenly tensed as his body shot forward like a cannonball. The ground beneath him caved into 2 deep pits from the tremendous force of his explosive leap. Boom! The swift wind longsword collided with the massive bone club, producing a dull thudding sound. The next second, a scene that shocked both the wild monsters and everyone present unfolded. Wong Chen merely relied on his slender swift-wind longsword to block the bone club wielded by the powerful Doom Knight. Young Wong Chen couldn't be joking, right? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Situyu was just about to warn Wong Chen to beware of the ambush when he witnessed this unbelievable scene. The level 20 wild monster, the hulking fallen demon warrior, was inherently mutated for strength attributes. After initiating its charge, the devastating swing of its massive bone club could at the very least smash a boulder into fragments. Even a level 20 warrior specialized in strength might not be able to withstand this blow. Never in his wildest dreams did Situyu imagine that Wong Chen would actually choose to confront the hulking fallen demon warrior head-on in a direct clash. Since when could a freshly transitioned giant beast Tamer match strength with a level 20 power-type wild monster? Doesn't this mean Wong Chen's strength attribute must at least rival that of a burly sunken demon warrior? While Sityu watched in disbelief, the burly sunken demon warrior facing Wong Chen grew even more astonished and furious. It was exerting every ounce of strength it could muster, yet not only did it fail to suppress this detestable human before it, but its bone club was actually being gradually lifted upward. Did you skip breakfast? Holding off the bone club with a single-handed sword grip, Wong Chen gazed at the burly fallen demon warrior across from him, his face etched with mockery. This single clash had given him a rough calibration of his own strength reserves. Even without accounting for the Galeblade's attribute bonuses, his raw power could already rival a level 20 warrior. Factoring in the weapon enhancements, any 20th level fighter would be forced to acknowledge his superiority. Roar! Damn human, how dare you mock me? The powerful fallen demon warrior opposite felt both shocked and enraged, glaring at Wong Chen with furious eyes. It mobilized all its strength, determined to crush this detestable human before it. But its efforts were utterly futile. Instead, as Wong Chen exerted a sudden burst of strength, the sturdy bonebreaker's bone club was wrenched from its grasp and sent flying. If this is all you've got, then just die quietly. A cold smile tugged at Wong Chen's lips as he swiftly thrust his sword forward. Swish! Amidst the flash of cold steel, the Gale longsword shot forth, instantly piercing through the throat of the burly fallen demon. At that moment, the enchanted effect of this silver tier weapon activated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two sword shadows, their attack power undiminished, simultaneously landed on the chest of the burly fallen warrior. In the blink of an eye, this level 20 wild monster's life had been reaped. Blood sprayed out as the sturdy fallen warrior wore an expression of disbelief, his stocky body swaying several times before collapsing weakly onto the ground. A thick scent of blood spread through the air. Witnessing this scene, the other fallen demons stared in sheer terror. They no longer obeyed the commands of the fallen shaman, all fleeing in terror with hurried retreat. A 10-jang radius of empty space instantly formed around Wong Chen. At this moment, Wong Chen paid no heed to the fear of the surrounding wild monsters. After slaying the formidable fallen warrior, his gaze turned indifferently toward the cliff wall to his left. I'm curious, who gave you the guts to sneak attack me? Is this bastard even human? On the rock wall, Chen Hao's three lackeys stared dumbfounded at the scene below, their faces filled with disbelief. They absolutely couldn't believe it. Wong Chen was dodging sneak attacks from hidden arrows while battling the muscular fallen demon warrior. Especially for Minion A who launched the ambush, he felt his entire worldview was about to shatter. Though just an ordinary archer class, nowhere near Sityu's Gale archer, the arrows he fired were bullet-fast thanks to his skills. Had it been a second-tier professional who dodged them, he'd have accepted it. But Wong Chen? A first-tier newbie with the supposedly useless giant beastmaster profession. Wong Chen, how on earth did he manage to dodge it? Next, when they saw Wong Chen effortlessly kill the powerful fallen warrior, what should we do? That guy is too terrifying, maybe we should just retreat. The second follower mage and third follower warrior were trembling uncontrollably, stammering so badly they could barely speak. Hearing their words, henchman A's face betrayed hesitation. If possible, he too wanted to avoid making an enemy of the terrifying Wong Chen. However, just as he was about to agree to his companion's suggestion, I'm curious, who gave you the guts to dare ambush me? The icy voice echoed through the valley, freezing all three of them in place simultaneously. As they turned their heads, they met Wong Chen's merciless, indifferent gaze. Damn it! He spotted us. The three lackeys panicked. When they struck earlier, they'd been certain Wong Chen was as good as dead, so they hadn't even bothered to conceal themselves. Now, damn it, retreat isn't an option anymore. If Wong Chen survives and reports today's incident to the Adventurers Guild, we're done for. We've got to kill him. Follower Ekpa, gripping his bow, swallowed hard as his gaze swept over his two companions. All right. Under his stare, the two men exchanged glances before nodding heavily in unison. Go all out. They refused to believe that with three archers, a mage, a warrior, plus the wild monsters in the valley, they couldn't take down Wong Chen. With this thought, the three began advancing into the valley. Chapter 28, pincered from three sides, a hopeless situation? That girl Sityu really shouldn't be underestimated when it comes to causing trouble. Looking at the three figures descending from the valley cliffs, Wong Chen thought with chilling clarity. Upon closer inspection, he had already recognized who these three were. Chen Hao the idiot's three lackeys. Since they showed up here, that guy Chen Hao must be around too. Where's he hiding? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wong Chen's gaze swept across the cliff face, but ultimately found nothing. Wong Chen, who are these people? Right at that moment, Sityu approached with Bing Cheng, both wearing tense expressions. Probably one of your admirers? Whatever, Wong Chen replied indifferently. He didn't give Chen Hao and the other three a second thought, so his tone remained utterly indifferent at that moment. What? Sityu let out a scream, her eyes clouded with confusion. What do you mean my admirers? He eyed the three figures on the cliff wall with suspicion. After staring for a long while, he didn't recognize a single one of them. Hey, aren't they just bounty hunters? Don't try to fool me. Hearing this, Wong Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you have some misunderstanding about bounty hunters? Even a dog wouldn't bother with such weaklings. Thinking to himself, he said disinterestedly, it's Chunhao's 3 underlings. That guy's hiding somewhere now. Ha! Situyu's eyes narrowed, his expression instantly turning grim. That bastard Chunhao dared to strike at me? Has their Chen family grown tired of living? Seeing Situyu's expression, Wong Chen casually remarked, don't overthink it. Their target was probably me. Humph, that's still unacceptable. When I get back, I'll have my father wipe out the Chun family. Hearing this made Situyu even angrier. As Wang Chen and Situyu were speaking, the fallen demons in the valley, having seen one of their 2 leaders killed, had their morale instantly halved. Many of the fallen had already lost the vicious glint in their eyes and were starting to consider escape routes. Meanwhile, the withered face of the fallen shaman, protected by his minions, twisted into a ferocious snarl. Attack, all of you. Anyone who dares to flee, I'll kill them first. It brandished its short staff to drive the surrounding minions, commanding them to launch an attack against Wang Chen and Situyu. Subjected to the threat of the fallen shaman, the utterly terrified fallen demons chaotically charged forward. Yet compared to before, they now resembled a ragtag militia versus a regular army, their combat strength and morale having plummeted to rock bottom. Just a bunch of trash. Startled by the noise, Wang Chen cast a sidelong glance at the attacking fallen ones. Keep an eye on those guys. I'll handle these stray monsters first. After instructing Situyu, he brandished his longsword and charged toward the fallen ones. While cutting down ordinary fallen ones, his gaze continuously swept the surroundings, searching for traces of the fallen shaman. However, this guy was quite cunning. He kept his body hidden among his underlings while constantly shifting positions. Truly an intellectual-type wild monster, completely different from that short and stubby brute earlier. Silently thinking to himself, a cold smirk flashed through Wang Chen's eyes. Since the fallen shaman wanted to play hide-and-seek with him, he decided to slaughter every last fallen in the vicinity, leaving the shaman nowhere to hide. With his mind made up, Wang Chen began to accelerate his pace of slaughtering the surrounding fallen. Swish, swish, swish. Cold flashes of steel swept through the air as the charging fallen fell like harvested wheat. Within less than a minute, their chaotic ranks had visibly thinned. At this moment, hidden cautiously behind the horde of fallen ones, the fallen shaman shielded his body with malice burning in his eyes as he stared at Wang Chen. Simultaneously, he subtly waved his twisted short staff, as sinister emerald energy coalesced at its tip. Soon, when this dark green energy took solid form as an orb at the staff's apex, a treacherous grin spread across the fallen shaman's face. The next instant, he pointed his short staff toward Wang Chen from a distance, and the dark green energetic sphere instantly transformed into a beam that shot forth. Whoosh! The speed of this dark green beam was in no way inferior to the arrow shot by Situyu. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived around Wang Chen. Witnessing this scene, the Doomguard sorcerer's bark-like face flickered with triumph and anticipation. This dark green beam was its long-range attack skill, the Toxic Ray. It couldn't wait to see this human who had damaged its campsite turn into a pool of blood. At the same time, the 3 lackeys cautiously entering the valley caught sight of this scene, their eyes flashing with delight. Now's the time. Lackey A roared as he released his fully drawn bowstring in one swift motion. The mage at his side simultaneously cast a fireball spell. In an instant, the 3 attacks converged in coordinated assault, slicing through the air with relentless force toward Wang Chen. Behind, Situyu, who was holding a bow and arrow to suppress the warrior among the 3 followers, couldn't help but exclaim when she saw those 3 attacks flying toward Wang Chen. Wang Chen, watch out! The 3 attacks were extremely fast. By the time she shouted her warning, they were already less than 2 meters away from Wang Chen. However, finally lost patience. Wang Chen, who was wielding a longsword to slaughter the fallen demon, sensed the gust of wind and a foul stench around him without showing the slightest surprise on his face. How could he not be prepared when facing a level 20 wild monster with ranged attack skills, plus 3 malicious beings lurking nearby? Despite appearing fully engaged in slaying the fallen demons, his mind had actually remained highly alert the entire time, all to guard against potential ambushes. Since you've come out, get ready to join your companions on the final journey. Turning to face the incoming venomous rays, Wang Chen's gaze instantly locked onto the depraved mage hiding in the rear. Across from him, the targeted depraved mage felt a chill in its heart, reflexively shrinking backward. However, its fearful expression soon faded, replaced instead by a look of contempt as it stared back at Wang Chen. At this moment, the lethal ray was less than a meter away from Wang Chen. Calculating by the speed of the toxic ray, crossing this distance would take less than 0.1 seconds. Moreover, 2 additional attacks were following closely behind. Unless this human was a god, there was absolutely no way he could dodge. The fallen warlock eagerly anticipated watching this human's body be eroded by the potent toxin, hearing his agonized wails as he dissolved into a puddle of blood. Yet, at this moment, it saw no trace of fear on that human's face. Instead, the human flashed it a smile, seemingly radiant yet brimming with icy killing intent. Cut the bullshit. Seeing this, the fallen warlock snorted derisively, utterly convinced this human couldn't possibly escape certain death at such close range. But the very next second, the dark shaman's face froze in astonishment. Chapter 29, The Pinnacle of Combat Technique. In the valley. Just as the three attacks were about to strike Wong Chen's body, his figure twisted with impossible agility against all laws of physics. At this moment, it was as if the bones in his body had vanished, his entire form rigidly shifted 10 centimeters to the left with unnatural precision. Most strikingly, his feet executed a dazzling series of movements during this instant, rendering his physique eerily insubstantial, almost illusory. This entire sequence unfolded within a fleeting fragment of time, just as the fallen shaman began doubting its own vision. Horror engulfed it when the toxic ray, somehow already beyond Wong Chen's position, crashed lethally into another fallen creature behind him. Bang! The poisonous beam pierced straight through the fallen's body, nailing it heavily to the ground. And in the blink of an eye, the fallen demon was utterly obliterated, dissolving into a pool of foul-smelling blood. The other two attacks met the same fate, utterly failing to harm that human. How is this possible? How did this damned human dodge my attack at such close range? Witnessing this scene, the fallen shaman felt goosebumps crawl across his scalp, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Everything unfolding before his eyes defied comprehension given his level of intelligence. Meanwhile, Sitayu and his trio of followers watching nearby nearly had their eyeballs bulge out of their heads at the sight. What is this? Battle precognition and butterfly steps? No! And perfect level body control. All four murmured in unison, staring at Wong Chen with eyes as wide as if they'd seen a ghost. Especially Sitayu, as the top student at Dongling No. 1 High School second only to Wong Chen, naturally possessed an extremely comprehensive knowledge base. Every reaction Wong Chen made under the triple assault was noticed by her, and she even identified the corresponding techniques behind them. However, that was all she could do, just observe. Sitayu simply couldn't comprehend how Wong Chen had mastered these three combat techniques to such an extraordinary level, let alone unleash them all simultaneously. Damn it! Everyone is a genius, so why is the gap so huge? Thank goodness this guy's profession is a giant beast master. If he had randomly chosen an ordinary profession, I'd probably spend the rest of my life being overshadowed by him. At this moment, Sitayu, who had always maintained an icy demeanor in public, couldn't help but curse aloud. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the valley, several figures who had sneaked over quietly took cover beside the corpse of a fallen demon after witnessing the scene. Holy shit! Is Wong Chen even human? How did he dodge that? Chen Hao stared wide-eyed into the distance, howling internally in despair. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that while coming to witness Wong Chen's demise, he'd instead behold such an astonishing scene. At this moment, doubts crept into Chen Hao's mind. Could he truly achieve his ambition? At the same moment, phew! At the center of everyone's gaze, Wong Chen let out a long exhale, silently feeling the soreness throughout his body. Having executed 3 advanced combat techniques in succession, especially including the butterfly step, which placed an immense burden on both body and mind, the strain was undeniable. Even with his body comparable to a level 20 professional at this moment, he still felt somewhat drained. However, though physically exhausted, Wong Chen's spirit remained exhilarated. In that split second earlier, he felt his understanding of butterfly steps had deepened profoundly. Moreover, the power displayed by butterfly steps left him thoroughly satisfied. The butterfly step is generally a combat technique only employed by professionals above third awakening. To execute it requires not only a formidable physique, but also machine-like precision and control. Even among third awakening professionals, fewer than 1% successfully master this technique. Back in school, after mastering the combat techniques taught by instructors, Wong Chen secretly found the complete butterfly step training manual in the library. Today marked the first time he tested the combat effectiveness of his butterfly steps. All those grueling months of practice weren't in vain. These advanced combat techniques truly yield tremendous improvements in strength. As this thought quietly crossed Wong Chen's mind, his interest instantly grew stronger for the other combat techniques equally renowned as the butterfly steps. But now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Stretching his limbs, he cast an amused glance at the dumbstruck fallen shaman across from him. The poor bastard still hadn't recovered from the shock of his toxic ray missing its mark. Impossible. What the hell was that just now? That damned human, it's as if his body instantly vanished from this space. Why is this happening? Thinking in disbelief, the fallen shaman felt the human standing before it was nothing short of a monster. Though clearly lower in level, similar to those human warriors it had previously beaten to a pulp, his actual strength proved unbelievably formidable. For a moment, the fallen shaman felt the urge to retreat. Running from such a monstrous freak isn't shameful at all for a fallen. Roar! All of you, attack! Tear this damned human to pieces. The enraged leader furiously drove the remaining minions to surround Wong Chen, while the corrupted demon sorcerer stealthily began retreating. It could sense a malicious gaze persistently locked onto it, yet it dared not turn to look. A leopard cannot change its spots. Even after mutating, these corrupted demons can't shake off their cowardly nature. Watching the fallen shaman preparing to flee, a cold smile appeared on Wong Chen's face. Yet he wasn't in any hurry. While dealing with the remaining ordinary fallen ones, he leisurely closed the distance to the shaman step by step. The valley was shaped like a sack. Though the rock walls on three sides weren't particularly high, descending was easy while climbing back up would be difficult. If the fallen shaman wanted to escape, it seemed the valley's entrance was its only possible exit. There appeared to be no other route to survival. But now it was retreating deeper into the valley, which piqued Wang Chen's interest. This situation suggested there must be a passage leading elsewhere within the valley. By sparing the fallen demon shaman a little longer, Wang Chen felt he might stumble upon something unexpected. After all, these intelligent mutated monsters, aside from their savage cruelty, each had their own little obsession for collecting treasures. With Wang Chen's remarkable efficiency, the remaining dozens of ordinary fallen demons were swiftly wiped out. By this point, corpses of broken fallen ones littered the valley floor, the thick stench of blood so overpowering it made one's stomach churn. Wang Chen cast a glance at the figure quietly inching toward the inner valley before directing his frosty gaze toward the three motionless figures standing stunned beneath the cliff face. Now, it's time to settle the score between us. Chapter 30, talking about feelings now? Where were you earlier? Now, it's time to settle our grudges. Wang Chen advanced with his sword, gazing at the three figures beneath the cliff face with a faint smirk in his eyes. At that moment, the three paralyzed lackeys were jolted awake by his icy tone, each shuddering involuntarily. Especially when sensing the murderous intent in Wang Chen's gaze, they were utterly despairing. Before coming, they had thought dealing with a single giant beastmaster would be effortless, a perfect chance to curry favor with Chen Hao. Yet unexpectedly, even with wild monsters assisting them, the three of them hadn't managed to affect Wang Chen in the slightest. This peer of theirs was frighteningly strong, almost like a monster himself. Wang Chen, we had no choice, can you please spare us? That's right, it was all Chen Hao who forced us to do this, we never wanted to. Please, for the sake of our 3 years as classmates, let us go. Knowing they were no match for Wang Chen, the three followers immediately began pleading for mercy without hesitation. Even more shamelessly, Lackey A had the audacity to invoke their worthless 3-year classmate bond. Ha ha! Hearing their words, Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Classmate bond? He didn't even know these bastards' names, what goddamn bond could there possibly be? Besides, if you want to talk about feelings now, what were you doing earlier? Save your breath, where's Chen Hao? Spit it out quickly, and I'll make it painless for you. Looking indifferently at the three men, Wang Chen remained completely unmoved. Hearing his words, the trio turned deathly pale. Lackey A, still unwilling to accept defeat, stammered. Wang Chen, spare us and we'll tell you. Swish! With a flash of cold steel, Lackey A's head was cleanly severed. What gives you the right to bargain with me? You reckless fool! Flicking the blood off his sword, Wang Chen's voice dripped with disdain. Nearby, henchmen B and C, drenched in blood, collapsed to the ground trembling uncontrollably. Chen Hao was outside the valley. The two of them were limp as mud, only capable of screaming wildly through their mouths. Hearing this, Wang Chen swiftly finished them off with 2 strokes of his sword before turning to leave the valley with Sitayu in tow. However, there were indeed signs of activity outside the valley, but no one was present, and no trace of Chen Hao could be found. That bastard can't get away. This lady will definitely chop him into 8 pieces. Returning to their original spot, Sitayu kicked pebbles furiously, her face flushed with rage. Wang Chen, who was sorting through equipment nearby, gave the girl a strange look at these words. He wasn't doubting the veracity of Situyu's words. After all, in Dongling City, there really weren't any folks who offended the Situ family and still managed to hop around alive. He was just somewhat astonished. This girl had nerves of steel, showing no hesitation when killing wild monsters earlier, and now when killing. What are you staring at? Situyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze and glared back angrily. It's nothing. Wang Chen shrugged, got up with the stripped equipment in hand. Let's go chase the fallen shaman. If we're late, the duck that's already in our mouth will fly away. Calling out to Situyu, Wang Chen strode straight into the valley. As for the corpses of the fallen demons around them, neither he nor Situyu had any interest in looting them. Sink demons, a type of wild monster, carry no useful materials on their bodies, even their flesh is poisonous. The only worthwhile thing about them is their generous experience points. That was precisely why the two failed to notice the figure lying unconscious amidst the fallen ones, someone who had already been frightened into a dead faint. Phew! Running to a patch of dense weeds deep in the valley, the fallen shaman turned his head for a final glance. Not seeing those 2 detestable humans chasing after it, it let out a long sigh of relief. Damn humans! I'll get my revenge on you sooner or later. Muttering curses under its breath, it pushed aside the grass ahead with its short staff and stepped forward. Behind the thick weeds lay a dark, eerie hole about 2 meters in diameter, with chilly air seeping out from within. The ground around the entrance had frozen solid from the cold emanating from the hole. This is a secret passageway that the fallen shaman stumbled upon by chance, allowing direct passage out of the valley. Due to its hidden nature, the fallen shaman also established his lair within the passage. I'll be back. With one last nostalgic glance at his surroundings, the fallen shaman stepped into the cave entrance and camouflaged it again with weeds. Hope those damn humans don't discover this place. Thinking silently to itself, it walked deeper into the cave entrance. Yet, the fallen shaman's hopes were doomed to be dashed. Not long after it entered the cave opening, footsteps began to echo around. Wong Chen, how did you figure out it had a secret base too? Spotting the cave mouth emanating cold air, Sitayu poked Wong Chen, her face brimming with excitement. Of course, by using my brain. Hearing this, Wong Chen brushed aside Sitayu's hand that kept poking at him. This valley is shaped like a pouch with only one exit. Since the fallen shaman chose to run deeper when fleeing, there must be another hidden passage inside. After offering this casual explanation, he walked to the cave entrance and used his longsword to push aside the concealing weeds. Upon closer inspection, the edges and surface of the cave opening appeared remarkably smooth, clearly not man-made, but rather resembling some creature's burrow. Be careful later, there might be some terrifyingly powerful creature inside. Warning the curious Sitayu with these words, Wong Chen gripped his sword and stepped into the cave entrance. After descending about 20 meters, the slope disappeared and the passage leveled out. Ryup! As the illumination scroll was torn open, a soft glow lit up the surrounding 10-meter area. Looking at the smooth rock walls of the passage, Wong Chen grew more confident in his earlier speculation. This was indeed no excavated tunnel, the walls were perfectly smooth, with occasional markings that resembled impressions left by scales. About 2 meters in diameter, covered in scales, capable of rapidly burrowing underground. Observing his surroundings, Wong Chen began piecing together the conjectures forming in his mind. This must be a cave left behind by dark crawlers. Soon, he reached his conclusion. Dark crawlers? Beside him, Sitayu overheard Wong Chen's muttering and shrank back, as if recalling some terrifying scene. Dark worm, a type of wild monster that dwells underground. Strictly speaking, its strength wasn't particularly formidable among wild monsters. Although it had a length of over 5 meters and a body diameter exceeding 2 meters, its level was only around 35 to 40. For elite professionals active in the Beast Mountain range, it wasn't considered much of a threat. However, its ferocious appearance and the massive maw that could open to over 3 meters in diameter made many female professionals keep their distance. What's wrong? Scared? Seeing Situyu's expression, Wong Chen asked with a smile. Not at all. Sitayu sounded somewhat unconvincing. A 5-meter-long giant insect, just the thought of it was terrifying. Chapter 31, All Attributes Breakthrough 100. Don't worry. In the cave, Wong Chen noticed Situyu's pale complexion and said with a faint smile, this should have been the former den of dark worms. They've left already, otherwise that nest of fallen demons outside wouldn't have survived till now. Oh, Sitayu quietly let out a relieved sigh upon hearing everything was fine. Let's go, we need to hurry and find that fallen shaman's collection you mentioned. If we're late, it'll disappear without a trace. To prove she wasn't afraid, she strode ahead boldly with her bow in hand. Behind them, Wong Chen shook his head with a smile when he saw this. This girl remains unfazed even when faced with corpses, yet she's afraid of bugs. If she really encounters a dark worm, will that girl Sitayu be scared to tears? With anticipation stirring in his heart, Wong Chen quickened his pace to catch up. 5 minutes later, as the two ventured deeper into the cavern, they gradually sensed the aura of the fallen shaman. Meanwhile, clang clatter, the sound of objects colliding also reached his ears. No need to guess, the fallen shaman was certainly packing his valuables to make a run for it. Under the dim glow of moonlight stones, a gaunt, withered figure laboriously placed item after item on the spread-out animal hide. The collision of these objects intermittently produced jingling and clattering sounds. Sooner or later, I'll assemble an even bigger tribe of fallen ones and skin those damned humans alive. The fallen shaman muttered incessant curses under its breath while hastily stuffing away the items it deemed valuable. As for the remaining assortment of bottles and jars, it reluctantly chose to leave them behind with a pang of regret. This only served to deepen its seething hatred for those two despicable humans. When the packing was almost done, the fallen shaman prepared to roll up the animal hide. But right at that moment, he suddenly noticed the light in his secret base had become dazzlingly bright, causing the glowstone in his hand to pale in comparison. Damned humans! How did the two of you find this place? Turning toward the source of the light, the fallen shaman froze momentarily before letting out a howl of grief-stricken fury. You're the one who led us here. Wong Chen spread his hands, a smile playing on his lips. Under the glow of the illumination spell, he spotted quite a few treasures among the fallen shaman's collection. Several priceless magical herbs, faintly glowing ores, and 7 or 8 irregularly shaped sacred crystals. This fallen shaman's hoard is far richer than I imagined. Silently thinking to himself, Wong Chen gazed at the fallen shaman's gaze as if looking at walking gold coins. You all, damnable humans, I'll fight you to the death. The fallen shaman felt a chill run down its spine under Wang Chen's stare and brandished its short staff while shrieking shrilly. Before the words had fully left its mouth, dark green magical energy began surging from the tip of its staff. A pungent odor began to permeate through the cave. However, whoosh! Just as the fallen shaman was about to complete its spell, a razor-sharp arrow struck its body like lightning. Bang! The tremendous force carried by the arrow nailed the fallen shaman directly onto the rocky wall. Ah! Excruciating pain made the fallen shaman howl in agony, but immediately after, a cold flash sliced across its neck, and the scream abruptly ceased. Considering all the things you've contributed, I'll make this quick for you. Don't mention it. Flicking the blood droplets from his Gale longsword with a swing, Wong Chen sheathed the blade. At the same time, the dark shaman's body collapsed limply to the ground as three dim glowing spheres surfaced from its form, then separately flowed into Wang Chen, Sitayu, and Bing Qing's bodies. Just as Wang Chen had anticipated, after slaying the final dark shaman, his level rose to 15 while Bing Qing leveled up to 5. Beast Companion, Primordial Overlord Extreme Frost Dragon. Nickname, Ice Purity. Gender, female. Age, under 1 month, infancy. Level, 5. Rank, Primordial Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 700, Intelligence 700, Constitution 700, Agility 700, without any buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills of Frost Body, SSS, Arctic Breath, SSS, Frozen Inferno, SSS, Dragon's Majesty, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, not applicable. Name, Wong Chen. Occupation, Colossal Beast Tamer. Level, 15. Talents, Blessing of 10,000 Beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Revival, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Strength, 102.5 plus 30. Intelligence, 105.5 plus 5 points. Physique, 102.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 102.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 50 points. Reaching level 15, I decided to distribute the attribute points evenly. In an unequipped state, all 4 core attributes have now surpassed the 100-point threshold. Looking at his status panel, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a primordial divine beast, Ice Purity is truly powerful. Now even without any attack skills, his body enhanced by 4-dimensional attributes alone could trade blows with melee professions at level 30. As for professionals under level 20, he could crush them with one hand. However, this thought was slightly tempered when Wang Chen caught sight of Sitayu beside him. Those professionals with money powers probably required both hands to handle. What are you staring at? Want to spar with me? Noticing Wang Chen's gaze, Sitayu glared at him with mischievous intent evident in her eyes. Unlike the giant summoner class, Gale archers don't need to split experience with their beast companions. That's why Sitayu's level was actually 2 levels higher than Wang Chen's, having reached level 17. For the first time ever surpassing Wang Chen in rank, Sitayu brimmed with confidence, proudly strutting like a peacock displaying its plumage. Forget it. Seeing the girl's provocative expression, Wang Chen shook his head speechlessly. I'd be afraid of making you cry. Muttering to himself, he didn't speak the thoughts aloud. Sitayu had always been fiercely competitive by nature. If she were to find out the gap between them had widened instead of narrowed, Wang Chen could already foresee himself being endlessly pestered by Sitayu in the future. Ha ha! Scared now? The title of perpetual runner-up is officially yours from now on. A mischievous smile graced her charming face as Sitayu triumphantly waved her delicate fist. Ever since meeting Wang Chen, this was the first time she had outdone him. She felt absolutely exhilarated at this moment. Woo woo. At this moment, Xiao Bingqing, who was hovering nearby as part of the cheering squad, looked at Sitayu with eyes full of sympathy. What a foolish human. With a flap of her wings, she flew onto Sitayu's shoulder and patted his head with her tiny wing. So pitiful. Just plain and simple-minded. Hee hee. Completely unaware of what Xiao Bingqing was thinking, Sitayu's face grew even more smug. Wang Chen, did you see that? Even Xiao Bingqing agrees with me. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression immediately grew peculiar. With the beast taming contract between them, how could he possibly not know what Xiao Bingqing was thinking? Well, did you think she was complimenting you? She's pitying you, girl. Suppressing the urge to laugh, Wang Chen walked over to the animal hide on the ground to examine his spoils. As for Sitayu, let her drown in this false world. Chapter 32 Flash Sword, Dual Strike. By the light of the illumination scroll, Wang Chen examined the fallen shaman's collection. 6 stalks of moonlight herb, 12 chunks of mithril ore, 23 unknown scales. It must be said that the fallen shaman's collection was quite substantial. These few D-grade magical materials could fetch at least 8 or 9,000 gold coins if sold. However, Wong Chen merely glanced at these items before setting them aside. Then, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at the two items set aside separately. 8 sacred crystals worth 80,000 gold coins, and a dull, grayish object that resembled a book. I never expected the damned fallen shaman's collection would actually include a skill book. Picking up the dusty gray book, Wong Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he immediately took out the appraisal scroll and used it on the skill book. Swish! A flash of light, and the information of the skill book appeared before his eyes. Instant sword, D general skill, active attack skill. Upon activation, instantly dash forward a certain distance and unleash a powerful slash on the enemy. Note, 1. The dash distance of instant sword is 10 meters and can be upgraded. 2. Cooldown time of 10 seconds per use. Advancing 10 meters forward, when applied correctly, this can essentially function as a teleportation skill. Thinking silently to himself, Wong Chen felt extremely satisfied with this skill book. At this moment, quick, let me see. What tier is this skill book? Situyu craned her neck, peering curiously at the item in Wang Chen's hands. However, just a D-grade universal skill book? Upon seeing that instant sword slash was merely a D-grade skill book, her interest visibly waned. Skill books were ranked from the highest S grade down to the lowest F grade. A D-grade skill book is already quite decent for ordinary professionals. Placed on the trading market, it could fetch at least 100,000 gold coins. But for Situyu, such low-level skill books were utterly beneath her notice. After the job selection, the B-grade skill books prepared by her family had dazzled her with choices. Beside them, upon hearing Situyu's words, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Among professionals, there had always been a widely circulated saying, there are no trash skills, only trash professionals. He didn't look down upon instant sword just because it was only a D-grade skill. Wang Chen, you should keep this skill book and sell it at the trading market. Seeing Wang Chen's indifferent attitude, Situyu leaned over with a playful grin and said, my father prepared 2 B-grade skill books for me that don't suit me. If you call me big sister, I can sell them to you for just 2 gold coins. With that, Situyu blinked, wearing an expression that said you're getting a steal. To this, but Wang Chen simply shook his head. 2 gold coins for 2 B-rank skill books, truth be told, he was a little tempted. After all, a single B-rank skill book was worth at least $1 million on the market. But seeing the cunning hidden in the girl's eyes, he knew this young lady was definitely up to no good with grand schemes in mind. He wasn't about to sell himself out for just 2 skill books, that would be a losing deal. Besides, the power he could unleash with his D-grade skills now probably wouldn't be weaker than those first-tier professionals with B-grade skills. Since you don't want it, then it's mine now. As he spoke, Wang Chen distributed all the sacred crystals on the ground to Situyu, then directly chose to use the skill tome. With a flash of light, he instantly mastered the skill Blade Flash. Next, he spent all 50 skill points he had been saving to enhance Blade Flash's power. As a D-rank skill, Blade Flash had a maximum level cap of 5, requiring 10 skill points per level. 50 skill points invested boosted the Flash Sword skill from level 1 to 5. Power increased by 50%, dash distance extended by 5 meters, reaching 15 meters in total. At the same time, after maxing out the skill level, new changes appeared in the Flash Sword's description. Flash Sword, D general skill, active attack ability. Upon activation, instantly dash forward a set distance and deliver a powerful slash to enemies. Note, 1. Level max, dash distance 15 meters. 2. Max level unlocks second strike. Within 2 seconds after using Flash Sword, it can be activated once more, but cumulative cooldown applies. Looking at the new information about Flash Strike, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This new special effect, Double Strike, was precisely another reason he had chosen this D-rank skill. As everyone knows, any skill that's maxed out through skill points will unlock a max level effect. However, higher rank skills require far more skill points than low rank ones when leveling up their caps and upgrading them. 50 skill points can max out a D-rank skill, but even pouring them into a B-rank skill would barely manage to level it up once. For first-tier professionals, each level up grants only 10 skill points, utterly inadequate when dealing with high-tier skills. Under these circumstances, for Wang Chen, maxing out low-tier skills delivers the best cost-performance ratio. As for acquiring high-tier skills later and finding himself short on skill points, he wasn't worried. Aside from leveling up as a professional, skill points could also be obtained by challenging dungeon instances. Of course, this acquisition method was still beyond Wang Chen's current reach. Dungeon instances were largely controlled by Dragon Nation University and various major factions. All he could do now was to improve his strength as much as possible, then secure the key to unlock these secret dungeons after the Gaokao competition. Beside them, Situyu stomped her foot angrily upon seeing Wang Chen directly mastering the Flash Sword technique. Bastard! Is it really that hard for you to just admit defeat? With resentment simmering in her heart, she gathered the items from the ground and ran outside. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen scratched his head, utterly baffled. Nevertheless, he quickly chased after her and promptly dragged Situyu deeper into the cave. The cave's path was straightforward, leading directly to the exit, sparing them the trouble of taking a detour. At the same time, amidst the pile of corpses in the valley, Chen Hao, who had just regained consciousness, scrambled to his feet. I'm saved. Not spotting Wong Chen nearby, Chen Hao was nearly moved to tears. The power Wong Chen had just displayed, coupled with his ruthlessly murderous aura, was utterly terrifying. Chen Hao, still trembling with residual fear, completely forgot his original objective at this point. He scrambled to his feet, desperately wanting to flee from this place that had become psychologically scarred in his mind. But just then, thud, 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 footsteps echoed from outside the valley. Chen Hao instinctively retreated into the corpse's shadow, watching the outside world in terror. Soon, through the ravaged valley strode 4 unwelcome intruders. Though varying in age and attire, all 4 emanated the same ruthless aura. Entering the valley, they instinctively spaced themselves apart while scanning their surroundings with wary vigilance. Chapter 33 Hyena Squad. The valley where the fallen lurked. Over 100 fallen corpses lay scattered across the ground, their thick scent of blood permeating the entire valley. 4 cautious figures moved carefully through the valley, maintaining 2-meter intervals between each other. Boss, what kind of situation is this? Walking ahead was a man with a pointed face and beady eyes, his triangular pupils scanning the surrounding corpses of fallen ones while a trace of fear flickered in his gaze. As a level 35 first-tier professional, he normally harbored no fear toward fallen ones. Even alone, he could slaughter this many fallen ones without difficulty. But, more than half of the fallen demon corpses scattered across the valley floor had been killed with a single strike, showing no additional wounds whatsoever. Such skill was something he could never hope to match. Boss, could this be the work of a 3rd evolution expert? When the burly man reached the valley center and saw the equally one-strike killed muscular fallen champion warrior with its throat slit, he finally couldn't help but halt his steps and turn to look behind him. How could that be? A 3rd transformation expert wouldn't have time for this. Behind him, the bearishly built middle-aged man frowned with displeasure. Must be a 2nd transformation swordsman. Check the surroundings thoroughly, no need to spook yourselves. The burly middle-aged man waved his hand, signaling the squad members to disperse and search. Boss, look at this. Moments later, the narrow-eyed man exclaimed in surprise as he walked over carrying a large bundle. These are all special arrows infused with magic metal, each one's worth at least 100 gold coins when reclaimed. What kind of archer flaunts wealth like this? Using them just once and throwing them away? He placed the items on the ground, his face filled with awe. Hearing this, the burly middle-aged man glanced over, and his expression also showed surprise. Ordinary archers used arrows made from composite metals, with each arrow costing at least 10 gold coins. But every single one of these arrows before his eyes was forged from special alloys and infused with magical metals. Each one must be worth at least several hundred gold coins. Even with his considerable experience, the burly middle-aged man couldn't help feeling shocked at this moment. Just how rich do you have to be to use special arrows as disposable items? Boss, it looks like we've stumbled upon a real fat sheep this time. The narrow-eyed man counted the arrows one by one, his face growing increasingly greedy with each tally. Don't jump to conclusions, whether they're sheep or wolves remains to be seen. Keep searching, see if we can find any other clues. Hearing this, the burly middle-aged man snorted coldly as he gathered all the arrows from the ground. Oh! At his words, the man with triangular eyes reluctantly nodded before turning to continue the search. Soon, the 4 of them made another discovery. Boss, we found a live one over here, some greenhorn. A man sporting a broom-cut hairstyle dragged over the bloodied Chen Hao. At this moment, Chen Hao's body was as limp as mud, his eyes filled with utter despair. Little did he expect that barely moments after the killing star Wong Chen had left, he would run into the infamous Hyena Squad. The Hyena Squad, a notorious bounty hunter team in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Known for their cruelty, they never left survivors. The team consisted of 4 people in total. The burly middle-aged man, resembling a polar bear, was the leader of the squad, a level 50 warrior who had undergone his 2nd-class advancement. The other 3 consisted of a level 40 rank 1 assassin and druid, 2nd and 3rd brothers, and a level 40 rank 1 shield warrior, 4th brother. With 1 rank 2 and 3 high-level rank 1 members, the Hyena Squad ranked 36th on Dongling City's Adventurer Guild wanted list, boasting a bounty as high as 4 million gold coins. Bang! Chen Hao was thrown before the hyena leader. Trembling with fear, he ignored his bodily pain and begged desperately for mercy. Don't kill me. I'm the eldest young master of the Chen family, I've got plenty of money. I'll do anything you want. 3 days later, outskirts of the Beast Mountain Range. In the dimly lit forest, towering canopies blocked nearly all sunlight from reaching the ground. The jungle was eerily quiet, where even the sound of wind brushing through leaves could be heard with perfect clarity. Rustle, rustle. Wong Chen trudged unevenly through the dense undergrowth, with Sitiyu walking beside him while cradling little Bingqing in her arms. Wong Chen, I regret this. Sitiyu kept clearing obstructing brambles with her longbow, her face etched with quiet resentment. What? Hearing her words, Wong Chen, who was repeating the same motions beside her, turned his head to ask, Wong Chen, the path you've chosen is absolutely awful. Pushing aside the obstructing thorns and weeds, Sitayu complained. After witnessing Bingqing's formidable power, she had assumed the journey to the golden-scaled python's territory would be smooth sailing, slaying gods and demons alike, crushing all wild monsters in their path. The outcome. Just 3 days into the expedition, Sitayu sadly realized that things weren't going as she had imagined. The idyllic adventure she had envisioned had turned into a desperate struggle for survival in the wilderness. While they did encounter plenty of wild monsters, most of their time was spent clearing the path ahead. These damn thorns and weeds ruined all the effort she put into preparing her beautiful outfit, reducing her to a wild mess. Nearby, Wong Chen overheard Sitayu's words and scratched his nose awkwardly. This was indeed his fault. When planning the route, he had only considered saving time and forgot that the Beast Mountain range was pure wilderness. Straying from the marked paths on the adventure map meant there was no path at all. Surviving alone in the wilderness is an essential skill for any professional. I'm just giving you a taste of what's to come, so stop complaining. Once we get past this stretch, the road will be much smoother. Swinging his longsword to cut through the obstructing brambles, Wong Chen justified his mistake. Hearing his words, Sitayu pouted her lips. Ha! Put! A man's words are ghostly lies. You said the same thing yesterday, yet today we still haven't managed to leave this area. With this thought in mind, Sitayu's gaze toward Wong Chen grew increasingly cordial. However, just as she was about to inform this detestable fellow that she wasn't someone so easily deceived, a shadowy figure abruptly surged forth from the weeds and brambles, pouncing fiercely toward Wong Chen. The shadow moved with lightning speed, crashing directly into Wong Chen's chest. Bang! The next instant, Wong Chen's body was sent flying backward. Where he had been standing now stood a leopard, 2 meters long, half a man's height, its entire body covered in fur black as ink. A level 30 wild beast, the shadow leopard. Wong Chen. Upon seeing this, Sitayu gasped and immediately drew her bow to attack the shadow panther, intending to divert its attention. But the suddenly appearing shadow panther effortlessly dodged the arrow, paying no attention to Sitayu. Instead, it sprang forward with all 4 limbs, chasing after Wong Chen, who had been sent flying. Chapter 34, The Cunning Shadow Panther. In the jungle, the shadow leopard moved with lightning speed, catching up to Wong Chen almost instantly. Swish! With a piercing sound of slicing wind, its razor-sharp claws gleamed with a chilling glow, aimed straight at Wong Chen's throat. Mid-air, Wong Chen gazed at the shadow panther lunging toward him, his eyes tranquil as still water, showing not a trace of fear. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly pivoted, swiftly swinging his gale longsword horizontally to block the shadow panther's twin razor-sharp claws. Bang! Amid the collision's reverberation, he harnessed the recoil force to propel himself diagonally backward, deftly evading the panther's follow-up strike. Thud! Thud! Upon landing, Wong Chen swiftly retreated to Sitayu's side with a quick step. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the shadow leopard executed a graceful mid-air spin before landing steadily on the ground. Are you okay? Sitayu's pretty face turned pale as she gazed at Wong Chen's chest with undisguised worry. It's all right. This guy's head isn't hard enough yet. Shaking his head, Wong Chen kept his wary eyes fixed on the shadow leopard as he replied to Sitayu. He had reacted the instant the shadow leopard appeared. Although the attack caught him off guard, he had consciously shifted his weight backward to lessen the impact when struck. The impact sent him flying, half from the shadow panther's brute force, half by Wong Chen's own deliberate choice. What a cunning bastard, playing such a dirty trick. Seeing Wong Chen unharmed, Sitayu exhaled in relief before whipping her head around to glare viciously at the shadow panther. She drew her bow taut, and the arrow shot forth like a cannonball, aimed straight for the beast's skull. The sudden incident just now gave her quite a fright. The narrow-minded young girl resolved to retaliate fiercely. However, facing this arrow, a trace of human-like disdain flickered in the shadow panther's crimson eyes. As the swiftly shot arrow was about to strike, its 4 limbs moved, its body twisted with lightning speed like a contorting shadow, effortlessly evading Sitayu's attack. Witnessing this scene, Sitayu was utterly dumbfounded. How could the shadow leopard still dodge the attack at such close range? And was this creature really that intelligent? Noticing the disdain in the shadow leopard's demeanor, Sitayu fumed inwardly. However, standing to the side, Wong Chen noticed the shadow leopard swiftly dodging the arrows like a phantom, and a glimmer of understanding flickered in his eyes. Despite such intense movement, the shadow leopard made not a single sound as it moved. No wonder he hadn't detected it before it struck. Most likely, this was yet another mutated wild beast. Silently turning the thought over in his mind, a flash of resolve passed through Wong Chen's eyes as he activated his scouting skill. Monster, mutated shadow leopard. Level, 30. Combat style, melee. Skills, claw strike, bite, shadow walk. Type, mutated. Just as expected. After examining the shadow leopard's attributes, Wong Chen nodded silently to himself. Just as he had suspected, this shadow panther was indeed a mutated monster. Its movements had been completely soundless earlier, with even its aura concealed, most likely due to that shadow walk ability. As this thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, a chill ran down his spine. Had the Shadow Panther attacked Situyu instead of him earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, while the panther lurking in shadows waiting to strike would have been troublesome, now that it had revealed itself, its shadow walk ability was effectively neutralized. Use ranged skills to restrict its movements. Don't let it retreat into the jungle. After giving the order to Situyu, Wong Chen swiftly charged toward the shadow leopard with his sword drawn. Flash sword. His body left a series of afterimages in the air as Wang Chen appeared before the shadow leopard in an instant, swinging his Gale longsword down with tremendous force. At this moment, his sudden burst of speed made the shadow leopard freeze momentarily, but soon a savage gleam surged in its crimson eyes. How dare this damned prey take the initiative to attack? How reckless! Roar! The beast snarled ferociously, fearlessly swinging its razor-sharp claws in retaliation. Bang! The swift wind blade collided with sharp claws, producing a deafening roar. At that very moment, the Shadow Panther's crimson eyes widened abruptly as it felt an overwhelming force surging through its razor-sharp claws. Damn this prey, not only is it fast, but its strength is immense? Without the slightest hesitation, Phantom Sword's powerful slash sent the Shadow Leopard flying backward. Roar! However, the Shadow Leopard truly lived up to its reputation as a mutated monster. Its ferocity was beyond comparison with ordinary beasts. As his body was sent flying backward, he let out a furious roar, his tail whipping toward Wang Chen like a vicious lash. Wang Chen, watch out! Not far away, Situyu, who had been drawing her bowstring with an arrow knocked, called out anxiously and released the shot. Whoosh! The arrow shot out with a sharp sound, striking the Shadow Panther's tail with a heavy impact. Bang! A spray of blood erupted as the Shadow Leopard crashed to the ground, its tail now conspicuously missing an entire segment. Roar! The pain forced the Shadow Leopard to let out a piercing roar, its crimson eyes locking onto Situyu with a gaze brimming with chilling murderous intent. That expression clearly seemed to say, I'll remember you. Having done all this, the Shadow Leopard swiftly retreated backward. It intended to hide once more in the darkness, waiting for the perfect moment to exact vengeance for that arrow strike. However, though its plan was sound, Wang Chen had no intention of giving it the chance. At that very moment, as Wang Chen's body was falling downward due to inertia, one of his feet suddenly stamped hard in midair. With this step, it was as if he had stepped onto solid ground, and his body shot forward like a phantom. Instant sword. Double strike. This was precisely the visual effect that appeared when the flash sword skill was maxed out through skill points. The next second, Wang Chen's body instantly teleported in front of the Shadow Leopard. The Shadow Leopard, which had been retreating backward, flashed a look of astonishment in its eyes at this sight. It seemed impossible that this prey could still unleash such terrifying speed. But there was no time to think, as the piercing sound of slicing air howled past its ears. The swift wind blade came crashing down with tremendous force. Roar! With a furious roar, the Shadow Panther swung its razor claws to meet the attack. Bang! A violent collision sound erupted. The passive Shadow Leopard was instantly pinned to the ground by the tremendous force carried by this sword strike. Roar! Covered in mud, the Shadow Leopard felt utterly humiliated, baring its ferocious fangs as it lunged to bite the human before it. It would tear this loathsome prey into pieces. However, at this moment, as it lay crumpled on the ground, its threat level had plummeted to near nothingness in Wang Chen's eyes. Those gaping, savage jaws now seemed more like a pathetic joke than a lethal weapon. With a swift shift of his feet, Wang Chen's body flickered like a ghost, narrowly evading the Shadow Panther's attack. Then, just as the panther's head was about to brush past him, his Gale longsword abruptly thrust forward. Chapter 35, Dead Serious, You Can't Beat Me. A squelching sound. The sharp longsword pierced through the maw of the Shadow Panther and emerged from the back of its skull. Swish! As Wang Chen withdrew his sword, the Shadow Panther's body swayed weakly several times before collapsing heavily to the ground. Thus, this level 30 mutated beast fell miserably, reduced to nothing more than a corpse. Wang Chen, wasn't that arrow I shot just now absolutely perfect? The battle ended, and Situyu approached with a bright smile on her face. Hearing this, Wang Chen shook the blood off his sword and glared at her in annoyance. The task he had just given Situyu was to use ranged attacks to pin down the Shadow Leopard and prevent its escape. As it turned out, Situyu ignored orders and directly shot off the Shadow Panther's tail with an arrow. A Shadow Panther pelt in perfect condition could fetch 20,000 gold coins on the market. Without the tail, its value would shrink by at least half. However, Wang Chen also knew the little lass had acted out of concern for his safety. You're absolutely right, you're the best. Wang Chen spoke somewhat insincerely. Hearing his words, Situyu's eyes curved into crescents as a silly smile spread across her face. This scene made Wang Chen roll his eyes helplessly. At the same time, While the two were talking, 3 faint glowing orbs emerged from the shadow leopard's corpse before merging into their bodies and little Bingqings respectively. The accumulated experience over these 3 days, combined with the current gains, caused level-up radiance to simultaneously envelop both humans and their beast companion. With a mere thought from Wong Chen, detailed attribute information for Little Ice Purin himself materialized before his eyes. Beast companion, primordial overlord, dragon of extreme cold. Nickname, Ice Pure. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month, infancy. Level, 11. Rank, primordial divine beast. Talent, infinite growth, SSS. Attributes, strength 1000, intelligence 1000, constitution 1000, agility 1000. Unaffected by any buffs, equipment, or items. Skills of Frostborn Body, SSS, Arctic Breath, SSS, Frozen Inferno, SSS, Dragon's Majesty, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, N/A. Name, Wong Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Tamer. Level, 21. Abilities, Beast Affinity, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine, DT. Skills, Beast Mastery, S, Beast Restoration, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summon, B, Flash Sword, D, DT. Strength, 147.5 plus 30 points. Intelligence, 147.5 plus 5 points. Physique, 147.5 plus 5 points. Agility, 147.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 60 points. Same as usual, allocate attribute points evenly and reserve skill points for now. At present, Wang Chen's base stats, without any equipment bonuses, have already soared to nearly 150 points each in all 4 attributes. This attribute is basically twice that of the main attribute of a professional at the same level. As for Xiao Bingqing, a single attribute of 1000 points is simply beyond normal standards. A level 60 warrior would probably be knocked flat with just one slap from her. After looking over his attributes with satisfaction, Wang Chen turned his head and glanced at Situyu. The girl's eyes were glazed over, her face wearing a silly grin. Clearly, she was in the middle of allocating her free attribute points. Speaking of which, because Wang Chen was splitting experience points equally with Bingqing, Situyu's level was now a full 4 levels higher than his, reaching level 25. At this rate of leveling up, Wang Chen felt that before their journey through the 10,000 Beasts mountain range was even over, that girl Situyu would reach the max level for her first class promotion and be ready for her second advancement. Ha ha! Wang Chen, aren't you jealous of me now? If you just give me little Bingqing, all the experience points from the monsters we encounter from now on will be yours. By that time, your level will have caught up to mine. After assigning the attributes, Situyu noticed Wang Chen's gaze and revealed a mischievous smirk on her face. Throughout 3 years of high school, her academic performance in all subjects had consistently lagged behind Wang Chen's. Now that her level had risen to 25, she had far surpassed Wang Chen by a significant margin, satisfying Situyu's vanity to an immense degree. Ha! Hearing her words, Wang Chen let out a cold laugh. You think mere experience points are enough to take little Bingqing from my hands? You foolish woman, do you misunderstand what a divine ancestral beast is? Besides, what good is a high level alone? Wang Chen silently stared at Situyu for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts before speaking deliberately. You can't beat me. The sincerity overflowing from his words left Situyu no room for rebuttal. Humph. Kicking the ground in frustration, Situyu hugged little Bingqing and turned to continue walking ahead. How frustrating. Situyu was utterly dejected. Behind her, Wang Chen watched the girl stomp away angrily, rubbed his nose and laughed. Why are you in such a hurry? Was I wrong about what I just said? If you think I'm wrong, you can argue with me, and I'll apologize to you. Get lost. Before Wang Chen could finish speaking, Situyu picked up a branch and threw it at him, her chest heaving with anger. Get lost. I never want to talk to you again. She shot Wang Chen a fierce glare before turning on her heel and striding away. Bastard. I'm seriously pissed off right now, the kind of anger that can't be soothed no matter what. Woo woo. At this moment, Xiao Bingqing poked her head out and rested it on Situyu's shoulder. She looked at Situyu, then glanced at her own master. Whoosh. Humans are such troublesome creatures. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The jungle, quiet after the battle, was soon visited by another group of uninvited guests. Bang! Kid, are you trying to trick us? It's been 3 days. Why haven't we caught up with your 2 classmates yet? The hyena boss casually tossed Chen Hao to the ground, his tone dripping with impatience. Big brother, I truly don't know. Thorns pierced his flesh, the pain making Chen Hao tremble uncontrollably, yet he dared not cry out. His fearful gaze remained locked on the hyena boss. At this moment, he cut a pitiful figure, stripped of all his equipment, clad only in a blood-stained thin garment, with not a trace left of his former aristocratic arrogance. Humph. At these words, the hyena boss snorted coldly, "It'll be dark soon. We'll rest first and set off again tomorrow morning. If we still haven't found it by then, you'll be useless." As he spoke, he strode forward and hauled Chen Hao up, preparing to take the young man to discuss a business deal worth hundreds of millions. But at that very moment, "Boss, we've got to find." Hyena third with beady triangular eyes exclaimed in surprise, running over while clutching an arrow. It's the arrow from before, and the bloodstains from the battle on the ground haven't dried yet. Chapter 36, The Iron Law in Darkness. In the shadowy thicket. What? Hearing Old Three's words, the hyena leader threw down Chen Hao in his grasp and snatched the arrow. That's right, just like the arrows before. Those two brats just left not long ago? After observing for a moment, the hyena leader's face revealed an excited expression. Hearing this, the other three also showed ferocious grins on their faces. Using arrows worth hundreds of gold coins as disposable items, such fat sheep made the hyena squad giddy with excitement just thinking about it. Witnessing this scene, Chen Hao lying on the ground while shamefully covering his backside, quietly let out a relieved sigh. Wonderful! His chrysanthemum was spared from devastation. Silently savoring the thought, he watched the cruel expressions on the hyena squad members' faces and felt a faint thrill rising within him. Wong Chen, just you wait. You're so handsome, a hyena boss is definitely going to love you. At this very moment, as Chen Hao, thrilled by the thought of the treatment Wang Chen would soon endure, abruptly noticed a looming shadow engulfing him. "Boss, go grab them quick. They've got loads of valuables on them." Looking up and recognizing the hyena boss, Chen Hao exclaimed excitedly. "Don't worry." Hearing his words, the hyena boss gave an eerie grin. "I'll make sure both of them join you real soon." As the words fell, his fist, suddenly swinging, looked as big as a sandbag. Bang! Before Chen Hao could grasp the meaning behind his words, his heart was pierced through. You promised to spare me. You have no honor." Life was draining away drop by drop as Chen Hao stared at the hyena leader with disbelief in his eyes. Ha ha! Upon hearing his words, the hyena leader casually tossed him aside like trash. "Spare you? Honor? The rule of our hyena squad is simple, no survivors in any operation." With a cold parting remark, the hyena leader licked the blood from his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixed on the depths of the jungle. "Go, let's chase after those two fat sheep." With a sweep of his arm, he led his three companions and strode off in pursuit of Wang Chen and Situyu's departing figures. Dusk. The sun set. The entire Beast Mountain range fell into complete silence. The dim daylight could no longer break through the dense canopy layers to cast its glow upon the ground. Within the Beast Mountain range now, the lighting had grown so faint it could practically be called pitch darkness where one couldn't see their outstretched hand. Not to mention treasure-seeking professionals entering the Beast Mountain range, even the native wild monsters of those mountains would stay obediently in their dens by dusk, daring not to roam carelessly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. A faint rustling sound broke the silence as a flashlight beam cut through the dim jungle, casting a stark cylinder of light. Wang Chen and Situyu trudged through the jungle, their steps alternating between deep and shallow footprints. "Wang Chen, I can't go on anymore." Under the glow of the flashlight, Situyu's face looked slightly pale, his breathing ragged and heavy. As a swift-wind shooter, her attribute points were allocated towards strength and agility. Her stamina simply couldn't compare to Wang Chen's monstrous constitution. "Got it. After crossing this stretch of forest, we'll look for a place to camp." Wang Chen, leading the way ahead, spoke without turning his head. Even without Situyu mentioning it, he'd already planned to find a campsite as soon as possible. After all, the nights in the Beast Mountains are too perilous, and seasoned professionals who frequent these ranges have silently adhered to one unbreakable rule. That is, once night falls, there must be absolutely no movement within the Beast Mountains. For though most wild creatures of the Beast Mountains seldom emerge after dark, there are always exceptions among them. Without fail, every monster that dares to prowl at night is a terrifying predator of formidable strength. In their respective territories, they are undisputed overlords. Thus, seasoned adventurers entering the Beast Mountain range would make do with whatever spot they found if no ideal campsite appeared, and would never rise before dawn. Rustle, rustle. Using his flashlight to illuminate the path ahead, Wang Chen moved forward silently while searching for a suitable camping spot. Soon, his eyes gleamed. Not far ahead, he spotted an exceptionally sturdy tree. This tree was at least 3 arm spans in girth, perfectly capable of being hollowed out into a 2-person treehouse if handled correctly. "Ready yet?" Seeing Wang Chen stop, Situyu immediately leaned in, resting her chin on his shoulder with an utterly exhausted demeanor. "Just hang on a little longer, we'll make camp right ahead." Wang Chen pushed away the girl who was taking liberties with him, somewhat exasperated, and pointed at the large tree ahead. "Wonderful!" Hearing his words, Situyu let out a cheer, instantly shedding her previous listless appearance. "Then what are you waiting for? Let's go over there now." As she spoke, she immediately picked up little Bingqing and ran toward the big tree. Witnessing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. Well, so you were just pretending all this time?" He shook his head helplessly and strode forward to follow. Bang bang bang. Amidst dull thuds, Wong Chen used the Gale longsword to carve out a large hollow in the tree trunk beside a thick branch. Once everything was ready, Sityu couldn't wait to squeeze inside. Hey, Wong Chen, do you want to come in and rest for a bit? Inside the hollowed-out tree trunk, Sityu shifted slightly, making room in the cramped space. Forget it. It's too cramped in there. Outside the tree hollow, Wong Chen glanced at the narrow space inside and shook his head. That large space was barely enough for one person to stand comfortably. With two, each would end up with less room than needed to fit half a buttock. I'd better lie down here, that way I can still keep an eye on what's happening outside. Get some rest quickly, we've got a long journey ahead tomorrow. After securing the hammock, Wang Chen said, "Oh, then, good night." Hearing his words, Sityu acknowledged with a soft response, her voice tinged with a faint trace of disappointment. "Good night, Wang Chen," she said, pulling her blanket tighter around herself as she prepared to sleep. But just then, a flicker of light suddenly caught the corner of her eye. "Wang Chen, is someone over there?" Sityu instantly grew alert. Pointing toward the direction of the light, she whispered cautiously, "Someone?" Hearing Sityu's words, Wang Chen couldn't help but freeze. No way, this path is so treacherous, yet other professionals came through here? With this thought, Wang Chen followed the direction of Sityu's pointed finger. At that glimpse, his eyes instantly turned solemn. Damn, there are actually people taking this awful path just like us? Muttering under his breath, Wang Chen and Sityu exchanged startled glances. What should we do now? If they get any closer, they'll definitely spot us. Sityu whispered anxiously. Hearing her words, Wang Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a toothache coming on. This truly was a problem. Chapter 37, Wang Chen declares you the ultimate madman. What should I do now? As the distant glow gradually drew nearer, Wang Chen rubbed his nose and silently pondered to himself. At this point, changing campsites is completely unrealistic. Soon it'll be pitch dark, and wandering around the Beast Mountain range now would be like dancing on the edge of a knife. But if we don't move, those guys in the distance coming over could spell trouble again. After all, in the Beast Mountain range, the only thing any professional can truly trust is their own weapon. Everyone else, including companions, must be regarded with suspicion. Wang Chen gradually reached a decision as he silently pondered in his heart. Let's wait and observe the situation first. If they're just ordinary professionals venturing into the Beast Mountain range, we'll leave them be. If not, then prepare for battle. He turned his head and spoke to Sityu. Hearing this, the young girl grew somewhat nervous. Isn't this inappropriate? Sityu hesitated and said, although there are no laws in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range, shouldn't we refrain from killing arbitrarily? Wang Chen gave Sityu a strange look, his expression visibly unsettled. I was just talking about fighting, why are you bringing up murder? TSK. Maiden, your vision is truly grand. I, Wang Chen, hereby declare you the ultimate wolf slayer. What's wrong? Under Wang Chen's gaze, Sityu looked somewhat puzzled. It's nothing. Seeing that the girl didn't find anything amiss with her words at all, Wang Chen shook his head and turned to gaze into the distance, unwilling to say anything more. This woman is absolutely ruthless, must not cross her in the future. Rustle. The hyena squad of 4 trudged gloomily through the jungle. Boss, there's someone up in the tree ahead. Just then, the third member of the squad suddenly halted his steps. After closing his eyes to sense for a moment, he spoke with visible excitement. There's 2 of them, must be those 2 fat sheep. Hearing his words, the other 2 simultaneously turned their gazes toward the hyena boss. They didn't doubt the third brother's words in the slightest. After all, as a level 40 druid, he could already engage in some simple communication with the plants in the forest. Boss, what should we do now? Charge straight in? The second brother, an assassin by profession, licked his lips and asked with palpable excitement. No. Upon hearing this, the hyena leader shook his head, a flash of cunning crossing his face. Those 2 brats managed to wipe out so many fallen ones earlier, they must have powerful equipment and definitely some magic skill scrolls too. Let's move closer for a confrontation and try to take them out before they know what hit them. Third, go straight into stealth mode. Wait for my signal to strike. Looking at his 3 teammates beside him, the hyena boss instructed. Got it, boss. Wise decision. The 3 around him nodded in unison, and without another word, the second eldest among them swayed slightly before vanishing into thin air. Upon closer inspection, one could discern an indistinct silhouette emerging from the shadows on the ground. Move. Spotting this, the hyena leader didn't hesitate for a second, striding directly toward the target location. The trio soon arrived beneath the ancient tree where Wang Chen and Sityu stood. At this point, the hyena chief waved his hand and the group stopped in their tracks. Friend in the tree, nightfall's approaching. Mind if we camp nearby? He gazed at the shadowy figure in the treetops and called out loudly. On the tree. A peculiar glint flashed through Wang Chen's eyes upon hearing this. When did these guys discover me and Sityu? Thinking this, he cautiously peeked out from the tree, watching the 3 people below. Sorry, it's not very convenient. You'd better find another place. Hearing his words, Hyena Third and Hyena Fourth's faces flushed with anger, about to retort. But just then, a large hand landed on their shoulders. It was Hyena Leader. It's understandable, in a place like the Beast Mountain Range, a little extra caution might just save your life. As he spoke, his gaze kept wandering over Wong Chen's strikingly handsome face, his eyes brimming with undisguised greed. Strong, handsome. Exactly my type. The hyena boss licked his lips with his tongue. At the same time, he secretly gestured with his fingers, giving orders to his second-in-command. Across from him, under this piercing gaze, Wong Chen felt a chill shoot up his spine to the base of his skull. Damn! You're not right. That's great if you understand. Take care, and I won't see you out. However, Wong Chen wasn't someone who enjoyed killing after all. Silently gripping his long sword, he issued the order to leave. But just at that moment, as the words left his mouth, an intense sense of threat suddenly surged in his heart. Whoosh! The next second, a fierce whistling sound erupted right beside his ear. When the hyena leader gave the command to attack, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the base of the large tree. Like a serpent, it slithered up the trunk, silently darting towards Wong Chen with lightning speed. This brat is quite good-looking. Guess I'll have to leave his body intact, or the boss will lecture me again. This dark shadow was none other than the second-in-command of the hyena squad. Gripping a dagger in hand, his cold eyes flashed with a trace of pity. The skill he was using at this moment was the exclusive skill of a first-rank assassin, shadow assassination. It allowed him to silently approach his target through the shadows, then deliver a fatal strike. In just a few breaths, hyena number 2 closed in on Wong Chen. When he saw Wong Chen speaking, completely focused on the leader, a cold glint flashed through his icy eyes. Perfect opportunity. Without hesitation, he abruptly leaped out from the shadows, his dagger striking toward Wong Chen's chest like a venomous snake. After launching the attack, hyena number 2's face showed a hint of excitement. He couldn't wait to feel the exquisite sensation of the dagger-piercing human flesh. However, just as the dagger in his hand was about to strike its target, his pupils suddenly contracted. Whoosh! A violent gust of wind screeched past his ears. Wong Chen's heart skipped a beat. With no time to think, he instinctively swung his sword. To amplify the force, he even activated his skill without hesitation. Instant sword. Whoosh! The fierce wind howled as Wong Chen's sword slashed through the air with teleporting speed. The hyena lieutenant, who thought he was about to succeed, suddenly narrowed his pupils. A swiftly descending longsword appeared in his line of sight. The next second, clang! A violent clang of metal striking metal erupted, sending brilliant sparks flying from the collision between two weapons. Taking advantage of this sudden burst of light, Wong Chen clearly saw the facial features of his ambusher. For an instant, an unusual gleam flashed through his eyes. Meanwhile across from him, damn it! How can this guy be so fast? As shock barely registered in his mind, Hyena the Third felt an overwhelming force surge through the descending longsword. Suspended midair with no footing to absorb the impact, he was sent flying backward by the brutal slash. Chapter 38 4 million gold coins on the move. Bang! Only upon crashing to the ground did the second hyena brother manage to stop his tumbling body. Phew! With a single strike that sent the ambusher flying, Wong Chen flexed his slightly numbed arm and exhaled deeply. For that last sword strike, he'd already poured all his strength into it. Judging by the rebound force, that ambusher must have been at least 20 levels above him. It seems I've encountered an elite among first-tier professionals. With a heavy heart, Wong Chen patted the dazed Sitayu beside him. What's wrong? Are you alright? Ha! Sitayu was still in a daze, as if just waking from a dream. She hadn't figured out yet why, after everyone was speaking so civilly moments ago, they had suddenly started fighting. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation. With an annoyed huff, he pulled Sitayu behind him, his gaze wary as he scanned the surroundings below. Hyena squad? Smack smack smack. Kid, your adaptability and observation skills are truly exceptional. What do you say? Interested in joining our hyena squad? Under the tree, the hyena leader, built like a polar bear, clapped his hands while looking at Wong Chen with unabashed admiration. Strong, handsome, and decent combat talent to boot. It would be wonderful to absorb him into the ranks as fresh blood. The hyena boss licked his lips with his tongue. Across from him, Wong Chen finally understood where the inexplicable chill he felt came from. But now, the way he looked at the hyena boss and his gang wasn't much different from how they looked at him. His gaze burned fiercely, as if gleaming with the light of gold coins. In the sparks of their collision, he caught a glimpse of the second hyena brother's face, revealing the man's identity. The hyena squad. This was none other than the Eastridge City Adventurers Guild's 36th most wanted fugitive for wanted posters combined, worth 4 million gold coins. The mere thought of 4 million gold coins walking right in front of him made Wong Chen feel that those disgusting stares weren't entirely unbearable after all. I am indeed very interested in your hyena squad, but only in your heads. Looking at the leader of the hyena squad, Wong Chen's face broke into a sunny smile. Courting death. Before their leader could respond to his words, the second-in-command who had just been sent flying came bouncing back up. At this moment, he flexed his numb arm, staring at Wong Chen with eyes as cold as ice. He had already discerned that his opponent was merely a level 15 novice. The mere thought of being sent flying by a single slash from someone who had only recently completed their class transition filled Hyena Lauer with seething fury. Yet despite his rage, he showed no reckless movements. Instead, he and his comrades slowly began encircling the towering tree. Hyena number 2 knew very well that their leader hated being interrupted when he was in the mood to talk. The previous Hyena number 2 had been disposed of for acting recklessly. Now, the 3 members of the Hyena squad surrounded the large tree where Wong Chen and Sityu stood, from the left, right, and rear. Meanwhile, the Hyena leader, gripping a long blade, blocked the front with a vicious grin. "Kid, since you've refused my kindness, I'll have to proceed by the rules now. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your corpse." On the tree. "Wong Chen, let's get out of here fast." As the 4 vicious Hyena squad members approached, Sityu's voice trembled slightly, one hand gripping tightly onto Wong Chen's sleeve. Clearly, she had also recognized this notoriously infamous bounty hunter team. "Run?" Hearing Sityu's words, Wong Chen gently patted her slightly trembling hand. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. They're the ones who should be running away now." Speaking in a calm tone, Wong Chen glanced at Xiao Bingqing, who was eager for action. The little creature had grown excited ever since the 4-member Hyena squad appeared. The combative instincts hidden in her bloodline made her gem-like eyes blaze with battle fervor. But, hearing Wong Chen's words, Sityu grew even more tense. Among them is a second awakening powerhouse, we're no match for them at all. Seeing her nervous expression, Wong Chen couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. At school, this girl was always loud and boisterous, acting as if she feared nothing in the world. Who knew she could still show such maidenly shyness? If someone had filmed this, it would probably become Sityu's lifelong humiliation. But Wong Chen kept this thought to himself. The poor girl was already frightened out of her wits, and adding fuel to the fire would be too cruel. "Don't worry, have you forgotten? I'm a Titan Beast Master. Just because the 2 of us can't defeat them doesn't mean Little Iceheart can't. Just wait till you see Little Iceheart show her true power." Patting Sityu's hand, Wong Chen said with a chuckle, "Little Ice Pure?" Hearing his words, Sityu looked puzzled as she glanced down at the little one in her arms. "Woo woo!" Little Ice Pure let out a cry at this moment, its adorable little face brimming with pride, looking all high and mighty. "No, Wong Chen, you're sending Xiao Bingqing to her death." Yet Sityu's brainwaves weren't remotely in sync with Xiao Bingqing's. "If we die together. You can't be this cruel. She'll get devoured alive." Looking at the adorable little one, Sityu's eyes revealed pity as she tightly embraced Xiao Bingqing within her arms. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen could only speechlessly rub his nose. Well, you really didn't take what I said earlier to heart at all." For a moment, Wong Chen felt a ripple of anticipation. In a moment, when Xiao Bingqing reveals her combat form, just imagine the expression on Sityu's face. The 4 members of the Hyena squad completely sealed off all escape routes around the massive tree. Watching Wong Chen and Sityu whispering to each other, vicious grins spread across their faces one by one. "Ha ha ha, what touching devotion between you two. Well, decided yet who'll stay behind as the rear guard? I'll give you a chance, one of you can start running first. You'll get a 1-minute head start," the Hyena leader said mockingly. As he spoke, he subtly made a hand signal to the second-in-command in the group. Seeing the faintest twitch in the second's posture, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The reason Hyena leader had his men slowly encircle them rather than attack directly was chiefly his fear that Wong Chen and Sityu might recklessly throw high-powered skill scrolls. But now, the Hyena leader had no such concerns. An assassin has an exclusive skill called Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone, see Assassin exclusive skill, active skill, upon activation, creates a shadow duplicate within a 10-meter radius, allowing instant position swapping between the main body and the Shadow Clone. Note, the Shadow Clone possesses neither attack power nor defense capability and persists for 60 seconds. He had already instructed second brother to use this skill earlier. Wait just a moment, these 2 fat sheep won't escape even if they grow wings. Get ready. The Hyena boss silently observed the 2 fat sheep before him. When his gaze fell upon Sityu, a flicker of disgust flashed through his eyes, yet the moment his sight shifted to Wong Chen, the flames of desire surged within his pupils. Since they refused to join, he could only strike while the iron was hot in a moment. Thinking excitedly to himself, the Hyena boss unconsciously licked his lips. Chapter 39, Trembling with Anger, Is It Wrong to Be Handsome? Upon the tree. Hearing the Hyena leader's words, Sityu's expression fluctuated unpredictably. After casting one last reluctant glance at Wong Chen, she gritted her teeth and prepared to step forward. But the moment she lifted her foot, Wong Chen reached out and pulled this foolish girl back. "Are you out of your damn mind? If bounty hunters could be trusted, ironwood trees could bloom." Pulling Sityu behind him with irritation, Wong Chen sneered at the Hyena gang leader. "Trying to shake us with words? What a pathetic trick. And one more thing. As he spoke, he curled his lips disdainfully, trying to use shadow clone technique right under the nose of a top student who aced the magic wave perception course? Do you think I'm blind? As soon as the words fell, Wong Chen turned his longsword and thrust heavily toward his left side. Thud! The blade instantly sank a foot into the tree trunk, and the shadow it struck twisted violently before dissipating into a wisp of smoke the next second. The shadow clone, with no offensive or defensive power whatsoever, was utterly crushed. Seeing this scene, the second hyena brother who had just activated his shadow clone skill in preparation for a sneak attack from behind wore an utterly astonished expression on his face. He never could have imagined that a rookie level 15 professional would actually be able to detect the traces of a shadow clone. What the hell? Is this some kind of joke? After he used his skill, even the level 50 hyena boss couldn't accurately locate the shadow clone's position. What sharp instincts! The hyena boss also wore a stunned expression, his gaze toward Wong Chen shimmering with amazement. With talent like yours, it'd be a waste to die here. Think it over carefully, kill that woman, and I'll let you join our hyena squad. At that time, whatever you desire, I can give it to you, including myself. As he spoke, the hyena leader's polar bear-like massive frame shuddered oddly several times. The sight sent chills down Wong Chen and Sitayu's spines. Even the other three members of the hyena squad quietly edged away from their leader in disgust. This hobby is so damn terrifying. Wong Chen, does he, like, you? Would you, consider it? Hiding her body behind Wong Chen, Sitayu stammered these words. Hearing her words, Wong Chen nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Is being handsome a crime? Shaking with rage. You damn brat, are you that eager to die? Originally, just as Sitayu was about to sacrifice herself to cover the retreat at the hyena boss's suggestion, Wong Chen's fondness for this girl nearly skyrocketed off the charts. But now, gone. What does it mean to like someone? What does it mean to fall for you? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Stammering only invites misunderstanding. With a fierce glare at Sitayu, Wong Chen reached into her embrace and grabbed Little Ice Pureheart, then impatiently hurled the tiny creature straight towards the four members of the hyena squad. Xiao Bingqing, kill them all for me. No! At the sight of this, Sitayu instantly let out a startled cry. Wong Chen, you're too cruel. How could you send Xiao Bingqing to her death? As she spoke, Sitayu cast one last reluctant glance at Xiao Bingqing's departing figure before gritting her teeth and grabbing Wong Chen's arm, preparing to leap down toward the tree's base. You heartless bastard. Hurry up and move, don't waste the time Xiao Bingqing bought for us. And yet, Wong Chen stood as motionless as an ancient tree taking root, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Sitayu's feeble strength couldn't even make him sway slightly. Anger. He had no desire to humor this utterly deranged fool. Those bastards. Seeing this, Sitayu stomped her feet in anger. Opposite them, the four members of the hyena squad grew solemn when they saw Wong Chen wave his hand and send a sapphire blue shadow flying through the air. Careful! Watch out for skill scrolls, especially the hyena leader, who shouted a warning to his teammates at that moment. Yet as the words faded, when that azure blue shadow appeared before their eyes, they realized it wasn't any skill scroll at all, but rather a peculiar creature covered entirely in sapphire blue scales, sporting a tiny pointed horn on its head, with four claws, two large and two small, fluttering through the air with miniature wings. Adorably cute in appearance, exactly the type that would make young girls chase after it madly. What the hell? This is actually a pet. Seeing this scene, the hyena boss flew into a rage. How could he have been frightened by a mere pet just moments ago? This was utterly humiliating. Grab it! I'm gonna stew this thing for meat today. With a furious roar, the hyena boss didn't even spare a glance for little Bingqing, brandishing his saber as he charged forward. The other three attackers immediately followed suit. Cree! Fluttering her wings excitedly, little Bingqing watched the four attackers charge toward her and let out a clear, melodious cry. After wandering for so long, I've finally encountered a few barely passable toys to play with. Without hesitation, Xiao Bingqing flapped her wings and charged straight at the four-member hyena squad. Seeing this, the leader of the hyenas, wielding his long blade, revealed a savage grin. Such loyalty from such a little thing. I bet roasting its heart would give it a uniquely delicious flavor. With cruel words on his lips, the hyena boss swung his long blade, ready to strike down the small creature before him. But at that very moment, the hyena boss's pupils contracted to the size of needlepoints, as if he had seen the most inconceivable thing in the world. Roar! Xiao Bingqing's clear cry suddenly transformed into a resounding dragon's roar. In the next instant, her petite and delicate frame rapidly expanded, morphing in the blink of an eye into a colossal creature spanning 5 meters. Whoosh! 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 An icy wind howled, freezing the moisture in the air as the entire dense forest was instantly plunged into winter. At the same time, the remaining 3 members of the hyena squad, still unaware of what was happening, suddenly felt violent gusts of wind before them. Then their bodies were sent flying backward by an irresistible force. Bang bang bang! After tumbling to the ground, all three spat out blood almost simultaneously. One strike had instantly fractured several of their ribs. Yet true to their reputation as notorious bounty hunters, they gritted through the pain and rose, warily searching for the source of the attack. But then, they stood dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Before them, hovering in midair, was a creature straight out of mythology. The beast was covered in shimmering azure scales, and merely the slightest flap of its wings sent bone-chilling gusts sweeping through the air. The menacing claws and the pair of sharp horns spiraling atop its massive head. Every characteristic unmistakably indicated that what appeared before them was a legendary mythical creature from ancient lore. A dragon. Just how much sin had Chapter 40 accumulated to draw the attention of a dragon? Dragon? A giant dragon? The hyena boss stared at the colossal creature before him, feeling as if his soul had frozen solid. That insignificant little pat turned out to be a noble and incomparably mighty dragon? This has to be madness. This must be at least a divine beast-level monster, yet it was previously being cuddled in someone's arms as a pet? The hyena leader never imagined that one day he would personally witness a dragon among divine beasts, and to his misfortune, become this dragon's enemy. What the hell sins did I commit to deserve such karma? Meanwhile, the other three members of the hyena squad trembled uncontrollably in terror before collapsing to the ground. Damn it! Such a terrifying creature as a dragon, why has it appeared here? Just the gale force winds stirred by those two dragon wings had already inflicted considerable injuries on all three of them. At this moment, the four members of the hyena squad were filled with despair. On the tree. Situyu stared ahead, her entire body frozen in shock. A massive creature over 5 meters tall had appeared before her eyes in an instant. Those powerful dragon claws, those menacing dragon horns, those massive wings spanning over 7 meters, everything served as a reminder that this was a mythical beast stepped right out of legend. A dragon. Situyu had never imagined that Bingqing, whom she had always treated as a pet, would transform into a legendary dragon, one of the divine beasts. This is simply unbelievable. At the same time, roar! An imperial dragon's cry rang out as the energetic ice flame prepared to launch her frost breath, determined to make a perfect start to her first battle. In an instant, a vast power of frost gathered between Iceclear's jaws, coalescing into an azure blue sphere of extreme cold that radiated terrifying waves of energy. Boom! As the energy surged to its peak, Iceclear angled its draconic maw, transforming the azure energy sphere into a beam of light that swept toward the four members of the hyena squad. Boom! A violent explosion erupted as raging energy currents instantly rippled outward in all directions. In the blink of an eye, an ice-cold breath attack carved a deep ravine where it struck. Apart from the hyena leader, the other 3 members of the hyena squad in the ravine were torn to shreds by the violent force without even having the chance to scream. So strong! Seeing the destruction caused by the extreme cold breath, Wong Chen clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. A single strike annihilated 3 level 40 first-tier professionals. Little Bingqing's strength truly didn't disappoint him. Nearby, the hyena leader who had narrowly escaped death started trembling uncontrollably at the sight of his 3 teammates' gruesome demise. The power of this strike is absolutely terrifying. He clearly understands that if he hadn't dodged just now, he would have been instantly annihilated. Is this the true strength of a divine beast dragon? It's simply beyond comprehension. It took the hyena boss a long while to regain his composure, his eyes still filled with utter disbelief. This was absolutely not something a second-tier professional like him could handle. Trembling with fear, the hyena leader quietly retreated, intending to flee. However, the moment he moved, he saw a pair of piercing blue vertical pupils radiating authority appear before his eyes. Thud! The leader of the hyenas didn't hesitate for a second, immediately dropping to his knees and kowtowing frantically to Bingqing. I was wrong. I was blind and foolish. I'm willing to pay any price, please spare this dog's life. The hyena boss kowtowed frantically like pounding garlic. Dignity? Face? Money? At this moment, nothing was more important to the hyena boss than his own life. All he regretted now was how blind he had been to mistake the young man who possessed a dragon for an easy mark. Damn it! If I survive today, I swear I'll stay far away from Dongling City and the Beast Ridge Mountains. Filled with frustration, the hyena boss kept kowtowing while pleading for mercy at the top of his voice. It was my blindness that offended you both. These are all the valuables I possess, I beg to exchange them for my wretched life. As he spoke, the hyena leader emptied his pockets of every valuable item he carried. His pathetic existence now hung entirely on the whim of that handsome young man standing before him. For the first time, he truly understood the desperation of those adventurers who'd met their end at his hyena squad's merciless hands. Sniffle? At this moment, Bingqing also looked at Wang Chen, her gem-like large eyes carrying faint traces of grievance. Her expression seemed as if she felt her toy was about to be stolen away. On the big tree, Wang Chen smiled at the sight. Bingqing sure has a playful spirit for a little one. As her master, how could I possibly compete with her for toys? Take your time playing, just don't smash it like the other 3. This guy's worth a lot. You're gonna trade his head for all your future snacks. With a chuckle, Wong Chen gave the order to Bingqing before turning his gaze towards Situyu. As for Coyote Boss, their proposal held no significance for him whatsoever. Buying lives with money? Hey, only a dead bounty hunter is a good bounty hunter. Damn brat, I curse you to die a horrible death. Seeing Wang Chen utterly disregard him, the hyena boss's heart sank into an abyss, and he began spewing curses in frantic rage. Still cursing, he clenched his saber and struggled to his feet. Bastards, you really think you've got me cornered? If you want to kill me, you'll pay the price too. Knowing he wouldn't be let off today, the hyena boss was roused to fury. He prepared to fight for his life. The dragon before me, though a mythical creature, wasn't nearly as massive as the legends described, clearly still in its juvenile stage. With good luck, Boss Hyena felt he might still manage to escape with his life. However, just as this thought arose in his mind, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Bingqing flapped her wings and instantly appeared beside him, then swung her millstone-sized dragon claw. She delivered a resounding slap to the hyena boss. Thud! The hyena boss didn't even have time to react before being struck by an overwhelming force. His body spun wildly as he was sent flying. With a deafening boom, under this tremendous power, he crashed directly into the cliff face, his entire body embedding into the rock. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. After taking that hit, the hyena boss must have broken at least 17 or 18 ribs. In the spot where he had been standing moments ago, the frost dragon Bingqing was excitedly flexing her claws, clearly having the time of her life. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen silently mourned for the hyena boss in his heart for exactly 1 second. A level 50 dual-class professional should at least give Bingqing a decent warm-up, right? Wong Chen silently patted Situyu, who was still in a daze, while thinking to himself, "Hey, snap out of it. Now do you believe what I said earlier?" Startled by the voice, Situyu finally came to himself. She turned to look at Wang Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 41, How about a dragon's breath to cool you down? That smug bastard Wang Chen actually succeeded in contracting a colossal beast? And not just any beast, the apex of them all, a freaking dragon? Situyu recalled how he'd been casually cradling Bingqing in his arms earlier, kneading her like dough, and suddenly it all felt like some bizarre fever dream. That's a dragon. I actually thought it was just an ordinary pet before? Even for someone as fearless as her, she couldn't help feeling terrified now. Given the size Bingqing had shown, it could probably crush her to death just by sitting on her. Hey, what are you thinking about? Seeing Situyu spacing out again, Wang Chen waved his hand in front of her face. Hearing this, Situyu stared straight at him. Wang Chen, be honest with me, how did you manage to contract with Bingqing? In our Dongling city, or even the entire dragon nation, the number of divine beasts like dragons can be counted on one hand. Guess it's just luck. Wang Chen rubbed his nose, giving an ambiguous reply. I just bought a frost lizard at the free market, then used beast taming arts to contract it at home when it suddenly mutated into ice pure. Let's just say handsome boys never have bad luck. As he spoke, Wang Chen deliberately flashed a smug grin. He naturally couldn't tell Situyu that he had obtained ice pure through beast fusion, and that ice pure wasn't a divine beast, it was the supreme ancestor beast. Some secrets are better kept buried forever, lest they bring endless trouble. Luck? Because you're handsome? TCH. Seeing Wang Chen's arrogant demeanor, Situyu instinctively curled her lips in disdain. Then, she suddenly took a forceful step forward, her delicate face almost pressing against Wang Chen's. Fortunately, this scene wasn't witnessed by Sita Haoyun, otherwise, that guy might have literally exploded on the spot from sheer rage. Tell me, which beast pet store did you get ice pure from? Word by word, Situyu's eyes sparkled brightly. It's that beast pet shop at the very back of the free market, their creatures are quite fine specimens. Feeling the maiden's orchid-scented breath against his face, Wang Chen awkwardly turned his head away. But the next second, his head was forcibly turned back by two jade-like hands. Look straight at me. Situyu's eyes shone like stars as she issued a fierce threat. Don't even think about lying to me, or I'll come wreak havoc at your house every single day. It's hard to imagine. Situyu, who was usually carefree and uninhibited around Wang Chen, suddenly became serious. Her usually playful pretty face now radiated an aura like that of a queen. Noble, aloof, and beyond doubt. But the next second, she immediately lost her composure. Could you at least practice some hygiene? Your spit just hit my face. Wang Chen reached out and pushed Situyu's face backward, then wiped his own face with his sleeve in disgust. The atmosphere at the cave entrance instantly became unbearably awkward. Situyu's delicate face flushed crimson, her ears turning bright red. So embarrassing. She covered her face with both hands, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Meanwhile across from him, are you okay? Wang Chen sensed the girl before him desperately needed help. Look, her head seemed to be steaming. I'm fine. Situyu stomped her foot and answered loudly, peeking at Wang Chen through her fingers with evasive, flickering eyes. Damn bastard. Woo woo. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen rubbed his nose. How strange. I'd rather watch Bingqing's heroic combat stance. With these thoughts in mind, he turned his head to look beneath the tree. Bang bang bang. At this moment, little Bingqing was thoroughly enjoying herself, treating the hyena boss like a ball, constantly batting him back and forth with a pair of dragon claws. A dignified second-rank level 50 professional reduced to being a mere plaything, the hyena boss's plight was truly unparalleled. And what's worse, this particular toy wasn't even treated delicately. Xiao Bingqing's strength reached 1,000 points, and she didn't hold back at all with each swing. After just a dozen or so hits, the alpha hyena's bones were almost completely shattered, his body gone slack, resembling a limp ball even more closely. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen couldn't help but worry if he didn't intervene soon, the alpha hyena would be beaten to a pulp. That's enough, Bingqing. Time to wrap up this game. Calling out to Xiao Bingqing, Wong Chen strode forward with his longsword and cleanly dispatched the hyena chieftain. 4,000,000 gold coins secured. Pleased with his bounty, he carefully wrapped the hyena chieftain's head in a sealed bag before stowing it in his pack. Cree. Beside them, seeing her toy gone, Bingqing let out a sob. Her gem-like beautiful eyes gazed at Wang Chen with a pitiful, wronged expression. Be good, Bingqing. I'll take you to the amusement park when we get back. However, Wang Chen was currently busy looting equipment and only spared half a thought to comfort her before returning to his task. Wah! Hearing this, Bingqing let out a dissatisfied cry, feeling neglected. Whoosh! With a flap of her wings, she instantly soared into the air, flying straight towards Situyu at the cave entrance. Mid-flight, Bingqing's body rapidly shrank, transforming back into that petite and delicate form she had before in the blink of an eye. The next second, still immersed in an awkward reverie so intense he could practically carve out a two-bedroom apartment with his cringing toes, Situyu suddenly felt something heavy drop into his arms. Gazing at the unexpectedly adorable little creature now before him, Situyu instinctively shuddered. Just now, Bingqing displayed her battle form, and the awe-inspiring image was still fresh in her mind. This was no ordinary pet as previously thought, but a divine beast, a dragon. If he were to upset little Bingqing, would this little creature also toss him around like a ball? For a moment, Situyu felt an overwhelming pressure. However, wah! She threw herself into Situyu's arms, her crystal-clear gem-like eyes blinking rapidly with an expression begging for comfort. Witnessing this scene, Situyu felt his heart had been struck. So adorable! What kind of damn luck did that bastard Wang Chen stumble into to contract such an adorable creature like Bingqing? No way, I'm taking this little guy with me. Silently thinking to himself, Situyu took out his treasured snacks from his spatial storage equipment and handed them to Bingqing. Bingqing, you were amazing today. These are all your rewards. You can stick with me from now on, I'll keep you stocked with snacks forever. Really? Situyu's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Woo woo. Seeing this foolish human woman being so sensible, Bingqing patted Situyu's shoulder with her wing. It's decided then. From now on, you're in charge of supplying this dragon's snacks. As for following you, sniffles. This beef jerky tastes pretty good, better save one for my master. Xiao Bingqing secretly snatched a pack of beef jerky with her little paw. The other three members of the hyena squad were blown to pieces by Bingqing's frigid breath, so their equipment was destroyed along with them. Besides the 4,000,000 gold coin bounty from the wanted list, Wang Chen gained 4 items from the hyena squad leader after this counterattack. A long blade, a breastplate slightly dented by Bingqing's blows, a ring, a necklace. All 4 items shimmered with faint magical auras, clearly indicating they were at least bronze-grade equipment or higher. Next up, it's time to open the mystery box. Laying the 4 items down in a row, Wang Chen took out an identification scroll. Rip! As the appraisal scroll was torn open, a soft glow enveloped the items on the ground. The next second, the attributes of these 4 items appeared before his eyes. Chapter 42, Huge Gains, 6,000,000 gold acquired. Under the big tree, Wang Chen looked expectantly at the 4 items on the ground. Equipment, green edge blade. Type, melee weapon. Grade, silver dot. Level requirement, level 45 dot. Attributes, strength plus 100, constitution plus 50 dot. Enchantment effect, 1. Each successful attack has a 5% chance to inflict a 1-second stun on targets whose strength attribute is lower than the wearer's dot. 2. Increases the power of all owned skills by 5%. Equipment, fine steel chainmail. Type, armor. Grade, bronze dot. Level requirement, 45 dot. Attributes, strength plus 40, constitution plus 70 dot. Enchantment effect, indomitable, reduces damage taken by 20% when attacked dot. Equipment, silver moon pendant. Type, accessory. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 15. Attributes, constitution plus 30, spirit plus 20. Enchantment effects, 1. Silver moon sanctuary, during nighttime battles under moonlight, increases attack speed by 10% and stamina recovery rate by 10%. 2. Ranged attack skill potency increased by 5%. 3. Moon's blessing, passive when equipped, the wearer gains the effect of dim light vision. Equipment, spatial ring. Type, special item. Grade, bronze. Level restriction, none. Attributes, none. Enchantment effect, built-in 5x5 cubic storage space. After reviewing the information on the 4 items, Wong Chen nodded in satisfaction. There were 2 silver grade items, 1 bronze grade item, and most crucially, the spatial ring he urgently needed. This time I've truly struck gold. Starting today, I'll never have to trek with a heavy pack again. His heart brimming with excitement, Wong Chen slipped the spatial ring onto his finger. A faint magical ripple flashed as his consciousness established connection with the spatial ring. With just a slight mental perception, he saw a space about the size of a living room, completely empty, not a single thing inside. But Wong Chen wasn't surprised by this at all. Low-tier spatial rings like this had no security measures whatsoever. Whoever got their hands on one could use it immediately. However, every time a low-tier spatial ring changed owners, its internal space would regenerate, and all items stored by the previous owner would vanish into dimensional voids. After trying to store and retrieve the package a few times, Wong Chen contentedly placed all his worldly possessions inside. Among these 4 items, this spatial ring was the most useful to him. Although the blue edge blade and fine steel chainmail were respectively silver and bronze grade equipment, their required wear levels were far too high. Level 45 was already the threshold for the second-class advancement, placing it well beyond Wong Chen's current reach. Moreover, Wong Chen was confident that by the time he reached his second-class advancement, he would undoubtedly obtain even better equipment than these 2 pieces. Therefore, he planned to sell the green edge blade and the fine steel chainmail at the open market. These 2 pieces of equipment could easily fetch 2 million gold coins. As for the silver moon pendant, although this silver tier equipment was level appropriate, its boost to attack speed and ranged attacks made it a far better fit for Situyu. Since I'm already quite comfortable with the Gale longsword, I'll just trade the silver moon pendant with Situyu, he thought. Haha, the hyena squad's bounty is 4 million gold coins. The azure edge saber and tempered steel chainmail can fetch another 2 million. Even without counting these 2 items I'm keeping for myself, we've netted 6 million gold coins from this haul alone. As expected, the Beast Mountain Range's wilderness monster map is practically a gold mine. With good luck, you can strike it rich overnight. Silently contemplating these thoughts, Wong Chen finished packing his belongings, thoroughly disposing of the 4 hyena squad members' remains, then grasped the silver moon pendant to seek out Situyu. Meanwhile atop the great tree, Situyu cradled Bingqing in one arm while continuously producing snacks to feed her with the other. The little Bingqing ate until her mouth gleamed with grease, bearing no resemblance to her earlier majestic demeanor, now unmistakably a glutton through and through. Seeing this, Wong Chen frowned slightly and climbed up the large tree. Eat less, or you'll get indigestion. As he spoke, he poked Bingqing's round belly lightly. Woo woo! The little creature let out a dissatisfied chirp, giving its owner a resentful glance before turning away to continue devouring its meal voraciously. Giggle. Should we still proceed along the planned route? Seeing this, Situyu smiled while casually scattering feed as she asked. Her tone was relaxed now, not at all like the tension when Wong Chen drew that straight line earlier. Having witnessed Bingqing's combat prowess, the girl was now brimming with confidence, no longer worried in the slightest about any dangers they might encounter on this route. Exactly. Wong Chen nodded in agreement. This straight path is the fastest, factoring in travel time, monster farming, leveling up, and missions. The round trip would take barely a month. It won't delay the grand college entrance exam battle a month later. By the way, this is for you. As he spoke, Wong Chen took out that silver moon pendant. Me? Seeing this, Situyu's eyes widened dramatically while a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. The silver moon pendant had an exquisite appearance, especially since being a silver tier item. It emitted a faint hazy glow that exuded remarkable beauty. Even if its attributes were subpar, this piece of equipment would likely be wildly popular among female players. Isn't this too valuable? I can't possibly. Situyu clenched the hem of her clothes, her expression showing a hint of bashful hesitation. So sudden. She wasn't ready yet. Watching this scene, Wong Chen could only chuckle wryly. Damn, what the hell were you imagining? Consider this your loot. When we get back to Dongling City, you'll get your share after we deal with the other stuff. Wong Chen dangled the silver moon pendant in front of Situyu, rubbing his temples with a headache. He felt that if he didn't explain himself, the girl would surely misunderstand. Realizing she had misunderstood, Situyu's fair face instantly flushed crimson, a faint pang of disappointment surfacing in her heart. I better not take it. I didn't really contribute much during the fight anyway. She lowered her head and spoke somewhat haltingly. Hearing this, Wong Chen rolled his eyes. The little lass actually knows her limits quite well. But have you forgotten, we're teammates? If you don't want it, wouldn't it be awkward for me to just pocket it all? Muttering to himself, Wong Chen held the silver moon pendant up to Situyu's face. Quit dawdling like a maiden, do you want me to put it on for you too? Can we? Upon hearing this, Situyu jerked her head up, her voice rising an entire octave as anticipation bloomed across her delicate features. You must be dreaming. Seeing this, Wong Chen set down the crescent moon pendant with exasperation and went to fiddle with his hammock. Behind him, after safely storing the pendant, Sidong Yu followed with a cheerful smile, hopping over like a rabbit to lend a hand. Chapter 43, The Silver Treasure Chest. Bang! 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 Violent collision sounds erupted through the forest of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. A colossal creature over 5 meters tall darted swiftly through the mountainous woods. With every pause, its movements tore through the air, generating visible shockwaves. These shockwaves rippled outward, making even the towering 20-meter-tall trees tremble uncontrollably. Roar! A resounding dragon roar echoed through the air as an azure-blue dragon swung its claw, cleanly slicing a golden python into 2 segments. Sityu gazed at the flickering figure amid the shattered trees, her eyes flashing with astonishment. No matter how many times she witnessed this scene, it never failed to leave her breathless with awe, especially when she saw Qinglong's crystalline claws effortlessly snapping a 20-meter-tall tree like a twig, sending an involuntary shiver down Sityu's spine. This little thing she often cuddles in her arms could probably flatten her into a pancake with just a gentle tap of its tiny paw. Meanwhile, beside Sityu, Wong Chen watched the azure figure darting through the forest with a hint of helplessness in his heart. Bingqing's completely lost in the thrill of battle. The little rascal completely forgot its master's order to finish the fight quickly. Alright, Bingqing, stop playing around. Hurry up and finish them off, we're running out of time. He angrily yelled at Bingqing. Woo! The little one, who had been having a blast, gave his master a somewhat aggrieved look. But Wong Chen remained utterly unmoved. Today marked the 15th day since he entered the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and he now found himself in the territory of the golden-scaled giant pythons. He had already collected all the golden snake grass. All that remained was dealing with these golden-scaled giant pythons. With less than half a month remaining until the Imperial College entrance competition, both he and Sityu needed to return as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he missed the college entrance exam competition, he'd have nowhere to cry about it. Woo! Seeing that its master remained unmoved, Bingqing angrily snorted and turned its head to glare fiercely at the surrounding golden serpent pythons. Big toys! It seems I must bid you all farewell forever. With resentment swirling in her heart, Bingqing stomped her massive hind leg heavily upon the ground, sending forth imperceptible shockwaves across the earth. Then, baring her ferocious draconic maw, she suddenly, buzz buzz! A terrifying surge of energy began to coalesce within the dragon's maw, as torrents of magical power converged, so immense that they momentarily dyed the surroundings in hues of eerie blue. Meanwhile across from him, roar! The remaining few golden-scaled pythons suddenly tensed their massive bodies, emitting a low, guttural roar. They sensed an indescribable aura of danger emanating from Bingqing at that moment. Roar! Amid the muffled roars, the golden-scaled python's crimson eyes remained locked onto Bingqing as they simultaneously began retreating backward. However, as Iceflame prepared to unleash her frost breath, her jewel-like dragon eyes flashed with disdain at the sight before her. Then, with a sudden exhale, she released the condensed mass of azure energy she'd been gathering. Boom! The energy burst erupted into a half-meter-thick beam of devastating power, sweeping toward the golden-scaled python with unstoppable force. Seeing this scene, a flicker of fear flashed through the crimson eyes of the golden-scaled pythons. Getting hit by that thing would be certain death. Without hesitation, their massive bodies coiled as they attempted to dodge to the side. Yet at that moment, they suddenly discovered their bodies couldn't move. A layer of sapphire blue ice crystals covered their abdomens, firmly freezing them to the ground. Moreover, sapphire blue ice crystals had erupted across the surrounding ground. A trace of confusion flashed through the crimson eyes of the golden-scaled python. They didn't even notice when those azure blue ice crystals appeared or when their bodies became frozen. Unfortunately, the golden-scaled python no longer had time to ponder its perplexity. In that instant of their paralysis, the beam of frigid breath struck their bodies. Boom! Amidst the violent collision, an indescribable chill spread through the air. In an instant, the enormous golden-scaled pythons were frozen into ice crystals, then shattered into fragments by the impact of the extreme cold breath. These formidable mutated beasts died with nothing left but debris. Whoa! Across from him, Bingqing's gem-like eyes flashed with a hint of triumph. Just before unleashing her extreme cold breath, she had secretly activated the hellish frost control skill. There was absolutely no way these golden-scaled pythons could escape now. Nicely done. Not far away, Wong Chen loudly praised the little fellow, then added, "Stop posing over there, we need to get out of this area quickly." GHK. Hearing its master's words, little Bingqing's triumphant expression instantly melted into pouting grievance. Humph, this dragon isn't posing here. Letting out a displeased huff, the little one flapped its wings to fly back to its master. But just then, she caught a glimpse of something sparkling in the pile of shattered golden-scaled python remains from the corner of her eye. "Hand what over?" A hint of doubt surfaced in Bingqing's heart. After a moment's thought, she didn't leave immediately but instead flapped her wings and flew to Icicle's side. Bending down, she used her 2 dragon claws to paw through the pile before pulling out a small silver-white shimmering box. The small box was entirely enveloped in a silvery white bubble, emitting a soft glowing light. What is this? Is it edible? Seeing this thing, the little fellow grew even more puzzled. Not far away, Wong Chen, who was about to leave, noticed Xiao Bingqing standing motionless and couldn't help but frown. He was just about to call out to her again. However, as soon as he turned his head, his gaze was captivated by the object held aloft in Bingqing Dragon's claws. Silver treasure chest? At the sight of what Bingqing was holding, he gasped loudly, excitement instantly surging through him. Did we actually get a drop? With just one glance at the treasure chest, he had already confirmed its identity. A silver treasure chest, guaranteed to yield at least silver-grade equipment, items, or materials and skill books of equivalent value. What a stroke of luck today! He never could have imagined that killing these mutated golden-scaled pythons would actually drop a silver treasure chest. Little one, you've really done it this time. Wang Chen couldn't stop grinning as he watched Xiao Bingqing, having returned to her normal form, flying back with the silver treasure chest proudly clamped in her jaws. This little fellow is truly a lucky charm. Thinking silently to himself, he picked up the silver treasure chest. Is this the silver treasure chest? It doesn't look particularly special. At that moment, Sitayu also drew near, eyeing the silver treasure chest with curiosity. This thing is, well, not quite what she had imagined. Today's haul is incredible. Let's find a safe spot and open them later. Wang Chen smacked away the grasping hand reaching toward the treasure chest, glaring at the restless Sitayu with exasperation. TCH. Seeing his sneak attack fail, Sitayu curled his lips in disdain. Chapter 44 confirmed. Sitayu, you're actually lucky as hell. Soon after, inside a cave, Wang Chen pushed a massive boulder to block the entrance, cutting off all outside light. Buzz! The ball of light created by the illumination spell dispelled the darkness within the cave. Wang Chen, Xiao Bingqing, and Sitayu, accompanied by a dragon, gathered around the light sphere with anticipation, eagerly staring at the silver treasure chest placed at its center. I wonder, what kind of treasures will this silver chest hold? Both Sitayu and Wang Chen thought the same in their hearts, while Xiao Bingqing, sitting quietly to the side, surreptitiously licked her lips, hoping the silver treasure chest would contain delicious food. I'm going to open it now. After glancing at Bingqing and Sitayu, Wang Chen placed his hand on the silver treasure chest and declared with ceremonial solemnity. However, at that moment, Sitayu suddenly thought of something and placed his hand on Wang Chen's with an extremely solemn expression. By the way, Wang Chen, is your luck any good at this? While silver treasure chests are guaranteed to drop at least silver-tier items or equivalent materials, their value and quantity can fluctuate wildly. If you've got bad luck, be careful, you might end up drawing the lowest-ranked piece of trash silver equipment. Staring at Wang Chen, Sitayu spoke solemnly. Hearing this, Wang Chen's expression froze. He recalled some unbearable memories from the past. Who could understand the agony of spending 10,000 silver dollars without pulling a single SSR? This is the first silver treasure chest of my life. If it actually turns out to be trash, I'm totally screwed. Wang Chen silently thought to himself, withdrawing his hand as he turned to Sitayu. Think you've got any luck with this? Of course. A smug smile spread across Sitayu's face. I always draw SR cards when pulling gacha. You know that super popular summoner card game that's trending right now? I've already collected all the beast companions, and not a single gold coin spent. At this very moment, the girl lifted her chin, radiating a brilliance too dazzling to behold. Gasp! Wang Chen instinctively averted his gaze, feeling like he was about to be blinded by the glare. Though he'd never played that card game called Summoning Master himself, many classmates around him were into it. Through them, Wang Chen learned this game was notoriously predatory. The only way to contract powerful beast companions was through loot boxes. Players could claim 10 common boxes daily, any more required purchasing with gold coins. From what Wang Chen knew, the game's drop rates were utterly heartbreaking. Many wealthy players had poured in tens of millions of gold coins without managing to collect all the beast companions. Yet Sitayu achieved the full beast companion collection without spending a single gold coin. Such luck was truly awe-inspiring. Then you take it. Silently stepping aside, Wang Chen yielded the treasure chest to her. He. Seeing Wang Chen retreat in the face of difficulty, Situyu's smile grew even more intense. Dong 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 dong, now comes the moment to witness a miracle. The young girl placed her hand on the treasure chest, silently recited an incantation, and forcefully crushed the silver light membrane enveloping the chest. The next second, the silver treasure chest was instantly opened, and several dazzling silver beams of light burst forth from within. 1, 2, 3. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen's lips trembled slightly, his gaze towards Sitayu filled with utter astonishment. The probability of getting 3 items from a silver treasure chest is even lower than winning the lottery jackpot. That little girl actually did it so effortlessly? What kind of insane luck is this? I bow before the god of fortune. Seeing Wang Chen's shocked expression, Situyu's smile grew even more triumphant. Not easy at all. This young lady finally has a day when she can make this bastard's jaw drop. Thinking silently to herself, she reached into the silver treasure chest and pulled out all 3 sets of items inside. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated by the radiant glow emanating from these 3 items, lending the space an almost jeweled brilliance. The 3 items consisted of 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book. The equipment included a pair of silver-white long boots and a small magic wand. As Sityu tore open the appraisal scroll, the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment were revealed before both her and Wang Chen's eyes. Equipment, boots of swiftness. Type, armor. Grade, silver. Level limit, level 20. Attribute, strength plus 20, agility plus 30. Enchantment effect 1, increases movement speed by 10%. 2, reduce the impact of falling from heights by 50%. 3. Airstep, requires the user to actively activate it. Once activated, the user can tread on air to move forward for the next 3 seconds, once per day. Equipment, shadow staff. Type, magic wand. Grade, silver. Level requirement, level 20. Attribute, intelligence plus 50. Enchantment effect 1, increases the power of your own magic spells by 10%. Enchantment effect 2, increases the casting speed of your own magic spells by 5%. Enchantment effect 3, shadow orb, an innate staff skill that fires a magical orb of shadow energy at enemies by consuming mana. All with triple special effects? Seeing the attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment, Wang Chen fell silent. This is just too outrageous. Not only did he draw 3 items, but their quality is also this exceptional. The boots of speed and the shadow staff were undoubtedly top-tier treasures among silver-grade equipment, not inferior to the Gale longsword in his hands. If sold on the market, they could easily fetch 1,000,000 gold coins. Here, the boots of speed are yours. I'll keep this shadow staff for myself. Wang Chen tossed the boots of speed to Sityu while fiddling with the compact shadow staff. The bit of agility granted by the speed boots wasn't particularly impressive given his current stats. 30 points, just 1 more level should do it. The equipment's sky-treading special effect would be quite useful for Sityu, the Gale archer, making her the ideal recipient. In contrast, the shadow staff in his hands offered Wang Chen a far more significant boost. The innate shadow orb skill gives him an additional offensive ability. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Catching the boots of speed, Sityu didn't refuse and equipped them straight away. After testing out the new equipment, both of them turned their attention to the final skill book. Under the glow of the appraisal scroll, the blurred writing on the skill book's surface gradually became clear. Wind blade technique, see active skill, magic attack skill, consumes energy to summon a massive wind blade to attack enemies. Upon seeing this skill book, Wang Chen's eyes lit up again. Holy cow! A C-grade attack skill book, Sima Yu's Luck Emperor title is now confirmed. You can't learn this skill book, so I won't stand on ceremony. Without hesitation, Wang Chen smiled at Sima Yu and directly took the skill book in hand. 2 magic attack skills, from now on I'll be the noble mage lord. With this thought, he directly slapped the skill book onto his body. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Wang Chen became immersed in comprehending the skill. Nearby, Sityu witnessed this scene, curled her lips, and flashed a hint of envy in her eyes. Chapter 45 The Maiden's Melancholy. In the cave. By the light of the illumination spell, Sityu leaned against the rock wall, quietly watching Wang Chen's profile. Engrossed in comprehending his skill, Wang Chen's expression was remarkably tranquil, like a graceful youth who had stepped out of a painting. That guy actually looks quite handsome when you look at him properly. Sityu found herself lost in this thought, a faint smile appearing on her face. But soon, that smile was replaced by a tinge of melancholy. That blockhead actually contracted with a titan beast, and not just any titan beast, but a dragon from the overwhelmingly powerful dragon clan. He'll definitely soar to unbelievable heights during the college entrance martial competition. Won't I be left far behind by him in the future? Sityu's thoughts gradually drifted away. Her special profession, the Swift Wind Archer, was considered top tier among all students in Dongling City, but when viewed nationally across the Dragon Kingdom, it seemed rather unremarkable. Even before this, Sityu had already formed some expectations about her performance in this college entrance examination tournament. One is fine, but there's still a huge gap from the top. Originally, she had been quite satisfied with her expected college entrance examination results. Admission to a first-tier university was already an exceptionally high achievement across the entirety of Dongling City, only a handful managed it each year. Even within Yuanzhang province where Dongling was located, such results would place her comfortably within the top 100 examinees of her graduating cohort. Yet now, Sityu was extremely dissatisfied with this future outcome. Wang Chen's job class, the Giant Beast Master, was practically the weakest among all combat professions before contracting a Giant Beast, only slightly better than non-combat professions. He'd be lucky to barely meet the cutoff score for third-tier universities during the college entrance exam tournament. Originally, Sityu had planned to team up with Wang Chen when the tournament began. This way, Wong Chen's grades could be pulled up, and both of them could basically get into a decent first-tier university. But now that Wang Chen has contracted with a colossal beast, and what's more, a dragon, the most formidable among all colossal beasts. As such, this giant beastmaster has fully revealed the brilliance he was inherently meant to possess. You didn't even need to think to know that Wang Chen's goal in the college entrance exam competition must be one of the 4 top universities in Dragon Country. How annoying. That bastard got into a top-tier university, while I only made it to a first-tier one. Won't this widen the gap between us? I'll never catch up. Maybe I should team up with that jerk during the college entrance exam battles? As the idea flashed through his mind, Sitayu's eyes lit up momentarily, only to dim again almost immediately. No, this will drag down his performance in the national college entrance examination. The 4 top universities in Dragon Country impose stringent enrollment quotas on incoming freshmen every year. In previous national college entrance examinations, only the top 5 candidates from each province could obtain admission passes to these elite institutions. Moreover, the top 5 rankings don't always guarantee success. Sometimes the 4 elite universities reduce their enrollment quotas, and only the top 3 positions offer absolute certainty. Standing out among millions of peers across the province, breaking into the top 5 or even top 3, every single evaluation point in the imperial examinations becomes crucially important. Sitayu felt that if she became the weak link in their imperial examinations performance, causing Wang Chen to miss his chance at elite universities, she'd carry that guilt for a lifetime. Arg, this is driving me crazy. Lost in silent contemplation, Sitayu suddenly felt herself on the verge of losing it. At this very moment, a hand suddenly appeared before her eyes, waving back and forth. What are you doing? Having another episode? She looked up and saw Wang Chen's oddly perplexed expression staring back at her. Ha, I didn't. Sitayu flushed slightly and hastily turned her face toward the cavern wall. Seeing this, Wang Chen rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat baffled. If you're having a seizure, try to tough it out. There's no medicine to be found in the Beast Mountains. Muttering to himself, Wang Chen sat back down on the rock and quietly checked the status of his wind blade skill. By now, this C-grade skill had been fully mastered by him and appeared in his skill panel. Although this skill seemed somewhat out of place among several S-rank abilities, there wasn't the slightest dissatisfaction in his eyes. Most exclusive skills for giant beastmasters were auxiliary in nature and only effective on their beast companions. Every additional offensive skill he acquired was something he treasured deeply. With this wind blade technique, instant sword, and the shadow orb to my staff, I now effectively possess 3 offensive skills, more than enough for the time being. Once I get back to Dongling City and sell off the loot I've gathered, I'll swing by the marketplace to see if there are any other suitable skills available. Silently contemplating, Wang Chen looked at the wind blade technique already appearing in his skill column and quietly allocated the accumulated free skill points to it. Having entered the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range for 15 days now, his level had already reached level 30, with a total of 150 accumulated free skill points. The number of free skill points required to upgrade a C-grade skill is double that of a D-grade skill each level. After consuming 100 free skill points, Wind Blade Technique's level was raised to level 5. In an instant, the description of Wind Blade changed from Wind Blade, see active skill, magical attack skill, consumes energy to summon a giant wind blade to attack enemies, to Wind Blade, see active skill, magical attack skill, consumes energy to summon 2 giant wind blades to attack enemies. 5/5. The Wind Blade spell, now upgraded to level 5, releases 2 blades per attack instead of 1, effectively doubling its firepower. Witnessing this, Wang Chen felt both nostalgic and eager. With ample time remaining before leaving the Beast Mountain range, he was confident about quickly accumulating enough skill points for the remaining upgrades. By then, the Wind Blade spell, maxed out with a special effect, would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Ugh, let's call it a day for now. Sitayu, I'll take the first watch. You should get some rest first. Suppressing his urge to test the Wind Blade technique's power, Wang Chen turned to look at Sitayu. However, the girl ignored him at that moment. Asshole, you're the sick one. You're the one who needs medicine. Facing the cliff wall, Sitayu viciously jabbed at Wang Chen's shadow projected on the ground with a branch she had picked up. Curse you, you damned jerk will definitely fail to get into a top-tier university. Even if you get accepted, the admissions officer will kick you out because of that foul mouth of yours. With a vicious tone in his voice, Sitayu repeated the motion over and over again. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn! Still claim you're not crazy? What normal person would idly play with their own shadow? Muttering to himself, he leaned back against the rock behind him, quietly watching the somewhat naive Sitayu. Chapter 46, Return, a transformation as if reborn. Achoo! Inside the cave, Sitayu sneezed, then opened his bleary eyes. She always felt like people were talking about her behind her back. That bastard Wang Chen, is he bad-mouthing me behind my back? Thinking silently to herself, Sitayu turned her head to look for any sign of Wang Chen. But inside the cave, she found nothing. Even Xiao Bingqing was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell did that bastard run off to? Startled, the young woman hurriedly sat up. Then she suddenly realized there was still a blanket draped over her. So that guy actually knows how to care about people? Staring at this borrowed blanket that still carried the faint scent of soap, Situyu's eyes shimmered with unreadable emotions. Russell! Just then, faint stirring sounds came from outside the cave entrance. You're awake? Wang Chen walked in carrying a rabbit and began tidying up on his own. Why are you up so early? Watching Wang Chen busily at work, Situyu casually asked. Early? Big sis, I didn't sleep all night. You slept like a dead pig last night, couldn't even wake you up no matter how hard I tried. Wang Chen, who was about to roast the rabbit, shot the girl a speechless glance at her words. They'd agreed to take turns keeping watch, yet Situyu had ended up dozing off against the cave wall. He was sleeping soundly, and fortunately wasn't snoring, otherwise Wang Chen would have no choice but to throw her out. Ha! Situyu lowered her head in embarrassment. Sorry, tonight it's my turn. Ha! Give me a break. Wang Chen mercilessly mocked, with how soundly you sleep, I'm afraid some wild monster might carry you off in the night. With that, he deftly lit the fire and began his barbecue venture. Is this really okay? Scratching his head, Situyu looked somewhat embarrassed, completely unfazed by Wang Chen's taunts. Humph. Wang Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with this duplicitous fellow. Anyway, thanks to his body being strengthened by attribute points, he just needed to catch a quick nap to regain his full vigor. He was about to leave the Myriad Beasts mountain range and didn't want to blink only to find his life had passed him by. Hurry up and pack your things for dinner. We've got a long journey ahead today. Having finished roasting the rabbit, Wang Chen saw Situyu still drowsily hugging the blanket and called out impatiently. He had a feeling that in the days to come, he'd probably be relegated to playing nursemaid. Time passed. On this day, at the entrance to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, a young man and woman emerged, drawing frequent glances from the onlookers. Both of them possessed strikingly good looks, their slightly youthful faces carrying a hint of sharpness that didn't quite match their age. It was Wang Chen and Situyu. Phew! Standing at the entrance to the Beast mountain range, Wang Chen watched the busy comings and goings of professional adventurers in the distance and let out a long exhale. Finally out! The nearly month-long journey through the Beast mountain range left him feeling as if a lifetime had passed. Great news, Wang Chen! You can finally take a bath. Situyu also sighed with emotion, deliberately edging away as she spoke, her face full of obvious disdain. Seeing this, Wang Chen sneered, as if you're any better? After a month of roughing it, neither of them was in better shape than the other. This journey had nearly turned them into savages. Had it not been for their rapidly increasing levels motivating them, these modern souls might not have endured such hardships for so long. Now, compared to before entering the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, Wang Chen and Xiao Bingqing had undergone earth-shaking transformations. Beast Companion, Primordial Overlord, Frostbane Dragon. Nickname, Frostclear. Gender, female. Age, under 1 month, infancy. Level, 25. Tier, Primeval Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 1700, Intelligence 1700, Constitution 1700, Agility 1700. Unaffected by any buffs, equipment, or items. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Arctic Breath, SSS, Frozen Hell, SSS, Dragon's Majesty, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, omitted. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 35. Talents, Beloved by All Beasts, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine, DT. Skills, Beastmaster Arts, S, Beast Revival Arts, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Flash Sword, D, Windblade Technique, C, DT. Strength, 252.5 plus 30 points. Intelligence, 252.5 plus 10 points. Stamina, 252.5 plus 20 points. Agility, 252.5 plus 5 plus 20 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Unallocated skill points, 100. Little Ice Pierce level has risen to 25, with each of her 4-dimensional attributes reaching 1,700 points. Even a newly promoted Tier 3 professional would meet their demise beneath this little creature's dragon claws. Having leveled up to 35, Wang Chen also underwent a complete transformation, with his combat prowess significantly enhanced. His evenly distributed stat points created remarkable balance across all attributes. Though not as exaggerated as Xiao Bingqing's capabilities, if he were to encounter the previous hyena pack leader now, he could defeat the foe single-handedly without her intervention. As for Situyu standing nearby, since she didn't need to split experience with beast companions, this young lady remained the highest leveled among them, having reached the Tier 1 cap of level 40. I guess we'll need to prepare for the job advancement ceremony when we get back. By the time the college entrance grand competition starts, this girl might already have undergone her second job advancement. Apart from level gains, Wong Chen and Situyu also obtained plenty of equipment and materials, but their exact valuations will only be determined once we put them up for sale at the trading house. Wang Chen, the college entrance grand competition starts in 3 days. What are your plans for these few days? Walking toward the light rail platform, Situyu poked Wang Chen's arm. Plans? Hand in the mission, liquidate my gains, then just spend some time at home with my parents waiting for the imperial exams to begin. After a moment's thought, Wang Chen replied in a measured tone. Oh. Situyu seemed somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but she quickly regained her usual carefree demeanor. If you're going to sell things, Wang Chen, don't you dare pocket my share. I'm just waiting for the college entrance exams to end so I can sit at home counting my gold coins, Situyu said with a playful grin. Don't worry, I'll deliver your share as soon as the goods are sold. Hearing her words, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. As a mighty giant beast master, would I stoop so low as to covet your petty offerings? Pfft. Let's wait until after the college entrance martial arts tournament. You won't be able to find me these days even if you try. Mid-sentence, Situyu suddenly halted his steps. At that moment, Wang Chen seemed to sense something and turned to see a magic hovercar soaring towards them. Chapter 47, This young man isn't to be trifled with. Goodbye. Watching the magic hovercar disappear into the distance, Wang Chen rubbed his nose. That damned little rich girl Situyu didn't even give him the slightest chance to hitch a ride. It looks like we'll have to take the light rail back after all, Bingqing. Noticing Xiao Bingqing gazing longingly at the departing feed officer, Wang Chen gave her little head a playful poke. Woohoo! The little creature shielded its head with its wings and let out a dissatisfied chirp. Finally, she stealthily poked her head out, slightly puzzled as to why her master hadn't continued his ruthless attacks. Woo-woo! Alright, let's quickly head back after handing in the quest. As the distant magic hovercar completely vanished from sight, Wang Chen held Bingqing in his arms and boarded the light rail heading to the Adventurers Guild. At the same time, the figure in the back seat of the magic hovercar also withdrew their gaze at the same time. Uncle, do you really think the gap between people can be this vast? Situyu leaned against the seat, her expression distant. Hearing her words, the seemingly frivolous young man sitting beside her looked momentarily stunned. What's this? Little girl, you've gone through so much in the Beast Mountain range that you're having life epiphanies now? Does it have something to do with that boy from earlier? Situyu's uncle, Sitaharan, wore an expression brimming with gossip. At the same time, he studied his niece whom he hadn't seen for nearly a month. Although appearing somewhat disheveled, his entire bearing had undergone a dramatic transformation. The youthful awkwardness had vanished, replaced by the demeanor of a formidable professional. Though at this moment, his facial expression still bore traces of distress, carrying a hint of maidenly shyness. Hearing his uncle's words, Situyu pouted unhappily. Seeing this, Sitaharan understood everything. I told you long ago that the gap between you and that boy was too vast, but you refused to listen. Now that I've helped you keep it from the family and let you go out to train with him, doesn't it feel like all those wonderful illusions have shattered? It's alright, this is just a small setback in your life. You still have a long road ahead. The two of you were never meant to be in the same world. Seeing his niece in low spirits, Sitaharan offered words of comfort. We're truly no longer on the same level now. Situyu nodded, his expression incredibly complicated. Will you leave me far behind in the future? Silently lost in thought, Situyu turned his head to gaze at the fleeting scenery rushing past the window. At that moment, she recalled the breathtaking scene in the Beast Range Mountains where Bingqing unfurled her draconic form to crush the wild monsters, and she thought of that young man's endlessly astonishing combat skills. Beside them, Sitaharan looked at his niece, his face revealing an utterly relieved expression. She's finally understood. You two will never work out. Not in vain for your uncle here, braving the risk of getting a beating from my elder brother to arrange for both of you to enter the 10,000 Beasts Mountain range. As soon as Wang Chen stepped into the lobby of the Dawnbreak Adventure Guild, he was immediately struck by a lively and bustling atmosphere. Professionals came and went, gathering together, some discussing the rewards of their last mission, others calling friends to prepare for a night of heavy drinking. Watching this scene, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Wang Chen's eyes. Humans truly are social creatures after all. No matter how strong one becomes, that never changes. Silently thinking this to himself, he took a step forward and walked toward the reception desk. Isn't this the handsome guy who took on 2 D-rank missions the other day? He actually came back alive? Just then, a female adventurer noticed Wang Chen entering the guild and couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. Although rookie adventurers fresh from their job selection were common in the guild, Wang Chen's striking appearance had left a lasting impression on many, even after a month had passed. So it really is him? This kid's got some serious luck, coming back completely unscathed after just getting his profession and taking D-rank missions. Not necessarily. Look at him now, maybe his mission failed and he's here to cancel it at the Adventure Guild. Speaking of which, where's his party? I remember a pretty young girl was with him that day. Could it be that the girl died in the Beastfang Mountains, and he ran back alone? Very possible. The golden-scaled python is nearly unbeatable for rookies like them. If this kid returned unscathed, he probably abandoned his teammate. The hall buzzed with whispers as many professionals pointed and murmured at Wong Chen. To someone like Wong Chen, a clueless newbie unaware of his own limits, all the seasoned professionals regarded him with disdain, never believing he could complete even the relatively challenging D-tier mission. Especially after one profession holder voiced a certain conjecture, contempt crept into many people's eyes. Although casualties are unavoidable in the Beast Mountain range, abandoning teammates is absolutely the most despicable act of all. Originally, Wong Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the surrounding gossip, but upon hearing their baseless speculation, he couldn't help but pause mid-step and shoot them an icy glare. Everyone, don't spread rumors without evidence. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to sue you for slander. Wong Chen glanced around, his gaze sweeping over those gossip-mongers like a blade. Under his icy stare, those professionals instinctively took a step back. From that look alone, they felt an icy, murderous intent. However, in the next second, those professionals flushed with anger, glaring at Wong Chen. Damn it! They'd been roaming the Adventure Guild for years. How could they keep their reputation if they got intimidated by some wet behind-the-ears kid? Yet before they could speak up to save face, they saw the young man place a bloody head on the front desk. Then, a calm voice echoed through the hall. Please help me settle the task, and by the way, I'd like to claim the bounty for the Hyena Squad. Hyena Squad? Those 4 words seemed to carry some kind of spell, instantly capturing the attention of every professional in the hall. This is the Hyena boss's head? Did that youngster actually kill the Hyena boss? Are you insane? That's a level 50-second awakening murderer. How could a newbie like him possibly? In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire hall exploded. Every face bore an expression of utter disbelief. The Hyena Squad had been on the wanted list for a full 5 years. Even the official hunter teams dispatched by Dongling City hadn't managed to capture them. But today, their leader's head was actually brought in by a rookie who just recently changed professions to claim the bounty? At that moment, those troublemaking professionals turned pale, tucked their tails between their legs, and hastily fled the hall, not daring to stay a second longer. Meanwhile, those hostile professionals nearby no longer dared to look at Wong Chen with such arrogance. Their gaze now carried a trace of fear and respect. This young man is not to be trifled with. Chapter 48, Expectations from Parents. With the interlude at the Adventurers Guild concluded, Wong Chen, now carrying a hefty sum of 5 million gold coins, hailed a taxi straight home. Mom, Dad, I'm back. He opened the door and called out instinctively, just like always. It was still early before the end of the workday, so he didn't expect to get a response from his parents. But, Chen, you're back? As soon as he entered, Wong Chen saw his parents sitting in the living room, looking at him with pleasant surprise. MMH, the assignment's done. Mom, Dad, why aren't you at work today? After changing his shoes and walking into the living room, Wong Chen asked with some confusion. We took time off. The college entrance exams are starting in just 3 days. We wanted to spend these days with you. The Queen Mother swiftly snatched little Bingqing into her arms, playing with the child while feigning nonchalance. No need, the college entrance exams are a piece of cake. No reason for you elders to make such a fuss over it. Wong Chen shot his mother a puzzled glance, sensing something wasn't quite right. How can that be? This concerns the pivotal matter of your entire future. Father Wang slapped the table at this moment, his face full of bitter disappointment over his son's failure to meet his expectations. I've got it under control. My grades won't be bad in the college entrance exam showdown. What's for dinner tonight? I'll cook. You need to relax your body these 2 days and prepare fully for the college entrance exam showdown. Sit on the sofa and rest. Let me handle things. Wong Chen was dumbfounded as he was pushed onto the sofa, watching his father bustle about in the kitchen. Something's not right. Mom, what on earth are you two up to? Volunteering to cook? Did the sun rise from the west today? Wong Chen knew his old man all too well. His father had always kept cooking at arm's length. Ever since that infamous salt-fried eggplant incident, the kitchen had become strictly off-limits. What's wrong now? Mother Wang patted Xiao Bingqing's head and said with a smile, don't talk nonsense. Your father recently learned a new dish and wants you to try it. By the way. As she spoke, Mother Wang deliberately asked nonchalantly, Chen, I heard you've changed professions to become a giant beast master? Wong Chen wore a helpless expression upon hearing this. Damn, so it was you two waiting for me here? Exactly, but Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry, I've already contracted with a spirit beast. Wong Chen saw his father eavesdropping in the kitchen and couldn't help but explain patiently. At the same time, he grumbled inwardly, which busybody had been blabbing gossip behind his back? No need to make excuses, we already know everything. According to Aunt Lou's kid, you can only contract with colossal beasts. There are barely any of those left on Blue Star. Where exactly are you supposed to find one? Don't try telling me little Bingqing is a colossal beast. Just look at her, all adorable and cuddly, zero combat capability whatsoever. Mother Wang rolled her eyes, her expression clearly saying, "Stop pulling my leg." As she spoke, she hugged little Bingqing tightly and gave her a few more vigorous squeezes. The little thing feels icy cold, perfect for saving on air conditioning during this scorching summer. Exactly. Every beast tamer's creature looks majestic, doesn't it? Dad Wang, busy in the kitchen, chimed in, "You'd better not take her to the Gaokao battle competition. Boy, what if she gets hurt? She's literally a dragon." Seeing his parents' reactions, Wang Chen felt mentally exhausted and decided to lay his cards on the table. Cut it out. Wang's mother rolled her eyes at her son. This little thing is all chubby, how could it possibly be a dragon? As she spoke, she poked Bingqing's little belly with her finger, causing the tiny creature to squirm in protest. Unhappy, it tried to bite her finger with its teeth, but instead of being frightened, Wang's mother simply giggled and poked its little fangs playfully. "Mom, you've got nerves of steel, shoving your hand into a dragon's mouth like that. Son officially declares you the ultimate champion." Leaning back on the sofa, Wang Chen looked at his mother's all-knowing expression and felt utterly drained. "This is too much for me. Nothing more to say, huh?" Across from him, Mother Wang observed her son's reaction, patted Bingqing's head, and settled the girl onto her lap. "I know you've always been proud and stubborn since childhood, not wanting to worry us after something like this happened. But you didn't need to lie to us. Even if you were a giant beast tamer, wouldn't that still be better than your dad and me, two ordinary people without any profession? Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just perform as you normally would in the college entrance trials." Here, as she spoke, the Queen Mother took out a box from behind her and pushed it toward Wang Chen. "A little gift I prepared for you." "What is this?" Wang Chen opened the box with a puzzled look, but when he saw what was inside, his eyes grew slightly moist. A bronze glinting ring lay quietly at the center of the box. The luster on its surface and the fluctuations of magic indicated this was a bronze-tier artifact. "Mom, this." Wang Chen gazed at his mother with visible emotion, his voice choked with feeling. Not long ago, the beginner's four-piece set had nearly drained their family's savings. He truly couldn't imagine what sacrifices his parents must have made to afford this bronze equipment worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Grown up already, yet still acting like a child. The Queen Mother glanced at him with a look of disdain, then laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "Do you think your father and I were both foolish not to realize our house could be mortgaged for so much money before?" Wang Chen felt the lightbox in his hand suddenly weigh like Mount Tai, making it hard for him to breathe. "Mom, I told you it wasn't necessary. Why did you mortgage the house? This card has the money I earned from my mission in the Beast Mountain Range. Use it to get our house back right away." "Brat, you think you can tell me how to do things?" Hearing this, Mother Wang rolled her eyes at her son and cheerfully took the card. "How much is in there?" "We'll save it for your future wife." 5 million gold coins. Wang Chen closed the box, pretending it was no big deal. "What?" Wang's mother was stunned, while Wang's father in the kitchen exclaimed even louder, "You brat, where did you get so much money? We can't be doing anything illegal." "No, I earned this from completing tasks." Wang Chen scratched his head, having already anticipated this exact reaction. "What kind of tasks could earn you this much money?" Wang's father stopped cooking and sat down on the sofa with Wang's mother, both staring at Wang Chen with interrogating expressions as if he were a criminal. "It's just an ordinary mission, going into the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range to hunt some monsters and gather a few magical ingredients." Rubbing his nose, Wang Chen gave a highly simplified version of his journey through the Beast Mountain Range. He didn't want his thrilling experiences to frighten his parents. "Stop joking around. Your old man may not hold any profession, but that doesn't mean I don't understand the tricks of the trade." Wang's father slammed his hand on the table, glaring at his son with fiery eyes. "Earning 5 million gold coins in less than a month? Do you think you're some triple awakening powerhouse? Be honest with me." "Woo woo." Little Bingqing, seated on the sofa, was startled by the commotion. Yet seeing her master's exasperated expression, an impish grin bloomed across her adorable face. Noticing the mischievous glint in the child's eyes, Wang Chen shot her an exasperated glare while racking his brains for a credible explanation. But then, his mom came to his rescue. "Old Wang, didn't our son go out with that classmate of his this time?" Pulling Father Wang aside, Mother Wang whispered while casting a peculiar glance at Wang Chen. That kid from the Situ family? No way. How could Chen possibly do such a thing?" Father Wang raised his voice an octave higher, glaring at Wang Chen with the frustration of seeing one's child failing to meet expectations. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Chen felt utterly wronged. "Why should I be blamed for your wild assumptions? Mom, return this ring tomorrow." As he spoke, he closed the box and stood up, heading straight for his room. "Ha! Chen, bronze equipment can boost your performance in the college entrance exam rankings." Seeing this, Mother Wang hurriedly interjected. Hearing this, Wang Chen, returning to his room, peeked at his parents. "Dad, Mom, your son here. Even if I'm dressed in black iron armor, I'll smash through the college entrance exam battles." Chapter 49, The Beginning of Glory. 3 days later, sunlight dispelled the last traces of darkness, bathing the world in radiance. Dongling City, a third-tier town in the Dragon Kingdom, grew lively shortly after sunrise. Before 8 o'clock, the main road outside Dongling No. 1 High School was already packed with pedestrians and vehicles to the point of complete congestion. Everyone gathered around the school, their faces filled with anticipation as they gazed at the sky. There, a massive projection screen hung high in the heavens, displaying the solemn figures of thousands of young boys and girls with tender faces standing in formation. The surrounding crowd consisted of people from all walks of life, journalists from major news outlets, recruitment agents dispatched by prestigious guilds and wealthy families, and parents hoping their children would soar to greatness. On the screen, all these thousands of young boys and girls shared one single identity. This year's Gaokao competition in Dragon Nation, students from Dongling City taking the exam. At this very moment, on the sports field of Dongling First High School, a bronze gate radiating mysterious light stood silently, drawing the expectant yet uneasy gazes of hundreds of exam-taking students. This bronze gate served as the entrance to Dragon Nation's massive Gaokao secret realm instance. Every examinee would soon enter it to battle monsters and clear challenges, fighting for their futures. 3 years of effort. To be a dragon or a worm. To soar to the heavens or fall to the mundane earth. All depends on today. Meanwhile, the National College Entrance Examination is not merely a grand event for these examinees, but also a pivotal opportunity for countless families to transcend social classes. Since the awakening of the cosmic will, where occupational power resides within individuals, it has created a reality where the strong grow stronger and the weak become weaker. In some small countries on Blue Star, powerful professionals can even dominate everything, gathering all resources into their own hands. Although Dragon Country, as a top-tier global power with abundant national strength, has implemented compulsory professional education nationwide with great determination and vision, yet under pressure from all sides and the threat of monster armies, it can only provide everyone with a relatively fair path to advancement. The Grand College Entrance Examination. Only by achieving excellent results in the National College Entrance Examination and entering a prestigious university can one continue to access upward resources. Bzzzzz. The bronze light gate trembled, its cold radiance illuminating the faces of thousands of examination candidates. Under the anticipatory gazes of everyone, the principal of Dongling No. 1 High School and a middle-aged man with aura surging like ocean waves appeared successively before all the candidates. The National College Entrance Examination is about to begin. All participating students, please make your final preparations. The resonant proclamation echoed across the playground, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of all examinees present. Every eye turned toward the towering figure standing beside the principal, their gazes filled with both awe and anticipation. What they revered was the Guardian's formidable power, a fourth revolution expert at level 120. They eagerly awaited the day they too could become such formidable individuals. Amidst the crowd, Wong Chen, swept up by the surrounding fervor, felt a surge of battle spirit rising in his eyes. The rock soars 90,000 miles when the wind lifts it one day. Reciting this cherished line of poetry, a smile spread across Wang Chen's face. Beneath the bronze gate, Situ Haonan observed the examinees brimming with fighting spirit and nodded in satisfaction before continuing in a loud voice. The final entrance examination will officially commence in 10 minutes. Now, please everyone check your equipment and find your teammates. As the voice faded, the bronze gate erupted with increasingly turbulent radiance, streams of information surfacing in the minds of every examinee present. Gaokao Dungeon Instance, Lava Caverns. Dungeon Instance Tier, Bronze. Minimum Entry Level, None. Dungeon Difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell. Dungeon Entry Limit, Minimum 1, Maximum 3 players. Dungeon Introduction. The lava caverns are inhabited by dark and evil orcs. Brave challengers, facing them requires not just strength but also wisdom. Proceed with caution, lest your fervor becomes a tasty beverage in the orc's mouths. A bronze tier dungeon? After reviewing the information in his mind, a glint of sharp insight flashed through Wang Chen's eyes. Though it was his first time encountering a dungeon instance, he had already learned much about it from textbooks. Dungeon instances are categorized similarly to equipment tiers, starting from the lowest black iron tier. The higher the tier, the greater the potential rewards within the dungeon. A bronze tier dungeon yields rewards at least twice as plentiful as those from a black iron tier 1. Moreover, starting from bronze tier, one can choose the difficulty when entering a dungeon. Simple mode offers minimal rewards, while hell mode grants the maximum possible. The difference in rewards they represent must be calculated in multiples. It can be said that choosing which difficulty level to enter the secret realm dungeon basically determines the examinee's final outcome. Passing the normal difficulty allows one to obtain admission tickets to 3 universities. Passing the hard difficulty grants admission tickets to second-tier universities. Passing the hell difficulty grants admission tickets to first-tier universities. As for top-tier universities, only those who achieve perfect scores in hell difficulty and rank among the top candidates province-wide who chose this path qualify for selection. Wang Chen had no choice but to face the hellish difficulty if he wanted to enter any of Dragon Country's 4 top universities. So after learning about the information regarding the Imperial Examination's secret dungeon instance, his gaze instinctively swept across his surroundings. The moment the information about the college entrance exam dungeon instance was announced, the atmosphere in the sports field erupted into noisy chaos. Groups of students gathered in clusters, discussing strategies for the upcoming dungeon raid. These people were all planning to form a team to enter the dungeon. Through teamwork, tackle greater challenges, earn higher scores, and ultimately secure a place at your dream university. However, amidst the crowd, there were also some examinees standing quietly in place. These were individuals confident in their abilities, intending to tackle the secret realm solo to achieve even more outstanding results. Wang Chen's gaze swept across these people, quickly identifying his target. A girl standing tall at 170 centimeters yet radiating a presence of 280 centimeters, her graceful beauty making her stand out like a crane among chickens. As if pressured by the girl's overwhelming aura, a large empty space had formed around her. The girl was none other than Situ. Hey, you've been missing for the past couple days. Don't tell me you went for your job transition? Walking up to Situ, Wong Chen looked at the girl with curiosity as he asked his question. At this moment, the aura emanating from this girl was completely different from when she first emerged from the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Had Wang Chen's perception not been far superior to ordinary people, he would never have detected the extraordinarily restrained power concealed within the young woman's body. Humph. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Situ let out a cold snort, her demeanor icy and aloof as if she couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. However, the slight curve of her lips betrayed her current smugness. Of course, this young lady is now at second awakening, completely different from before. Situ, who had been struggling to contain herself, finally broke when little Bingqing adorably pounced on her. Don't provoke me, or I'll beat you up before the college entrance battle begins. Holding Xiao Bingqing in her arms, the girl triumphantly waved her fist. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Holy cow! She's only just reached her second awakening, and already she thinks she's invincible? Believe it or not, I can take you down with one hand? Muttering inwardly, he didn't expose Situ's boast. Instead, he asked with a smile, since you're so strong, wanna team up? Three's a crowd? Chapter 50. Are you crazy? Wearing starter gear in a hell dungeon. The sports field of Dongling No. 1 High School. Situ was staring at Wang Chen with utter disbelief. She never would have imagined this guy would take the initiative to send her a team invitation. Wasn't your goal to attend a top-tier university? Teaming up will lower your final ratings. Feeling somewhat delighted, Situ asked coyly. It doesn't matter, those ratings don't mean anything anyway. Think carefully, this could be your golden opportunity to latch onto someone powerful. Hearing this, Wang Chen shrugged indifferently. With his current strength, bulldozing through the hell difficulty college entrance exam secret realm dungeon would be effortless. Bringing along one more person was hardly an issue. After all, once you enter the college entrance exam secret realm dungeon, everyone you bring along just ends up spectating, all in the pursuit of the ultimate clearance efficiency. TCH, who needs that? I'm a second awakening, I don't need to ride anyone's coattails. Situ bared her little tiger teeth, her face full of defiant pride as she spoke. Though joy flooded her heart at that moment, she still rejected Wang Chen without hesitation. On one hand, she didn't want to drag down Wang Chen's evaluation scores during the university entrance exam competition because of herself. On the other, she possessed tremendous confidence in her current strength and wanted to prove herself. A second awakening's ability placed her among the most outstanding examinees across the entire Yuanjiang province. She was determined to get into the same university as Wang Chen through her own abilities, just to annoy the hell out of him. Seeing the determination in the girl's eyes, Wang Chen rubbed his nose. Damn, this girl's competitive streak is seriously intense. Alright then, I'll be looking forward to your performance. Top universities await you. Shaking his head, Wang Chen didn't say anything more. And nearby, the surrounding examinees saw Wang Chen being refused one by one, and contemptuous expressions surfaced on their faces. Damn, you've got no shame at all. A trash-tier giant beast master dares get close to our goddess? You still think you're the exalted genius from before? Now you've just been kicked aside by the goddess. Trash belongs in the dumpster. Many examinees harbored malicious thoughts, ready to hurl a few mocking remarks. However, they soon had no mind to dwell on such matters. Silence in the hall. The annual college entrance examination officially begins now. All participating students please enter the secret realm dungeon. Sima Haonan's rough voice echoed across the venue, instantly drowning out all the clamor. Buzz. As the words faded, the massive bronze gate erupted in brilliant light. In an instant, all the examination candidates on the playground vanished without a trace. As all the examinees vanished from the playground, the massive live broadcast screen in the sky flickered with light, cycling through images of the students entering the mysterious dungeon instance. Finally, it's begun. I'm so thrilled, the annual pivotal moment has arrived. I wonder how many students from our Dongling city will make it into the provincial top 100 this time. Son, my son, I see you. Give it your all in that secret dungeon instance. Outside, the crowd watching the live broadcast of the college entrance competition on the giant screen buzzed with excitement. Many couldn't help but wave their fists and cheer passionately when familiar figures appeared in the footage. At this moment, within Dongling No. 1 High School, the massive bronze gate also displayed a luminescent screen showing the situations of examinees in the secret realm dungeon. However, the live broadcast screens outside could only show random combat scenes of examinees, while the luminescent display on the bronze gate was divided into thousands of small grids, each revealing the circumstances of every single examinee. On the opposite side of the light screen, Sito Hanan and the principal of Dongling No. 1 High School, after announcing the commencement of the Gaokao Grand Competition, took their seats among the crowd. Also seated here were the mayor of Dongling City, leaders from the education department, and teachers from Dongling No. 1 High School. Esteemed leaders, for this year's Gaokao Grand Competition, our Dongling No. 1 High School has 11 students choosing the Hell difficulty dungeon, 160 selecting the Hard difficulty dungeon, while the majority have teamed up to attempt the normal difficulty. A staff member, after Sito Hanan and his companion had taken their seats, began reporting on the current situation of the college entrance examination competition. 11 people? It seems the students from our Dongling City are quite confident this year. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Dongling City smiled and couldn't help but praise. The more outstanding students there are in the college entrance examination competition, the better his performance as the city mayor will appear. Exactly, 11 students, this has already broken the record of our Eastridge City. I'm afraid after this year's college entrance examination competition, our Eastridge City can finally shed the label of being a third-rate small town. Moreover, I heard Situyu has already undergone his second-class advancement. This year's competition might even allow him to compete for a spot in the provincial top 10. The leaders present from Dongling City chimed in agreement when their superior spoke. At that moment, however, everyone suddenly noticed the principal of Dongling No. 1 High School wore an uneasy expression. What's wrong? With so many outstanding talents choosing Hell difficulty, Principal Lee, you seem rather displeased? Noticing this, the mayor inquired curiously. City Chief, sir. Upon hearing this, Principal Lee hesitated for a moment before speaking. There are 10 students from No. 1 High School qualified to attempt the Hell difficulty level this year. This extra one. Principal Lee didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood what he meant. Reckless, defying the school's arrangements, he's playing with fire. The mayor let out a cold snort, his expression turning stern. Before the Gaokao Grand Competition begins, the school always warns students to choose a difficulty level that matches their own abilities. This is partly because the school has extensive experience and can roughly estimate their scores based on the students' capabilities, and partly to protect these students. After all, although the Gaokao Grand Competition takes place within a secret realm dungeon, and each student is given a town portal scroll, fatalities have still occurred. Choosing a difficulty far beyond one's abilities could mean being killed by the monsters in the secret realm before even having the chance to use the town portal scroll. Let me see which student dares ignore their teacher's instructions and court death at such a crucial moment as the college entrance examination ceremony. Beside them, Guardian Sito Hanan's expression likewise turned icy as he sought to identify this outrageously bold individual. Soon, the crowd located this audacious culprit on one of the small monitor screens. Wong Chen? How dare he, a giant beast master without a single beast companion? Watching the slender figure on the live footage, Principal Lee couldn't help but exclaim. He never expected that the one bold enough to choose the Hell level difficulty would actually be Wong Chen. Beside him, Guardian Sito Hanan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, his face instantly darkening. Not only did he dare, he even entered the Hell difficulty dungeon in a full set of black iron gear. Upon entering a dungeon, the equipment of examinees would emit different colored glows according to their respective tiers. Hearing his words, everyone present took a closer look and immediately twitched at the corners of their mouths. The dim black glow radiating from Wong Chen stood out conspicuously among all the examinees. Damn! Wearing a newbie starter set to tackle Hell difficulty? This is pure suicide. Chapter 51, he can definitely create a miracle. Friendly reminder, examinee Wong Chen, you have successfully entered the bronze tier dungeon instance, Lava Caverns. Current selected difficulty, Hell level. Current dungeon instance challenge participants, 1. Recall scroll has been automatically issued. Please use with caution in case of life-threatening danger. Wishing you outstanding results. As space and time shifted, when Wong Chen's feet touched solid ground again, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards him, as if he were standing inside a furnace. Looking around, he discovered that his current location was a spacious underground cavern with a height of 5 meters. The surrounding area was filled with brown rocks formed from cooled lava, emitting a faint red glow that illuminated the entire cavern. On the ground, some still molten magma slowly flowed, releasing billowing waves of heat. Woohoo! No sooner had Wong Chen finished observing his surroundings than Bingqing's dissatisfied cry rang in his ears. The little creature flapped its wings, stirring chilling gusts to disperse the surrounding heat. As an ice attribute creature, it instinctively loathed this scorching environment. Bear with it a little longer. After we clear this dungeon instance, I'll take you for ice cream. Witnessing this, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he patted the little one's head. Woohoo! Upon hearing this, Xiao Bingqing let out an excited murmur, ready to discuss with her master about which place served the most delicious ice cream. But just at that moment, she suddenly tilted her head, her azure vertical pupils fixing intently on the depths of the cavern. Boom boom boom! Heavy footsteps echoed as 20 sinister black figures emerged from the depths. They were a group of green-skinned, fanged orcs, hulking brutes towering over 3 meters tall, each radiating formidable energy. Monster, Orc Warrior. Level, 40. Combat style, melee. Skill, Beastly Roar, Power Surge, Charge. Type, Common. Monster, Orc Shaman. Level, 40. Combat style, Ranged DPS, Support. Skills, Basic Healing, Lava Beam, Boiling Blood Technique. Type, Mutated. A total of 19 Orc Warriors and 1 Orc Shaman. Even the trash mobs are level 40? Truly worthy of the hell difficulty. As the information from his scan skill came back, a gleam flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. If he remembered correctly, the Gokao dungeon instance was divided into 4 stages. Choosing the easy difficulty would spawn monsters with challenge levels ranging from 20 to 30. Starting at hell difficulty from level 40, by the time you reach the 4th stage of the Secret Realm dungeon, the monsters you encounter might even be level 50. No wonder the school emphasized so strictly before entering the Secret Realm dungeon to choose a difficulty level matching one's own strength. The difference in strength between monsters of varying difficulty levels is truly vast. Wang Chen shook his head and summoned his novice longsword, bracing himself for battle. Using beginner-tier equipment at this moment wasn't due to overconfidence, but rather his desire to achieve a higher clearance rating. The difference between this college entrance examination dungeon and others lay in its ultimate purpose as a talent selection mechanism. Thus, examinees' final rankings were determined by comprehensive evaluation across multiple factors. After all, if rankings were based solely on clearance speed, the millions of examinees from Yuanzhang province would inevitably produce numerous identical scores. To prevent such situations, during the final evaluation of the college entrance examination's Grand Tournament Secret Realm instance, the equipment worn by participating students would be factored into the assessment. The higher the equipment's rating, the lower the corresponding score during settlement. Many aspiring candidates aiming for higher rankings often control their scores through their equipment when entering the secret realm of the Gaokao competition. But someone like Wang Chen, decked out in a complete set of starter gear that was truly one for the history books across centuries. Roar! Opposite them, upon seeing humans appear, the orcs who could no longer contain the brutality in their hearts let out ferocious howls that made the entire lava cavern reverberate. Thud! 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 Then, without the slightest hesitation, 19 orc warriors brandished their weapons and surged forward in a chaotic charge. At the same time, the orc shaman standing at the rear waved his staff, casting a crimson glow over the orc warriors. Boiling Blood Technique. Under this bloody radiance, the 19 charging orc warriors gained nearly a 10% boost in power, their auras growing even more frenzied. Bingqing, let's go. However, seeing this scene ignited not a trace of fear in Wang Chen's eyes. Instead, an overwhelming fighting spirit surged through him. With a call to the little one, he tightened his grip on the novice longsword and dashed forward at blazing speed, charging head-on into the orc warrior's assault. Hopeless. Such audacity. A giant beast master without a single tamed beast, daring to challenge a hell difficulty dungeon? If you're looking to die, there are easier ways. Behind the massive bronze portal, Principal Li of Dongling First High nearly exploded with fury, itching to drag Wang Chen out and whip some sense into him. With so many leaders watching, there's no hope for winning any excellence awards this year. And what's more, that reckless kid who doesn't know his limits, I hope he uses the town portal scroll quickly to exit the dungeon instance before he really gets himself killed. Silently offering this prayer, Principal Li shot a vicious glare at Class 7's homeroom teacher, Li Xia. A student's death during the college entrance examination competition would count as a major dereliction of duty for him as the principal. I'm afraid Principal Li's prayers are about to be disappointed. Guardian Sita Hanan, standing nearby, shook his head and sneered upon hearing Principal Li's prayer. As he spoke, he pointed at the tall, upright figure charging toward the orcs with a sword on the giant screen. This kid chose hell difficulty. He probably never planned to come out alive. Hearing this, Principal Li and the others shifted their gaze, their expressions growing even more speechless. Good grief. Facing a charge from 19 level 40 orc warriors, a giant beast master without even a beast companion dares to clash head-on? This is truly like an immortal hanging himself, tired of living. If this student had terrain advantage, he might have lasted a few minutes against the orc warrior. But now, he won't even get the chance to use a recall scroll, that orc's going to tear him apart instantly. Witnessing the scene, Dongling City's mayor spoke casually, his words effectively sentencing Wang Chen to death. Hearing his verdict, the surrounding crowd shook their heads in silence. Nobody offered any objection. Activating a town portal scroll takes time, just a few seconds, but Wong Chen, who had actively sought death, clearly wasn't given that opportunity. In an instant, everyone averted their gazes, unwilling to witness the bloody scene that would unfold. Yet at this moment, one resolute gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon that upright figure on the small screen. Wong Chen, you can definitely create a miracle. The homeroom teacher of Class 7, Li Xia, thought silently to herself. Chapter 52, Efficient Slaughter. From the observation deck behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia watched with hopeful eyes as Wong Chen actively charged toward the orcs within the secret realm instance. He was once her proudest and most satisfied student. She believed that Wong Chen's choice of the hell difficulty dungeon wasn't born from arrogance, but rather a calculated decision based on his actual capabilities. Moreover, with his SSS grade talent, Wong Chen had every right to be arrogant if he so wished. You brat! Your teacher is counting on you to work miracles. Don't you dare screw this up. Yet even as Li Xia remained convinced in her heart that Wong Chen wouldn't fall here, watching that lone figure charge toward the Orcish horde still made her heart leap into her throat. Inside the dungeon instance, Wong Chen's body shot forward like a leopard, closing the distance to the orc warrior in an instant. Roar! The orc warrior charging at the forefront bellowed a savage roar upon seeing the human dash before him. With a weapon cutting through the air like icy wind, he swung fiercely, ready to smash the puny human into pieces. But at this moment, facing the orc warrior's attack, Wong Chen showed no fear on his face. As he ran, he suddenly pushed off the ground with his feet and lunged straight into the orc warrior's chest. Knee strike! A distinct bone-cracking sound rang out as the orc warrior's chest caved in from the impact. Then, its towering 3-meter-tall body was sent flying backward like a sack of flour. Then, still mid-air, Wong Chen twisted his body, sweeping out with his novice longsword. Swish! Swish! Cold light flashed as the blade effortlessly slid across the necks of two orc warriors. Amid spurting blood, the two orcs who had attempted a pincer attack collapsed limply to the ground. Instant kill. In an instant, 19 orc warriors saw 3 of their comrades swiftly dispatched by Wong Chen. Roar, roar, roar. But at this moment, the remaining orc warriors quickly arrived right behind. The deaths of their kin did not frighten them. On the contrary, spurred by the scent of blood, these creatures let out frenzied roars, rushing forward to attack Wong Chen in a frantic competition. In the blink of an eye, 4 orc warriors charged forward, brandishing their weapons to strike. Whoosh! 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 4 weapons, accompanied by fierce gusts of wind, sliced through the air toward Wong Chen, who was still mid-flight. But witnessing this scene, Wong Chen, still airborne, immediately stretched out a hand to meet it head-on. Wind blade technique. A surge of intense magical energy erupted as 2 pale green wind blades shot forth fiercely, crashing into the 4 weapons of the orc warrior. The wind blades cleanly severed all 4 weapons, then continued their momentum unabated, slamming into the orc warrior's body. Rip! The sound of flesh being torn apart rang out as the towering orc warrior was cleanly bisected by the wind blade. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, instantly filling the cavern with a nauseating metallic stench. At this moment, as the 4 orc warriors fell, a narrow gap opened in the densely charging ranks, exposing the orc shaman to Wong Chen's line of sight. Great opportunity! Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in Wong Chen's eyes. Landing on the ground, he pushed off with his feet, his body shooting forward like a cannonball. Instant sword! In the next instant, he had already dashed before the orc shaman, slashing out with the novice longsword in his hand without hesitation. Opposite him, the orc shaman barely registered a dark shadow flashing before his eyes before catching sight of a cold gleam slicing toward him. Roar! Seeing this, the orc shaman let out an enraged roar and swung his magic staff to meet the longsword. Bang! In an instant, the 2 weapons collided with a tremendous clash. However, before the orc shaman could rejoice at having blocked the attack, it saw the human opposite turn and charge toward the orc warriors instead. Roar! At this sight, flames of fury rose in the orc shaman's eyes. Muttering incantations under its breath, it prepared to teach this reckless human a lesson with a searing lava ray. But just as it raised its hand, it discovered its staff had split clean in 2. The next instant, the world before its eyes was severed in half. Thud! The next second, the orc shaman's body split in 2, collapsing to the ground on either side. On the observation deck behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia, who had been closely watching Wong Chen, stood frozen in shock. Swift, powerful, every strike a fatal blow. Wong Chen's efficient and decisive movements sent a shiver down Li Xia's spine. Nice work! She couldn't help waving her delicate fists and exclaiming loudly, her eyes brimming with pride for her student's outstanding performance. Teacher Li Xia, mind your emotions. Nearby, Principal Li's face darkened slightly when he heard the exclamation. This teacher Li Xia, shouting like that in front of the mayor, the guardians, and so many officials, has truly lost all sense of propriety. As he spoke, he followed Li Xia's gaze, curious to see which student's outstanding performance had caused her to lose composure in this moment. However, holy shit, is that Wong Chen? Principal Lee couldn't help but exclaim, his face filled with incredulity. On the screen, a tall, straight figure moved like the Grim Reaper among the orc warriors. In less than 20 seconds, all 14 remaining orc warriors of the first level of the secret dungeon fell beneath his sword. How is this possible? Wang Chen is this strong? Witnessing this scene, Principal Lee murmured with disbelief etched across his face. He never imagined that Wang Chen, whom he had mentally written off as hopeless, would display such terrifying prowess. Could this truly be the so-called useless profession of Titan Beast Master? Such lethally efficient movements, flawless combat instincts and bodily control. That kid's got something special. Nearby, Guardian Sita Hanan, drawn by the exclamation, watched Wang Chen's battle replay and couldn't help but voice his admiration. Hearing his words, the surrounding crowd exchanged looks of astonishment. Guardian Situ, could this kid really have what it takes to clear a hell difficulty dungeon? The magistrate of Dongling City looked at the upright figure on the screen and turned to Situ Hanan with a question. It's possible. If he maintains his current state, he might actually pass. Hearing this, Situ Hanan nodded slightly. Although Wang Chen's profession as a Mega Beast Master inherently puts him at a disadvantage compared to other professions without a giant beast, but judging by Wang Chen's clean and efficient combat skills demonstrated just now, Situ Hanan felt this kid might actually make it to the end. The only difference between him and the others was that his clearance time would be slightly longer. Really? Upon hearing Situ Hanan's words, a flicker of joy flashed in the eyes of Dongling City's mayor. One extra student qualifying for a top-tier university would make his political achievements shine even brighter. However, the joy of Dongling City's leader did not last long before being abruptly interrupted. Looking for death. Situ Hanan suddenly snorted coldly, his expression turning extremely displeased. Chapter 53 Little Ice Pure makes a dazzling entrance. Inside the secret realm dungeon. Phew! 20 seconds, just in time. Wang Chen stood amidst a field of corpses, his gaze calm and unflinching as it swept across the blood-soaked ground around him. With his strength now at level 35 and the augmented attributes from Bing Qing's feedback, dealing with level 40 monsters had become effortless for him. 20 seconds. That's all it took to slaughter 20 level 40 orcs. Such terrifying efficiency perfectly demonstrated the power he'd gained since returning from the Beast Mountains. As the last of the 20 orcs fell, a blood-red magic circle materialized on the cavern floor, the gateway to the next challenge. Shaking the blood off his novice longsword, Wang Chen strode toward the magic circle. His 20-second clearance of the first trial placed him leagues ahead of all other examinees, yet Wang Chen felt no trace of complacency. Had the confined environment of the first stage not constrained his ice purity combat form, he could have finished even faster. Hopefully the next trial won't be as cramped as this one. Lost in thought, Wang Chen and Xiao Bingqing vanished amidst a flash of crimson light. How utterly foolish. To rush into the next challenge without recovering strength after such an intense battle, this is suicide. Staring at the figure disappearing into the magic circle on the screen, Situ Hanan frowned. In his view, although the previous battle had been brief, Wang Chen must have expended a tremendous amount of stamina. Facing the stronger monsters of the second level in such a condition was utter madness. He's done for now. With a cold snort, Situ Hanan turned his gaze to the other examinees on the light screen. By now, most candidates who had chosen the hell difficulty had defeated the first level monsters. They stood before the crimson magic circles, taking out recovery potions to replenish their strength. Even Situ, whom Situ Hanan regarded most highly, silently meditated for a brief moment before stepping into the magic formation. Not a single person charged straight into the next challenge without pause like Wang Chen did. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and lost interest upon hearing Situ Hanan's words. As the strongest individual in Dongling City, Situ Hanan's pronouncement was essentially Wang Chen's professional death sentence. Only Li Xia's gaze remained unwavering. Buzz buzz buzz. Amidst the spinning sky and whirling earth, Wang Chen entered the second level of the secret realm dungeon. This was an exceptionally vast lava cavern, its area comparable to a large football field. Unlike the cramped space of the first level, the ceiling here towered 20 to 30 meters above the ground. Torches were planted all around the molten rock walls, their flames leaping high and illuminating the entire cave as bright as daylight. The moment Wang Chen entered, he saw the opponents of the second level, 20 orcs. Compared to those in the first level, these 20 orcs were even more burly, with savage faces and towering heights of 5 meters, standing like small mountains. Monster, Orc Berserker. Level, 43. Combat style, melee. Skills, Berserk, Power Surge, Charge, Warcry. Type, Ordinary. Monster, Advanced Orc Shaman. Level, 43. Combat style, Ranged DPS, Support. Skill, Advanced Healing, Lava Beam, Boiling Blood. Type, Mutated. Not only were these orcs stronger in power level, but the number of shamans possessing ranged attack abilities among them had also increased to 5. As Wang Chen used his detection skill to assess the orc's strength, the creatures in the cave simultaneously noticed this uninvited intruder. Rohar! Amid deafening roars, pairs of crimson eyes instantly locked onto Wong Chen. All 5 orc shamans simultaneously raised their magic staffs in unison. Lava ray. Amid the surging magical energy, 5 scorching beams instantly shot toward Wong Chen. Roar. Simultaneously, 15 orc berserkers roared in unison, raising their battle axes as they charged forward with thunderous footsteps. During the charge, these orc berserkers saw their muscles swell violently, their bodies growing even more massive, clearly having activated their frenzy skill. So eager to rush to your deaths? Witnessing this scene, a cold smirk flashed across Wong Chen's lips as he took a step back. Little Ice Pure, it's your time to shine. The words had barely left his mouth. The little ice spirit on his shoulder flapped its wings and flew out, its body rapidly expanding mid-air. The next instant, roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the cave, its shockwave vibrating like crashing tidal waves that made the entire cavern tremble violently. A terrifying 5-meter-long creature, its entire body covered in deep blue scales, barred the path of the charging orc berserkers. The 5 searing lava rays that shot toward it shattered into dissipating magic fragments upon hitting those sapphire scales, failing to leave even the faintest white mark. Witnessing this, the charging orc berserkers all involuntarily halted their advance. The aura emanating from the top of the food chain instantly filled their eyes with terror. What is that? On the observation platform behind the bronze light gate, Li Xia, who had been staring intently at the screen, suddenly widened her eyes with a startled cry, her face betraying utter disbelief. Teacher Li Xia, please control your emotions. Beside them, Principal Li's face flashed with a trace of impatience upon hearing the exclamation. How much longer must we endure this, Teacher Li Xia? Repeatedly losing composure before the guardian and the city chief, such behavior is utterly disgraceful to our school. No, Principal, look at Wong Chen. Li Xia stammered, pointing at the giant light screen. What's so amazing? Did that brat know his limits and use a town portal scroll? Hearing this, Principal Li frowned with displeasure and glanced toward the light screen. Holy shit! What is that? The next second, he literally leaped out of his chair, his face filled with overwhelming disbelief. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but curiously shift their gazes when they saw this scene. Then, they were all utterly dumbfounded. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the tiny creature that had been perched on Wong Chen's shoulder ever since entering the secret realm underwent a startling transformation in the blink of an eye. From being smaller than a palm, it swelled into a massive entity over 5 meters tall. Her streamlined form was covered in dense, azure blue scales, with 2 forked horns pointing diagonally toward the sky. Even just viewing the image, everyone present could sense the majestic and vast aura emanating from this creature. The streamlined body, the enormous outstretched wings, the fearsome claws all unmistakably revealed her identity. This was a mythical beast, a dragon, stepping straight out of legend. Chapter 54. He actually contracted with a dragon. Is that a dragon? On the observation platform, Principal Li's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his face etched with utter disbelief. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he'd witness a living dragon materialize before him. Beside him, Guardian Sito Hanan's expression wasn't any better. Even as a 4th-tier powerhouse, he felt utterly insignificant upon seeing that terrifying creature in the recording. A dragon. This isn't an ordinary elemental dragon of the 5-element variety, but a rare ice attribute one. Just from what he's seeing now, Sito Hanan can confirm this is undoubtedly a mythical beast at Overlord tier or above. Once fully matured, it could reach at least 7th transformation strength. Holy shit! That phenomenon that appeared in Dongling City a month ago was definitely caused by this kid. Having contracted a dragon and still staying so low-key, what on earth is this kid thinking? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and even with Sito Hanan's usual composure, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Among the crowd, the mayor of Dongling City stood up with a flushed face, his breathing growing rapid. A dragon? A giant beast master who contracted a dragon? The mayor of Dongling City doubted his own eyes. He rubbed them and stared fixedly at the screen, verifying what he saw no fewer than 3 times. Undeniably real. It's really a dragon. Its appearance matches perfectly with the illustrations found in historical records. Upon recognizing it, the mayor of Dongling City staggered on his feet. Were it not for the quick reflexes of someone nearby who caught him in time, he would have nearly collapsed to the ground. For a long moment, the mayor of Dongling City finally snapped back to reality and couldn't help bursting into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, it's a dragon. Our Dongling City has produced a giant beastmaster who contracted with a dragon. The mayor jumped for joy and excitement, wishing he could set off a pile of fireworks for celebration immediately. No one understood better than him what it meant to have a giant beastmaster contracted with a dragon. After the National College Entrance Exams tournament, Dongling City could immediately shed its reputation as a 3rd-tier city and rise into the ranks of 1st-tier cities, perhaps even matching the prestige of Yuanzhong province's capital. Ha ha ha! Envisioning this glorious future, the mayor of Dongling City couldn't help but chuckle foolishly to himself. But at this moment, no one noticed his disgraceful state. All eyes were fixed on the luminous screen, staring intently at that majestic, boundless creature. Then, the azure blue dragon moved. Though her speed didn't seem fast, her massive, powerful body meant that what appeared as a leisurely step covered dozens of meters in an instant, bringing her right in front of the orc berserkers. These monsters, which boasted a formidable level of 43 and would exhaust other candidates who chose the hell difficulty just to defeat one, appeared tiny and fragile before the dragon. With just a sweep of her two wings, the dragon sent 7 or 8 orc berserkers flying in an instant. Instant kill. Everyone watching from the stands could clearly see the chests of these orc berserkers instantly cave in as they were sent flying, blood gushing from their mouths before they promptly perished. Next, the azure dragon charged forward like a tiger among sheep, effortlessly slaughtering the remaining orc berserkers with mere swipes of its claws and wings. Even the 5 high-ranking orc shamans standing at the rear were easily crushed to death, each felled by a single casual strike of her talons. At this moment, when the magic circle leading to the next level lit up, only 10 seconds had passed since Wong Chen entered the second level. So powerful. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked, their eyes filled with utter astonishment. Clearing the more difficult second level in 10 seconds? Is this the terrifying strength of a dragon? It's simply too powerful. Where did Wong Chen contract such a divine beast as a dragon? With such a fearsome dragon by his side, there's no doubt he'll clear the hell difficulty dungeon. Incredible! Not only will he clear the dungeon, but Wong Chen will undoubtedly become this year's provincial champion of Yuanzhang. Shocked whispers arose one after another as every spectator in the viewing stands involuntarily trembled. At this moment, no one doubted Wong Chen's strength anymore. Entering a hell difficulty dungeon while wearing starter gear would be suicide for others, but for Wong Chen, who possessed a dragon, it was practically a vacation. Hurry, I need all the information on Wong Chen. Get it for me immediately. When Wong Chen and the dragon's figures vanished into the magic circle, the mayor of Dongling City slammed the table in excitement. A top scholar, a future beastmaster with limitless potential. He was willing to pay any price to ensure this talent's household registration remained in Dongling City. While everyone outside was utterly shocked by the dragon's sudden appearance, Wong Chen appeared in the third trial accompanied by little Bingqing. The environment here showed no significant differences from before, except for the larger cavern space and more molten lava flowing across the ground. Roar! No sooner had they entered than little Bingqing, still buzzing with excitement, couldn't resist letting out a mighty draconic roar. At the center of the cave, 20 orc warriors gathered in a circle instantly had their attention drawn. Each of these beings matched the stature of orc berserkers, yet wore crimson iron armor and exuded an even more formidable aura. Level 46, Orc Guardians. As for their specific attributes, Wong Chen gave them a disdainful glance, not even bothering to cast an identify spell. Stats no longer mattered. Before Bingqing, who had entered combat mode, these orc guards stood no chance and were utterly crushed. Roar, roar, roar. The 20 orc guards, enraged by the uninvited intruder in their cave, let out furious roars one after another. Thud, thud, thud. They raised their battle axes and swarmed forward, intent on reducing these two intruders to mincemeat. However, their intentions were admirable, but reality proved merciless. Roar! The lofty dragon's roar erupted like thunderclaps, shaking the entire cavern with reverberations. In the next instant, Iceclear opened her monstrous maw, releasing a frigid breath that transformed into a beam of light. The shockwave rippled outward, sending visible white gusts billowing through the cavern. Boom! The tightly packed formation of the orc guards was instantly split apart by the dragon's breath. A full 10 orc guards didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to minuscule particles of icy dust beneath the brilliant azure pillar of light. The orc guards flanking the azure light pillars didn't fare well either. The violent shockwaves sent them flying backward. Bang! 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 They only came to a halt after crashing against the cave walls. Before they could recover from their terror, the hideous dragon claws and gleaming sharp swords appeared before their eyes. Roar! Amidst a series of desperate roars, the remaining 10 orc guards had their lives mercilessly reaped. Chapter 55, Crushing like dead weeds, Bingqing's terrifying power. Huff! Shaking the blood off his long sword, Wong Chen surveyed the wreckage of the cavern and exhaled a long breath. So strong! Even after witnessing Xiao Bingqing's attacks multiple times within the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, he couldn't help but feel awestruck in this moment. 10 seconds. Another 10 seconds. The orc guards, whose strength surpassed even the berserkers of the second level, were once again slaughtered entirely by Bingqing. None of these creatures could withstand even a single strike from her, crushed effortlessly like dry weeds. By now, he had cleared the third level in just 40 seconds. At this moment, other candidates who chose the hell difficulty were still playing hide-and-seek with the orc berserkers at the second level checkpoint. Whoa! Just as Wong Chen was sighing with emotion, Bingqing's head, larger than his entire body, heavily nuzzled against him several times. Wah! His azure eyes stared at him expectantly as Xiao Bingqing pointed one enormous dragon claw toward the magic circle that had appeared in the cave. Alright, let's move on to the next level. Watching the scene unfold, Wong Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was completely lost in the thrill of battle. That orc guard just now didn't even give me a satisfying fight. Honestly, you're such a delicate beauty. How can you be so battle-hungry? As he spoke, Wang Chen pressed one hand against Bingqing's dragon head to keep from being knocked flying by a headbutt. However, while he managed to protect his head this time, he forgot that the little creature's entire body was a weapon. Gru. Hearing his words, Bingqing let out a dissatisfied whine. With a flick of her thick dragon tail, she flung Wang Chen onto her back, then playfully dashed toward the magic circle leading to the next trial. Slow down. Clutching Bingqing's neck tightly, Wang Chen felt as if he were riding a speeding train at this moment. 10 seconds. 46th level orc guards only lasted 10 seconds against that dragon? This is simply unbelievable. Won't Wang Chen and this dragon just blast right through the entire dungeon instance at this speed? Watching the colossal dragon charging across the light screen and the somewhat disheveled figure running before it, every spectator in the viewing stands gaped in astonishment. Too strong. A level 46 orc guard was torn apart effortlessly before the dragon, as fragile as paper. Everyone felt that today they might witness the birth of a new record. Wang Chen is likely to set the fastest and highest clearance record in the history of our Dragon Kingdom's imperial examinations. Sith Haonan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with overwhelming shock. At this moment, there was no trace of the arrogance belonging to a fourth-tier powerhouse on his face. The terrifying combat prowess displayed by the dragon had shattered his composure completely. While others merely watched the spectacle, as the strongest among them, Sith Haonan saw something deeper. The sheer domination of the dragon crushing the orc guards revealed an even more fundamental truth. This azure-scaled dragon, still in its juvenile stage, already possessed strength comparable to a third-tier professional. This discovery was about to shatter Sith Haonan's entire worldview. This was absolutely insane. Even among the supreme divine beasts, none could possess such formidable strength in their infancy. Could it be that this dragon's rank is at the monarch level, or even a cosmic-grade divine beast? Sith Haonan thought silently to himself, his expression growing increasingly astonished. As for the sacred beast, only one had appeared in the 700 years since the will of heaven awakened, something he didn't dare even contemplate at this moment. When Sith Haonan was shaken by his own speculation, the others in the spectator stands had no other thoughts at all at this moment. Watching the dragon in the luminous screen charge recklessly and slaughter level 46 orc guards as easily as slaughtering chickens, they had only one thought in their hearts. Strong. Too strong. Unstoppable badass. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered outside Dongling No. 1 High School buzzed with excitement. This examinee's got serious skills, took down a second-level monster cleanly and efficiently. Definitely top-tier university material. This one's good too. These three examinees collaborate seamlessly, they must have put in serious effort. They're definitely getting into second-tier universities. This one won't make it. They haven't even cleared the first stage of average difficulty? Getting into a decent school will be tough for them. Everyone stared unblinking at the giant screens in the sky that randomly displayed examinees' performance within the mystical trial dungeons. Each time a new examinee appeared, a ripple of discussion surged through the crowd. Look, it's Situ Yu. Her strength is incredible, not a single monster can even get close to her. As expected of Dongling City's top prodigy, this year's city champion is undoubtedly her. At that moment, upon the giant screen appeared a stunning figure, a delicate yet fierce beauty clad in silver armor, wielding a longbow. She flitted through the second level like a butterfly among flowers, weaving between the orc berserkers while her arrows shot forth like phantoms. Every 3 arrows she loosed inevitably claimed the life of an orc berserker. This breathtaking yet deadly spectacle stirred waves of whispers through the crowd. But before the spectators could take their fill of the scene, the massive screen shifted its display. Before everyone's eyes appeared a colossal figure clad entirely in deep blue scales, charging madly through the third level of the dungeon instance. What is that? What a terrifying creature. Just one glance at it makes me feel dizzy and disoriented. Oh my god, a dragon's head? Dragon claws? Dragon wings? This couldn't possibly be a dragon? The crowd was completely stunned by what they saw. Not only were they shocked that a candidate had reached the third level at this moment, but they were even more astonished by the sight of that majestic and boundless aura radiating from the creature before them. A dragon! Oh my god, who is that? There's actually a candidate with a dragon? Are you kidding me? He cleared the third level this fast? This examinee must be a monster. Someone pinch me. Am I really seeing a live dragon in my lifetime? This has to be an illusion. Don't switch the damn screen. I want to see the dragon. Who cares about watching these losers tackle challenges? After the brief shock, it felt like a depth charge had been dropped among the crowd, erupting into thunderous discussions. Everyone's faces displayed expressions of utter disbelief. A living, breathing dragon had appeared right before their eyes, participating in the college entrance exam competition. It was enough to shatter their entire worldview. However, this scene lingered only briefly on the giant screen before being replaced by footage of other examinees, sparking discontented murmurs among the gathered crowd. Amidst the clamoring crowd, a couple exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with utter astonishment. The azure dragon in that fleeting footage, and the disheveled figure clinging to its back, had stirred an indescribably familiar sensation in their hearts. "Old Wong, did you see clearly? That looked like Bingqing and our son." Wong Chen. Chapter 56, The Terrifying Power of Frozen Hell. Within the Secret Realm dungeon, Wong Chen remained unaware that his brief appearance with little Bingqing on the massive outdoor screen had thrown his parents into complete bewilderment. At this moment, he was smoothing out his wind-tousled hair while giving little Bingqing's dragon horns an exasperated pat. Just now, when Ice Clear started sprinting, the gust of wind she kicked up almost blew him away. "Ice Clear, you're supposed to be a proper lady. Please behave elegantly." Woo woo. Faced with her master's lecture, little Ice Clear wagged her head without taking it in at all. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen smacked his forehead in exasperation. Damn, I've got a feeling Bingqing is going to grow up to be a real troublemaker. Still, despite getting thoroughly battered by that icy wind earlier, it was honestly exhilarating. Silently pondering in his heart, Wong Chen surveyed his surroundings. At this moment, he and Bingqing had already reached the fourth and final checkpoint of the National College Entrance Examination's Secret Realm dungeon. Their total time so far was merely 40 seconds, an unprecedented record in the history of Dragon Nation's National College Entrance Exams. The fourth checkpoint's space dwarfed the combined area of the previous three, spanning over 100 zhang, approximately 333 meters, in radius is comparable to 10 football fields. Giant torches were lit along the stone walls, their fuel source unknown, yet their flames shone with dazzling brilliance, illuminating the vast space as bright as day. Within this enormous space, 20 colossal orcs roamed the ground. Each of these orcs stood over 8 meters tall, even taller than Bingqing, clad in unidentified beast hides, with exposed muscles chiseled like sculpted blades, instantly betraying their formidable strength. Monster, Colossal Orcs. Level, 50. Combat Style, Melee. Skills, Bestial Roar, Stomp, Mighty Throw. Type, Common. Finally, some opponents that pose a bit of a challenge. Wang Chen felt a surge of excitement as he scanned the information feedback from his reconnaissance skill. For the other examinees, these 20 colossal orcs would be foes they'd have to exert every ounce of their strength to contend with. But to Wang Chen, it merely made him pay slightly more attention. At this moment, 20 giant orcs discovered the unwelcome intruders in the cavern, their blood-red eyes the size of washbasins locking onto Wang Chen and Bingqing. Eyeing these unbidden guests, the giant orcs twitched their nostrils excitedly before striding forward to encircle Wang Chen and Bingqing. Thud, thud, thud. Their massive bodies stomped across the ground, producing drumbeat-like reverberations. Roar! The scent of fresh blood and flesh drove these giant orcs into bestial howls of frenzy. Finally, a massive orc could no longer restrain itself and hurled the bone club in its hand to launch an attack. Whoosh! 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 With a fierce whistling sound, the bone club shot out like a cannonball. Mega throw! Its movement immediately triggered a chain reaction, as the other massive orcs standing nearby followed suit. The next instant, whoosh! 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 Terrifying howls filled the entire space as 20 bone clubs hurtled toward Bingqing and Wang Chen's location at breakneck speed. So you know to strike first? Yet seeing this scene, not a shred of fear appeared on Wang Chen's face. Bingqing, let's see who can slay the most giant orcs. With a chuckle, he patted the little one's dragon horns. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Wang Chen's body shot forth like lightning. Swift sword. In the blink of an eye, he was already before a giant orc. The novice sword in his hand swung out rapidly, slashing fiercely toward the giant orc's knee. The giant orc's body was simply too massive. This was the most convenient spot for him to attack. Shhhhk. With a teeth-gritting tearing sound, a spray of blood erupted from the giant orc's knee. However, Wang Chen, who had succeeded in a single strike, wiped the blood off his sword with an expression of slight exasperation. The giant orc was too large and thick-skinned. His slash had only torn through the flesh on its knee without even severing the bone. Roar! Feeling the pain, the giant orc roared and bent down to swing a massive palm at Wang Chen. Wang Chen sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. After steadying himself, he looked at the massive orc nearly 5 times his size with a touch of helplessness in his heart. Dealing a fatal blow to this behemoth with ordinary attacks is practically impossible. The long sword in his hand was no more than a toothpick to the giant orc. Even if he managed to thrust it into the creature's chest, it might not pierce through to its heart. But luckily, he wasn't fighting alone. Bang! The towering orc preparing to attack again was suddenly sent flying by a sapphire blue figure. Grara! On the spot, little Bingqing looked at her master and let out a dissatisfied chirp. How outrageous! We agreed on a race, yet master actually took off early. Noticing the little one's displeasure, Wang Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Alright, I surrender. All these giant orcs are your prey. With his hands raised in surrender, Wong Chen went with the flow and handed over all the giant orcs to Bingqing. After all, he currently had no fast way to deal with these giant orcs, so it was better to stand aside and support Bingqing from the sidelines. Wah! Hearing his words, the little creature nodded in satisfaction with the air of someone acknowledging its master's good judgment. Roar! Then, Bingqing turned her head toward the towering orcs closing in around them and let out a piercing draconic roar. Before the dragon's roar had faded, terrifying frost magic surged from Bingqing's body. Frozen Inferno! In an instant, a bone-chilling gale swept through the cave, as azure ice magic transformed into palm-sized snowflakes that drifted down to envelop all the monstrous orcs. Crackle, crackle. The snowflakes fell upon the ground and onto the massive orcs, instantly freezing everything they touched. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area spanning dozens of meters around Bingqing transformed into a frozen wasteland. The ground and the bodies of those enormous orcs became gradually encased in deep azure ice. At first, the giant orcs could still move, but once the ice completely enveloped their bodies, they froze solid into icy statues rooted in place. Woo woo! After completing all this, Xiao Bingqing let out a triumphant cry, swiftly dashing forward and shattering each ice sculpture with a single swipe of her claws. However, at this moment, Wong Chen remained motionless. As all the giant orcs turned into ice sculptures, the mechanical notification sound of the secret realm dungeon echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to examinee Wang Chen for clearing the lava cave secret realm dungeon. Calculating, please wait. Hearing this voice, he froze on the spot. The giant orcs weren't all killed yet. How did we suddenly clear the level? Gazing at the dozen or so frozen orc statues surrounding him and watching Xiao Bingqing wreak havoc, Wang Chen's eyes betrayed a trace of bewilderment. Bingqing activated just one skill and instantly annihilated all those colossal orcs? Chapter 57, Bountiful Rewards. We've cleared it? Oh my god, it's only been 1 minute. This is insane. Completing the Hell Difficulty College Entrance Exam Secret Realm in just 1 minute. Dragon Kingdom has never seen such a terrifying result in its entire history. On the observation platform, everyone stared at the frozen image on the light screen, their faces filled with expressions of utter disbelief. They were eagerly waiting to see more of the dragon's combat scenes, but then, with a flurry of snowflakes, all the giant orcs were instantly wiped out. Is that an instant death skill? One strike to annihilate 20 level 50 monsters. This dragon's power is beyond comprehension. As the crowd around him stood stunned, Sito Haonan's emotions were anything but calm. As the saying goes, the layperson watches the show, while the expert discerns the craft. As a level 1 24th tier professional, he could tell at a glance, the moment that frost enveloped the giant orcish creatures, their lives were extinguished. Ha 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 ha. Clearing a hell difficulty secret dungeon in 1 minute. Wang Chen has already secured the top scholar position of Yuanxiang province. At that very moment, a slightly maniacal burst of laughter suddenly rang out from the spectator stands. Class 7 homeroom teacher Li Xia laughed without a shred of dignity, her sweeping gaze across the spectator stands brimming with disdain and contempt. On job transition day, these people had treated Wang Chen with indifference or outright scorn simply because he'd become a beast tamer. Who among them could have imagined that Wang Chen, whom they'd looked down upon, would clear the hell difficulty dungeon in 1 minute and create a miracle? In the history of national college entrance exams, the fastest clearance time had always been 10 minutes. Wang Chen has now directly increased this achievement tenfold, something absolutely unprecedented and unlikely to ever be surpassed. At this moment, Li Xia's heart swelled with incomparable superiority. See that? This old lady's judgment is just that good. Noticing Li Xia's gaze, many people in the spectator stands lowered their heads, ashamed of their previous short-sightedness. Among them, however, were exceptions: Principal Li of Dongling No. 1 High School and the mayor of Dongling City. These two men past their prime were grinning like blooming chrysanthemums. The mayor of Dongling trembled with excitement as he gazed at the upright young man on the screen. Provincial top scorer? The magistrate of Dongling City never imagined such heaven-sent fortune could land in his lap. For a third-tier small city to produce a provincial top scorer, his promotion was practically guaranteed. This wasn't just ancestral graves emitting auspicious smoke anymore. This was like the ancestors' corpses erupting from their graves with good fortune. Meanwhile, Principal Li's grin stretched so wide it nearly reached the back of his head. He couldn't care less about teacher Li Xia's disdainful gaze. Compared to having a provincial top scorer, such things meant nothing. At this moment, if Wang Chen agreed, Principal Li would gladly drop to his knees and kowtow to acknowledge him as a father. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom's history of university entrance exams, every provincial top scorer who didn't meet an untimely death ultimately reached at least 6th-tier power without exception. He's not just coming out ahead by being a son, he'd profit even as a grandson. In the dungeon, Wang Chen, hearing the clearance announcement, still wore a look of complete bewilderment. He hadn't quite figured out how the secret dungeon had suddenly been cleared. Yet when he saw little Bingqing smashing ice sculptures into fragments, a gleam of insight flashed through his eyes. It suddenly occurred to him that Bingqing's frozen hell skill had one special effect. Frozen Hell, SSS active attack skill, summoning endless frost to freeze all enemies within a certain range. Note, any enemies within the Frozen Hell's domain whose intelligence attributes are lower than the frost dragons will trigger instant death. These towering orcs were clearly wild monsters specialized in strength, their intelligence attributes no match for frost clear whatsoever. They were instantly obliterated by the special effects of Frozen Hell. Heh, Frostclear's crowd control skill can apparently double as a large-scale monster clearing ability, he mused. Silently contemplating this, Wong Chen suddenly grew excited. With her evenly distributed attributes, Frostclear's intelligence stat alone could probably surpass monsters 30 or 40 levels higher than her. With this skill mastered, gaining experience points will be as easy as pie. For a moment, Wang Chen couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of freezing enemies in an instant with his Ice Clear ability, clearing entire areas effortlessly. Just then, the notification sound from the secret dungeon rang out again. Ding! Calculation complete. Congratulations to examinee Wang Chen for perfectly clearing the volcanic cavern dungeon. Current dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Clear time, 1 minute. Comprehensive rating, SSS, highest. Results have been uploaded to the National College Entrance Examination Data Center. Proceeding to distribute completion rewards. As the prompt tone in his ear ended, Wang Chen nodded silently, his face betraying no surprise. This result was exactly what he had expected. After all, if he couldn't achieve the highest rating while possessing the ancestral divine beast, he might as well dig a hole and bury himself. Bing Ching, stop playing around, come over and open your reward. With that, he called out to the little one, then turned his eager gaze toward the radiant, multicolored treasure chest that had appeared before him. The reward chests from clearing secret realm dungeons are all the same color, unlike the tiered drops you get from open-world hunting. However, the items obtainable from them vary based on the clearer's performance and the dungeon's difficulty level. There's absolutely no need to worry about getting trash loot due to bad luck, as can happen with open-world chests. Wah! The great contributor Bingqing curiously leaned over, extending her dragon claws to directly poke open the multicolored treasure chest. A kaleidoscope of radiant light shimmered as various objects floated suspended in the air. As his detection spell swept across them, information about these items materialized before Wang Chen's eyes. 5 million experience points, 100 free attribute points, 100 free skill points. Gold set, Lava Roar. Elite title, Orc Slayer. B-grade universal skill, Bloodlust Frenzy. B-grade magical material, Orc Blood Essence. As Wang Chen gazed at the massive pile of loot before him, an unusual brilliance flashed in his eyes. One couldn't deny that indeed these were products from a secret realm dungeon. The rewards were unbelievably generous. The gains from this single dungeon run easily surpassed several months' worth of battling in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. First, there were 5 million experience points, freely distributable attribute points, and skill points. Following Wang Chen's mental command, the experience points flowed into both his and Bing Qing's bodies. In an instant, both he and Bing Qing leveled up by 5 full levels. Beast Companion, Primordial Overlord Frostbite Dragon. Nickname, Pristine. Gender, female. Age, 1 month, infancy. Level, 30. Rank, Primordial Divine Beast. Talent, Infinite Growth, SSS. Attributes, Strength 1950, Intelligence 1950, Constitution 1950, Agility 1950. Without any buffs, equipment, or item bonuses. Skills, Frost Body, SSS, Arctic Breath, SSS, Frozen Hell, SSS, Dragon Fear, SSS. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction, none. Chapter 58, Terrifying Enhancement, Departing the Dungeon. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Seeing little Bingqing's level rise to 30, Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, the experience needed for Bingqing to level up 5 more times would require at least half a month of battling in the Beast Ridge Mountains. After checking Bingqing's attributes, Wang Chen turned his gaze to the other items he had obtained. First was the gold tier set, Raging Lava. Equipment, Lava Armor. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, 40. Attribute, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100. Enchantment effect I, reflects 10% of damage received with each attack. 2. All your abilities' effectiveness increased by 5%. Equipment, Lava Belt. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, LV.40. Attributes, Strength plus 50, Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 50. Enchantment effect, I, a built-in weapon storage slots allowing quick switching of primary combat weapons, 0/2. Equipment, Lava Greaves. Type, Armor. Grade, Gold. Level requirement, Level 40. Attributes, Strength plus 80, Agility plus 100. Enchantment effect I, increases movement speed by 10%. Moreover, when these 3 pieces of equipment are gathered together, an additional set attribute emerges. When all 3 pieces of the Lava Roar set are collected, grants an extra 10% defense and reduces fire attribute damage taken by 10%. Not bad at all. A golden set, this is definitely something beyond price in Dongling City. If sold, it could fetch at least 10 million gold coins. After reading the introduction to Lava Roar, Wong Chen gleefully equipped it on himself and took the opportunity to also learn the B-grade skill Bloodthirsty Berserk. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, the active skill. Upon activation, the user enters a state of Bloodthirsty Frenzy, reducing pain perception by 20% and increasing attack power by 20%. In an instant, Wang Chen felt the power within his body grow even stronger. Name, Wong Chen. Profession, Grand Beast Master. Level, 40, First Awakening Limit. Talent, Beast Affinity, SSS, Beast Fusion, Deity. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Revival, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Deity, Contract Summon, B, Instant Blade, D, Wind Blade, C, Blood Frenzy, B. Strength, 315 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 315 plus 10 points. Constitution, 315 plus 150 points. Agility, 315 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unassigned attribute points, 0 points. Unassigned skill points, 150 points. After evenly distributing his attribute points and accounting for the bonuses from Ice Pure, Wang Chen's base 4-dimensional attributes had already surpassed 300 points. With the attribute enhancements from his equipment included, his highest attribute, Strength, was approaching the 600-point threshold. Such exaggerated 4-dimensional attributes could already rival those of ordinary second-job professionals at levels 60 to 70. As for free skill points, Wang Chen isn't planning to use them for now. Each upgrade of a B-grade skill consumes 50 skill points, currently offering too low a cost-performance ratio for him. Moreover, his current level has already reached level 40, the maximum before first job advancement. To level up again, he must first complete the job change quest. Keeping these skill points reserved will serve perfectly as insurance for unexpected needs. After a successful job change, I'll unlock a new contract slot, soon I'll be able to contract a second beast pet. With sweet anticipation bubbling in his heart, Wang Chen turned his attention to the remaining 2 rewards. Elite title, Orc Slayer, when activated, grants a 10% attack bonus against monsters of the Orcish race. Title tiers are divided into 4 grades, Common, Elite, Epic, and Legendary. The title of Elite rank was already quite impressive for a newcomer like Wang Chen in the profession. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to use it. Next came the final item, a B-grade magical material, the Orc's Bloodline Essence. This item was also extremely valuable, serving as the primary ingredient for brewing potions of frenzy and bloodline enhancement. Putting it on the trading post could easily fetch over 2 million gold coins. However, this item was useless to Wang Chen. He already possessed the blood craze skill and had no desire to alter his human bloodline into those ugly orcish creatures. Thus, he decided to toss this material along with other unwanted items onto the trading post for sale. Alright, Bingqing, time for us to head back. Storing everything into his spatial ring, Wang Chen clapped his hands and scooped little Bingqing into his arms. With a single thought, he immediately activated the town portal scroll on his person. 3 seconds later, his figure completely vanished from the secret dungeon instance. Hurry, Wang Chen's about to come out. On the spectator stands, when the crowd saw the frozen images dissolve into nothingness, it immediately caused a flurry of excitement. This signified that Wang Chen had completed his evaluation within the secret realm instance and was about to emerge. The mayor of Dongling City let out a howl at that moment, completely abandoning his dignity as he vaulted straight down from the viewing platform. And behind him, the others shook off their daze and hastily followed, rushing toward the playground. At this moment, they couldn't be bothered to care about how other examinees performed in the secret realm instance. Their sole focus was on basking in the fortune of Wang Chen, the provincial top scorer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Space rippled briefly at the bronze-lit gate, and then a tall, upright figure emerged onto the playground. It was Wang Chen. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, before he could even shake off the dizziness from teleportation or observe his surroundings, his vision blurred. The next second, he found himself completely surrounded by a pack of starving wolves. The normally aloof city leaders of Dongling and those composed, dignified number 1 high school teachers had formed an impenetrable circle around him. The grinning faces of Dongling City's mayor and principal Li pressed so close they nearly brushed against him, their expressions blossoming like chrysanthemums. Wang Chen's eyes momentarily flashed with astonishment at this sight, but his expression quickly smoothed back into composure. This grand fanfare could only be due to his performance within the college entrance examinations trial realm. Student Wang Chen, you are the pride of Dongling City. The municipal government and school will award you with the highest honors. Whatever requests you have, state them now, anything at all. The mayor of Dongling City and Principal Li stared fixedly at Wang Chen, their voices trembling as they spoke. A confirmed provincial top scholar who had contracted with a giant dragon, a colossal beast master. He was worth any price to recruit. Yet, hearing their words, Wang Chen's expression remained utterly unmoved. He understood perfectly well that the promises from Dongling City's mayor, Principal Li's sudden warmth, and the changed attitudes of many around him were all simply because they had glimpsed the potential within him. If he were still that giant beast master without any beast companions, these people wouldn't hesitate to kick him to the curb. Chapter 59, The Situ Family's Goodwill, Wang Chen's Resentment. Dongling No. 1 High School Playground. Facing the praise from Dongling City's mayor and Principal Li, Wang Chen merely nodded courteously. This hypocritical show isn't even worth his happiness. I'll follow whatever arrangements the leaders and principal make. After uttering this meaningless platitude, Wang Chen's gaze began scanning through the crowd. Soon, he spotted his mature and steady homeroom teacher at the back of the gathering. Teacher Li Xia. He greeted with a genuine smile on his face. This teacher had always looked out for him. On the day of the job selection ritual, amidst the surrounding crowd, Li Xia was the only one who genuinely cared about him, never belittling or scorning him for becoming a giant summoner. Instead, he encouraged him and secured the startup funds for purchasing a beast companion. For this kind mentor, Wang Chen felt genuine gratitude from the bottom of his heart. You actually did it. Pushing through the crowd, Li Xia gazed at the boy who seemed to radiate light before her eyes, her expression slightly dazed. Throughout her 3 years in high school, she had personally witnessed Wang Chen rise from humble beginnings, relying neither on family connections nor privileged background, but step by step through his own diligence and hard work to reach where he was today. Even though she had always firmly believed that Wang Chen was the student she was most proud of and satisfied with, she had never expected this boy to achieve such heights. Top scorer in the province. Though the official results hadn't been announced yet, Wang Chen's achievements already indisputably earned him this title. For a moment, thinking about all the effort Wang Chen had put in over the years finally bearing fruit, Teacher Li Xia couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. It's been so tough for him. Teacher, with these results of mine, you should have no problem getting an excellent rating this year, right? Seeing Teacher Li Xia lost in thought, Wang Chen asked with a smile. Hearing this, Li Xia suppressed her sentimental emotions and softly congratulated. Congratulations Wang Chen, you've achieved the goal you've been pursuing all along. Also, thank you, our teacher's performance evaluation this year has been directly maxed out thanks to you. As she spoke, Li Xia patted Wang Chen's shoulder, a heartfelt smile blooming across her face. Now that the college entrance exams are over, I imagine you can't wait to share your results with your parents. Let me treat you to a meal another day. That settles it. Wang Chen nodded. Getting treated to a meal by their beautiful homeroom teacher gave him a little thrill. Soon, those around noticed Wang Chen wasn't in high spirits. After offering a few words of congratulations, they returned to the spectator stands. However, after witnessing the freakish talent of Wang Chen, they found the performances of other examinees rather dull by comparison. Waving goodbye to Teacher Li Xia, Wang Chen prepared to leave school and find his parents. But just as he took his first step, a tall figure blocked his path. Wang Chen, congratulations. Situ Haonan spoke with a somewhat serious expression. Thank you, guardian. Hearing this, Wang Chen politely expressed his gratitude while looking at Situ Haonan with curiosity. He held great respect for Situ Haonan, partly due to the man's formidable level 124th rank strength, but also because he was none other than Situ Yu's uncle. Across from him, Situ Haonan nodded. He felt extremely satisfied with Wang Chen's attitude, which was completely different from when he had faced the mayor of Dongling City and Principal Li. This kid really knows what's up. After a moment of contemplation, Situ Haonan solemnly declared, Wang Chen, you've brought honor to our Dongling City in the National College Entrance Tournament. On behalf of myself and the Situ family, I've prepared some gifts for you. It totals 200 million gold coins, along with one grade A skill book. The gold will be transferred to your account shortly, and I'll arrange for someone to deliver the skill book to you tomorrow. Hearing Situ Haonan's words, Wang Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. Holy moly! Starting off with 200 million gold coins and an A-grade skill book right off the bat? Indeed, the Situ family lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest clan in Dongling. They're loaded. Who would have thought I'd get to fleece the Situ family one day? I wonder if Situ Yu would go berserk if she found out. With a playful thought in mind, Wang Chen didn't reject Situ Haonan. He now deserved such solicitation, and accepting it would also put Situ Haonan at ease. Many thanks, guardian. This humble one shall accept without further refusal. As for the skill book though, there's no need to arrange separate delivery, just have Situ Yu bring it. She knows where I live. With clasped hands, Wang Chen bowed respectfully and thanked Situ Haonan. Seeing Wang Chen accept, Situ Haonan nodded with satisfaction. But then, he sensed something wasn't quite right. Should I ask Situ Yu to bring it to you? She even knows where you live? Since when did you two become so close? Rock hard. Fists are clenched. Situ Haonan looked at Wang Chen with strange eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Although this kid has extraordinary talent and a limitless future ahead, there seems to be a trend of him trying to steal our precious treasure. Maybe It's better to just eliminate him. Sir Guardian, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. See you later. Sensing something amiss in the air, Wong Chen scurried away in an instant. If he stayed any longer, he felt he might be in mortal danger. As Wang Chen stepped out of the school, the crowd outside immediately noticed him. An examinee coming out so soon? My God, how much time has even passed? He must have failed the dungeon trial. That kid has the heart of a lion. To smile so brightly even after failure. That young man is quite handsome. Even if he doesn't get into college, he'd probably do better than us just by relying on his looks. Murmurs of astonishment and uncertainty arose as numerous gazes fell upon Wang Chen, now tinged with sympathy. When the battle-ready ice spirit appeared on the giant screen, no one noticed him on its back. So to them, Wang Chen's quick exit from the secret realm dungeon clearly meant he had failed the challenge. Yet Wang Chen paid no mind to the surrounding gossip. With the college entrance exams not yet concluded and the results not announced, any explanation from him would fall on deaf ears. It was better to let things be. Tomorrow's official rankings would speak louder than any words. Chen, over here. As Wang Chen was walking out, he heard a familiar voice. Turning his head, he saw his mother waving at him. Mom, with so many people here, why did you two have to? Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chen found himself being lifted up by both parents, each grabbing one of his arms. Tell me honestly, is Bingqing really a dragon? Dragging him to a secluded corner, Wang's parents secretly inquired. Of course. Hearing this, Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Really? The two elders froze when they saw the adorable little creature perched on their son's shoulder. That was a dragon after all. They simply couldn't reconcile the noble creature they'd seen earlier with this cute little Bingqing. The difference is simply too huge. I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. Hurry home already, I'm starving. Seeing his parents' stunned expressions, Wang Chen felt a twinge of bitterness in his heart. Such wonderful parents, their son just emerged from a dungeon raid, yet they don't even ask about my results, only caring about Bingqing. Chapter 60, The Commoner's Champion ready for Second Awakening. Not long after Wang Chen left, the space above the sports arena of Dongling No. 1 High School flickered incessantly, and disheveled figures emerged one after another. These are all the examinees being teleported out of the secret realm dungeon. Amid the crowd, some were cheering excitedly, sharing their joy with those around them, while others trudged out of the field with slumped shoulders and vacant stares. Those who succeeded and those who failed formed a striking contrast. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, spatial fluctuations appeared again, and in the next second, a graceful figure stood on the playground. That bastard Wang Chen actually dared to leave without waiting for me? As the dizziness from the teleportation faded, Sitiyu scanned her surroundings but failed to spot that detestable figure, stomping her foot in frustration. She then pulled out her phone, ready to confront the damned guy and demand an explanation. Yet barely had she prepared to act when a crowd from the spectator stands surrounded her. Xiaoyu, how were your results? As Situyu's paternal uncle, Situ Haonan walked straight up and asked. Not bad. SSS rating, clearance time 12 minutes. Seeing his uncle, Situyu raised his chin slightly and deliberately responded with measured composure. Excellent, excellent. Last year this score would have placed you within the provincial top 10. This year shouldn't be drastically different either. Seeing the pride in his niece's eyes, Situ Haonan patted her shoulder and spoke sincerely. Ah, truly double happiness indeed. It seems our Dongling City will produce 2 provincial top 10 students this time. The mayor of Dongling City and Principal Li standing nearby both revealed gratified smiles on their faces. Provincial top 10 results, this was something they wouldn't have dared to dream about before. If it weren't for Wang Chen setting such an exceptionally high standard earlier, they'd probably be ready to worship Situyu like an ancestor right now. 2. Hearing this, Situyu's expression shifted as he turned to his uncle. Uncle, how did that bastard? How did Wang Chen perform? He cleared it in 1 minute. That kid's definitely locked in as the provincial top scorer. As he spoke, Situ Haonan gave his niece a suspicious glance. Xiaoyu seemed quite familiar with this Wang Chen. No one had told her, yet she'd correctly guessed the other person was Wang Chen. Suddenly recalling his previous conversation with Wang Chen, Situ Haonan grew wary in his heart. However, Situyu remained completely oblivious to her uncle's odd demeanor, presently lost in her own world. Provincial top scorer? Although Situyu had always known Wang Chen's results would be better than hers, hearing this news still sank her heart somewhat. Provincial top scorers were guaranteed entry into elite universities, while even being among the province's top 10 left too much uncertainty. If I end up at the bottom of the top 10, will I really have to attend a different university from that jerk? Situyu stamped her foot, feeling rather frustrated. What's wrong? Are you worried about this year's school selection? Noticing his niece's unhappy expression, Situ Haonan thought she had suffered a setback and tried to comfort her. Don't worry, due to certain reasons, the 4 top universities have decided to expand enrollment. Anyone ranked within the top 15 in their province can now enroll. Really? Situyu looked up in surprise, and upon seeing her uncle nod, a smile immediately spread across her face. What wonderful news! Tomorrow when the results are posted, I'll go show off to that arrogant Wong Chen. Uncle, I've got things to do, heading out first. Sima Yu waved her hand and skipped away from the school. Behind her, Sima Haonan had wanted to ask his niece about Wang Chen, but seeing this, he could only let it go. The next day, results announcement day. As the National Education Authority posted the rankings of college entrance exam candidates from each province on its official website, Wong Chen, this utterly ordinary name detonated like a bombshell, instantly sending shockwaves through the entire Dongling city and even the distant Yangtze province. Provincial champion, commoner prodigy. Numerous accolades suddenly converged upon Wang Chen, drawing countless eyes toward him. Giant beast master. He had contracted a formidable ice attribute dragon of immense power. Information about him spread across the internet, causing immense shockwaves. Numerous media websites reporting on Wang Chen's story even crashed due to overwhelming traffic surges. On this day, the entire Dongling city was decorated with lanterns and banners in his honor. Many residents spontaneously set off fireworks, celebrating as if it were New Year, for their city had produced a provincial-level top scholar. Local reporters and guild magnates flocked to the scene, eager to obtain first-hand information or recruit Wang Chen into their ranks. In that short span of time, countless phones rang off the hook, and countless people slapped their thighs in frustration until they bruised. Especially those elite guilds who had witnessed the job selection ceremony but dismissed Wang Chen as worthless. They now swarmed his residential district with sacks of gold coins and resources. They were utterly sick with regret, cursing their own blindness for failing to recognize such a prodigy when they had the chance. Right now they harbored no thoughts of recruitment, only hoping that what they offered could slightly improve their impression in Wang Chen's mind. Aside from the uproar in Dongling City and Yuanjiang Province, the four top universities at the pinnacle of Dragon Country also dispatched representatives to Dongling City due to Wang Chen's results, all scrambling to recruit him before others could. Yet while the outside world was in tumult, Wang Chen remained exceptionally calm, completely undisturbed by all this commotion. After the results were announced, he shared his scores with his parents, then donned a disguise and arrived before a magnificent building in downtown Dongling. The building was extraordinarily magnificent, with the four large characters Job Transfer Temple above its entrance emitting a sacred aura. Phew! I hope the job transfer quest I receive is simple, so I can quickly obtain my second beast companion. Wang Chen glanced around, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, and stepped into the job transfer temple. Since the awakening of the heavenly will, professionals seeking continuous growth must undergo repeated job advancements to expand their potential limits. Job advancement missions are randomly assigned by sacred stones enshrined within the temples. Their difficulty depends entirely on the professional's luck. Generally speaking, the difficulty of advancement missions fluctuates within a certain range. But the world is vast and full of wonders. There are always those with exceptionally bizarre luck. Some might advance to their second class by merely slaying a single goblin, while others may need to personally kill a level 100 wild monster to do the same. Entering the job advancement hall, Wang Chen found it unexpectedly deserted. Aside from the sacred stone enshrined at the very center, only a few staff members sat behind desks, dozing off. Yet upon seeing this sight, Wang Chen's face betrayed no surprise. Today is the announcement day, and while the entire city of Dongling is immersed in celebration, it's only natural for the job selection temple to be a little deserted. This actually suits him just fine. If staying at home weren't so troublesome, he wouldn't have secretly slipped away to come here. Glancing around, Wang Chen walked straight to the front desk. Hello, I'm here to receive the second job advancement quest. Chapter 61 Mission, Exterminate the Goblin Tribe. In the vast hall of profession transition, Wang Chen's voice rang out, immediately drawing the attention of the staff. At the reception desk, a sweet-faced staff member showed a flicker of surprise upon seeing Wang Chen, who was bundled up tightly from head to toe. This was the first time she'd seen a job transfer applicant being so secretive. Very well, sir. Could you please remove your mask and hat? I need to verify your identity. Pulling out a registration form, the staff member maintained a polite smile. At her request, Wang Chen nodded, removed his disguise and handed over his identification documents. Every job change at the Temple of Vocations requires real name verification. On one hand, it's because professional information needs to be reported to the central database of the Draco Kingdom. On the other, it's mainly to prevent wanted criminals from slipping through the cracks. Each of these wanted felons has committed grave crimes. No Temple of Vocations in the Draco Kingdom would serve them, and they would be apprehended the moment they appear. All set, sir. I'll now take you to receive your job change quest. After verifying his identity, the staff member returned his credentials and turned to lead the way toward the back. Following the staff member, Wang Chen arrived at the area behind the grand hall. This was a vast space, devoid of any decoration, entirely constructed of silvery white metal. At the very center, an irregular stone over 3 meters tall floated impossibly above the ground, its entire surface radiating a gentle glow. This, then, is the job selection stone. As Wong Chen approached the job selection divine stone, he felt the power within his body gradually begin to seethe, as if cheering and leaping with joy. Sir, place your hand on the job selection divine stone, and you will receive a random job assignment. Afterwards, the divine stone will teleport you to the corresponding task location. Approaching the profession selection stone, the staff member said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Wong Chen didn't hesitate and immediately placed his hand on the stone. Buzz! A bright glow emanated from the sacred stone as a mysterious energy enveloped Wong Chen's entire body. The next moment, a piece of information flashed through his mind. Respected professional, welcome to receive your job transition quest. Testing in progress? Current job level, First Awakening, level 40. Qualification for job advancement confirmed. Secondary job change mission generating. Generation complete. Mission requirement, eliminate the rampant goblin tribe, standard difficulty. Confirm acceptance? A standard difficulty job change mission? After absorbing the information in his mind, Wong Chen's eyes revealed a trace of delight. This time, his luck wasn't half bad. The difficulty of the job transfer mission resembles that of bronze-tier dungeon instances, similarly divided into 4 levels. According to experiences summarized by numerous professionals, under normal difficulty, the highest level of monsters encountered by professionals equals their current level. In hard difficulty, monster strength increases drastically, with the highest being up to 30 levels above the professional. Hell difficulty is even more extreme. The weakest monsters encountered in quests will already surpass the professional by at least 30 levels, while the highest remains unknown to date. Since the awakening of the heavenly will, no professional has ever successfully completed a class change quest on hell difficulty. What's even more frustrating is that, from what we can see now, whether it's an easy, average, or difficult job transition task, the improvement it brings to the careerist is exactly the same after completion. Hee, my luck is quite good today. Looks like little Bingqing will soon have a playmate. Patting Bingqing's little head, Wong Chen silently chose to confirm in his heart. Buzz buzz buzz. A flash of light shimmered, and his figure vanished before the job selection divine stone. As the heavens spun in Earthworld, by the time Wong Chen's feet touched solid ground again, he had already arrived at the edge of a lush green forest. Job selection mission officially activated. Mission objective, eliminate the goblin tribe, 0/100. Best wishes to the new professionals. At the same time, a mechanical prompt tone similar to when entering a dungeon instance sounded in his mind. 100 goblins? Such a simple quest. Seems I won't even need Xiao Bingqing to step in, I can handle this easily myself. With playful thoughts in his heart, Wong Chen strode into the forest without hesitation. With his current strength, he could effortlessly handle wild beasts 30 levels higher than himself. Ordinary class advancement quests wouldn't pose the slightest trouble to him. Roar! The moment he stepped into the forest, maddened roars echoed in his ears as numerous sinister gazes projected from the woodland shadows onto Wong Chen's body. Swish! 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 The next moment, grotesque-looking goblins emerged one by one from the forest. These goblins stood about 5 feet tall with squat builds, their bodies covered in dark green skin, wielding bones of unknown creatures as weapons. Upon spotting Wong Chen and Bingqing, their crimson eyes burned with greed, thick streams of disgusting saliva dripping from their mouths. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Level, 35. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge. Type, common. Monster, Goblin Shaman. Level, 40. Combat style, ranged DPS, support. Skills, corrosive ray, frenzy spell. Type, mutant. Monster, strong Goblin Warrior. Level, 40. Combat style, melee. Skill, skin hardening. Charge, intimidate. Type, mutation. Out of 100 goblins, there were 6 mutants, 3 goblin sorcerers and 3 brawny goblin warriors. Seeing the appearance of these monsters, Wong Chen patted Bingqing's head and silently unsheathed his gale longsword, limbering up for battle. Wah! Little Icewing flapped its wings and flew to the side, chirping to cheer on its master. Roar! Her pure, youthful voice seemed to trigger some kind of switch, sending the goblins into a frenzy of howls. Without the slightest hesitation, the group waved their weapons menacingly as they surged towards Wong Chen like a dark tide. Humph! Seeing this, Wong Chen curled his lip in disdain. With a single step, his figure blurred as he charged forward at astonishing speed. Whoosh! At the same moment, the gale longsword in his hand cleaved through the air with a crescent-shaped streak of cold light. In an instant, the edge of the gale longsword effortlessly sliced through the throats of 5 goblins. Gah! With barely enough time to let out a single scream, the 5 goblins charging at the front were instantly annihilated. The stench of blood instantly permeated the forest. Roar! Stimulated by the scent of blood, the remaining goblins' crimson eyes glowed even more intensely. Especially after the 3 goblin shamans in the rear cast frenzy spells, these creatures trampled over their fallen comrades' corpses as they madly charged toward Wong Chen. Chapter 62, The Four Elite Arrive Together. Dongling Number 1 High School. The spacious conference room was packed to capacity. Principal Lee of Dongling Number 1 High School and all the teachers stood respectfully to one side. Facing them were four formidable men and women, each radiating an aura that surpassed even Dongling's guardian Situ Hanan by more than a margin. These four individuals were precisely the admissions officers from Dragon Kingdom's four top-tier universities. From left to right, they hail from Huaqing University, Yanlong University, Manhwa University, and Nanjing University respectively. Behind these four individuals stood 8 other young men and women, all outstanding students from 4 top universities, each emanating an aura around the third revolution level. Boom! Where the hell is Wong Chen right now? The admissions officer from Huaqing University was a burly middle-aged man. He rapped his knuckles on the table and cast an impassive glance at Principal Lee. Under the gaze of those serene eyes, Principal Lee felt as though a predator had locked onto him, and beads of sweat instantly dotted his forehead. He never could have imagined that the moment the college entrance exam rankings were announced today, admissions officers from 4 top universities would come knocking one after another, leaving him completely unprepared. Please remain calm, sir. It'll be ready very soon. I'm already working on making the connection. Principal Lee discreetly wiped away his cold sweat as he spoke with extreme caution. While speaking, he frantically shot glances at Class 7's homeroom teacher Li Xia, signaling her to contact Wang Chen immediately. Noticing the principal's gaze, Li Xia's expression stiffened slightly. She wanted to get in touch now, but couldn't reach him. That scoundrel Wang Chen, who knew what was wrong with him today? His phone was off, and when they called his home, even his parents didn't know his whereabouts. Smiling bitterly to herself, Li Xia stole a discreet glance across the room where recruitment officers from the 4 top universities had descended the moment the college entrance exam results were posted, all scrambling to claim top students. Wang Chen's treatment was truly unique even among the top scorers of the national college entrance examination across all provinces of Dragon Country. After another failed phone call, Li Xia could only give Principal Lee a helpless look. I tried my best. Principal Lee couldn't help but feel a bitter taste in his mouth when he saw this. The 4 admissions officers across from them were not easy to deal with. If they were dissatisfied today, just one complaint from them would likely force the school principal to voluntarily resign. Principal Lee, the teachers have been waiting for almost 20 minutes. As the principal, surely you can manage to reach your own students? Just then, a young man standing behind Tsinghua University's admissions officer frowned and spoke with obvious displeasure. Just one more moment, please, hold on. Upon hearing this, Principal Lee shook his head repeatedly, rocking it back and forth like a rattledrum. He couldn't afford to offend the admissions officers from the 4 universities, nor could he slight the students who had accompanied them. For example, the young man currently speaking was one of last year's examinees from Yuanzhang province who got admitted to Huaqing University. His name was Zhou Zibo. His profession was the special class Thorn Knight. Though he had only entered Huaqing University for a year, his strength had already risen to the third revolution, level 75, making him an outstanding figure even among second-year students at Huaqing University. Humph. Principal Lee, there's no need for excuses. What exactly is Wang Chen thinking? The fact that all the teachers have come in person is already an immense honor for him. How dare he be late at a time like this? Does he not hold us in any regard? Upon hearing this, Zhou Zibo curled his lips disdainfully, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He had come to Dongling City with the admissions officer this time, partly to earn academic credits and partly to see what kind of person this year's top scorer in Yuanzhang province was, someone worthy of attracting recruitment officers from 4 top universities. Yet the outcome. He had just arrived when he was stood up. Usually proud and aloof, he was already barely containing the fury brewing in his heart. Noticing Zhou Zibo's displeasure, Principal Lee forced a bitter smile and was about to speak up to pacify him. But just at that moment, humph, who knows what brings you here so suddenly today? A cold mutter suddenly echoed through the conference room. As soon as the words fell, instantly everyone's gaze turned toward a slender and charming figure standing behind Principal Lee. She was an exceptionally beautiful young girl, her delicate features seemingly carved by nature, paired with a single ponytail that gave off a slightly heroic air, exuding a vibrant youthful energy. This was Situ Yu. She ranked 9th in this year's Yuanzhang province college entrance exam and, like Wang Chen, had earned admission to a top-tier university. Little ancestor, could you please settle down for once? Principal Lee gave Situ Yu a helpless glance, feeling utterly exhausted. Throwing a spoiled tantrum without considering the occasion, those across from them were admission officers from 4 top universities, every single one being someone neither he nor the Situ family could afford to offend. Under everyone's scrutinizing gazes, Situ Yu stuck out her tongue and quietly hid behind her homeroom teacher. These guys' stares are terrifying. Humph. Well, if it isn't this year's 9th ranked from Yuanzhang province. Across from them, Zhou Zibo caught sight of Situ Yu, his eyes flashing with a hint of awe, but then he immediately scoffed and said, If it weren't for the school's enrollment expansion this year, someone with your grades wouldn't even be qualified to stand here. How dare you spout such nonsense? Exactly like that, Wong Chen, neither of you knows your proper place in this world. Upon hearing this, Situyu's face instantly flushed with anger as she stepped out from behind the homeroom teacher, fuming visibly. Do you even know the immensity of heaven and earth? After a year at a top-tier university, your strength has just barely reached triple transformation. What's there to be proud about? Wasting resources. She glared at Zhou Zibo, her tone utterly disdainful. How dare you talk about me like that? But Wong Chen? You pretty boy. I'll remember this, Missy. You. As these words fell, Zhou Zibo's face distorted with anger, and it wasn't just him. The expressions of the 7 others standing beside him also darkened. Situyu's remarks struck too broadly, sweeping them all into the same insult. For a moment, the atmosphere in the meeting room became tense enough to hear a pin drop. Nonsense. Principal Li's expression changed dramatically as he turned to glare angrily at Situyu. These are your future upperclassmen, Situyu. How could you be so rude? Hurry up and apologize to them. As he spoke, Principal Li kept making meaningful glances, hoping this troublesome kid would quiet down. However, I didn't say anything wrong. Sima Yu pouted resentfully, staring stubbornly at the ground without budging an inch. You. Witnessing this scene, Principal Li felt completely exasperated. With a grim determination, he prepared to forcefully drag Sima Yu into apologizing. But just at that moment, wasting resources? The little girl's got a sharp tongue. Since you look down on them, why don't you have a match? Let's see who's truly worthless. The admissions officer from Huaqing University tapped the desk with a hint of mockery in his voice. Chapter 63, Second Awakening, Hopes for the Future. In the conference room of Dongling First High School, as the words of Huaqing University's admissions officer fell, the atmosphere instantly froze. A high school graduate who hasn't even entered university yet, competing against top students from elite institutions? No matter how you look at it, this is an inevitable loss. The two sides are simply not on the same level. At this moment, not only were the people from Dongling First High School stunned, but even the recruitment teachers from the other 3 top universities frowned. Teacher Zhang, this seems to be against the rules, doesn't it? Mu Weining, the admissions officer from Yanlong University, cast a displeased glance at Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University. There's nothing against the rules. Upon hearing this, Teacher Zhang from Huaqing scoffed and remarked in a mocking tone. These youngsters don't know their limits. They get a little success and immediately grow arrogant. It's good to give them a setback, let them learn that there's always someone better out there. It's just not fair. A flash of anger crossed Mu Weining's eyes. In her view, although Situyu's earlier words had been somewhat excessive, they weren't without reason. For Teacher Zhang from Huaqing to act this way was practically nitpicking. In this world, fairness doesn't exist, especially not for those with professions like ours. Regardless of what happened before, anyone must learn to show reverence when facing a professional whose strength surpasses their own. Your Flame Dragon University is simply too weak, that's why your students lost to our Huaqing team in last year's championship competition. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University shook his head with a cold laugh, not seeing anything wrong with his decision. You. Hearing his words, Mu Weining's chest heaved violently. She wished she could slice this arrogant bastard in half with one strike of her sword. Damn it! Winning first place in the national university rankings once, and now he acts like he owns the sky. In an instant, their argument plunged the entire meeting room's atmosphere below freezing point. But at this moment, bring it on! A crisp sound pierced the silence of the conference room. Let's see how much better you've become after studying at Tsinghua University for a year. Situyu took a step forward, staring fearlessly at Zhou Zibo. Hearing this, Zhou Zibo shot a glance at Teacher Zhang before taking a step forward with a cold laugh. Great! Then I'll teach you how to show proper respect to your seniors. Whoosh! With a chilling flash of steel, the final goblin shaman's neck sprouted a crimson line as its body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Wong Chen sheathed his sword and surveyed his surroundings with calm eyes. At this moment, the corpses of 100 goblins lie neatly scattered around him. Total time, 36 seconds. The timer ended, and Wang Chen nodded silently. Not bad. This speed barely managed to satisfy him. If he hadn't tested his new equipment's defensive capabilities midway, he could have compressed the time even shorter. Wah! Seeing her master finish the battle, Xiao Bingqing fluttered her wings and flew over. Nuzzling affectionately against its master's face, the little one's eyes sparkled brightly. Alright, you little flatterer, I'll get you some treats when we get back. Noticing the thoughts conveyed through their contract, Wang Chen couldn't help but affectionately ruffle Bingqing's little head. During their month in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, the little creature had completely been turned into a glutton by Situyu. Woo woo! Hearing its master's promise, the little one happily squinted its eyes. At the same time, a mechanical prompt sounded in Wang Chen's ears. Congratulations, professional! You have successfully completed the second class advancement quest. Class advancement in progress. Giant Beast Master, First Class, Giant Beast Master, Second Class. Congratulations on learning the Beast Master exclusive skill, Beast Companion Enhancement Technique. Congratulations on obtaining a new Beast Companion contract slot, currently January 2nd. Job change successful. Preparing to teleport the professional away. Please wait. As the prompt tone faded, a brilliant glow flashed across Wong Chen's body. Immediately afterwards, he sensed it, some invisible barrier that had been restraining him had vanished. Finally, I can level up again. Feeling the changes in his body, Wong Chen couldn't help but smile. From this moment onward, his level could continue to rise. Just 10 more levels until Bingqing reaches the current growth stage's limit. Once she enters the next stage, the little one will be able to speak. By then, the little one will be able to communicate normally with others and won't have to be a riddle-spewing dragon anymore. What excites him even more recently is the newly unlocked Beast Companion slot, which means he'll soon receive the attribute bonuses from a second Beast Companion. His own strength would grow exponentially, like a snowball rolling downhill. From this day forth, the terror of the Giant Beast Master profession would begin to fully manifest within him. This time, I need to choose carefully and find an equally formidable partner for Bingqing. I've pretty much scouted out all the pet markets in Dongling City. For my second magical beast companion, I'll choose one from a bigger city. With excitement bubbling in his heart, Wong Chen examined the newly acquired Beast Tamer exclusive skills. Beast Companion Enhancement, B when cast, increases your Beast Companion's strength by 10%. This skill is a fundamental ability for Beast Masters, obtained by both Giant Beast Masters and ordinary Beast Masters after their second job advancement. However, when used by Wong Chen, this skill becomes far more formidable. With the blessing of his SSS tier talent, favor of 10,000 beasts, all his exclusive skill effects are amplified tenfold. Using the Beast Companion Enhancement spell on Bingqing would immediately double her strength. Right now, the little one's power is already enough to rival newly advanced third-rank professions around level 70. Another full doubling of that. Even an 80-level professional would likely get knocked flat by a single swipe of her paw. My strength has improved again. I hope those elite university geniuses don't have their jaws drop when they see Xiao Bingqing's terrifying power. Wang Chen thought excitedly while quietly waiting to be transported out. Soon, with a flash of light, he reappeared beside the job selection divine stone. The waiting staff members showed a flicker of surprise in their eyes upon seeing Wang Chen emerge so quickly. Less than a minute had passed. This handsome guy must have gotten lucky and drawn an easy difficulty job transition mission. Thinking this, the staff member politely smiled. Congratulations on successfully completing your job transition. Her tone had become markedly more polite compared to before. In the current Blue Star world, single transition professionals were merely rookies. Only after successfully completing the second transition did one truly embark on the extraordinary path. Noticing the staff member's attitude shift, Wong Chen inwardly chuckled with slight amusement and was just about to respond politely. Ding ding ding. But just then, the phone in his pocket suddenly started vibrating urgently. Hey, Mom. The moment the call connected, before Wang Chen could even finish speaking, his mom's rapid-fire words came bursting through from the other end. Where the hell have you been, you brat? Admissions officers from all 4 top universities are at number 1 high school right now. Get your ass over there. Chapter 64, All handsome guys are scoundrels. All 4 top universities' admissions officers gathered at Dongling number 1 high school? After hanging up the phone, Wang Chen's expression showed surprise. He was somewhat surprised that the admissions officers from top universities could be so desperate, especially since the National College entrance exam results had just been released today. But then, recalling the terrifying scores he had achieved in the exam, Wang Chen began to understand. Looking back at the records of past exams, the best completion time had never broken the 10-minute mark. Yet he had improved that record by tenfold. No wonder the 4 top universities were going wild. Ha. I wonder what kind of recruitment offers they'll make. I reckon my wallet's about to get fat again this time. Thinking about the preferential treatment he'd receive upon entering a top-tier university, Wang Chen left the job selection temple with eager anticipation. All 4 premier universities followed an elite development path, offering substantial rewards to every student admitted each year. Among these rewards, gold coins, sacred crystals, equipment, skill books, and various other items are all available. Moreover, these aren't even the most valuable ones. From Wang Chen's knowledge, top-tier universities also offer precious dungeon instance entry passes as rewards. It's worth noting that not long ago, after clearing the college entrance exam dungeon instance Lava Cavern, Wang Chen directly obtained 5 million experience points along with other highly valuable rewards. And this was merely a bronze-tier dungeon instance. Among top-tier universities, the number of bronze, silver, and gold-tier secret realm dungeons is substantial. Just by conquering these, Wang Chen felt his strength could potentially skyrocket like a rocket. With excited anticipation, Wang Chen arrived at the school gate where he immediately spotted teacher Li Xia, who had just received the message. Where have you been running off to? Li Xia grabbed Wang Chen's arm, her voice tinged with reproach. During the time this wretched boy went missing, her mental stress was tremendous. The terrifyingly powerful aura radiating from those 4 admissions teachers alone made it hard for her to breathe. Haha, I went to the job selection temple to get my profession. Wang Chen rubbed his nose and said somewhat sheepishly. Long before he saw all those missed calls on his phone, he knew he was in for a scolding. Dual advancement? You succeeded? Hearing this, Li Xia couldn't help but glance at Wang Chen with surprise. Only now did she notice that her prized student's aura had grown slightly different from before. For a moment, Li Xia's gaze carried complex emotions. Had it really been so little time? This brat she'd watched grow up was already catching up to her in strength. Enough of your preening. Hurry up and come with me, those distinguished guests are getting impatient. But Li Xia quickly composed herself and dragged Wang Chen toward the sports field. Ha, teacher, wasn't it supposed to be in the conference room? Noticing they were heading the wrong way, Wang Chen asked in confusion. Hearing his words, Li Xia paused mid-step before continuing forward with a helpless tone. Something came up. Stay calm for now and focus on choosing your school first. Wang Chen was completely bewildered by this reply. But soon, the moment he stepped into the schoolyard, all his confusion was instantly answered. His gaze swept across the playground, where Situyu stood with a dust-streaked face, red-rimmed eyes, and a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Not far away, a cocky young man stood posing smugly. Witnessing the scene, Wang Chen furrowed his brows. What happened? Walking over to Situyu and wiping the grime from her face, Wang Chen asked with a tone laced with displeasure. They said. As if finding her anchor, Situyu clutched the hem of Wang Chen's sleeve and recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed through Wang Chen's eyes. 3 versus 2 in a duel? Isn't this just outright bullying? On the other side, so you're Wang Chen? You don't look anything special. Junior sister Situyu wants to experience your senior's strength. Would you like to give it a try? Zhou Zibo glanced at Wang Chen and noted his strikingly handsome features and extraordinary demeanor, as if an immortal banished from the heavens had stepped out of a painting. Unconsciously, hostility crept into his tone. Handsome men are all no good. I really want to smash your face into a pig's head. Yet to his disappointment, when Wang Chen turned at his words, his gaze held no emotional fluctuations, fathomless as the deepest ocean. In that disoriented moment, Zhou Zibo felt as though he was seeing an aloof deity coldly observing an ant posturing with bared claws. And unfortunately, he happened to be that insignificant ant. Seems like Junior Wang Chen isn't very convinced, eh? What's wrong? Come practice with your senior here? Zhou Zibo stared fixedly at Wang Chen with an extremely gloomy expression. That arrogant look in their eyes fueled his rage beyond measure. Who the hell do you think you are? Fine. Hearing this, Wang Chen gave an indifferent nod. This guy won't talk, but he still needs to be taught a good lesson. Wang Chen. Situyu tightened her grip on Wang Chen's sleeve, her expression tinged with worry. Though she currently loathed Zhou Zibo across from them with gnashing teeth, she had to admit his strength was truly formidable. She was completely defeated in the earlier contest. Nearby, Principal Li and others were also about to speak up in persuasion. A high school student going against a sophomore from a top-tier university was like an egg striking a rock. Situyu's defeat just now had already vividly proven this point. However, before they could finish speaking, Wang Chen patted Situyu's hand and stepped forward to stand before Zhou Zibo. But his gaze wasn't fixed on Zhou Zibo at all. Instead, it passed right over him to focus on the figure behind. Professor Zhang from Tsinghua University. Teacher, may I break him? Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University's face flashed with anger upon hearing this. Go ahead, if you've got the ability. Besides, our Huaqing University doesn't accept people who don't know their own limitations. Teacher Zhang's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with sarcasm. A student who had just finished the college entrance exams actually dared show no awe toward him, a recruitment officer from a top-tier university? How audacious. Did he seriously think contracting a single dragon would make him superior to the prodigies of elite universities? Beside them, the admissions officers from 3 other top universities watched this scene unfold with expressions of keen interest. After Wang Chen arrived, he immediately clashed with the Tsinghua University representatives, which suited them perfectly. Without even presenting their recruitment terms, one competitor had already been eliminated. Facing Zhang's barely concealed anger, Wang Chen casually shook his head, mentally crossing Tsinghua University off his list of options. With his grades, he was the one choosing schools, not the other way around. Who knew where Huaqing guys got their arrogance from? Perfect, I have no interest in schools that enjoy bullying the weak either. Turning his gaze back to Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen disdainfully extended his hand, beckoning him like calling a dog. Let's begin. If you don't make the first move, I'm afraid you won't get another chance later. Chapter 65. You win. Wang Chen's words fell upon the playground like a thunderclap. In an instant, everyone's expression turned utterly stunned. Admissions officer teacher Zhang from Tsinghua University visibly flushed red with anger, his breathing becoming uneven. Bullying the weak? Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined Wong Chen would give such an assessment to Tsinghua University. How utterly absurd. That lucky brat who happened to contract with a dragon is getting too big for his boots. With such a temperament, even if he doesn't die young, his future achievements will be limited. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University stormed off in anger while the 3 admission officers from the other side could hardly contain their laughter. At this point, no matter the outcome of Wang Chen's competition with Zhou Zibo, Huaqing University was already out of the running. This young man has character, just the kind of talent our Yanlong University needs. The enrollment officer from Flame Dragon University, Mu Weining, didn't care about Teacher Zhang's ugly expression at all and openly praised Wang Chen. Hearing her words, Teacher Zhang's face turned even greener. Zhou Zibo, if you don't trample Wang Chen underfoot today, I'll deduct all your credits for this entire year. With fury rising, he couldn't help but send this mental message to Zhou Zibo. In the middle of the sports field, Zhou Zibo, already seething with rage from Wang Chen's contemptuous attitude, wore a cruel expression upon hearing those words. Great, great, great. Previously, he had been afraid of going too hard and displeasing Teacher Zhang, but now, with these words as assurance, he could hold nothing back. Bang! With a powerful stomp, Zhou Zibo lunged at Wang Chen with a deafening roar. Let's see you act tough now. I'll cripple you today, bastard. Phew phew phew. In an instant, Zhou Zibo's fist arrived before Wang Chen's face with a violent whistling sound. Faced with this strike, Wang Chen neither dodged nor avoided it. Just as the fist was about to strike him, his feet shifted, leaving behind an afterimage in his place. When he reappeared, he had already passed by Zhou Zibo and stood behind him. Then, he suddenly kicked the other party squarely in the rear. Thud! The kick wasn't particularly powerful, but its humiliating impact was absolutely devastating. Zhou Zibo's missed punch left him completely off balance from the kick. Thud! He landed face first on the playground like a ravenous dog pouncing on food. Senior, judging by that flawless starving dog pounce move, you must have eaten your fair share of shit in the past. Watching the disheveled Zhou Zibo, Wang Chen smiled faintly as he silently withdrew his foot. Ah! Damn you, kid, I'll kill you. Zhou Zibo scrambled up from the ground, his face twisted with fury as he glared at Wang Chen with venomous hatred in his eyes. He had originally intended to crush Wang Chen with his superior third circle attributes using ordinary attacks, but never expected to make such a complete fool of himself. Bzzzzz. A violent surge of magical energy erupted, instantly enveloping him in a thorny ring of light. Blind with rage, Zhou Zibo abandoned all caution and immediately activated his class skill, Thorn Aura. This was the signature skill of the Thorn Knight. At his third-class advancement, using it granted a 30% boost to strength while reflecting 10% of incoming attacks. Boy, I'm going to tear that mouth of yours apart piece by piece. With a summoning gesture, he manifested a 2-meter-long lance in his hand and immediately charged toward Wang Chen. Thud! 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 In an instant, the thunderous sound of footsteps erupted across the field. Zhou Zibo's solitary charge carried the momentum of an entire charging army. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers instinctively tensed their bodies. Even recruitment teachers like Mu Weining became fully alert at that moment, preparing to intervene and save lives if necessary. After all, a fully unleashed Tier 3 Thorn Knight was absolutely no match for someone at Tier 2. But, as Zhou Zibo charged toward him, Wang Chen's face showed not a trace of fear. Boom! A scarlet glow emerged around his body. His heartbeat accelerated, his blood surged violently, his entire aura instantly turned ferocious. Bloodthirsty rampage. 20% pain reduction, 20% attack power increase. Instant sword. The next moment, Wang Chen charged out at even greater speed, his Galeblade longsword viciously slashing toward the thrusting lance. Bang! The two weapons collided violently, sending sparks flying in all directions. Zhou Zibo's forward charge was halted, while Wang Chen was sent flying backward. Even with Bingqing's attribute feedback now, Wang Chen's raw strength still fell short compared to a third-tier professional. Ha ha! Overestimating yourself. Seeing this, Zhou Zibo laughed maniacally. Wang Chen's retreat ignited an intense excitement within him. However, yet he failed to notice that the expression in Wang Chen's eyes remained utterly unchanged as he was sent flying backward. Instead, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of Wang Chen's lips. Humph! With a cold sneer, Wang Chen pivoted on one foot, effortlessly dissipating the recoil force before launching himself forward again like lightning. Instant sword. Double strike. Whoosh! Amid the roaring wind, Wang Chen appeared instantly before Zhou Zibo, whose face still bore an excited expression, his swift blade slicing diagonally toward Zhou's neck. Never imagining Wang Chen could stage a comeback so quickly, Zhou Zibo had no time to dodge and could only block the sword with his lance. Clang! Zhou Zibo felt an overwhelming force crash against his lance. Only by summoning every ounce of strength did he prevent the weapon from being torn from his grip. But his body was directly lifted into midair by this force. Whoosh whoosh! Seizing the advantage, Wang Chen swiftly swung his other hand, releasing two massive cyan wind blades. Bang! Bang! Whack! Zhou Zibo, still mid-air, had no time to evade as the two wind blades struck his body, sending him spinning multiple times before he crashed face-first onto the playground. You, put! Zhou Zibo raised his head in agony, his eyes blazing with venomous hatred as he glared at Wong Chen. Just as he tried to speak, a mouthful of blood sprayed violently from his lips. The wind blade was blocked by his equipment, but the tremendous force it carried made him feel as though he had been run over by a steamroller, his internal organs nearly displaced. Witnessing this scene, everyone around straightened up, their eyes filled with shock as they turned to Wong Chen. Especially the three admissions tutors aside from teacher Zhang, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Beautiful, flawless combat awareness and impeccable timing control. Although Zhou Zibo didn't show his full strength because he underestimated his opponent. But Wong Chen was no different. After all, he was a giant beastmaster, his more formidable dragon hadn't even entered the battle yet. Ah, I'm going to kill you. Zhou Zitang trembled all over, the gazes from people around him cutting into his heart like knives. With a furious roar, 3 luminous rings erupted around his body, and the lance in his hand blazed with dazzling radiance as he charged frenziedly toward Wong Chen. However, facing such an attack, Wong Chen didn't even move a muscle, nor did he adopt a defensive stance, because he saw a figure step in front of Zhou Zibo. Teacher Zhang from Huaqing University grabbed the charging lance with one hand and casually flung Zhou Zibo aside. Then, you won. He shook his head, looking at Wong Chen with an extremely complicated gaze in his eyes. Chapter 66, Flame Dragon, an offer you can't refuse. The playground of Dongling First High School fell deathly silent. Everyone looked somewhat incredulously at the young and handsome figure standing at the center of the sports field. No one had expected that Wong Chen would actually defeat Zhou Zibo in a head-on confrontation. Though Zhou Zibo had underestimated his opponent, this outcome was nothing short of legendary. After all, there was a staggering 35-level difference between them. Moreover, Wong Chen's most formidable trump card, the dragon, had yet to make its appearance. Is this the actual caliber of the top scorer in this year's college entrance exam from Yuanzhong province? This is absolutely monstrous. At all costs, we must recruit this genius into our school. Watching this scene, the gaze of the 3 admission tutors clashed fiercely, as if sparks were crackling in the air. Meanwhile, at the center of the field, Professor Zhang from Huaqing University stared at Wong Chen with an indescribably complicated expression. Earlier, he had thought Wong Chen was arrogant, but now, all he felt was shock and regret. 1 billion gold coins in prize money, 1 diamond-grade equipment piece, 2 freely chosen A-rank skill books, 1 complimentary monthly entry each to gold-grade and silver-grade secret realm dungeons. These are Tsinghua University's conditions for you, Wong Chen. We hope you'll consider it. Teacher Zhang's tone carried indescribable complexity. Yet upon hearing these terms that would make countless people covetous, Wong Chen simply shook his head. Sorry, but I'm not interested in Tsinghua University. With that, he strode directly toward Situyu. Glancing at Wong Chen, then at the unconscious Zhou Zibo on the ground, Teacher Zhang's eyes flashed with profound regret. A future prodigy destined to shine with limitless brilliance had just slipped through Tsinghua University's fingers. Teacher Zhang pursed his lips, grabbed Zhou Zibo from the ground, and flew away with him. Wong Chen, I apologize for underestimating you before. The playground echoed with only his voice tinged with a hint of regret. Wong Chen gazed at Teacher Zhang's retreating figure in the distance, then lowered his eyes to look at the dumbstruck Situyu and asked, Am I not incredible? A bright gleam flickered in Situyu's eyes. You're not just strong, you're way too strong. The girl threw herself at me with a grin as wide as an idiot's. Ahem. Wong Chen felt somewhat awkward and cast a pleading glance around. Yet beside him, everyone stared straight ahead, pretending not to have seen a thing. After giggling foolishly for a long while, Situyu finally let go of Wong Chen in flustered embarrassment, her face red as a baboon's bottom. Yet at this moment, nobody mocked her. The 3 recruitment teachers including Mu Weining shoved through the crowd and immediately encircled Wong Chen. Wong Chen, I'm the enrollment officer from Nanchang University. We sincerely hope you'll join our institution. For this, we're prepared to offer. Wong Chen, I'm an admissions officer from Manhwa University. You absolutely must come to our school. We'll double the scholarship offer from South Saint University. The admissions officers from Southern Saint University and Manhwa University grabbed Wong Chen's hands from either side, eagerly offering terms that would make anyone's eyes burn with envy. Particularly the Manhwa University recruiter, whose very first offer doubled the scholarship amount outright. You must understand, South Saint University had already offered a 1 billion gold coin reward. With this raise, it became 2 billion gold coins. This was an amount that ordinary people, even some wealthy families, could never earn in their entire lifetime. The surrounding teachers and Principal Li were utterly shocked when they heard the conditions these two parties were offering. Their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. However, Wong Chen's expression remained remarkably calm, completely unswayed by all this excitement. Instead, his curious gaze now turned toward the admissions officer from Yanlong University. Student Wong Chen, I'm Mu Weining, Yanlong University's admissions officer. The terms I offer you are identical to Manhwa University's. But, I see you've already undergone your second-class advancement and surely have an empty contract slot. Yanlong University is willing to provide you with a colossal beast as your contracted familiar. Mu Weining smiled at Wang Chen, her voice gentle and warm. As soon as the words fell, the admission officers from Nanjing University and Manhwa University immediately fell silent. Yanlong University came fully prepared. Under other conditions, especially regarding bonuses, they could still put up a fight, but a giant beast? Yanlong University has gone all out with this offer. Neither of them has the authority to match it. Even if they sought instructions from higher-ups, their offer would still pale in comparison to Yanlong University's show of sincerity. Thinking to himself, the admission officers from Southern Sage University and Manhwa University silently released Wang Chen's arms. Excellent, it seems none of you can offer better conditions. Witnessing this scene, Mu Weining smiled faintly while fixing her gaze firmly on Wang Chen. I choose Flame Dragon University. Wang Chen didn't hesitate either. Although he didn't need the giant beast reward from the school, this gesture clearly showed that Yanlong University's sincerity surpassed the other two institutions. Excellent choice, student Wang Chen. Very wise indeed. A satisfied smile appeared on Mu Weining's face as she then turned her gaze towards Situyu. I presume student Situyu will naturally attend the same university as Wang Chen. So besides the giant beast, how about 500 million gold coins for you, Situyu? All other conditions would be identical to Wang Chen's. Mu Weining teased with a sly tone. Hearing this, Situyu flushed crimson and nodded gently in response. Seeing both had made their choices, the admissions officers from Nanjing University and Manhwa University exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Chen before promptly taking their leave. After the two left, Mu Weining asked for Wang Chen and Situyu's bank account numbers. The bonus will be deposited into your cards later, and the remaining rewards require you to collect them at the school. New students will arrive in 3 days. Both of you, make your preparations these next few days and don't be late when the time comes. Mu Weining gave some gentle instructions, then decisively waved goodbye and left. After she left, Wang Chen and Situyu exchanged a few pleasantries with their teachers and also set off, leaving the school. The two decided to spend the next few days reunited with their families. 3 days later, Wang Chen left a note for his parents, weighing it down with the bank card containing 100 million gold coins, then quietly slipped out of the house. He did this partly to spare himself and his parents the pain of a tearful goodbye, and partly to avoid any physical attempts to stop him. Parents always give without expecting anything in return. It was only out of utter helplessness that Wang Chen resorted to such methods. After leaving home, he made his way straight to the provincial teleportation station downtown. Since the will of the heavens revived, the blue planet's territory has expanded countless times over. The distances between cities can no longer be measured by previous standards of cognition. For example, Yanlong University is located in the capital of Dragon Country, while Dongling City lies in completely opposite ends of the realm. Before, one could reach either by plane or high-speed rail, but now, relying on such antiquated modes of transportation would take at least 3 to 5 days to complete the journey. Not only have the distances grown, but the wilderness zones teeming with monsters that now exist within and between cities have made travel exceedingly perilous. Thus, ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays came into being. As long as you were willing to spend the money, you could whoosh to any city in Dragon Country in the blink of an eye. As soon as he entered the teleportation station, Situyu, who had been waiting there, came bouncing over. Wang Chen, I've already bought the tickets. Our university life is about to begin, yay. Chapter 67 Arrival at Yanlong. Yanlong University. Nestled in the northern mountains of the Dragon Kingdom's capital. Amidst its vast complex of buildings, pavilions and towers stand alongside skyscrapers, a dizzyingly beautiful fusion of classical elegance and modern grandeur. This sprawling complex nestled among the mountains, though called a university, covered an area no less substantial than a small city. With a permanent population of 2 million, nearly 1,000 of whom are teachers and students, while everyone else exists to serve these chosen elites and the powerful. At the heart of the architectural complex stands a tower over 300 meters tall, piercing the heavens like a sword. This is none other than the main teaching building of Flame Dragon University, the Eternal Tower. It is not merely a grandiose structure, but rather a war fortress of unimaginable tier. In the 700 years since the awakening of the will of the multiverse, the Eternal Tower has appeared countless times on the battlefields across the heavens, crushing innumerable enemies for Dragon Nation and for Blue Star. Its surface, covered with countless mottled scars and crisscrossing marks, bears glorious medals from battle after battle. Even standing nearby and watching, one could sense the aura of blood and fire emanating from it. At this moment, thump thump thump, at the top floor of the Eternal Tower, a series of knocking sounds echoed. Come in. A gentle voice responded as first-class lecturer Mu Weining pushed open the door and approached a spacious desk. Dean, She looked at the figure busily writing at the desk and timidly offered a greeting. "You're here." Upon hearing this, the dean put down his pen and looked up with a warm smile. He was a man around 30 years old, ordinary in appearance, with gentle eyes, completely unremarkable at first glance. Yet under this gentle gaze, Mu Weining, no matter how many times she had come before, still felt an overwhelming tension, or perhaps reverence. This academic dean, after all, was a formidable Eighth Circle powerhouse of the Dragon Kingdom. The name Bloody Knight echoed across the battlefields of realms, a terrifying existence carved from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "Dean, today is the enrollment day for new students. I've come to receive the rewards for this year's top freshman, Wong Chen." Having steadied her thoughts, Mu Weining spoke with solemn respect. "Wong Chen? The young beast can wait. First, tell me about this little one. I want your most candid impressions." Hearing this, the dean seemed intrigued, leaning back in his chair as he gazed warmly at Mu Weining. A freak of nature. Mu Weining pondered for a moment before speaking in a tone of admiration. "I've never seen any student master combat skills to such perfection at this age, as if they become second nature." "And what about his dragon? Though we didn't witness his ice dragon in action this time." Mu Weining paused with an awestruck expression before continuing. "Judging by the power Wang Chen demonstrated, it's likely a divine beast of monarch rank or higher." "Monarch tier?" Upon hearing this, the dean's eyes flickered with an electric gleam, as if thunder were brewing within them. "What an extraordinary young man. He has arrived." The dean's face beamed with a broad smile as his gaze suddenly shifted beyond the room, as if piercing through countless obstacles to behold something that delighted him. "Go, give the giant beast to him, and by the way, tell him that if he doesn't understand anything, he can come here and ask me." This. Hearing the hidden meaning in the dean's words, Mu Weining's expression turned to one of shock and utter disbelief. But before she even had time to inquire further, a shimmer of magical light flashed, and in an instant she was teleported out of the room. "In front of Yanlong University. Is this the Flame Dragon University? It feels even bigger than our Dongling city." Situyu murmured to himself, wearing an expression like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time. Beside him, Wang Chen also wore a somewhat dazed expression. This magnificent architectural complex stretches so vast that its boundaries elude the naked eye. The so-called university towns of my past life pale in comparison to this grandeur. As he realized this would be his home for the next 3 years, excitement welled up uncontrollably within him. "Isn't it breathtaking?" At that moment, a crisp female voice suddenly came from nearby. Admissions teacher Mu Weining had appeared there unnoticed. "Welcome to Yanlong University." "Hello, Teacher Mu." Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Chen and Situyu promptly greeted her politely, then studied her with some curiosity. The two of them had spent the past few days cramming information about Flame Dragon University, so they clearly knew that the warmly smiling teacher before them was a first-class instructor and expert whose strength had reached the 5th rotation. For her to personally come out to greet them was truly an overwhelming honor. "Since I happen to run into you, I'll take you to register your information along the way. That way, you two won't get tricked by unscrupulous seniors." Mu Weining explained briefly before turning to lead the two of them into the school. "Scammed?" Following behind, Wang Chen chuckled inwardly. Sure enough, no matter where you went, there was no escaping the care that upperclassmen showed their juniors. "Hello, Teacher Mu." At this moment, Mu Weining led the two to the registration desk inside the school gate. 3 students seated behind the desk promptly stood up and respectfully greeted them. The trio consisted of 2 young men and 1 woman, none older than 20, and each exuded the aura of Stage 3 cultivators. "Teacher Mu, that's just unfair. Pinching these measly academic credits is hardly worth your effort." As Mu Weining approached, the girl among them wore a sulky expression on her face. Alright, I just happened to be here by chance. It's not like I'm trying to steal your credits." Mu Weining cast an annoyed glance at the girl. Hearing this, the girl obediently nodded, pulling out the registration form with her gaze immediately locking onto Wang Chen. "So handsome, looks like the top spot on the campus heartthrob list is changing hands again this year." "Hello junior, please fill out some basic information." "Hello senior." Wang Chen nodded politely, filled out the registration form and handed it back. "Wang Chen?" The sophomore senior who intended to secretly jot down his contact information gasped in surprise when she saw the name on the registration form. No wonder Professor Mu personally handled his enrollment procedures. So this was the gargantuan beast master who had contracted a mythical beast. "Junior, do you have a girlfriend?" The sophomore senior's eyes shimmered as she gazed at Wang Chen. This is undoubtedly a future powerhouse guaranteed to reach the 7th transformation. "Senior, I've filled out mine too." Before Wang Chen could speak, Situyu pushed forward displeasedly, glaring fiercely at the infatuated girl opposite like a territorial young tiger. "So infuriating. Am I invisible?" But the sophomore senior didn't seem to care at all. She perfunctorily took the registration form, her eyes glued to Wang Chen as if magnetically drawn to him. I wonder if this junior would mind having one more girlfriend. Witnessing this scene, the 2 sophomore seniors nearby could only force wry smiles, secretly envious in their hearts. What a shallow woman. Was that really necessary? This junior is just slightly, no, 100 million times, more handsome than the two of us combined. Chapter 68, This is a divine beast, and you're actually looking down on it? After the episode at the registration office, Mu Weining led Wong Chen and Sitayu to the temporary dormitory for new students. Compared to what they had seen from the outside, the scenery inside the campus was even more awe-inspiring. Towering buildings of varying heights, along with people coming and going on flying beast companions or magical artifacts. It all made them feel as though they had stepped into a wondrous world. What a marvelous place! Walking behind Mu Weining, Wong Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. The intertwining of magic and technology creates a breathtaking aesthetic beauty. Our Yanlong University was established in the 35th year of the revival calendar, boasting over 600 years of history to this day. Our headmaster is a 9 revolutions expert who bears the revered title of war god. Mu Weining walked at the forefront, occasionally offering explanations to Wong Chen and Sitayu. The gate you just entered through is the school's main entrance. Besides that, there are many other exits throughout the campus that you'll become familiar with once your academy life officially begins. The entire school area is divided into living quarters, teaching zones, laboratory sections, trading districts, mission sectors, and more. You can check their specific locations using the wrist devices you were just issued. It's incredibly powerful, far more than just your identity credentials. Upon hearing this, Wong Chen and Sitayu curiously began fiddling with the newly acquired silver wristwatches on their wrists. It was entirely silver white, exuding an air of advanced technology. With just a tap of a finger, a holographic screen would appear before one's eyes. The screen displayed a dazzling array of information, integrating modules for transactions, navigation, inquiries, gaming, and more. Its performance was astonishingly powerful. You'll have 2 days after registration to familiarize yourselves with the school. 2 days later, the school will commence its annual ranking competition for all of you. At that time, awards will be distributed according to each of your respective rankings, along with corresponding ranking benefits. There's one more thing you must remember. Within the school, the most stable currency is academic credits. Except for the trading zone connected to the outside world, whether you're exchanging resources or covering daily necessities like food, clothing, and accommodation, you'll need to spend academic credits. Mu Weining solemnly reminded them. Teacher Mu, since we've just enrolled and don't have any credits, wouldn't that make it impossible to do anything? Hearing about the importance of credits, Sitayu's face turned as bitter as a gourd. No need to worry. When you registered for enrollment, the school already allocated you a corresponding number of credits based on your college entrance exam results. You can check them by opening your wrist device. Mu Weining waved her hand and explained with a smile. Really, I have 1,000 credit points now. Sitayu swiped a few times on her wristwatch, her face lighting up with surprise before she turned a curious gaze toward Wong Chen. Quick, let me see, how many do you have? Pretty much. Wang Chen nonchalantly slipped his hands behind his back, his expression utterly placid. Just now, he had caught a glimpse. His credit points totaled a staggering 10,000, a full 10 times that of Sitayu's. It's better to keep one's wealth hidden, so perhaps it's best not to say anything that might discourage the girl. Teacher Mu, did you need to see me about something today? After sending Sitayu back to her dormitory, Wong Chen couldn't resist asking the question that had been on his mind. As a first-class lecturer at Yanlong University and a formidable fifth-tier expert, Mu Weining wouldn't have this much free time. I happened to run into you was clearly just an excuse. I thought you'd keep holding back from asking forever. Mu Weining smiled and led Wong Chen to a pavilion outside the dormitory area. I came specifically to deliver the school's special reward to you. As she spoke, she took out a creature emitting an enigmatic aura and handed it over. The furry little animal resembled an unweaned puppy. Whoa. The moment it was placed in his hands, it bared its teeth at Wang Chen, emitting a low growl of threat from its throat. Yet, as Xiao Bingqing glanced curiously at it, the little creature instantly tucked its tail between its legs and whimpered. Its body trembled uncontrollably, seemingly overwhelmed by terror. Mu Weining, recognizing the identity of this creature, found herself momentarily stunned, her gaze towards Bingqing now filled with awe. This was actually a legendary divine beast's cub, trembling in fear? Opposite them, Wang Chen didn't notice Mu Weining's astonished expression. Upon seeing the small creature, he immediately used bloodline identification art without hesitation. A faint glimmer flickered in his eyes as the creature's information surfaced in his mind. Howling Moon Silver Wolf, Legendary Tier Divine Beast, Final Evolution Form, Devouring Heaven Demon Wolf, Cosmic Tier Divine Beast. After reviewing the information, Wang Chen's pupils trembled slightly. A Howling Moon Silver Wolf starting at Legendary Tier, this was unquestionably the highest tier beast companion he'd ever encountered besides Icepure. However, after the initial excitement, he sighed again in his heart. Although the Howling Moon Silver Wolf had a high initial rank, its ultimate growth limit would only reach the cosmic level. Its potential was just so. For others, this would be an incomparably precious treasure, but for him, it was somewhat of a chicken rib, disappointing and of little use. With the divine talent of beast fusion at his disposal, he could definitely synthesize beast companions with even greater potential. For the moment, Wong Chen fiddled with the Howling Moon's silver wolf in his arms, pondering how to handle it. Giving up was out of the question. A legendary mythical beast was priceless beyond measure, he wouldn't be foolish enough to refuse it. Ha, a female one. At that moment, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly flickered. Teacher Mu, does this giant beast now belong to me? Can I dispose of it as I wish? After some thought, he raised his head and asked Mu Weining. Mu Weining nodded with a furrowed brow, her expression strangely complex. Somehow, she got the inexplicable sense that Wang Chen seemed rather dismissive of the Howling Moon's silver wolf. But the next moment, she quickly brushed aside her peculiar suspicion. Are you kidding me? This is a legendary divine beast, an incredibly powerful creature countless people could only dream of obtaining. How could anyone possibly be displeased? This moon-howling silver wolf is the cub of the Dean's beast companion. The Dean said that if you encounter any difficulties while raising it, you may seek his guidance. Recalling the instructions from the Dean, Mu Weining now spoke in a solemn tone. The approval of an 8th transformation expert, even she couldn't help but feel shaken deep down. However, then I'll trouble Teacher Mu to thank the Dean for me. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen merely nodded faintly, showing little reaction. On one hand, he wasn't clear about the Dean's actual strength, on the other hand, it was because he had already thought of a place for the Howling Moon Silverwolf. Since he wasn't making a contract anyway, this opportunity for guidance was utterly useless to him. Witnessing this scene, Mu Weining wore a visible expression of confusion. Did you fail to grasp the implied meaning behind my words? By offering you guidance, this signifies the Dean intends to take you on as his student. A student of an 8th revolution expert is enough to drive countless people mad. Why are you acting so calm? Mu Weining was utterly shocked at this moment. Chapter 69, Target, top of the freshman rankings. After Mu Weining left, Wang Chen took the two little creatures to his dormitory. It must be said that the treatment at Yanlong University was quite impressive. Even the temporary dormitory was no less luxurious than a 5-star presidential suite. After settling the luggage and letting the two little ones play, Wang Chen walked to the living room to call his parents and let them know he was safe. After he left, Xiao Bingqing's azure blue eyes fixed onto the trembling Moonhull silver wolf. Thud! The powerful dragon claws effortlessly flipped the Moonhull silver wolf over, as the curious elder sister began conducting a physical examination on her little sister. Whimper! The silver moon wolf, looking like a little puppy, sprawled helplessly on its back with all 4 paws in the air, submissively exposing its belly. The bloodline pressure from its ancestral divine beast left it utterly incapable of resisting. By the time Wang Chen finished his phone call and returned, he was greeted by this comical scene that he couldn't help but chuckle at. Bingqing sat on the bed like a boss lady, while the Howling Moon silver wolf carefully served her with fruits held in its claws. None of its previous ferocity from their first meeting remained, it now looked like a poor, wronged little maid. Stop bullying it. Wang Chen sighed and patted Bingqing's head, shoving the two little creatures aside before activating the holographic screen on his wrist display. As teacher Mu Weining had said, the wristwatch's functions were remarkably powerful, containing even more detailed information about the school. Especially in the forums, Wang Chen quickly absorbed numerous fundamental details about Yanlong University. Topics like academic credits, or the ranking battles. Credits were the most solid currency within the school. This wasn't just lip service, but a principle thoroughly implemented in every aspect. Over 99% of the school's services require academic credits as the key to access them. Without credits, though survival itself isn't impossible at Yanlong University, self-improvement becomes absolutely unattainable. After all, lacking credits means you can't enter training dungeons nor afford lecture admission tickets. Yet compared to their crucial importance, there are astonishingly few ways to earn these credits. Apart from accepting fixed tasks issued by the school in designated mission zones, the most crucial avenue is to improve one's ranking. Freshmen, sophomores, and juniors each have their own ranking lists. The position achieved on these monthly lists determines the corresponding academic credits and resource rewards received. As for seniors, these elder students have long departed for training battles across the myriad realms, and thus no corresponding ranking lists exist for them. In addition to the individual grade rankings, the school has also established an elite list open to all students across all 3 grades. The elite list selects only 20 individuals in total. Students who make the list not only receive even more substantial rewards, but also get the rare opportunity to receive personal instruction from top-tier masters. There is only one criterion for these rankings, and that is strength. Strength reigns supreme. This is nakedly placing the law of the jungle before everyone's eyes. After finishing reading the introduction, Wang Chen sighed with emotion and browsed the freshman section of the official website. This year's freshman rankings haven't been officially released yet, but rewards from 1st to 50th place are already listed on the official website. Wang Chen briefly scanned the other prizes, but his gaze froze when it reached the top reward. First place, monthly reward of 10,000 points, for golden tier dungeon entry tokens, and 1 S-grade material, freeze marrow. Freeze marrow, the S-grade material. The primary ingredient Ching needs to advance to her next growth stage. I'm definitely taking first place on the rookie ranking list. Clenching his fist, a blazing fighting spirit rose in his eyes. Afternoon. Wang Chen, over here. No sooner had he stepped out of the dormitory than Sitayu's energetic voice rang out. The girl had changed into a casual sundress and stood vivaciously in the pavilion, drawing many admiring glances from passers-by. At this moment, Sitayu looked every bit the girl next door, making even Wang Chen freeze momentarily in surprise. Just visiting the marketplace, is there really a need to be so solemn about it? Soon he averted his gaze somewhat awkwardly and muttered irritably. His trip to the marketplace had two purposes. One was to broaden his horizons, and the other was to fill his vacant beast companion slot. But judging by Sitayu's current demeanor, Wang Chen felt the broadening horizons objective should probably be crossed off the list. No matter their age, women reach catastrophic levels of intimidation when shopping. TCH. Noticing Wang Chen's evasive gaze, Sitayu's face flashed with triumph as she bounced over. What do you know? Shopping is an advanced academic discipline. Oh, is this the giant beast the school rewarded you with? It's so adorable. Smugly standing to the side, her attention was drawn to the Moonhowl silver wolf curled up in Wang Chen's arms. The little creature had been thoroughly tormented by Bing Qing, its face full of pitiful grievance. Instantly, Sitayu's eyes revealed little hearts of affection. Legendary divine beast, the Howling Moon silver wolf, but I don't plan to contract it. You can have it to play with. Wang Chen nodded and directly handed the little creature over. Wah! Sitayu dumbfoundedly accepted the little creature with a blank expression. Is this a legendary divine beast? And you're just casually giving it to me? This is too valuable. Her face flushed crimson, her words stumbling out in stammers. It came so suddenly. Is this guy trying to confess his feelings by giving me a gift? Should I say yes, or should I say yes? Sitayu felt dizzy, her mind in complete disarray. 10 minutes later. Following the navigation instructions, the two arrived at the trading market located in the northern part of Yanlong University. Upon arriving here, Wang Chen wasted no time and dragged Sitayu straight toward the beast pet store with clear purpose. Welcome. Would you prefer a pet for daily life or one for combat, dear customer? Upon entering the store, a salesperson approached them. Her gaze subtly swept across their wrists before her face blossomed into a genuinely warm smile. I'd like to see all your battle-class beast companions. Wang Chen made his request straightforwardly, without any beating around the bush. Certainly, sir, please follow me. The salesman turned around and led the way, taking the two of them up to the second floor. Roar! The moment they stepped onto the second floor, waves of beastly roars erupted. Various magical beasts confined in cages all turned hostile gazes toward them. However, when their eyes caught a flash of azure blue among the visitors, these unruly little creatures immediately became as docile as kittens, each shrinking fearfully into the depths of their cages. The salesperson gazed at this scene in astonishment, his eyes lingering on Bingqing for a long moment. For so many magical beasts to show such fear, this customer's companion must be of exceptionally high grade. Could it possibly be an advanced source beast? With this thought in mind, she cheerfully said, Guest, all the magical beasts in our shop are here. Please see if any catch your fancy. Wang Chen nodded and strode directly towards one of the beast cages. Then, he used the bloodline identification technique without hesitation. Chapter 70, it was absolutely not because of lewd thoughts that he chose the little fox demon. Inside the second floor of the beast pet store, Wang Chen arrived in front of the first beast cage and quietly observed the small creature inside. Inside the cage was a small wolf with fur intermixed with red, currently observing Wang Chen with fearful eyes. Flame Wolf, Spirit Beast, Final Evolution Form, Inferno Divine Wolf, Mythical Tier Divine Beast. Seeing the information fed back by the bloodline appraisal technique, Wang Chen shook his head and without hesitation moved on to the next one. Moonlight Serpent, Spirit Beast, Ultimate Evolution Form, Heaven Devouring Python, Legendary Divine Beast. Venomous Toad, Spirit Beast, Ultimate Evolution Form, Three-Legged Golden Toad, Epic Divine Beast. Golden Armored Tortoise, Source Beast, Ultimate Evolution Form, Azure Water Divine Tortoise, Cosmic Level Divine Beast. Winged Tiger, Source Beast, Ultimate Evolution Form, Stellar White Tiger, Sacred Beast. After making a round, Wang Chen couldn't help but frown. The quality of the beast pets here was indeed significantly better than those in Dongling City, yet none of them met his requirements. Among the hundreds of beast pets, the strongest one had an evolutionary limit of only a sacred beast, which fell far short of his expectations. His goal was to contract another ancestral divine beast like Ice Pure. Honored guest, perhaps none of these beast companions have caught your fancy? Seeing Wang Chen's displeased expression, the salesperson spoke with some trepidation. Do you have any other beast companions here? Wang Chen nodded and asked bluntly. There are still a few rather special source beasts with quite formidable strength, it's just, the salesperson hesitated upon hearing this. Take me to see it. Money isn't an issue. Seeing this, Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively and signaled the salesperson to lead the way. With a whopping 2 billion gold coins now in his pocket, he was flush with cash and confidence. Alright then. The salesperson guided him into a room on the second floor. As soon as he entered, Wang Chen understood why the salesperson had given him that strange look earlier. The empty room contained only a single beast cage, inside which were confined 3 petite humanoid creatures, each no larger than a palm. These 3 beings bore a striking resemblance to human females in both appearance and form, exquisitely crafted with figures one might describe as curvaceously alluring. Their vital areas were covered with animal hides, fluffy tails protruding from their backsides, pointed ears atop their heads, and an aura of subtle enchantment emanating from their entire beings. Upon spotting someone enter, the trio of creatures flinched in alarm, their pink eyes flashing with panic as they instantly transformed into 3 fluffy balls. Little fox spirit? A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Chen's eyes as he saw these 3 creatures. Since the awakening of the heavenly will, myriad worlds have become interconnected, and beings that existed only in fantasy novels and films have now appeared in the sight of Blue Star's humankind. Like dwarves, elves, angels, demons. These creatures are active in the battlefields across the heavens, and occasionally weaker ones get captured and brought to Blue Star. Even so, this was the first time Wang Chen had actually laid eyes on one of these beings from another world, and a rather special one at that, little fox spirit. To put it simply, as this little creature grows, just like how most seasoned fantasists imagine, it perfectly embodies the fox spirit archetype from supernatural tales. It's a rare beast companion capable of partial shapeshifting even during its infancy. Of course, until reaching adulthood, much like what Wang Chen just witnessed, the fox spirit size remains roughly the size of a palm. These 3 little fox spirits were trophies taken by a noble in the Battle of 10,000 Heavens, brought to our shop for sale. If the customer wishes to purchase, 500 million gold coins each. The salesman explained at this moment, his gaze subtly flicking towards Situyu beside Wang Chen. Generally speaking, when young couples come into the shop, she wouldn't bring them to see the little fox spirit. Nothing else, just afraid it might affect relationships. Upon hearing the salesperson's words, Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly. Goddamn expensive. Although the little fox demon's rating qualified as a source beast level, her combat abilities, to put it mildly, these skills are completely unconventional. Wang Chen. Situyu stealthily leaned in, her gaze brimming with deadly intent. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman through and through, absolutely no strange preferences. Wang Chen helplessly rolled his eyes, tossed out a bloodline identification spell, and prepared to retreat. The little fox demon's combat abilities were limited, he hadn't held much hope for it anyway. However, Little Fox Demon, Source Beast, Ultimate Evolution Form, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Primordial Divine Beast, this. Wang Chen's expression froze. Primordial Divine Beast? 9-tailed Celestial Fox? That sounds incredibly powerful. Sir, although this little fox spirit's frontal combat ability may not match other elemental beasts, its charm abilities are exceptionally strong. If you're looking for a support-type beast companion, you might want to consider it. Noticing Wang Chen's hesitation, the nearby salesperson flashed an understanding smile that said, I get your dilemma. What the hell do I need a support role for? Wang Chen's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling his reputation had been utterly ruined. However, an ancestral divine beast, wow. Under Situyu's murderous gaze, he silently pulled out his bank card. All 3, I want them all. This customer is seriously bold. The salesperson silently gave Wang Chen a thumbs up in his heart, swiftly took the bank card, and left. After she left, Wang Chen. Sima gritted her teeth, her gaze darting over Wang Chen like a pair of sharp knives. Well, it's not that I have any peculiar tastes, it's just that their potential growth is incredibly high. Wang Chen rubbed his nose and explained with utmost sincerity. Pervert. Old pervert. Yet Situyu didn't believe it at all, spitting out icy words from her mouth. You, a giant beastmaster, can't even contract a little fox demon, what growth potential are you talking about? If you're buying, then buy but 3 of them? TCH, damn it. Seeing this, Wang Chen let out a bitter laugh. What a huge misunderstanding this was. After returning to the dormitory, because of you 3 little rascals, my reputation is ruined. Placing the cage containing the 3 little fox spirits in the living room, Wang Chen wore a bitter smile as he gazed at the creatures inside. The 3 little creatures retained their original appearance, their fur as white as snow, looking just like ordinary white foxes. At this moment, they were gazing at Wang Chen with their pink eyes. Hope you'll be powerful enough. Suppressing his emotions, Wang Chen pulled the mischievous Bingqing into his embrace, then extended a hand toward the 3 little fox spirits. Divine grade talent, Beast Pet Fusion, activate. Buzz buzz buzz. An invisible ripple emanated from Wang Chen's hand, instantly enveloping the 3 little fox demons in the cage. At the same time, a virtual panel visible only to Wong Chen appeared before his eyes. The panel displayed 3 slots containing projections of the fox demons, with a combine button beneath the slots. Without hesitation, Wong Chen firmly pressed the combine button with his will. Chapter 71 The Formidable Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox. As Wong Chen clicked the confirmation button with his will, his energy rapidly drained away, and a sense of weakness rose in his heart. But now, he completely disregarded the strain on his body, his gaze instead fixed strangely ahead. An invisible ripple fell upon the 3 little fox spirits in the cage, and then light began to emerge. The glow grew increasingly brighter until, in the end, the 3 little fox spirits had completely transformed into pure white orbs of light. In the next moment, under Wong Chen's watchful gaze, these 3 streaks of light collided violently with one another. Boom! A dazzling explosion of light erupted, and within the luminous haze, a strange humanoid figure faintly appeared before Wong Chen. She floated in midair, surrounded by flickering points of light, appearing utterly mysterious. Soon, the light points were gradually absorbed into the creature's body, revealing her full form before Wong Chen's eyes. Her size hadn't changed much from before, but her features had become more delicate, carrying a holy aura. The color of her eyes had turned peach pink, and her snow-white body was completely unclothed. Wong Chen's face flushed red. Driven by a mix of scholarly curiosity, he tentatively reached out a finger to lightly touch her. Buzz! The little creature shuddered, its peach-pink eyes welling with moisture as a faint magical glimmer transformed it instantly into a fluffy, 9-tailed fox cub. Now in its true form, the tiny being apparently lost its hovering ability, scrambling frantically to cling to Wong Chen's fingers in a most flustered manner. Watching this scene unfold, Wong Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. This little guy doesn't have the same imposing majesty as Bingqing's entrance. Next, it's the most crucial moment. Hoisting the little creature before his eyes, Wong Chen wasted no time in casting the beast taming art. Buzz! Vast magical currents surged through the living room, condensing into 2 sacred contracts between Wong Chen and the 9-tailed heavenly fox before vanishing into their respective foreheads. The next instant, a surge of inexplicable attachment welled up in Wong Chen's heart. When he opened his eyes, he found himself staring directly into the 9-tailed heavenly fox's peach blossom pink gaze that hadn't blinked once. It surged with dazzling hues, making his vision blur momentarily as if a sea of pink had appeared before his eyes. A peerless beauty, unclothed, slowly approached him. Gasp! He pinched his thigh hard, snapping himself out of his daze. What formidable charm power, even I, its master, nearly fell for it. Realizing he had almost made a fool of himself just now, Wong Chen couldn't help feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, there was no one else around here, otherwise he'd probably be too ashamed to show his face. The 9-tailed celestial fox gazed at its master with curiosity, its fluffy tail swaying. In the next moment, a petite, charming beauty appeared in Wong Chen's palm. Perfectly lifelike, part angel, part devil, bouncing around playfully. Even in such a tiny form, it radiated a charm capable of bringing chaos to the mortal world. Who could possibly resist this? Wong Chen, who had just snapped back to reality, quickly averted his gaze and reached for a blanket on the sofa to cover the 9-tailed celestial fox. Little one, you're not allowed to transform into this form outside without my permission from now on. The human form 9-tailed celestial fox whimpered in confusion, tugging pitifully at the blanket draped over itself. It seemed genuinely hurt that its master didn't appreciate this particular transformation. Splash! The light shimmered, and the little fellow turned back into its fluffy form. Seeing this, Wong Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems I'll need to prepare some clothes for the little one in the future. With this thought, he opened the attribute panel of the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Beast companion, 9-tailed heavenly fox. Nickname, none. Gender, female. Age, less than 1 month, infancy stage. Level, 1. Tier, primordial divine beast. Talent, infinite growth, SSS. 4-dimensional attributes, strength 300, intelligence 1000, stamina 300, agility 400. Without any buffs, equipment, or item boosts. Skill, illusory body, SSS passive ability, immune to all charm and mind control type skills. Reduces the power of any incoming attack by 30% when initiated by any living being. Crimson Eyes, SSS active offensive skill. The 9-tailed celestial fox initiates a mental judgment on any creature that meets its gaze. Targets with wisdom attributes lower than the fox will be stunned for 10 seconds, while those with wisdom attributes less than 50% of the foxes will be permanently enslaved. Allure of the Masses, SSS active offensive skill. Unleashes charms to attack all enemies within a certain range. Note, within the range of this charm, any enemy with wisdom attributes lower than the 9-tailed celestial fox will fall into states of madness and lust. 9-tails Apocalypse, SSS active offensive skill. Manifests the true form of the 9-tailed celestial fox to descend upon the world, dealing massive damage to enemies within range. Note, duration is 5 seconds during juvenile stage, increasing with growth cycles. Loyalty, 100. Equipment, none. Introduction. The nine-tailed celestial fox is the progenitor of all nine-tailed foxes in the universe, wielding the fundamental law of charm. With every advancement, it will inevitably awaken an SSS grade innate skill. Tisk. After glancing through the nine-tailed celestial fox's attributes, Wong Chen instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Powerful. Absolutely terrifyingly powerful. With a staggering 1000-point wisdom attribute, this meant that when the nine-tailed fox activates its two offensive skills, Crimson Eyes and Allure of the Masses, no non-magic profession below Third Awakening could possibly withstand them. Moreover, the nine-tailed celestial fox's other attributes were also quite impressive. Though they couldn't compare to Bingqing's, they still far surpassed those of other magical beasts by a significant margin. Good girl, from now on your name will be Susu. Satisfied, Wong Chen hugged the nine-tailed celestial fox Susu and gave her a tender rub before placing her before Bingqing. You two little sisters should get to know each other properly. Take this chance to bond. Bingqing, don't bully your sister. After reminding Bingqing, he began checking his gains. Name, Wong Chen. Occupation, Giant Beast Master. Level, 40. Talents, Beast Kinds Affinity, SSS, Beast Fusion, Divine. Skills, Beast Taming, S, Beast Revitalization, B, Bloodline Appraisal, Divine, Contract Summoning, B, Flash Sword, D, Windblade, C, Bloodlust Frenzy, B, Beast Amplification, B. Strength, 345 plus 260 points. Wisdom, 415 plus 10 points. Physique, 345 plus 150 points. Agility, 355 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 150 points. The main increase was in his four-dimensional attributes. The 10% feedback from the nine-tailed heavenly fox boosted his strength, constitution, and agility by 30 and 40 points respectively. As for the highest attribute, intelligence, it skyrocketed by a full 100 points, totaling 200 attribute points. This was equivalent to a second-tier adventurer leveling up 10 times in a row. After taking stock of his gains, Wang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. With this, I'm even more confident about the upcoming freshman ranking tournament. Now it's time to rest and recuperate while waiting for the tournament to begin. Yet outside, while Wang Chen was eagerly anticipating these events, chaos had already erupted completely. Chapter 72. The ranking battle begins. On a sunny afternoon, the skies above Yanlong University's residential district suddenly became turbulent. A monstrous 100-meter-long creature with 9 tails materialized in the heavens. Its peach-pink eyes radiated an ethereal glow as it swept its imperious gaze across the land, surveying the territory like a sovereign. At that moment, every movement ceased across the entire residential district and Yanlong University campus. All eyes gazed skyward in stunned disbelief. What is this? Heaven and earth phenomenon? A cosmic-level divine beast, the nine-tailed fox? Oh my god, am I dreaming? Everyone who witnessed this scene let out voices of utter disbelief. But in the very next instant, all these voices abruptly fell silent. An invisible ripple swept through the air, and everyone who met the crimson eyes of the nine-tailed fox instinctively flushed, their breathing turning rapid. Especially their eyes all bore a look of fascination. The scent of spring quietly permeated the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the sound of slicing wind echoed as over a dozen figures swiftly descended above the dormitory area of the Yanlong University. These figures varied in appearance, yet every one of them exuded an aura that had already reached the 6th revolution or beyond. A cosmic-level divine beast, the nine-tailed fox? This is a bloodline projection. Among this year's incoming freshmen, could someone really have been fortunate enough to contract with such a terrifying entity? A burly, bald middle-aged man stared fixedly at the illusory image of the nine-tailed fox in the sky, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. A cosmic-level divine beast, with merely natural growth, its power can reach the 8th rotation. It's practically everyone's dream beast companion. This student is ours for the Combat Academy. I'll personally take him as my disciple. The bald middle-aged man swept his gaze fiercely around, his face etched with a no-holds-barred expression. Xiao Baldi, you're dreaming in broad daylight. A woman in a magic robe stepped forward, locking horns with the bald middle-aged man. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but her words carried no mercy. Do you battle academies have nothing but muscles in your heads? This is a nine-tailed fox, a cosmic-level divine beast of the charm lineage. With such a familiar, this student is born to be a seedling of our magic academy. Would you have him charge headfirst into enemies at your battle academy? Both of you, step aside. You're always snatching geniuses. This student must go to our support academy. A nine-tailed fox's innate charm makes it the perfect partner for support specialization. Seeing the Magic Academy and Combat Academy beginning to vie for students, the support academy faculty in the crowd couldn't resist joining the fray. Soon, a group of teachers overhead were shouting non-stop, arguing till their faces turned red and veins bulged on their necks, looking ready to come to blows at any moment. That's enough. Right then, an anger-laced voice suddenly rang out. instantly silencing the chaotic scuffle among the skyborn teachers. The next second, a tall figure appeared before them, a man with a gentle demeanor. Dean. Seeing him, the teachers who had been arguing fervently immediately bowed in greeting. Humph. Hearing this, the academic dean snorted coldly. You haven't even confirmed this student's identity, yet you're already making fools of yourselves here? Go handle the surrounding chaos immediately. The charm aura emanating from this nine-tailed fox isn't something those below tier 3 can withstand. While reprimanding them, he waved his hand and invisible force instantly slammed a dozen tier 6 experts face first into the ground. After accomplishing this, the dean shifted his gaze toward the spectral nine-tailed fox projection in the sky. Universal tier divine beast? Where did he manage to obtain a creature of such rank? With his 8th transformation power effortlessly locked onto the source of disturbance, Wong Chen, and the fluffy little fox cradled in his arms. The little fox's fluffy appearance, along with the 9 swaying tails behind it, was completely identical to the legendary nine-tailed fox described in ancient texts. Through divine perception, as the academics dean observed this little creature, his expression trembled with awe even as an 8th transformation powerhouse. A monarch-class divine beast dragon, and a cosmic-class divine beast nine-tailed fox. The potential Wang Chen displayed as this colossal beastmaster made even this widely experienced educator's heart shudder with astonishment. However, when he sensed the presence of the Howling Moon Silver Wolf elsewhere, his expression immediately twisted into something peculiar. Damn brat, did this little runt actually reject my Howling Moon Silver Wolf, and gave her to his girlfriend instead? 2 days later, after breakfast, Wang Chen left the temporary dormitory with Bingqing and Susu in tow. The school had already sent notifications via their wristbands. The freshman ranking competition would be held in the plaza of the teaching district. Arriving on foot, the plaza was already packed to the brim, filled from edge to edge with young men and women brimming with youthful energy. Among them were both the 120 freshly enrolled freshmen of Flame Dragon University this year and the sophomore and junior students who had come to join the excitement. The freshmen stood at the center of the square, each radiating intense fighting spirit, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Clearly, they had all geared up to showcase their strength in the upcoming ranking battle, hoping to defeat their competitors and secure the best possible rank. That girl said to you, is she still holding a grudge? Wang Chen had just arrived when he sensed a pair of hostile eyes glaring at him. C2U was staring at him with clenched teeth. Her expression made it look like he'd taken advantage of her and abandoned her. Seeing this, Wang Chen felt he needed to explain himself. Otherwise, if this little brat ever video called his mom and spouted nonsense, his spotless reputation would be completely ruined. However, before he could take a step, he suddenly noticed the atmosphere around him had grown strangely tense. Turning his head, he saw enrollment teacher Mu Weining and a group of even more formidable instructors had somehow encircled him. Their eyes gleamed with covetous green light, staring at him as if he were some rare and priceless treasure. At this moment, under the intense gaze of this group of exceptionally fierce teachers, even Wang Chen, whose nerves were as tough as steel, couldn't help feeling a creeping sense of unease. So terrifying. They look like they're about to devour someone. Teacher Wang Chen, on behalf of the Support Academy, I extend this invitation to you. Name any conditions you desire, as long as you join our academy. Without waiting for Wang Chen's response, Mu Weining stepped forward decisively and seized his hand. As she spoke, her eyes flickered with awe towards the fluffy nine-tailed celestial fox perched on Wang Chen's shoulder. Now she somewhat understood why Wang Chen had seemed so disdainful toward the Howling Moon Silver Wolf earlier. It turned out he had an even more formidable nine-tailed fox waiting in reserve. Compared to cosmic tier divine beasts, legendary tier ones do seem rather underwhelming. Today, the Dean of the Support Academy issued him an ironclad order to recruit Wang Chen into their institution at all costs. But before Wang Chen could respond, Mu Weining, a powerhouse with 5 transformations, found herself elbowed aside by the more formidable teachers crowding around. Chapter 73, Differential Treatment. Hostility from Freshman Peers. Student Wang Chen, with the nine-tailed fox and dragon complementing each other perfectly in attack and support roles, your abilities could only be fully manifested at our Battle Academy. We can meet all your requirements. Moreover, our Battle Academy guarantees that upon reaching your 3rd evolution, we'll provide you with another mythical great beast. Muscling his way to the front with his sturdy physique, the Battle Academy teacher's eyes burned with fervor. Hearing the teacher's offer, Wang Chen nodded slightly in silent approval. Flame Dragon University is divided into 3 distinct colleges based on students' future career paths: the Battle College, the Magic College, and the Support College. As a giant beast tamer, Wang Chen's profession isn't strictly specialized, making him a versatile all-rounder who could join any of the 3 colleges. However, he personally leans toward the Battle College, preferring to charge into melee combat rather than stay back and cast skills from a distance. Seeing the flicker of interest on Wang Chen's face, the surrounding teachers immediately grew anxious. Wang Chen, don't listen to old Baldy Zhao feeding you empty promises. As a beast tamer, especially a giant beast tamer, the experience required for leveling up will become absolutely staggering as you acquire more beast companions. Enrolling in the Combat Academy and following their training methods would significantly slow down your advancement speed. Come to our Magic Academy instead. With just one spell, you'll wipe out entire groups in seconds. Your leveling progress will literally soar. The teacher promises you here that the Magic Academy can not only provide all the resources for your growth but can also offer 2 S-grade skill books. The female teacher from the Magic Academy shoved aside bald Zhao, then promptly took out 2 skill books, waving them in her hand with an air of utmost sincerity. After her, the surrounding teachers also spoke up for their respective academies, appealing to emotions and offering lucrative incentives. The glow of high-grade skill books and equipment dazzled Wong Chen to the point of dizziness. Teachers, how about I wait until after the ranking battle to make my decision? Seeing the teachers around him practically itching to drag him away immediately, a wry smile appeared on Wang Chen's face. Too enthusiastic. Alright, no rush. You still have time to think, just remember never to choose those reckless brutes. No problem, this does concern your future path after all. But I believe you'll choose our Combat Academy. You're a born fighter, kid. Why would you want to hang with those pretty boys? The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement while glaring at each other with strong competitive tension. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen could only shake his head with a bitter smile. After saying his goodbyes, he headed toward the area where the new students were gathered. Meanwhile, the freshmen standing at the center of the square watched the figure emerging from the encircling teachers, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Why? Here they stood alone, without even a single teacher showing interest in them, while Wang Chen received such overwhelming attention. Among the freshmen, 7 exceptionally outstanding men and women stood out like cranes among chickens as they looked at Wang Chen, their faces revealing obvious hostility. These 7 individuals were the most highly regarded contenders for the top spot in this year's freshman ranking competition, all of them top scholars from their respective provinces. What do you all think? Asked one of the 7, an ordinary-looking young man with a burly frame. His name was Zhao Li, a level 60 paladin, a special class hailing from Sulphur Moon Province. Just a cheap show-off. So what if he controls 2 giant beasts? A nobody from a commoner background, the higher they lift him now, the harder he'll fall. A young man with a frosty demeanor standing nearby shook his head disdainfully and said, "This man's name is Zhou Wu, the top scorer of Mingguang Province and born into its most elite family. His strength is on par with Zhao Li's." When Zhou Wu mentioned Wang Chen's background, one of the 7 girls sneered. Exactly, his level is only 40, not even in the first tier among freshmen. His equipment and skills are far inferior to ours. Let's see how he keeps his face at Yanlong University once he ranks at the bottom in the placement battles. Exactly. Hearing this, another girl among the 7 also nodded and said sarcastically, "We all received SSS tier evaluations, yet the teachers show such favoritism. I'm afraid once the ranking battles conclude, they'll be the ones looking ridiculous. There will be arena matches during the ranking battles. When the time comes, we must thoroughly teach Wang Chen a lesson and make those teachers understand who the true prodigies really are." Hearing her words, even those nearby who hadn't intended to join the conversation couldn't help but show displeasure on their faces. The girl was right, they had all received SSS rank evaluations, yet the disparity between them was now so glaring that it was almost impossible to accept. "You're quite popular, aren't you?" Wang Chen walked over to the freshman area and stood still, while Sitayu's words carried a veiled meaning. Hearing this, Wang Chen glanced at the hostile gazes directed his way from those around him and helplessly rubbed his nose. Just 2 days into school, and had already managed to draw the ire of practically every freshman. This is probably a unique case even at Yanlong University. Yet regarding this, apart from feeling somewhat helpless, he harbored no fear whatsoever. Hatred or affection, what concern were they of his? He came to Yanlong University to enhance his own strength, not to build social connections. Only sheep and cattle travel in herds, beasts of prey always walk alone. Wang Chen said with literary flourish, then turned his gaze to Sitayu's shoulder. "You've contracted the Howling Moon Silver Wolf? What's the little fellow called now?" "Snowball." Sitayu shot Wang Chen a glare and deliberately turned her head away. "What a shame, the beast is a pervert," she muttered under her breath. Hearing her words, Wang Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. Damn, this topic just won't die. But now he had no time to explain. As the two spoke, a woman draped in a flowing magical robe ascended the high platform at the center of the square. Silence. With a mere tap of her staff, an invisible wave instantly hushed the clamor across the square. In that moment, every face turned toward her with eager anticipation. "Attention everyone," the announcement boomed. The ranking battle consists of 2 parts, dungeon conquest and arena duels. Your final ranking will be determined by the average of your highest scores in both segments. The top 50 will enter the freshman leaderboard and receive corresponding reward benefits. For the others, you will only receive basic compensation for the next month. I am teacher Sun Miao from the College of Magic, responsible for adjudicating the dungeon challenge segment. If there are no objections, then let the ranking battle begin. Instructor Sun Miao swept her gaze across the freshmen present and, seeing no one speak up, decisively raised her magical staff. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Violent magical energies erupted skyward from the staff, instantly stirring up winds and clouds across the square. A colossal light gate instantly materialized before all the incoming students. Chapter 74, Am I Actually a Fake Genius? Yanlong University Plaza. As the massive light gate appeared, information abruptly surfaced in the minds of all new students. Instance Dungeon, Beast-Tide Assault. Instance Dungeon Rank, Silver Tier. Minimum entry level for Instance Dungeon, Level 30. Dungeon difficulty options, Easy, Normal, Hard, Hell. Dungeon Instance Admission, Single Player Only. Dungeon Instance Description, An endless tide of beasts approaches, Brave Professional. Will you hold your ground until the end, or be torn to pieces by the swarming monsters? A Silver Tier Dungeon Instance? After reviewing the abruptly appearing information, a fiery glint flashed in Wong Chen's eyes. He hadn't forgotten the gains from the college entrance exam dungeon instance. Now that a higher tier dungeon instance had appeared, he couldn't wait to discover what rewards awaited him. Without hesitation, he willed it instantly and directly chose the hell level difficulty. In the next second, his body vanished from the plaza. At that moment, the surrounding freshmen all made the same choice as he did. In an instant, the plaza became completely empty. Next, the solitary giant light gate twisted and transformed as Judge Sun Miao waved his magic staff, morphing into a massive screen that floated above the square. This screen was divided into 120 grids, each corresponding to a freshman. At last, it begins. Guess who's going to be this year's top freshman? I'll bet on Jolly without hesitation that Guy's skills are undoubtedly at the pinnacle among all the newcomers. As the massive screen materialized in the sky, the upperclassmen encircling the square instantly buzzed with excitement. The annual freshman ranking battle has always been the school's signature event, with many people setting up betting pools at this moment, aiming to seize the chance to earn a hefty sum of credits. I choose Wong Chen. He possesses 2 divine-tier beast companions. Just now, the teachers from the 3 major academies nearly came to blows competing for him. He undoubtedly has what it takes to claim the top spot. At this moment, someone placed a heavy bet on Wong Chen. That's not necessarily true. His level is too low. A 20-level gap can't be bridged, not even by divine beasts. But as soon as he finished speaking, someone nearby objected. Zhao still has the greatest hope of reaching the summit. A level 60 paladin, capable of both offense and defense, with healing abilities to boot, he alone is equivalent to an entire party. He's practically tailor-made for this monster surge dungeon. Hearing his words, many of the upperclassmen around nodded in agreement. Exactly, the paladin class is basically broken, high damage, high defense, and self-healing to boot. I'm betting on Zhao too. The Inferno difficulty level of the Secret Realm Dungeon's Beast-Tide Onslaught requires facing 9 waves of beast attacks, and challengers cannot use any recovery items. Zhao definitely has a tremendous advantage here. What? The paladin class is this powerful? Did I just make a huge miscalculation then? In that instant, the senior student who had previously placed a bet on Wong Chen immediately began to feel deep regret. Yet while this lively debate was happening among the students, the teachers observing from the platform maintained an eerily unanimous opinion. The teachers from the 3 major academies who had been frantically competing for Wong Chen earlier were now sitting upright in their chairs, their gazes firmly fixed on the area of the screen belonging to Wong Chen, paying no attention to anyone else. Tap tap tap. When Judge Sun Miao, who was presiding over the first segment, walked back in, this was the bizarre yet harmonious scene that greeted her. So it seems you all have great confidence in this little fellow? Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but ask. Of course. Teacher Sun, you've just returned from the battlefield of all heavens and don't yet know how terrifying Wong Chen really is. He set an unprecedented record by clearing the college entrance exam's secret dimensional dungeon in just 1 minute. This is the future star of our battle academy. Teacher Zhao from the combat academy looked utterly astonished upon hearing this, then chuckled mischievously, as if envisioning some delightful scene. 1 minute? Hearing his words, Sun Miao couldn't help but widen her eyes. The Dragon Kingdom's college entrance examination secret realm dungeon has remained unchanged for so many years that she was fully aware of just how terrifying this result was. To put it in perspective, back in her day, she had also been the province's top scorer, yet even she had taken a full 10 minutes and 20 seconds to clear the dungeon. Wong Chen's time was more than 10 times faster than hers. Am I a fake genius? Sun Miao began to doubt his own existence. At that moment, as the Combat Academy teacher's words fell, "Get out! Xiao Baldi, have you no shame? Wong Chen is clearly the rising star of our Magic Academy." The Magic Academy teacher nearby immediately took offense, shooting a venomous glare in his direction. The tension became palpable in an instant, on the verge of escalating into physical confrontation once again. All right. Awakened by the commotion between the two parties, Sun Miao stood between them with a mix of amusement and exasperation, saying, You don't need to be quite so obvious about your fondness for this little guy. You should also consider the feelings of the other freshmen. Humph. What do their feelings have to do with me? The beautiful magic instructor rolled her eyes at these words. Exactly. Is it really that hard to admit someone's better than you? Wong Chen here surpasses them tenfold. Surprisingly, the combat instructor chimed in agreement with the magic instructor's remark. Witnessing this scene, Sun Miao felt thoroughly exhausted. These freshmen have grown smoothly and will at least become fifth-class professionals in the future. Why does it sound like trash when it comes out of your mouths? Muttering to himself, Sun Miao turned his gaze to a tall, straight figure on the screen. How long do you think Wong Chen will take to clear all 9 waves of beasts? She asked with hopeful anticipation. 9 minutes. After all, his level is currently a weak point, and the nine-tailed fox spirit was just recently contracted. 9 minutes must be his limit. After pondering for a moment, Professor Zhao of the Combat Academy spoke, and beside him, the teacher from the Magic Academy also nodded in agreement. That's not bad at all. 9 minutes, that's already an achievement many freshmen can only reach in their second semester. Sun Miao remarked with some emotion. Reminder, Challenger Wong Chen, you have successfully entered the Silver Tier Dungeon Instance Beast-Tide Assault. Current selected difficulty level, Hell Mode. Current Dungeon Instance Challengers, Solo. Current Dungeon Instance Monster Waves, 9 waves. The Town Portal Scroll has been automatically issued. Should you encounter life-threatening danger, Challenger, please use it with caution. Wishing you success in clearing the Secret Realm dungeon. As space and time shifted, Wong Chen felt solid ground beneath his feet once more, just as the voice of the dungeon spirit echoed in his ears. 9 waves? Excitement flickered across Wong Chen's face. The more waves there were, the better. More monsters appearing meant greater rewards upon clearing the stage. Perhaps by clearing this dungeon instance, I can level Bingqing to the threshold of advancement. Chapter 75 Shock. Susu's First Strike. Inside the dungeon instance, Wong Chen scanned his surroundings with eager anticipation, quietly waiting for monsters to appear. His current position was a vast open space, completely empty without any obstacles. The ground was a dusky red, littered with scars from violent battles. Wong Chen observed carefully and could still detect a faint smell of blood in the air. He guessed these dark red stains were likely caused by large amounts of soaked blood. Roar! As he was observing his surroundings, a savage roar rang in his ears. Boom! 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 The next second, deafening footsteps erupted simultaneously as clouds of dust surged in the distance. An unknown number of creatures were approaching at terrifying speed. At the same time, first wave of beast tide commencing. Monster count, 50. Challengers, prepare yourselves. The Dungeon Realm's notification rang out in unison. Finally, they're here. As he watched the approaching horde of monsters in the distance, Wong Chen's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Wah! The 2 little creatures, sensing his mood, couldn't help but let out chirps of their own. Bingqing even took flight directly, her wings beating as she soared into midair. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry echoed as she directly assumed her battle stance. As for little Susu, the tiny creature leaped onto Wong Chen's head, its 9 tails waving incessantly, looking utterly unyielding. Unlike the extreme frost dragon, the 9-tailed heavenly fox maintains this petite form before reaching adulthood unless activating its world-ending 9-tails destruction skill. After the 2 little creatures made their preparations, the 50 charging monsters became clearly visible to Wong Chen's eyes. This was a group of 2-meter-tall creatures that resembled massively enlarged, bipedal cats. They had sharp teeth and razor-sharp claws, with each breath exhaling a foul stench that surged toward Wong Chen and the 2 little ones. Cat demons? Seeing these monsters appear, Wong Chen casually cast an inspection spell. Monster, Brutal Cat Demon. Level, 50. Combat style, melee. Skills, bite, charge, claw strike. Type, common. Starting with level 50 monsters right away? Seeing the information fed back by his identification skill, Wong Chen's face broke into a smile. These were all walking experience point piñatas. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Wong Chen was feeling excited, the cat demons who had rushed over instantly surrounded him and launched an attack without hesitation. Ah woo! At that moment, Susu, the 9-tailed celestial fox lying on her master's head, suddenly opened her mouth and let out a roar, enchanting the masses. Buzz buzz! The sonic waves in this moment took on a pinkish hue, instantly enveloping an area of several dozen meters and trapping all the cat demons within. Ha! The cat demon poised to attack suddenly grew restless, halting its advance. Roar! Their eyes took on an eerie peach-pink hue as they turned toward their companions, unleashing utterly maddened howls. Then, whoosh, 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 they launched attacks against their comrades without any hesitation. First wave of monsters annihilated. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 10 seconds. Challenger, prepare yourself. Wong Chen was completely dumbfounded upon hearing the system prompt sound in his ears. Su-su-ah, can you save one for me? Holding the 9-tailed celestial fox Su-su on his head tightly in his arms, Wong Chen wore a helpless expression. I was all geared up for a bloody massacre. So you just used one skill and all these cat demons committed suicide? That was ridiculously fast. Wang Chen's eyes widened slightly as he muttered to himself in shock. The little guy's debut had given him quite the pleasant surprise. This enchant all beings skill is simply divine for dealing with cannon fodder. Woo woo. Hearing her master's words, Susu flicked her tail smugly, as if saying, look how amazing I am, praise me. But her moment of pride lasted less than a second before the boss lady ruthlessly suppressed it. The icy dragon's claw reached over, effortlessly lifting her high with just 2 fingers. Bloody hell! What just happened? How could it be so fast? Among the senior students watching from the periphery of the square, one suddenly let out an incredulous exclamation, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. At the focal point of his gaze, the number displayed on one of the grids had directly changed from 1 to 2. Hearing his exclamation, everyone around immediately followed his gaze, just in time to see Wang Chen's designated grid. Hiss! And in the next second, the surrounding crowd nearly sucked all the air out of the plaza. Everyone's faces showed looks of utter disbelief, as if they had witnessed the most inconceivable thing in the world. This has to be a lie. From the moment the first wave of monsters appeared until now, not even 10 seconds, and they're all instantly wiped out. How is this even possible? 50 cat demons, even if they just stood still letting you slash them, it would take way longer than 10 seconds to kill them all. One senior after another muttered in disbelief, their expressions twisting with indescribable complexity. None of them were particularly surprised that Wang Chen had passed the first wave. After all, he had earned admission to Yanlong University as the provincial top scorer, so he clearly had what it took. Handling a mere 50 level 50 monsters would naturally be a breeze for him, but solving it this quickly was beyond their wildest expectations. After all, every single one of them, without exception, couldn't have handled these level 50 cat demons as swiftly as Wang Chen did when they first entered this secret realm during their freshman year. This is fucking insane. Up on the high platform, even the stern teachers from the 3 great academies were stunned speechless. Gentle-mannered Sun Miao couldn't help but let out an uncharacteristic curse. She had barely blinked twice at the grid when Wang Chen had already wiped out the first wave of monsters. Did anyone keep count? How long did he take? At that moment, she turned around rather ungracefully, shooting a venomous glare at Battle Academy's teacher Zhao, who had clearly been prepared for this outcome. 8 seconds. Teacher Zhao, clutching a counter in his hand, spoke in a slightly trembling voice. To be honest, he was shocked too. Although he had anticipated that Wang Chen would perform exceptionally in the secret realm dungeon, he never expected it to be this outstanding. When he pressed the stop button on the counter just now, he felt like his heart was about to stop beating. 8 seconds. Those were 50 cat demons, not 50 ants. Ha 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 ha. This must be the innate skill of a 9-tailed fox. Just look at this incredibly powerful beast companion. If Wang Chen doesn't join our Magic Academy, it would be such a waste. The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy was so excited she kept slapping her thighs, her face flushing with excitement. Absolutely magnificent. Right after forming the contract, with just one skill unleashed, he could charm 50 cat demons into killing each other. This 9-tailed fox, this Wang Chen, is simply destined to cross paths with their Magic Academy. Yet what these teachers don't know is that the shock Wang Chen is about to bring them has only just begun. Chapter 76, Instant Defeat of All, an Astonished Crowd. The second wave. The ferocious dragon unleashed a breath attack, instant annihilation. Third wave. Endless frost solidified the battlefield, total wipeout. Fourth wave. A pink glow enveloped the entire field, instant annihilation. When the number above Wang Chen's grid, representing the wave of beast tide he had endured, changed to 8, the entire plaza of Yanlong University had fallen utterly silent. Ouch! Only the sound of sharply drawn breaths rose in waves, as if orchestrated, one after another. At this moment, everyone was stunned, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. Less than 3 minutes had passed since Wang Chen entered the secret realm dungeon, and he had already reached the 8th wave. Is this not a joke? What kind of monstrosity is this? Less than 3 minutes to reach the 8th wave? Damn! Back when I was almost done with my freshman year, I could barely make it to the 5th wave in 3 minutes. How is this even possible? I was level 70 with 2 job advancements at the time. Hell no! Even if I went in right now, there's no way I could reach the 8th wave that fast. The surrounding upperclassmen started questioning their lives, especially the sophomores, who couldn't help but roar at the sky in frustration. 3 minutes to break through to the 8th wave. This was an achievement utterly beyond their imagination. Probably only the top 30 among our sophomore class could achieve such terrifying results, right? Fortunately, 3-turn players can't enter silver tier instance dungeons, otherwise getting our rankings trampled by a freshman who just enrolled, we'd never live down the shame. This Wang Chen might actually break the record set by the legendary White God back in the day. Amidst the chorus of discussions, every upper-class student wore expressions of utter astonishment. Especially upon hearing the words White God, they were both shocked and filled with immensely complicated gazes. White God. By Zitting. a renowned 8th-rank powerhouse of Dragon Country, one of the commanding generals in Dragon Country's battle zone of the Heavenly Battlefield, and the most outstanding graduate of Flame Dragon University. Although he had long since graduated and left the university, he still had many admirers at Flaming Dragon University, especially the numerous records he had set, which remained insurmountable peaks for countless students. To this day, the clear time record for the Silver Tier Dungeon Raid Beast-Tide Assault is still held by Zitting. Back then, as a mere second evolution player, he had cleared the Silver Tier Dungeon Beast-Tide Assault in just 5 minutes. This record had stood unbroken at Flame Dragon University for 20 years. But today, someone finally surpassed it, and it was a freshman. How could this not stir mixed emotions among the upperclassmen? 2 minutes and 36 seconds. On the high platform, Instructor Zhao from the Combat Academy clenched the counter tightly, his lips trembling as he spoke. Just 6 simple words, yet they carried a significance that left everyone in shock. The current highest clearance record for the Secret Realm was set by Boss by at 3 minutes and 6 seconds when he reached the 8th wave. Wong Chen has already surpassed that time by 30 seconds. The 5-minute record definitely won't hold, he might even compress it to under 4 minutes. Beside them, the beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy didn't look any better. Compared to those senior students, she could perceive even more keenly how terrifying this achievement was. After all, those seniors only knew Zitting through hearsay in school records. But she had been in the same year as Zitting. For 3 years at school, plus 1 year of training on the battlefield across realms, she had lived under the shadow of Zitting's invincibility. Now, for a freshman to challenge Zitting's record even if it was Wong Chen, whom she held in extremely high regard, filled her with utter disbelief. Zitting was an 8th transformation powerhouse in his prime, with the potential to reach the 9th transformation or even ascend to godhood one day. Teacher Sun Miao thought of a certain arrogance-filled individual, and her expression twisted into something indescribably strange. When I returned from the battlefields of the myriad realms, Marshal Bai swore to me that the records he left at Yanlong University wouldn't be broken for at least another decade. I wonder what he'll think when this news reaches his ears. Guess his face is gonna get swollen from all the slaps. While the outside world was in shock, Wong Chen quietly awaited the arrival of the 8th wave of monsters. To be honest, the first 7 waves hadn't posed the slightest challenge to him. He hadn't even needed to lift a finger. Little Bingqing and Susu had effortlessly handled them all. Can't you two leave one for me to stretch my limbs? Having been sidelined as a mere spectator, Wong Chen couldn't help but shoot a resentful glance at his beast companion. This is so frustrating. You took care of all the monsters while I just stood by doing nothing. Do I, as the master, not deserve some dignity? Woo-woo. Next time for sure. The little rascals glanced at him and responded with perfunctory indifference. Witnessing this scene, Wong Chen rolled his eyes helplessly, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to teach these 2 little guys a lesson about a master's authority. However, roar! A piercing roar echoed as the 8th wave of monster troops arrived on the battlefield. I'll let you two off for now. Kicking Bingqing's thigh that was thicker than his entire body, Wong Chen turned his gaze toward the horde of monsters rushing forward. The 8th wave of monsters consisted of 50 trolls. These creatures, whose exact kinship with fallen demons remained unclear, stood over 5 meters tall, their bodies glowing with an eerie green hue. Ferocious tusks and bone spikes protruding from their bodies gleamed with razor-sharp edges at the tips. Monster, Troll Warrior. Level, 60. Combat style, melee. Skills, charge, frenzied stomp, savage howl. Type, common. Monster, Troll Warrior. Level, 60. Combat style, melee. Skills, wild charge, collision, mad trample, savage howl. Type, elite. Unlike the previous waves, under the detection scan, 10 of the 50 trolls emitted a faint blue glow. These 10 beings are precisely what professionals often refer to as elite monsters. They differ from mutations. While mutations resemble genetic anomalies where wild monsters awaken special abilities, elites are enhanced versions of ordinary ones. Normally speaking, at the same level, an elite wild monster's strength is approximately double that of an ordinary wild monster. Apart from these 3 types, wild monsters also include 2 special categories, chieftains and overlords, commonly referred to as minor and major bosses by professionals. However, Wong Chen had yet to encounter such wild boss monsters, so we'll set them aside for now. Roar, roar, roar. The instant 50 trolls surrounded them, they immediately launched their attack without hesitation. Thud, thud, thud. The thunderous footsteps made the ground tremble. It's finally my turn to take action. Seizing the moment while Bingqing and Susu remained inactive, Wong Chen darted forward with a lightning-quick sword dash. Chapter 77. Is this something we can watch without paying? Swish! In the blink of an eye, Wong Chen appeared right in front of a troll with his instantaneous sword thrust. Roar! Seeing the human appearing before it, the troll let out a frenzied roar and opened its jaws, ready to swallow the human whole. But at that very moment, a cold gleam flashed before its eyes as it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its neck. Before it could process what had happened, it saw the dim sky above and a headless body beneath. Is that my body? The troll only had time for that fleeting thought before its consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Meanwhile, Wong Chen, having just beheaded a troll with a single sword stroke, pressed onward without pause. The instant his foot touched the ground, his body shot forward again. Double strike. He stood once more in the path of an oncoming troll, swinging his sword to sever its head. Roar, roar, roar. Only after all this was done did the charging trolls around them snap back to reality. They glared at the human who had instantly slain two of their comrades and let out savage howls, frenziedly closing in, eager to tear this human limb from limb. Arg! But the moment they moved, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly resonated in their ears. Before the words faded, a chill capable of freezing souls enveloped them. Whoosh! 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 Bingqing flapped her wings, soaring into the air, and without hesitation unleashed a frosty breath upon the trolls surrounding her master. Boom! The violent force instantly tore apart the 10 trolls closest to Wong Chen. Seeing these creatures reduced to scattered debris, a wry smile appeared on Wong Chen's face as he dispersed the prepared windblade spell in his hand. Dare to snatch kills from their master? That little rascal Bingqing is utterly rebellious. Just as he was silently fuming in his heart, the softly cooing Susu perched atop his head let out a competitive cry. Woo woo! With that sound, a peach-pink mist instantly enveloped all the remaining trolls present. Roar! Amidst the frenzied howls, the remaining trolls turned their crimson eyes toward their own companions and launched reckless attacks without hesitation. 2 trolls even pinned their comrades to the ground, engaging in what could generously be called the discussion of life's continuance. The spectacle was utterly eye-searing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wong Chen swung his hand, unleashing 2 colossal wind blades that sliced several trolls clean in half. Wincing slightly, he plucked the 9-tailed heavenly fox, Susu, from atop his head. He hadn't paid much attention during the earlier waves of enemies, but upon spotting those 2 trolls, it suddenly clicked. The 9-tailed heavenly fox's alluring seduction skill didn't just induce chaotic infighting among foes, it also carried indecent side effects. If this skill were ever unleashed on humans mid-battle and triggered that particular effect, the aftermath was too horrifying to contemplate. Wah! The little one looked at its master with a puzzled expression. You are... Staring at the utterly innocent little creature before him, Wong Chen opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more. The power of this skill is undeniable. If you refuse to use it just because of a minor special effect, you'd have to be out of your damn mind. It's nothing. Nicely done. Patting Susu's head, Wong Chen raised his eyes to survey their surroundings. Under the combined efforts of Susu and Bingqing, only a few trolls remained from the 8th wave. Damn, only 4 trolls out of 50 claimed. Wong Chen heaved a sigh, feeling the road ahead was still long and arduous. Shit, this is too much for my eyes. Is this something we get to see for free? As the images of troll reproduction appeared, strange shouts erupted from the crowd watching intently at the screens outside. Most of the veteran students, especially the girls, lowered their heads with flushed faces, though some individuals wore unmistakably excited expressions. Are the 9-tailed fox's skills really that terrifying? Indiscriminate fratricide, combined with this current effect. Who would dare fight against Wong Chen from now on? Even if you win, you'd probably suffer social death. When those few trolls were slain, the senior students exchanged glances, their expressions turning equally bizarre in unison. The impact of that moment just now was truly overwhelming. They could hardly imagine how they would handle it if that had happened to them. This was no longer a matter of winning or losing. Never provoke Wong Chen. At this moment, the same thought involuntarily surfaced in the minds of all the senior students. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform overlooking the square, the observing teachers wore uniformly peculiar expressions. The formidable power of the 9-tailed heavenly fox chilled even their seasoned hearts. Should we revise the rules for the upcoming arena competition segment? Teacher Sun Miao's face flushed red as she tapped the ground with her magic staff to capture everyone's attention. If Wong Chen's 9-tailed fox had used that move against an opponent in the tournament, it would have undoubtedly ruined the reputation of our Yanlong University. That's right. The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy nodded with lingering fear, as the impact of what had just happened was far too shocking for her. If a student were hit by this move and unfortunately had the depravity status stacked on them, they'd likely collapse on the spot. This wasn't just a physical blow, it would devastate the soul itself. How about this? We secretly compensate Wong Chen with something, then prohibit him from fielding the 9-tailed fox in the second stage's arena battles. Anyway, given the strength he's already displayed, missing one beast companion wouldn't affect his ranking. Beside them, Instructor Zhao from the Combat Academy pondered for a moment before making a suggestion. Excellent. As soon as he finished speaking, all the surrounding instructors nodded in agreement. Then it's settled. Seeing this, Judge Sun Miao also nodded in agreement, then gazed with a tinge of awe at the tall, straight-backed figure on the screen. In the freshman ranking battle, he was unanimously deemed by all the teachers to have his strength restricted. In the 600-year history of Yanlong University, Wong Chen was truly the first of his kind. At this moment when the outside world was stunned, within the secret dungeon, Wong Chen had already clashed with the ninth wave of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Amid intense tremors, 20 elite monsters, accompanied by 30 regular ones, surged toward Wang Chen from all directions. Unlike the massive trolls before, these monsters were similar in size to an average adult. But just because they became smaller doesn't mean their strength diminished. These creatures emitted even more formidable auras. Even their ordinary monsters could rival the elite trolls from the 8th wave in strength. Yet, Wang Chen's expression remained utterly unfazed by this. Against these two primordial divine beasts, these trash-tier monsters made no difference no matter how many came. Boom, boom, boom. The two little creatures kept attacking relentlessly, and in the blink of an eye, over half of the charging monsters were already dead or wounded. Swiftly, following behind to finish off the stragglers, Wang Chen soon completely annihilated all 50 monsters of the 9th wave. Chapter 78, Another Massive Power Surge. Ding! Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, for clearing the Beast-Tide Onslaught's Secret Realm Dungeon. Settlement in progress, please wait. Inside the Secret Realm Dungeon, when the last monster of the 9th wave was pierced through the heart by Wang Chen's sword, a mechanical prompt from the Secret Realm Dungeon simultaneously rang in his ears. It's done! Flicking the blood off his long sword, Wang Chen's face revealed an expression of anticipation. This was a silver-tier Secret Realm Dungeon. What kind of rewards would it bring him? As I silently pondered in my heart, the mechanical prompt of the Secret Realm Dungeon rang out again. Ding! Calculation complete. Congratulations, Challenger Wang Chen, for perfectly clearing the Secret Realm Dungeon Beast-Tide Assault. Current dungeon difficulty, Hell level. Clear time, 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Overall rating, SSS, highest. Congratulations Challenger Wang Chen, your results have successfully broken the Silver Tier Dungeon Beast-Tide Assault clearance record. Settlement rewards upgraded by 1 tier. A new record? After hearing the prompt in his ear, Wang Chen's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. He had expected his results to be good, but never imagined he would break the clearance record for the secret dungeon instance. However, the astonishment in his heart quickly faded, replaced by an excited expression on his face. Reward settlement level increased by 1. It looks like I'm going to get some extra bonuses this time. Dingqing and Susu, both of you come here quickly, let me absorb some of your lucky aura. After calling out to the little ones and rubbing their shoulders for good luck, Wang Chen turned his expectant gaze toward the treasure chest materializing before him. Just like in the Gokao Secret Realm Dungeon, it was still the multicolored treasure chest. However, the radiance enveloping the chest was slightly richer than during the Gokao Secret Realm, seemingly hinting that the rewards inside would be even more generous. Without hesitation, after absorbing all the luck auras, Wang Chen directly chose to open the multicolored treasure chest. In an instant, dazzling light flooded his vision as items emerged one by one. As the probing skill swept over, the attributes of these items appeared before Wang Chen's eyes. 10 million experience points, 200 free attribute points, 200 free skill points, platinum tier equipment, serrated longsword, platinum tier equipment, enchanted ring, A-rank magical material, razorfiend's horn. After examining the attributes of these items, Wang Chen held his breath without realizing it. Bountiful. Simply too bountiful. 10 million experience points, divided equally into 3 portions for absorption, instantly boosted his current level to 45. Bing Qing's level also soared directly to level 40, the limit of her current growth cycle. As for the nine-tailed celestial fox Susu, due to its low level, it directly soared by 15 levels in one go. In just an instant, Wang Chen could feel an even more powerful energy surging through his body. This sensation almost intoxicated him. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the attribute panels for himself and the little ones. Dingqing, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 2200, Intelligence 2200, Physique 2200, Agility 2200. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Susu, 4-dimensional attributes, Strength 1050, Intelligence 1750, Physique 1050, Agility 1150. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Both little fellows experienced explosive growth in their 4-dimensional attributes, especially Susu, whose attributes nearly doubled across the board except for intelligence. Driven by their attribute growth, Wang Chen distributed 200 free attribute points evenly and also saw a significant boost in his strength. Wang Chen, Strength, 520 plus 260 points. Intelligence, 590 plus 10 points. Strength, 520 plus 150 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 170 points. Unallocated attribute points, 0 points. Unallocated skill points, 350 points. Even without equipment bonuses, his single attribute had already broken through the 500-point threshold. If he were to encounter Zhou Zibo from Tsinghua University again now, a single flash sword strike would undoubtedly send the opponent flying. As for skill points, Wang Chen still planned to keep saving them. He still hadn't used his qualification to enter the school treasury and select a skill book. After choosing his desired skill, he would decide how to allocate these skill points. Swinging his fist in satisfaction, Wong Chen shifted his gaze to several other heavyweight rewards. Grade A magical material, Razor Demon's Horn. There was no need to elaborate. Grade A materials on the market were all worth over 10 million, and selling this could replenish his little stash of funds. Putting away the materials, Wong Chen turned his eager gaze to the final two pieces of equipment. Platinum grade equipment. This was absolutely the highest tier gear he'd ever seen in his entire life. Had he not broken the record, these two pieces of platinum grade equipment would likely never have appeared. The market value of these two pieces was estimated to exceed hundreds of millions in gold coins. Moreover, they were priceless and impossible to purchase, as this equipment was exclusively dropped in dungeon raids and perfectly matched Wong Chen's level. In today's day and age, finding low-level platinum-grade equipment on the market is nearly impossible. Treasures of this tier had long been claimed by major factions, reserved for their younger generation. Without hesitation, Wong Chen immediately cast an appraisal skill on the two pieces of platinum equipment. Equipment, serrated longsword. Type, weapon. Grade, platinum. Level requirement, 45. Attributes, strength plus 200, constitution plus 100, speed plus 100. Enchantment effects, 1. Increases attack damage by 10%. 2. Inflicts bleeding effect. Wounds caused by the serrated longsword receive 50% reduced healing. Equipment, enchanted ring. Type, accessory. Grade, platinum. Level requirement, 45. Attributes, strength plus 100, constitution plus 100, agility plus 100, intelligence plus 100. Enchantment effects, 1. Increases stamina recovery rate by 20%. 2. Weapon enchantment, temporarily grants the weapon an enchantment effect, increasing attack range, duration, 10 minutes, once per day. Excellent, excellent. After examining the attributes of both pieces of equipment, Wong Chen's face was full of delight. Both pieces of equipment were remarkably powerful, and their appearances perfectly matched his aesthetic tastes. The serrated greatsword in particular was truly awe-inspiring, measuring a full 2 meters in length with razor-sharp teeth lining its blade. Though the enchanted ring appeared unassuming, its magical properties filled Wong Chen with unexpected delight. By extending his weapon's attack range, it vastly expanded his combat capabilities. After equipping both items, his stats elevated once more, now displaying Strength, 520 plus 530 points. Intelligence, 590 plus 100 points. Physique, 520 plus 350 points. Agility, 530 plus 5 plus 250 points. Having just checked his vastly improved attributes once more, a surge of spatial energy enveloped him. The next instant, he and the two little creatures vanished directly from the dungeon instance. Chapter 79, Is it so hard to acknowledge someone's excellence? 3 minutes and 46 seconds. The square of Yanlong Academy fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the dimmed grid on the massive screen displaying that time, all rendered speechless. This was an utterly terrifying result, so terrifying that at first glance, it shattered their entire worldview. A freshman just enrolled cleared a silver-tier dungeon instance in less than 4 minutes. Before today, no one had ever imagined that someone could achieve such a terrifying record. The sophomore and junior students watching felt their breath catch in their throats at this moment. Even at the end of their freshman year, the time they'd taken to clear the silver-tier dungeon Beast-Tide Assault was still more than double Wong Chen's current record. The eerie silence lingered for an unknown duration until Wong Chen's figure was teleported out of the secret realm dungeon, standing at the center of the square. Only then did someone snap out of it, trembling as they uttered a voice. Is this fake? Am I dreaming? How does this Wong Chen possess such terrifying strength? Even if contracted with 2 divine beast-level pets, it shouldn't be possible like this. That was the record previously set by White God. How could he break it so effortlessly? Could this mean Yanlong University is about to produce another monstrous genius capable of dominating the school in their junior years? What a freak! As they watched that upright figure, the surrounding crowd erupted in waves of astonished discussion, every face displaying expressions of utter disbelief. All of this simply defied their wildest imagination. At this moment, the expressions of the teachers from the 3 major colleges of Yanlong University on the viewing platform were the same. Although they had anticipated it, when Wong Chen's results truly broke the record, they were still utterly shocked. Such terrifying potential was something they had never witnessed before, even after mentoring countless geniuses over the years. This kid's future achievements will definitely surpass even Bai Shuai's. Teacher Sun Miao, the judge, said with a tinge of astonishment. At this moment, Wong Chen was already standing at the center of the square, while the students who had entered the secret realm dungeon at the same time as him, including Zhao Li, Zhou Wu, and other provincial top scorers who were progressing the fastest, had only just reached the 5th wave. The gap between them was beyond words. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but nod in agreement, their gazes full of awe as they turned toward the composed and upright young man at the center of the square. At this moment, they were not only shocked by the strength Wong Chen had displayed, but also astonished by the young man's calm demeanor. To achieve such an earth-shattering feat and remain so composed, this temperament was something many among them likely couldn't match. I'll go have a word with him about the tournament situation. In the meantime, discuss what kind of compensation we should offer him. Sun Miao glanced back at the crowd on the viewing platform, then dashed forward, reappearing instantly on the plaza. Hello, teacher. Seeing teacher Sun Miao suddenly appear before him, Wong Chen politely greeted her. Sun Miao nodded upon hearing this, then said with a complicated tone. Wong Chen, due to the Snowfox's special abilities, the school faculty hopes you won't bring her to participate in the upcoming arena matches. Hearing teacher Sun Miao's words, Wong Chen froze momentarily, his expression turning slightly peculiar. It seems Susu's spectacular display of power in the secret realm dungeon had thoroughly intimidated the teaching staff. Don't worry, teacher, I understand what's at stake. After thinking for a moment, he nodded directly and said, in the upcoming arena matches, Susu won't be taking part. Susu? Hearing this, Sun Miao froze momentarily before shifting his gaze to the nine-tailed fox perched on Wong Chen's shoulder. So that's her name? It actually sounds quite lovely. Nodding in thought, Sun Miao appeared satisfied with Wong Chen's response. Don't worry, the school will compensate you and make sure you don't lose out. Hearing this, a smile spread across Wong Chen's face. There were still benefits to be had? That's not bad at all. In fact, even without teacher Sun Miao's reminder, he had no intention of letting Susu participate in the upcoming arena battles. And it wasn't just Susu, he planned to keep Bingqing seated in the spectator stands as well. These two little rascals had bulldozed their way through the secret realm dungeon. As for the arena matches, those would be left to him, their master. Otherwise, wouldn't those two little ones steal all the spotlight? Alright, we'll prepare a list of compensation items for you to choose from later. Since you're the first to clear the secret realm dungeon, go rest and wait over there for now. After giving Wong Chen a quick instruction, Sun Miao turned and stepped back onto the high platform. After she left, Wong Chen stepped aside and gazed up at the massive screen in the sky, searching for the figure of that sly girl Situyu. Soon, he spotted a familiar figure in one of the lower grid squares. There was Situyu, clad in dazzling leather armor, continuously firing arrows from her longbow. Beside her, a silver-white wolf the size of a calf prowled tirelessly, its fangs severing the throats of any monsters that dared approach. None other than the legendary divine beast, the Howling Moon Silver Wolf. With this guy joining the fight, Situyu is currently performing decently in the secret realm dungeon, having already pushed through to the 5th wave. Alongside the top scorers from other provinces, he stood within the first tier. It looks like this girl won't have any trouble clearing the secret dungeon. After checking on Situyu, Wong Chen couldn't be bothered to look at the others. He calmly found a spot to amuse himself by playing with the two little creatures. 5 minutes later, a flash of light appeared in the square, and a burly figure emerged from the radiance. It was Zhao Li. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his body still radiating an unrelenting fighting spirit, clearly having endured a fierce battle. 9 minutes to clear. This is absolutely the best result among all the incoming freshmen. The teachers are going to be blown away. After landing, Zhao Li silently thought to himself, a smile spreading across his face as he prepared to face the astonished gazes of the crowd. He had long since investigated the best records of past freshman ranking battles, learning that most top clear times for silver tier dungeon instances fell between 9 to 10 minutes. His performance this time could easily rank within the top 20 of all past results. However, just as he was brimming with pride, he noticed the peculiar glances from the senior students. Not a single one showed any admiration for his results. Humph. Seeing this, Zhao Li snorted disdainfully, his face full of contempt. In his view, these senior students must have grown jealous because his trial results were too outstanding. What a bunch of petty people. Is it really so hard to admit someone is better than you? He shook his head disdainfully while thinking silently to himself, then prepared to check others' trial performances. Yet at that very moment, his pupils suddenly contracted as his gaze landed on a figure by the plaza's edge, his expression turning incredulous. Wong Chen? Why is he here now? Chapter 80, what's your rank? You're not even fit to stand beside him. Zhao Li's face was filled with disbelief. He had assumed he was the first to clear the secret realm dungeon and never imagined seeing anyone else after emerging. Thus, when he spotted the tall figure playing with two beast companions at the edge of the square, he froze in shock. However, Zhao Li's expression soon twisted into a cold smirk. Ha ha ha, this guy must have failed the secret dungeon challenge. A guess occurred to him, and he couldn't help but feel cheerful. No wonder the teachers all had such strange expressions, they must have seen Wong Chen fail the challenge and felt ashamed of their earlier behavior. Thinking this, Zhao Li strode toward Wong Chen with a haughty expression. Failing once is no big deal. At Flame Dragon University, geniuses gather from everywhere. It's perfectly acceptable if you go from being top of your class elsewhere to just another face in the crowd here. Zhao Li looked down at Wong Chen with an air of condescension, adopting a lecturing tone. Hearing this, Wong Chen was stunned. What's going on? He looked up, giving Zhao Li a strange look. The guy lifted his chin high, like a peacock flaunting its feathers. Are you mistaken about something? Out of basic politeness, Wong Chen asked somewhat speechlessly. I get it. Hearing his words, Zhao Li nodded proudly with a look of having seen through everything on his face. I'm not comforting you, I'm telling you a fact. At Yenyang University where geniuses gather, it's fine if you're a bit ordinary. There's no need to be so reserved around me. I'm quite easy to talk to, Zhao Li said in a calm tone. Wang Chen's lips twitched slightly as he gave this self-satisfied fellow an odd look. Restrained? I'm restraining my ass. Ha ha ha. I've never seen someone so full of themselves before. Truly befitting of a paladin, your brain's practically drowned in muscle. Does he think he's a joke? Maybe he should check his own status before lecturing others. But before Wang Chen could respond, the senior students who heard Zhao Li's words burst into loud laughter, their faces filled with utter contempt. How amusing. Don't you know your own rank by heart? You took 9 minutes to clear the dungeon raid, what right do you have to stand beside Wang Chen, who broke the record? Hearing the surrounding laughter, Zhao Li's face flushed crimson with rage as he glared fiercely in their direction. Yet these older students were all seasoned veterans, having spent at least a year being polished within the school's halls. Not one of them showed fear, glaring back at him with equal intensity. A bunch of petty, narrow-minded fools. All they know is how to envy my excellence. Sooner or later, I'll knock every last one of you flat. Zhao Li silently thought to himself before turning to pat Wang Chen's shoulder. Classmate Wang Chen, don't you dare associate with these twisted, jealous fellows, or you'll never achieve anything significant in the future. Put. Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a brilliant genius! Where does he get such confidence? Seeing this, Zhao Li's face showed a hint of displeasure, but he said nothing more, shaking his head as he turned to look at the giant screen in the sky. He had originally intended to recruit Wang Chen to his faction during this encounter. After all, a commoner who could claim the top scholar title in Yuanzhang province must possess remarkable innate talent. But unfortunately, Wang Chen, like everyone else, couldn't calmly accept others being better than him. Nowadays, broad-minded people like me are truly too few. Zhao Li sighed as his gaze swept across the giant screen, preparing to see if there were any outstanding individuals. As a scion of a wealthy family, entering Yanlong University wasn't just about pursuing self-improvement. Building connections to recruit talents for his family was equally important. However, when his gaze swept across the giant screen, his expression froze instantly. Holy shit! Someone actually cleared it faster than me? Which goddamn god pulled this off? His gaze fell on a grid in the upper left corner of the giant screen, and Zhao Li exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with absolute astonishment. Though he couldn't see the clearance time, the SSS clearance rating displayed on the grid was glaringly prominent. Moreover, this grid was right next to his own, its 9-minute achievement still lingering unvanished. What other celestial being could it be? He's standing right beside you. Don't even think about comparing yourself to this legend, know your place. Just then, one of the upperclassmen spectators took pity on Zhao Li and offered a warning. The remark instantly drew roaring laughter from the crowd. What? Did you do that? Hearing this voice, Zhao Li turned his head in a daze, staring at the calm-faced youth beside him. Looking at Zhao Li's utterly bewildered expression, Wang Chen nodded calmly. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhao Li's face flushed crimson with blood, burning as if scalded. Had I really been boasting to Wang Chen about my 9-minute clearance time just moments ago? At this moment, recalling his previous behavior, Zhao Li felt nothing but overwhelming shame, wishing he could crawl into a hole and disappear immediately. Damn it! How utterly humiliating! A wave of crushing defeat engulfed Zhao Li at that moment, the surrounding gazes making him feel as though the entire world had abandoned him. Seeing Zhao Li standing there paralyzed, Wang Chen sighed and stepped forward to pat his shoulder in consolation. Don't be disheartened, you've already done very well. 9 minutes is better than all the other initiates. If you work hard from now on, you might even catch a glimpse of my back someday. Hearing his words, Zhao Li's entire body began to tremble. I'm excellent? Just by working hard, I can see your back? Are you trying to comfort me, or are you crushing me? Zhao Li slumped into silence. Wang Chen nodded in satisfaction at the sight, quite pleased with the convincing effect of his persuasion. Look, this guy is so excited that his entire body is trembling. As time passed, the freshmen who had entered the secret realm instance completed their trials one after another, their figures reappearing in the square. Among everyone, apart to the monster Wang Chen, a total of 8 individuals successfully completed the trial within 10 minutes, earning the SSS clearance rating. This included several provincial top scorers like Zhao Li and Zhou Wu, as well as Situ Yu, who had obtained a divine beast as her companion. It must be said that these freshmen truly lived up to their reputation as geniuses selected from across the Dragon Kingdom. Although the others couldn't match the first-tier performers, even under the hellish difficulty of the dungeon, they managed to achieve at least an S-grade rating. After all participants had finished the secret realm trial, the referee, Teacher Sun Miao, waved her magic wand to dismiss the giant screen in the sky and stood directly before the gathered freshmen. All members have completed the first dungeon clearance, and everyone's scores have been recorded in the school's database. Now announcing the rankings and commencing the second phase of the tournament. Chapter 81, All Freshmen's Doubts. Yanlong University Square. As teacher Sun Miao's voice trailed off, a surge of magical energy rose from his body. A luminous screen displaying the initial freshman rankings materialized before everyone's eyes. First place, Wong Chen, clearance time, 3 minutes 46 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, SSS tier. Runner-up, Jelly, clear time, 9 minutes, comprehensive performance rating, SSS tier. 10th place, Sitiyu, clear time, 9 minutes 56 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, SSS. 11th place, Zheng Tai, clear time, 10 minutes 15 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, SS. 50th place, Wu Lingling, clear time, 13 minutes 25 seconds, comprehensive performance rating, S. Gasp! When all the freshmen's eager eyes fell upon the ranking list, the air around the entire square seemed to be momentarily sucked away. What the hell? First, Wong Chen actually cleared the secret realm dungeon in just 3 minutes and 46 seconds? Are you kidding me? That's more than twice as fast as Zhao Li in second place. In an instant, all the freshmen's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. What's going on? At the forefront of the crowd, Zhou Wu and his companions stood dumbfounded in the wind. They had long been prepared for Zhao Li's superior ranking and results compared to theirs. After all, as a paladin, Zhao Li held greater advantages than them in the Beast-Tide Onslaught secret realm instance. But they never expected that Zhao Li wouldn't take first place. It was actually Wang Chen who claimed the top spot. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. These results are completely abnormal. Zhou Wu couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, speaking loudly to Sun Miao. He simply couldn't accept that Wang Chen had taken first place, and with such overwhelmingly impressive results at that. After his words fell, several other provincial top scorers nearby also chimed in. That's right, Teacher Sun Miao. Did Wang Chen cheat in the secret realm dungeon? 3 minutes and 46 seconds to clear it. Even since the founding of Flame Dragon University, there's never been such a terrifying record. I demand to review his video footage from the secret realm dungeon. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Silence. Before Sun Miao could respond to Zhou Wu and the others, a lion-like roar drowned out all the clamor. Instructor Zhao from the Battle Academy strode forward, planting himself directly in front of teacher Sun Miao. Boom! A violent aura erupted from his body, and a terrifying pressure descended upon all the freshmen. In an instant, the few who had been shouting earlier fell silent like ducks being strangled, their words abruptly cut off. You've truly disappointed me. Teacher Zhao's gaze swept through the crowd like lightning, his eyes burning with raging fury. Under the watchful eyes of all our teachers, inside the perilous secret realm dungeon, you genuinely believed someone could cheat? Teacher Zhao's roar thundered across the square, making the very air vibrate with its force. It was evident that he was truly furious. The performance of these freshmen had utterly disappointed him, especially the provincial top scorers like Zhou Wu, whose conduct was downright disgraceful in his eyes. Being less capable was forgivable, but their fragile mindset, questioning and ranting when faced with superiors, was intolerable. How could such individuals ever uphold the backbone of Yanlong University in the future? I can say with absolute certainty that Wang Chen's accomplishments were earned with his own 2 fists and unwavering effort. If any of you aren't convinced, you can challenge him in the upcoming arena battles, show him you're stronger. If you can't do it, then shut your mouth and behave. Teacher Zhao stomped heavily on the ground, with his surging power instantly coalescing into an ancient-style arena spanning 100 square meters before him. From this moment onward, each of you can actively challenge any ranked student on the leaderboard. Those who are challenged have no right to refuse. The winner will directly claim the loser's ranking. There are no rules in the arena. If you're strong enough, you can even kill your opponent outright. The school's medical team is on standby at all times. Even if your brains get beaten out, they can still bring you back. If you refuse to accept these rankings, then let's see whether you possess the courage to stake everything in fighting for them. I declare the second phase of the freshman ranking tournament, the duels, officially begun. Teacher Zhao swept a stern gaze over the crowd before announcing the arena battle rules in an utterly frosty tone. Boom! As his words fell, the atmosphere among the freshmen in the square instantly became fraught with tension. These proud sons and daughters from across Dragon Country had their fighting spirits ignited by Teacher Zhao's words, each casting sharp glances around, searching for their challenge targets. At the forefront of the freshmen, Zhou Wu and others immediately fixed their gazes upon Wang Chen. Zhao Li, for the first bout, will you go, or shall I? Zhou Wu's face twisted into a cruel smirk as he turned to Zhao Li beside him and asked. The teacher's words just now had made him feel utterly humiliated. He needed a victory to wash away this disgrace. Suit yourself. I've no intention of wading into this mess. Hearing this, Zhao Li took a strange step backward with an odd expression, clearly intending to stay out of the affair. He's no fool. Wang Chen's ability to achieve the terrifying record of 3 minutes and 46 seconds in the Secret Realm dungeon proves his strength is absolutely beyond imagination. The Combat Academy teacher's anger earlier perfectly demonstrated this point. Being second isn't so bad after all. With this thought, Jolly couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Zhou Wu. He had a feeling this guy was about to have a really bad time. Fine. Since you're not stepping up, I won't hold back from taking the top ranking. At these words, Zhou Wu gave Jolly a disdainful glance before turning and leaping straight onto the platform. Teacher, I want to challenge Wang Chen, the top-ranked student. As the words fell, in an instant everyone's gaze in the venue turned towards the tall, straight figure standing in the crowd. Wang Chen remained perfectly calm under the scrutiny of those around him. Wait a moment, he casually said to Zhou Wu before turning and walking to Sitayu's side. Help me keep an eye on these two little ones. Aren't you bringing Bingqing and the others onto the field? Still reeling from Wang Chen's terrifying results, Sitayu blankly took charge of the two spirit beasts with a dazed expression. Hearing this, Wang Chen chuckled and turned to walk towards the arena. No need. These two little ones have already stolen enough spotlight. What comes next is my solo performance. Keep an eye on them. There'll be a reward for you after I finish this arena battle. Chapter 82. I never bully anyone. Whoosh. As Wang Chen leapt onto the dual platform alone, the atmosphere in the square instantly erupted. Are you insane? He's a giant beast master, yet he's stepping onto the arena alone without his beast companion? That's too arrogant. Does he really think he can defeat Zhou Wu, who's level 60, just with his own strength? The freshmen were buzzing with discussions, every face frozen in utter astonishment, completely baffled by Wang Chen's actions. As everyone knows, whether they're ordinary beast masters or the special class of Colossus beast masters, at lower levels, all their strength lies in their beast companions. Especially before a beast companion enters its second growth cycle, when a beast master of the same level encounters other professions of equivalent rank, it's like an egg striking a stone. Without a beast companion, they'd instantly be crushed by the opponent. None of the freshmen could understand why Wang Chen would make such a choice. Even the upperclassmen watching nearby wore expressions brimming with shock and disbelief. Wang Chen, he's way too confident. Although he achieved an astonishing clearance record in the secret dungeon, it was mostly the dragon and nine-tailed fox doing the fighting. He barely contributed any damage output. This next battle is going to be entertaining. We all thought Zhou Wu was about to get crushed by the dragon, but who knew Wang Chen would make such a surprising entrance? I'll bet 500 credits that Wang Chen's arrogance will be his downfall this time. To all the upperclassmen, Wang Chen's current decision seemed utterly insane. When facing a beast master, the optimal combat strategy was always to first eliminate their contracted beasts before dealing with the master themselves. This was fundamental knowledge shared by all professionals on Blue Star. As a giant beast master, Wang Chen abandoned his greatest advantage and chose to face the challenge with his own strength. This is practically no different from an egg striking a stone. Consider that Zhou Wu is now level 60, while Wang Chen lags a full 15 levels behind him. A 15-level attribute gap means even if Wang Chen possesses two divine-tier beast companions, their feedback attributes can't bridge such a chasm. That guy. Meanwhile, on the observation deck, the teachers from the three major academies wore expressions somewhere between amusement and exasperation. They had agreed that Wang Chen wouldn't bring his nine-tailed fox into the match, but this kid went ahead. Not only did he leave the fox behind, but he kept his dragon off the field too. So confident. Does this kid really plan to take on Zhou Wu without using any beast companions, relying solely on his own strength? Do you think he can actually defeat Zhou Wu? At this moment, teacher Sun Miao, sitting in his chair, couldn't help but ask the others. The odds aren't in his favor. After all, Wang Chen just reached level 45, a 15-level gap from Zhou Wu. Beside them, Instructor Zhao from the Combat Academy spoke up with a somewhat gloomy expression. He now somewhat regretted agreeing to Wang Chen's suggestion of not bringing the nine-tailed fox into battle. Zhou Wu, though previously criticized by him for having poor temperament, still possessed notable combat prowess. At level 60 after his second-class advancement, and wielding the rare Frostblade Knight profession, his attacks carried crowd control effects. Against opponents with inferior stats, he could literally lock them down until death. Teacher Sun Miao, did you perhaps misunderstand our instructions? We told him not to bring the nine-tailed fox, but we didn't say anything about not bringing a dragon? The beautiful Magic Academy teacher couldn't help but glance at Sun Miao and ask. She sensed that something might have gone wrong here. I explained it to him very clearly. Hearing this, Sun Miao shook his head with a bitter smile. He understood it perfectly well back then. I never expected he would ultimately make such a choice. Now we can only hope that after losing, Wang Chen recognizes his shortcomings and brings his beast companion into the fight next time. While the crowd buzzed with confusion over Wang Chen's incomprehensible choice, Zhou Wu on the arena platform wore an equally astonished expression as he watched his peer approach step by step. You actually intend to fight without a beast companion? He felt insulted. A beastmaster engaging in combat without using his beasts was as absurd as a soldier going to battle without a firearm. Against you, I'm more than enough on my own. Bringing out two little ones would just be bullying you. Upon hearing Zhou Wu's words, Wong Chen shrugged dismissively and spoke bluntly, I never bully others. You? Zhou Wu's eyes instantly turned red, radiating a fury so intense it felt almost tangible. Too arrogant. Let me see just what gives a beastmaster who doesn't use pets the confidence to be so arrogant. After this battle, I will take your top ranking and trample your arrogant ass into the mud. With chilly words, Zhou Wu slowly drew out a sword of deep azure. The moment the long sword appeared, the temperature on the fighting platform noticeably dropped in an instant. Clearly, this was a magic weapon of no ordinary grade. Teacher, I'm ready. His icy gaze fixed squarely on Wong Chen, poised to strike at any moment. Across from him, Wong Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the longsword in Zhou Wu's hand. An opponent wielding a sword, this suited his preferences perfectly. Then he nodded to Teacher Zhao, who was in charge of the arena battles, and waved his hand to summon an exaggeratedly designed serrated greatsword. Both sides, take your positions. Countdown of 5 seconds. Seeing that both parties were ready, Teacher Zhao, feeling somewhat resigned, began counting down the seconds aloud. At the same moment, buzz buzz, bright magical lights shimmered around the ancient arena, and in an instant, 4 luminous screens rose into the air, converging in the sky. An extraordinarily sturdy magical barrier thus enveloped the dueling platform. This enchanted barrier served a dual purpose, to prevent stray attacks from harming spectators outside the arena, and to shield the competing students from external disturbances. As the magical barrier was completed, Teacher Zhao's countdown reached its final seconds. 3, 2, 1, battle begins. As Teacher Zhao's voice faded, Zhou Wu, holding a long sword on the stage, instantly sprang into action. With a swift motion, he swung his sword in a distant slash toward Wong Chen, releasing an overwhelming wave of chilling air alongside the movement. The moment the frigid aura touched the ground, it instantly formed a layer of solid ice that surged toward Wong Chen, encircling him. Frost Arena. An exclusive skill of Frost Swordsman that creates an incredibly smooth ice layer across a designated area on the ground. This ice layer can freeze opponents and impede their movements, while also granting Frost Swordsman a 10% boost to both movement speed and attack power when fighting atop it. Perfect. As Zhou Wu launched his attack, an involuntary murmur of admiration rose from the watching crowd, particularly among the senior students, many of whom wore solemn expressions on their faces. As the saying goes, laymen watch for excitement, while experts discern the technique. This move of Zhou Wu's truly lived up to his ranking as the provincial top scorer. Chapter 83, I just don't want the trouble. What incredible skill activation speed. On the arena platform, as Zhou Wu's sword unleashed a frigid tide with layers of solid ice surging toward him, Wong Chen's eyes couldn't help but flicker with movement. This guy must have leveled up his Frost Combat Arena skill to an extraordinarily high degree. Moreover, it was likely that Zhou Wu had also practiced it thousands of times in private. Now you've made me take this a little seriously. Silently thinking to himself, Wong Chen waved his hand and summoned his newly acquired weapon, the serrated greatsword. The moment this massive thing appeared in his hands, it instantly drew everyone's attention. Holy shit! A door-sized greatsword? Is Wong Chen actually trying to face Zhou Wu, the Frostblade warrior, head-on? Is he insane? Among special professions, Frostblade warriors rank among the top in close combat. As a beastmaster, shouldn't he be keeping his distance and harassing from range? Yet he actually wants to fight directly? Every freshman and upperclassman witnessing this scene couldn't help but murmur in disbelief, their faces filled with incredulous expressions. As everyone knows, the strength of a beastmaster lies in their ability to form contracts with beast companions and fight alongside them. Thanks to their telepathic connection with their beast companions, a fully developed beastmaster is essentially equivalent to an entire squad by themselves. However, even beastmasters who have reached a certain level of power primarily play a supportive role in combat, assisting their beast companions from range with spellcasting during attacks. Was Wong Chen actually drawing his longsword to face off against a melee profession several levels higher than himself? This was sheer suicide. Wait, look there. Just as the crowd was reeling in shock, someone suddenly pointed at the arena. Wong Chen, he's actually not dodging the Frost Arena? Is he planning to get immobilized by it and just give up? The speaker uttered these words in astonishment, his face wearing a look as if he'd seen a ghost. Hearing his words, the murmuring crowd followed his pointing finger, and their expressions all mirrored his shock. This is insane. They initially thought Wong Chen would deliver some stunning performance by going up alone, but just this? Did contracting 2 divine beasts make him overconfident? Do you really think he'd be as powerful as those 2 divine beasts? Once the Frost battlefield fully deploys, it applies a slowing effect to all enemies within its boundaries. When you factor in the boost to Frost Swordsman, Zhou Wu's current movement speed is effectively enhanced by 40%. It's over. This fight will be Zhou Wu completely crushing Wong Chen. Seeing Wong Chen standing motionless under the attacks in the Frost Arena, the watching students all showed expressions of disdain. Even Zhou Wu on the dueling platform reacted the same way. Have you decided to give up? If you surrender now, I might spare you some unnecessary pain. He swung the long sword in his hand, noticing Wang Chen standing motionless, yet he didn't launch an immediate attack. After all, the frost arena was about to fully manifest. Waiting a little longer to act would give him an even greater advantage. Giving up? On the opposite side, feeling the surging wave of icy coldness rushing toward him, Wang Chen shook his head disdainfully. Are you kidding me? If you want me to surrender, you'd better have what it takes. I'm just giving you a chance, Wang Chen said in a calm tone. If you don't reach your peak condition before I defeat you, you'll never truly understand the gap between us. Then later, when you think there's a slim chance to catch up and come challenge me again after gaining some strength, wouldn't that be troublesome? I particularly detest troublesome situations. It's better to show you the insurmountable gap between us from the very beginning. As he spoke, Wang Chen shrugged his hands, appearing completely nonchalant. You, how dare you look down on me like this? Fine, you'll pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Zhou Wu instantly flew into a furious rage, his face twisting into a vicious snarl. Die now! With a furious roar, he shot forward like lightning toward Wang Chen in a sudden burst of movement. Whoosh! Whoosh! As he advanced, his long sword swept through the air, releasing two icy blue sword auras that shot toward Wang Chen before he did, striking with devastating force. Frost Blade Chi. This identical exclusive skill for the Frostblade warrior not only delivers formidable offensive power, but the sword energy also explodes upon contact with enemies, inflicting additional frost damage. Bang bang! In an instant, two frosty sword energies, swift as lightning, arrived before Wang Chen. Yet, facing these two ferocious streams of sword energy, not the slightest ripple of emotion crossed Wang Chen's face. He merely gave a casual swing of his serrated longsword. The serrated blade measured nearly 2 meters in length and was a full 30 centimeters wide. At that moment, it moved as if a shield, instantly standing before Wang Chen. Bang! Bang! In the next second, two frigid sword chi landed nearly simultaneously on the serrated longsword's blade, erupting into a sky full of frost. The moment this frost appeared, it surged toward the serrated longsword's blade. Opposite him, Zhou Wu, who was following closely behind, couldn't hide the delight on his face upon seeing this scene. He never expected Frostblade Chi to actually wound Wang Chen. The true purpose of this strike was to exploit the freezing effect after the Chi explosion, layering yet another debilitating state onto Wang Chen. You're dead. With his goal achieved, Zhou Wu tapped lightly on the icy surface mid-stride. His body blurred like a phantom as he circled to Wang Chen's left flank, then thrust his sword forward without hesitation. In his view, the frost battlefield had already slowed Wang Chen by 20%, now combined with the freezing damage of the frost sword chi. Wang Chen would absolutely have no time to defend against this strike. You arrogant fool, prepare to experience the taste of death. At this moment, Zhou Wu couldn't wait to see the image of his longsword piercing the neck of this detestable bastard. At the same time, the surrounding freshmen and upperclassmen watching the battle all looked sideways at Wang Chen, their eyes filled with pity at the sight. Hopeless. Afflicted with 2 debuffs, Wang Chen couldn't react even if he possessed heaven-defying abilities. Consider this, under such an assault, even many senior students who had reached 3rd-tier cultivation would struggle wildly to cope. Wang Chen, who had just reached his 2nd advancement and was only at level 45, had absolutely no chance of escape. On the viewing platform, many teachers from the 3 great academies couldn't help but wear grave expressions at this moment. Zhou Wu's exceptionally fierce attack had left them all deeply impressed. This is trouble. That little Wang Chen is probably going to pay the price for his arrogance. Not bringing his beast companion to the arena and still treating his opponent so lightly, let's hope this teaches him a lesson. The beautiful teacher from the Magic Academy couldn't help but murmur softly. No. But at this moment, Mr. Zhao from the Combat Academy, sitting nearby, shook his head. This kid hasn't hit rock bottom yet.